Ethan looked at the pathetic man lying in the ground. Looks like I have found my thrill in the primordial tower by fighting the Supremes. The members of this generation simply couldn't compare to him. The semi-unconscious leader of the Celestials, Alistair Thornevale, was trying his best to get up, like an injured beast. His eyes were ferocious. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that someone in the same realm could defeat him in raw power and could crush him this easily. Moreover, the boy had just broken through to the planetary realm, and as far as he knew, Ethan had fought in the vampire battlefield of the Emperor realm just a day ago. Ethan was muttering under his breath, "Damn it, I got excited for no reason. That man is just a paper tiger, can't even take a punch." He looked at Lucian, who stood there with a stunned expression. When Lucian saw Ethan looking at him with those menacing eyes, he felt a chill crawl up his spine. He knew Ethan was strong, had somehow awakened the eye of destruction in the Emperor realm, but he was still confident that Ethan couldn't be a match for him in the planetary realm, as no one knew he had a secret. He was a reborn person. In his previous life, he had reached the peak of the universe realm, even surpassing the war monarch Marcus himself. He had the best chance to become the next supreme of this generation. But he was betrayed by the girl he loved most, at a critical moment during his breakthrough. The girl he loved so dearly turned out to be a spy for the celestial race, and at the moment of his death he saw Alistair appear. Then Alistair got near his girl and stripped the girl in front of him and started having sex with her. That moment, he heard the happy moaning of the girl, the look full of admiration and fanaticism she had for Alistair. She even had a mocking expression when she looked at Lucian. The despair he felt in that moment, the pain in his heart, even surpassed the pain of death itself. He wanted to die. He didn't want to see his woman being a plaything for his enemy with such joy on her face. He roared at the universe itself. Why does it have to be so cruel? Why? Then, deep within his body, something awakened. A message from his genes came to him, and he disappeared from that place. When he opened his eyes again, he was in his 5-year-old self. Lucian remembered the message he got from his cells. The message said he had a special physique called the space-time physique. This physique had brought him to the past space-time. From that day onward, Lucian became an enigma to everyone. Only the Supremes knew about his abnormalities because they had seen the change in the river of time. When they investigated, they found out the mystery of Lucian. Lucian told them everything. And from that day forward, he became the leader of the generation of chaos. He cultivated under the protection of the Grand Supreme himself. When he broke through to the planetary realm, he comprehended the law of space, law of time, law of fire, water, earth, metal, and wind. With these 7 laws as his foundation, his inner planet expanded 1,700 times. He was the undisputed leader. Only the Grand Supreme was stronger than him in the planetary realm. He could even defeat other Supremes in the primordial tower at the planetary level. Lucian's raw strength was around 10,000 Earth, so powerful that no one could even imagine such force. Lucian believed that with his space-time physique and experience from his previous life, he could rule everyone and everything in this generation. He didn't even put Alistair in his eyes. He was planning to kill that bastard with his own hands along with that woman who was about to reappear in his life. He was waiting for that bitch. He believed he was unparalleled. He didn't put anyone in his eyes until today, until he met this damn monster in human skin. He felt that punch. It was 1.5 times stronger than his own raw power, and Ethan had just broken through to the planetary realm. He had a long way to go in this realm. What the hell was he? How could someone possess such power? Lucian had thousands of questions. There had been no Ethan Hunt in his memory from his previous life. A monster like this should have appeared back then too. Was this the butterfly effect? Lucian then looked at the still limp Alistair's clone. That Manhwaedit's eternal rival was lying flat from a single punch by this monster. On the other hand, Ethan kept watching Lucian. There was something about this dude that always felt odd. Then, a system message came into his mind. Because that person is a time traveler, he used the power of his space-time physique to come to the past. As usual, his system knew everything but wouldn't say a word unless it was necessary. But Ethan's eyes were wide open. This was the first time he had heard of someone besides himself being a space-time traveler. Lucian was meant to be the protagonist of this story. Then he shook his head. Now I'm still the absolute best. He was a narcissist through and through, but he had some interest in this Mana fellow time traveler. A space-time physique, Ethan thought. So there are special physiques present in this universe. Can they be obtained externally? If so, he could make everyone from Team Alpha and Omega possess a special physique. That would be so cool. Then suddenly he heard a roar. Ethan Hunt, I'll kill you. No, I'll kill everyone close to you. I'll torture them until they beg for their death. I'll play with your mom, your sister, and your wife. Everyone will be co. Boom, Alistair's clone turned into cosmic particles. He couldn't even finish his threat. Ethan's eyes were cold. He asked the system, I want to kill him. How can I? A system message appeared in his mind. If you comprehend the law of karma up to 10, you will be able to kill anyone who has karma with you or kill anyone's real body through their clone. Ethan nodded. Then let's begin. On Earth, it was already morning. His attribute panel had doubled again. Master, Ethan. Vazik tu son. Spirit tu son. Talent infinite comprehension. Ethan was looking at Rose, who was eating breakfast with a delightful expression on her face. Ethan smiled and said, "Rose, I love you." Rose almost spat out her food. Why the sudden attack again? Ethan was thinking about the message his clone had sent him, the threat Alistair gave. He would kill anyone who tried to harm Rose or his family. Even if it meant erasing an entire universe, it didn't matter. His loved ones came first always. Rose turned red but still said in a cat-like voice, "Me too," while looking down. Ethan heard the sentence but replied in a mischievous tone, "What did you say? I didn't hear it." Rose turned even redder. She still said in that soft voice, "I said I love you too." Then she shouted Baka and started eating her food in a super fast speed while her heart was wildly beating. Ethan was speechless. How heck she knew Japanese? Anyway, he had something important to do. Ethan created 200,000 more clones in his inner planet. For Law of Fate 50,000. For Law of Karma 50,000. For Law of Creation 50,000. For Law of Destruction 50,000. They would comprehend the laws for him. He had received the materials for learning the laws of fate, karma, and creation from Queen Freya as a gift before. As for the law of destruction, it was in the primordial bloodline essence he had extracted. He couldn't comprehend the law before, but now that he was a planetary realm powerhouse, he could finally begin. On the battlefield, Ethan looked at Lucian. "What are your plans now? Will you stay in this battlefield? I mean, I killed the clone of their leader. Will they send another clone to die?" Ethan had proven that he was truly worthy of that title. Lucian said, "Young Supreme, why don't you become the leader of the generation of chaos?" Ethan denied flatly, not interested in babysitting a bunch of kids. "I have more important things to do." He vanished from that place with all his clones. Everyone was speechless. Are we really babies? He's even younger than us. Damn it. This time, Ethan got information about the vampire battlefield in the planetary realm. He vanished from that place and appeared in a new location provided by Queen Freya, a dull, gloomy-looking planet. It was almost screaming that the vampires were here somewhere. Ethan was walking through the street of this gloomy planet. This time, Ethan was welcomed even more grandly, as if a king were visiting the poor district of his own country. Every move he made was being watched by Queen Freya, and she would personally inform the planet of Ethan's arrival, ordering the higher-ups to treat him properly. This battlefield was also watched over by a galactic realm powerhouse. The commander of the human side was named Natasha Romanoff. When Ethan heard the name, he muttered, "What the? Black Widow?" Then he thought of a green giant as Wells' tragic love story of Black Widow and the Hulk, very heart-touching. Ethan was escorted by a group of young men and women. He had already become an idol among the younger generation. They all wanted Ethan to be the leader of the generation of chaos, but Ethan declined, so they couldn't do anything about it. Ethan directly went to see the commander to check if she had red hair or not. As soon as he got close, he immediately sensed a very powerful aura about 90 Earths. This should be the commander. Then he saw her. Damn, she really had red hair. What a coincidence. Does she love some monster too? If she did, Ethan would help her. He was very kind-hearted. He felt Black Widow had died very tragically. He would protect this Black Widow if he could. Natasha came to him and greeted him with a smile. "Young Supreme, it's an honor to meet you." Ethan smiled too. "It's nice to meet you too, Black Widow." Natasha was dumbfounded. What was the young Supreme talking about? So she asked, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear that properly. Can you say that again?" Ethan waved his hand. "Don't sweat over it. I had a friend named Natasha. I called her Black Widow, but she's not here among us anymore. That's why when I heard your name, I thought of her." Ethan's expression was very kidney-touching. Everyone became very emotional. Natasha felt proud. She had made the young Supreme think of his friend. Natasha smiled widely. "I see, sir. Some female warriors were gnashing their teeth. Why am I not Natasha? I should probably declare war against my parents for not giving me that name. What a great luck, Commander." Natasha could clearly see their expressions. That made her even more proud. She immediately said, "Young Supreme, you should take command of the battle today. It would be our honor to fight under your command." Every warrior, male or female, chimed in instantly. "Yes, Young Supreme, we would be honored." Ethan thought for a moment. Then he said, "You don't need to battle. I'll handle those bats alone like before. You cheer me from behind." Ethan said the cheering part sarcastically, but his words fell into the hearts of those young maidens like a love arrow. "Don't compete with me. I swear I won't talk to you then. I should be the cheerleader." "Huh, who the hell wants to talk to you? Have you seen your waist? It's like a man's waist. How can you cheer with that figure?" "Say that again, bitch. I dare you." Ethan was speechless when he saw their reaction. Natasha roared like a female lion, "Don't you have any shame? How could you ruin our image in front of the young Supreme by quarreling like children?" Ethan nodded in satisfaction. This should be the attitude of a warrior. The female warriors also felt a little guilty. "We are sorry, Commander." Then Natasha said with a straight face, "I should be the cheerleader. My figure is the best among all of you." The place fell into silence for some time. Then those girls started cursing Natasha like there was no end. "Bah, shameless commander. How is your figure the best among us?" This tantrum was happening on the battlefield. They had almost forgotten about the enemy vampires led by Uriel Alucard herself. Suddenly, they heard a shout. "How dare you be so relaxed when you have a battle with me, Uriel Alucard?" Ethan looked in the direction of the voice. It was an extremely beautiful girl. She had a somewhat similar face to a girl he had seen in the Emperor battlefield, but this girl was even more beautiful. She had the strength of around 150 Earths. Ethan suddenly frowned and directly asked, "Do you guys also hide your true leader or something? How can the leader of the epic generation be so weak?" Uriel's face distorted instantly with immense anger. She looked at the man who had the audacity to say such words to her. But as soon as she saw the face of the young man, her expression froze instantly. She also knew the report of the celestial battlefield. This man had instantly killed the true leader of the Celestials. Even they were surprised when they heard that the leaders of the humans and Celestials were not the ones they had known, but someone else entirely. Ethan looked at her again. "Hello, I don't have time to play house. Go call your true leader. Or are the vampires really this pathetic?" Uriel's face was changing colors. She was angry and sad, too. She was angry because someone had openly humiliated her, Uriel Alucard. She was sad because the man was right. She truly was pathetic compared to the human or celestial leaders. But there was something the other races didn't know. She had the purest bloodline of the progenitor, around 95 pure, but that purity made her vulnerable. Her body couldn't withstand such a pure bloodline. She was about to die when the progenitor himself took action and sealed her bloodline. That's why she was this weak compared to them. If her bloodline had not been sealed, she would have been at least 30 to 50 times more powerful than now. But the progenitor had said the seal would unlock when she reached the star realm and was able to conjure the blood domain. The blood domain was a unique power of the vampires. Only prodigies with an 80 or higher pure bloodline could master it. This domain was very versatile. Ethan looked at Uriel's expression and said in disappointment, "Let's forget it. You won't be able to bear even my pressure. There's no need to battle. You can admit defeat. I won't pursue you." Uriel clenched her fists. She wanted to rip that man apart, but she knew Ethan was telling the truth. That man was in a whole different league. This moment she remembered what her sister told him about this man. But though Ariel was making excuses and she even scolded her for that, but knew that she was facing this monster, she understood how helpless were his enemies. He could crush anyone with just look. Just when she was struggling in her mind, an extremely handsome vampire male roared in. "Bastard, how dare you humiliate our leader? I don't give a fuck about who you are, I'll fight you to the death." Uriel shouted, "Lucifer, don't try to be a hero." Ethan nodded. "Very admirable indeed. I commend your guts, but you have to know who you're talking to. For this insolence, I reward you with a death sentence." And the man disintegrated instantly. Again, a clone. Didn't they say people in the planetary battlefield come with their real bodies? Who the fuck gave the wrong info? Ethan was frustrated. Ethan then said, "Hey, I don't have all day. Are you gonna fight or not?" When the vampires saw Ethan disintegrate their vice commander, all their hope vanished. They were sure Ethan could create the same history here as he did in the Emperor battlefield with those 5 billion vampires. The battlefield was silent. Ethan was looking at the vampires calmly. Uriel sighed a few moments later. "Okay, we concede." Then they left the place. One person asked Natasha, "Commander, should we let them leave without doing anything?" Natasha's eyes turned cold. "Do you want to question the young Supreme's decision?" The man immediately denied fiercely. "No, how can I dare to do something like that?" Natasha snorted, then shut up. Ethan didn't kill Uriel because he wanted them to grow. Without a little fun, life would be too boring. Besides, he didn't hate them. Everyone has their own lifestyle. Many humans kill, rape, rob, and commit corruption and other sins. Would he kill humanity for them? Someday he would conquer this entire universe, so everyone would become his subjects. He wouldn't kill unless there was a need to kill. That was his motto. He had some reverse scales. If those scales were not touched, he wouldn't kill. Then Ethan said goodbye to everyone. He had consecutively won 2 battles for humanity. He got around 200 billion contribution points. Ethan was interested to know about the cosmic behemoth race and titans. What are these creatures? Humans had no battlefield with them as they lived far away from the human domain. But before that, he needed some kind of face-changing or body-changing technique. Ethan immediately entered the virtual universe. This time, he entered level 2 of the Solaris. This place was similar to level 1, only the people here radiated a more frightening aura than those of level 1. Ethan didn't linger and directly teleported to the shop. He started browsing the skill lists, and bingo, he got something like that. Skill, body morphoses. Price 100 million CP. Okay, this thing is kinda pricey, but it didn't matter as this skill was exactly what he needed right now. Body morphoses, you can change your body at the cellular level. That's a simple description, but Ethan knew it was a damn powerful one. There are countless races in the universe. He would send his clones to every race. Heh. Every race would get a prodigy out of nowhere. Ethan bought the skill. On Earth, Ethan's little tour with his little girlfriend was over. They came back to the Hunt estate. Rose felt a sweet feeling rush over her body and mind. She wasn't afraid of work, but afraid she would only be a flower in a vase of no real use. Now Ethan was making her commander of a team Ethan personally created to achieve his vision. Rose was very happy. Rose nodded with a smile. Ethan called Dragon. Dragon's voice came from the opposite side. "What's up, President?" Ethan asked, "How is your comprehension session going?" Dragon said, "Not bad. I should be able to achieve planetary realm in 1 year. 1 year? That's too long," Ethan said flatly. Dragon was speechless. "Do you think everyone is as monstrous as you?" Ethan said, "Then stop comprehending the law for now and train the people I am sending to you. I'll help you comprehend the law faster after a month." Ethan knew when he reached Star Realm, he would need to comprehend 10 of the law. After that, he would be able to help those below planetary realm to comprehend laws faster with his mental energy, as he had comprehended the ultimate law, chaos. Every elemental law was in this law. Dragon thought for a moment. Ethan was not a person who would bluff with such serious matters, so Dragon agreed to train Ethan's subordinates. Ethan wasn't good at teaching, so Dragon had to do this. Besides, it was the time when Rose would have been admitted into Aurora Marshall University, but there was no need for that anymore. So getting a teacher like Dragon was really good for them. Ethan told Ryan to take everyone to Dragon and train under him. Then Ethan asked Poe, "What material do you need to evolve? Give me the list. I want you to be the ultimate AI." Poe was almost crying. "Boss, you are my dad from today." Ethan said with full of disdain, "Who the heck wants to be the dad of a fat panda like you? Give me the list as soon as possible." "Yes, boss, here is the list." Ethan got a list of 13 materials. They would help Poe to reach level 11 generation AI in 1 day. Ethan checked them in the shop. The total cost would be around 500 million, not much. He could still afford this. Then he bought all the materials needed for Poe and gave them to him. Poe immediately started his evolution process. Ethan then took out the skill book of the body morphoses. As soon as he took out the book, a notification came immediately. "Ding, a skill is detected. Comprehend, do it. Ding, body morphoses upgraded to the skill named Copy." Copy, you can copy someone 100. This copy includes their talent, bloodline, aura, looks, and everything of that person at the soul level. As expected, another supremely powerful skill he got. Now he needed to send his clones to every race. Then he would catch someone from that race and copy everything about him. Then he would blend in with them. He created 1,000 clones at 5 of his attributes. Then hush, hush, every clone disappeared from there. They would roam in the cosmos. If they found any worthy race to infiltrate, he would do that. But 4 clones directly teleported to their destination, the other 4 sovereign races. He didn't enter their territory yet because he needed to catch one of their members to copy every trait so that even their supreme wouldn't detect anything, so he was waiting outside of their territory. Meanwhile, his main body was already in the process of comprehending the 4 supreme laws. 4 new rows appeared in his panel. Law of Fate, 0.000000001. Law of Karma, 0.000000001. Law of Creation, 0.000000001. Law of Destruction, 0.000000001. Now that they appeared in the panel, only time would be needed to comprehend these laws fully. Everything was going according to his planning. But suddenly, one of his clones, which was roaming in the universe right now, a space crack appeared in front of him, out of nowhere, and he was sucked into the crack. He didn't even have the time to resist. Ethan suddenly felt he lost his connection with one of his clones. What's going on? Why would one suddenly disappear? Then he tried to concentrate on that clone. The last memory he got was a space crack appearing and sucking him in, nothing more. Ethan was in a deep thought. What could be the reason of that space crack? Someone deliberately did that, or an accident, in a different unknown space, on a planet very similar to Earth, but more beautiful than Earth. Ethan's clone, or rather Ethan, opened his eyes. What the heck is going on? Where am I? Even I could be in such a helpless position. The universe is really mysterious and dangerous. He needed to be careful. Ethan changed his appearance immediately to someone else. He didn't know which race's territory this was that could bring him here forcefully. He got up and spread his mental domain. He was inside a forest. As far as his mental domain spread, only trees and monsters could be seen, nothing else. How big is this forest? I have already covered 3 times more area than Earth, yet it is still forest. And those monsters, they looked nasty and powerful. Some of them are as strong as Peak Emperor Realm. Ethan used teleportation but couldn't get out of this place. It was as if he were trapped inside a space where even the very fabric of reality was locked. He continued expanding his mental domain. When it reached 6 times the area of Earth, he sensed a monster at the planetary realm. Did I just fall from the sky and land on some kind of monster world or something? 5 minutes later, he detected more planetary-level monsters. They all seemed to be gathered on one side, which made Ethan guess that must be the deeper region of this forest. So he started flying in the opposite direction. He wanted to understand where he had ended up. Was this a planet or something else? If it was a planet, he figured he could just fly upward and eventually reach space. But he didn't risk it, as there was a chance there could be powerful flying monsters lurking in the sky, so he flew just a meter above the ground. His mental domain kept expanding. He was trying to find any clue that could help him understand this strange place. After flying for 5 hours, Ethan had covered almost 100,000 kilometers, yet he was still inside the forest. Moreover, his mental domain now spanned a radius of around 1 million kilometers. Ethan grew frustrated. What the heck is this place? But 10 minutes later, his mental domain caught a battle. Finally. There were 3 men and 2 women fighting a king-level monster, a rhino-type beast. The leader seemed to be a king himself, while the other 2 men were peak grandmasters. The 2 women were both middle-rank grandmasters. Ethan immediately used teleportation. The battle was happening 1 million kilometers away from him. He appeared near the scene, but not directly in front of them. He didn't want to startle anyone. The rhino was incredibly tough. The leader was fighting with a massive hammer. One girl was healing the team. One man seemed to be an assassin. The other one was clearly a tank, the meat shield of the group using a huge shield. The other girl wasn't fighting at all. She was just calmly watching the battle. Maybe she hired these warriors to fight for her. Everything seemed to be under control, and the monster was on the verge of collapse. But then its eyes suddenly turned red. It went berserk. Boom! The tank who was holding a giant shield was flung far away. The rhino roared and charged at the leader, who was also sent flying. The healer girl rushed to his side to heal him, but the rhino spotted her. With terrifying speed, it charged toward her. The girl turned pale with fear. The woman who hadn't been fighting immediately started running the moment she saw this. The assassin tried to save the healer, but he was only a grandmaster. The rhino was a king-ranked monster. There was no way he could stop it. The healer stood in despair. She was the only hunter in her family. So much responsibility rested on her shoulders. Her little brother was about to enroll in the Hunter Academy. Her mother was sick. Her father had died in a beast tide. Tears streamed down her face as memories of her brother and mother flashed before her eyes. "I'm sorry, brother. Big sister won't be by your side anymore." Ethan sighed. He needed these people to answer his questions. A small flying knife materialized beside him, with a sonic boom. Blade sliced the rhino into countless pieces. The girl had kept her eyes tightly shut, but the impact she'd been expecting never came. Instead, she heard a deafening boom. She opened her eyes and saw an extremely handsome young man standing in front of her. Ethan had teleported there. He wanted her to know he was the one who saved her, nothing more. Ethan asked calmly, "Are you all right?" Ethan nodded, then looked at her teammates who were still lying on the ground, along with the assassin who had just arrived. Ethan said, "Your teammates need your assistance. Go help them." The girl snapped back to her senses and turned to look at the captain and the guardian of the team. Both were semi-conscious. The guardian especially was in critical condition. He was just a peak grandmaster after all. She tried healing him first, but it had no effect. The wound was fatal. She sobbed, "I'm sorry, Mark. I'm not capable of saving your life." Ethan appeared beside her and said, "Go save your leader. Leave him to me." The girl was surprised, but did as instructed. Ethan healed the guardian even before the girl could reach the leader. He didn't help the leader, though. The girl could handle that. 10 minutes passed. The girl looked pale, having exhausted nearly all her energy. But the leader was healed. Ethan waited calmly. The assassin didn't even dare breathe too loudly, afraid he might disturb Ethan. 5 minutes later, both the leader and the guardian woke up. The girl explained how Ethan had saved their lives. She was still in a daze. How did this man heal Mark? He could kill that rhino and also heal. What kind of broken ability does he have? The 4 of them approached Ethan and bowed deeply. Ethan nodded and said, "I have some questions for you." Finn immediately replied, "Of course, sir. It would be our honor." Ethan began asking basic questions. Where was this place? What was its name? What was the power system? Was this a planet or something else? The team members were seriously astonished. A powerful person like him doesn't even know such basic things, but they didn't dare question him and answered each one patiently. After 30 minutes, Ethan finally had a rough understanding of this place. All he could say was, "What the fuck? This wasn't a planet." These people didn't even know what a planet was. They called this place Etherin, a massive world with no known end. The power system was built around awakeners, also known as hunters. There were E to a rank hunters, and even levels above a called S-rank hunters. At the age of 15, individuals would attempt to connect to the system of Etherin. If they had talent, they could awaken. Talents included swordsmanship, magic, warrior types, berserker modes, beast taming, and more. These talents were also ranked from E to S. The higher the talent rank, the higher the hunter rank one could reach. After connecting with Etherin's system, they could level up by killing monsters, gaining XP, either in the wild or in dungeons. Clearing dungeons also offered special rewards, so a damn space crack threw me into a freaking game world. Not bad. I just keep transmigrating from one place to another. That seems to become my job now. Ethan cursed inwardly. It definitely felt like another transmigration, only this time with a clone. That was the only difference. He asked the system, what the fuck is going on? Figure it out yourself, master. Best of luck. Damn that bastard. Totally unreliable. Here was the summary what Ethan learned from them. A person went to the Awakening Center, which was somewhat similar to the Martial Core Awakening and Talent Awakening process. But here, this process happened at the age of 15, whereas the Martial Core Awakening usually occurred at 18. Moreover, these people didn't cultivate, or more precisely, they simply couldn't. Ethan didn't feel even an ounce of cosmic energy in the air. They killed monsters from the dungeons, and by doing so, they gained experience and leveled up. Level 110, E rank. Level 1120, D rank. Level 2130, C rank. Level 3140, B rank. Level 4150, A rank. Level 5160, S rank. Level 6170, SS rank. Level 7180, SSS rank. Level 8190, X rank. Level 91,100, Transcended rank. This was the known information, but these people had never even heard of anyone above S rank. Ethan started to understand the power comparison. The monster he referred to as King rank was actually B rank, so Emperor should be A, Planetary would be S, Star would be SS, Black Hole should be SSS, Galactic Soul would be X, and Galactic Overlord should correspond to Transcended. As for whether there were any beings above that, any true universal or supreme beings, that was a question for later. But this game-like world seemed quite interesting to him. There were also different levels of dungeons. Based on his assessment, Ethan guessed he should currently have the strength of a peak SS rank. A Star Realm warrior usually had the strength equivalent to 10 Earths, excluding geniuses. That was just a general theoretical comparison. There were many factors that could increase strength, so this model was only for rough measurement. Right now, his clone had the strength of 30,000 Earths. He wasn't entirely sure about the exact power scaling until he saw one of the higher-level entities with his own eyes. While they were still talking, the girl who had run away earlier finally returned. She wore the same arrogant expression on her face. Good job, you've done your part. Now help me collect the materials. The 4 teammates had nasty looks on their faces. She had run away the moment she saw them dying, and now she was back giving orders. Besides, they hadn't even killed the beast. That young man did. How could they dare to touch the materials in front of him? So they didn't respond to her orders. When the girl saw this, she became angry and shouted, "I don't have time. Why aren't you responding?" Then she suddenly looked at Ethan. She hadn't seen what happened earlier since she ran away too quickly. She asked, "Who are you?" Ethan said calmly, "I killed this monster." The girl's eyes widened. This man looked so young. How could he possibly kill such a powerful beast? And judging by the expressions of the other 4, he was probably telling the truth. Then she said, "Then pack me the materials. I'll give you 1,000 AC Etherian coin." This price wasn't exactly low. She had hired the entire team for 5,000 AC, so offering 1,000 AC to the man who delivered the final blow seemed, in her mind, more than generous. Ethan looked at the girl seriously for the first time. She looked about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful and dressed in noble clothing. Most likely, she belonged to a powerful family. They probably spoiled her rotten and forgot to teach her the most basic principles of how the world worked. Ethan wasn't the kind of person who would teach a lesson to a rich young mistress just for this petty behavior and end up inviting endless trouble in a new world. So he said calmly, "I'm not interested in your money." Then he vanished from the place. He had already located the direction of the nearest human city. There was no need to linger anymore. Bella covered her mouth with her hands. Another ability. Who was this man, really? The girl named Sophia stood frozen. She had never been rejected before. She turned to the team and ordered them to collect the materials. But Finn said coldly, "We contracted to kill the beast, not collect its materials. You should do the job yourself." Sophia's eyes widened again. Did this low-class scum just dare to reject her order? She said coldly, "Do you know who I am? I can kill your entire family." Finn's expression turned icy. "Do you know what we can do to you right now? You said you would participate in the battle. That's why we allowed 4 members in the team, but you ran away the moment it got serious. If the Hunter Association learns about this, I'd love to see which family you belong to." Sophia's face turned dark. She had indeed violated the contract. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Just you wait," and went to collect the materials herself. She belonged to an S-rank family. Her grandfather was a level 57 powerhouse. This time, she and her cousins had come out for training. Whoever performed the best would be selected as the next heir of the family, so she planned to hire people to fight and collect materials. Later, she would show the results and forge a record where her name appeared in the battle team. That way, she'd look like the strongest and secure the heir position. But on her very first outing, she encountered these lowlifes who dared to disobey her. She would make sure they faced consequences. William came to Bella and said softly, "Bella, let's take a break from battling for a while." William and Bella were secret lovers, but no one knew that. Bella nodded. She still had lingering fear from her near-death experience. Then she subconsciously glanced toward the city. Maybe her savior had gone there, Fire City. Ethan arrived at the Hunter Association to sell some of the monster materials he had collected on the way. There were 56 rank monster materials. He sold them for 1.2 million AC. Not bad at all. Ethan asked the receptionist, "I want to become a hunter. What's the procedure?" The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. A man who could bring 56 rank monster materials was saying he wasn't a hunter. Ethan had already copied the genetic code of Etherian's people, so the system wouldn't reject him. The only problem was that he was 18 years old. Would the Etherian system still allow him to awaken? Ethan said, "I was in a coma for 4 years, so I didn't have the chance to awaken. These materials were given by my elders. Now tell me, is there any way to awaken at this age?" The receptionist had some suspicion, but the reason he gave was acceptable. Moreover, Ethan was just too damn handsome. It was hard to resist his charm. "There is a way," she said, "but it's very difficult." Ethan's eyes lit up. "Tell me about it." "The path of ascension. There is the Ascension Tower. It has 99 levels. If you can climb up to level 10, you can awaken, and age doesn't matter. The higher you climb, the greater your talent will be. Some awakened ones also challenge the tower to evolve their talent to a higher grade, but 99.9% fail. Only a few ever succeed. "I'll try," Ethan said without a second thought. He was interested in this power system. As a clone, he could live independently if he wanted, but then he would no longer receive the attribute doubling buff. Still, Ethan was considering the possibility of becoming an entirely separate being. That would make him far more useful. Maybe he could grow strong enough to stand on equal footing with his main body, but he also knew that without the attribute doubling effect, he might never fully match the original. Even so, Ethan was determined. He wanted to create a clone as powerful as his main body. "Let's see what happens." The receptionist said, "Okay then, you would need to pay 1 million AC for challenging." He had just earned 1.2 million, and now 1 million was gone just like that. "Okay, let's go." Meanwhile, on Earth, Ethan's clones, who were comprehending laws inside his inner planet, had already comprehended the 4 new supreme laws. Law of Fate, 1. Law of Karma, 1. Law of Creation, 1. Law of Destruction, 1. As soon as these 4 laws reached 1, he heard a system message. "Ding, you have comprehended 4 supreme laws and 1 ultimate law. Your body can now hold up to 100 million sun-level power in the planetary realm." Damn, that was awesome. He could previously only handle 100,000 sun-level power. Now it was 1,000 times more. It meant a lot because it signified that his body had become even more perfect, able to contain far more power in the same realm. System, give me the time limit. 27 days remaining. Okay, that was a lot of time compared to before. His Law of Chaos had also increased to 4. Boom. His inner planet expanded once again, growing 5 times larger. He had broken through to level 4 planetary realm. It now had a diameter of 63,000 kilometers. His attribute panel had also changed. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 10 Sun. Spirit, 10 Sun. Talent, Infinite Comprehension, 24 days remaining. Suddenly, he remembered his sword skill, Extinction. To reach level 10, it required comprehension of the Law of Destruction, which would then grant him a 50 times amplification. That was the goal. He brought out his sword and started practicing the technique. 15 hours later. Ding, you have reached level 10. Okay, now his highest combat value was 500 sun. Damn, he could destroy any planet in this solar system down to the molecular level now. Then Ethan was thinking, what could he do right now? He seemed to be very free now. A free life like this, ah, what a pleasure. Free my ass, he was fucking running out of time, and he was admiring free time. Suddenly he remembered that there seemed to be some fundamental force in physics he read before. Then he recalled the 4 fundamental forces of nature: gravity, electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force. As someone who had already comprehended the ultimate law of chaos and the 4 supreme laws of fate, karma, creation, and destruction, it wouldn't be right if he didn't comprehend the 4 fundamental forces of nature too. Right. He sat cross-legged again and focused on the knowledge of these 4 forces. This time, his infinite comprehension would prove extremely useful because there were no external materials to help with this. He needed to comprehend them through his own insight. As he meditated, all the information about the 4 fundamental forces of nature began pouring into his mind. Universal gravitation acts on all massive objects, infinite range, strength of 1039, propagates at the speed of light. Electromagnetic force acts on charges and hadrons, infinite range, strength of 103, propagates at the speed of light. Strong nuclear force acts on nucleons and mesons, range of 10-15 meters, strength of 101, propagates at the speed of light. Weak nuclear force acts on most particles, range of 10-18 meters, strength of 10-12, propagates at the speed of light. He started comprehending them at a deeper level. He dove into the very fabric of the universe. He observed how everything functioned. Everything was made of atoms. So if he could understand these four forces, he could manipulate all material in the universe. If he managed to merge his mental domain, chaos domain, the four fundamental forces of nature, and the four supreme laws, then the ultimate domain would be born. There would be no being of similar strength who could resist him. During this session of deep comprehension, 14 hours passed. A new day had already begun. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 20 Sun. Spirit 20 Sun. Talent infinite comprehension. Then Ethan opened his eyes. He had finally comprehended all four fundamental forces of nature, each up to 1. Ding, you have comprehended the four fundamental forces of nature. You can now reach up to 1 billion suns of strength in the planetary realm. Again, his potential increased. This didn't raise his strength directly, but his capacity had grown immensely. That was ideal. Increasing strength anymore at this point would only become a hassle. Ethan then created 100,000 more clones. Their mission was to merge the mental domain, chaos domain, the supreme laws of fate, karma, creation, and destruction, along with the four fundamental forces he had just comprehended. Novel co-ems. Now Ethan had some free time, so he vanished from his room and appeared near the training ground. Team Alpha Omega was being trained under Dragon. He didn't appear in front of them, just observed from a distance. Rose created her Ice domain. She could now control an area of 500 meters around her. That was an impressive achievement. The 50 team members who had just awakened a few days ago were now practicing in synchronization. Their strength was increasing rapidly. Ethan had provided them with all types of resources needed to boost their base strength. After reaching the Star Realm, he planned to develop a technique that would allow him to infuse his power into them and make them even stronger. Etherian. The Tower of Ascension. A large crowd had gathered beneath the tower. Usually people came to try their luck, but today was different. A certain someone had paid to challenge the tower yesterday. He still hadn't come out. This kind of situation had never happened before. The longest anyone had lasted inside was 14 hours. That person had received an SS-level talent and was now a supreme powerhouse of Etherian. Inside the tower, Ethan had already reached level 78. The challenge of this tower was an extremely heavy pressure, applied to both body and soul. Within that pressure, one had to comprehend a skill or technique within a limited time. If successful, the next level would be unlocked. No combat was involved. Even the higher-ups in the Hunter Association were alarmed. The highest level ever reached before was 75, and this boy had already broken that record. But Ethan didn't feel shit. He was like a fish in water. His extremely sturdy body and powerful soul could easily withstand the pressure. As for comprehension, don't make him laugh. He had already reached level 80. Meanwhile, in the celestial domain, Alistair had locked himself in a room. He was behaving like a madman. He had developed a heart knot. Unless he defeated or killed Ethan, the knot wouldn't be released. People gathered in front of his door. They tried everything, but nothing worked. Then an oppressive voice echoed in the hall. Alistair, open the door. Instantly, the door opened. Even Cashin was present. He wasn't there as the leader of the Origin generation, but as an attendant. When they saw the door open and caught a glimpse of Alistair, some people swallowed hard. Alistair had a horrifying look on his face, like he was becoming a monster. The voice spoke again. You can't even handle a little setback like this. How can you lead the Origin generation? You have 10 seconds. Pull yourself together and resume your cultivation. Otherwise, the celestial race has no place for losers. These words struck like thunder. Alistair trembled. Then he gave himself 2 hard slaps across the face. He stepped out of the room. I am sorry, father. I wasn't thinking straight. I'll crush Ethan Hunt in front of everyone, humiliate his family, and destroy his people. Good. I'm glad you understand. Go train properly. There will be an interracial tournament in 10 days. That should be the platform where you defeat your opponent. Alistair nodded. Yes, father. Alistair was learning a technique, Origin Light. This technique would enhance his light elemental attacks up to 20 times. With such a boost, he was confident that no one in this generation would be able to match him. Meanwhile, in Etherian, Ethan had already reached the 95th level. Now, for the first time, he was feeling the pressure. He was stunned. This pressure was supposed to be the same for everyone, and only those under level 5 could even attempt the Ascension Tower. How the fuck could someone reach this level if even I feel pressure with my absurd attributes? No matter, let's finish this quickly. He continued climbing the tower. 3 hours later, he stood on the 99th level, the highest known floor of the tower. The pressure here was tremendous. It felt as if a normal person was carrying 2 tons of weight on their back. Unbearable. Ethan gritted his teeth and held on. After 1 hour of enduring the intense pressure, he successfully comprehended the final technique. He thought he'd now be given some reward options, maybe the chance to select a talent or something, considering he had conquered the entire damn tower. But then, a voice echoed in his mind, an alluring female voice. Champion, you may choose to be rewarded now, or you can challenge the 100th level and have a chance to obtain the ultimate reward. What the? There's a 100th level. Why didn't the receptionist mention this? Or, maybe she didn't know. Ethan thought, okay, I choose the 100th level. The moment he confirmed, he was teleported to an unknown space. This place was unlike the other floors. There was something different, something sacred. When he arrived, he saw an astonishingly beautiful woman, a mature woman with flowing dark hair dressed in a white gown. An angel. That was Ethan's first thought. The woman smiled at him with motherly affection. Come here, child. You've done well, sit down, she said gently. Let me introduce myself. I'm Etherian, the spirit of Etherian. This simple introduction felt like thunder in Ethan's ears. The spirit of this realm, so this place really was alive. The woman was surprised by Ethan's calm expression. Then she smiled. You know, you're surprisingly calm after learning my identity. Ethan smiled back. Is there any benefit to panicking? If there is, trust me, I'll have a panic attack right now. The woman was speechless for a moment. Then she chuckled. Oh, you're a funny child. Now let's get down to business. Ethan nodded. He liked straightforward people. Etherian continued, I can grant you the ultimate talent. Even I have no control over it. I don't know its full potential. But to receive it, you'll need to sign a contract with me. Ethan didn't interrupt. His expression was like, carry on. She explained, you must become the guardian of Etherian. When the realm faces external danger, you must intervene. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Don't you have transcended rank hunters? Why make a deal with someone like me? Etherian gave a sorrowful smile. Yes, there are transcended hunters, but none of them are worthy of bearing the ultimate talent. And the threats we may face, they're not something even the transcended can handle. Ethan asked, and you believe I can surpass them with that ultimate talent? Etherian nodded. All right then, Ethan said calmly. Let's sign it. The woman was surprised. You don't want to know more details? Nope. Ethan was interested in this ultimate talent, and if becoming the realm's guardian meant only protect it when necessary, it was not a problem, as he would gain enough strength to surpass even the Supremes very soon, so that was a deal he could accept. The woman smiled warmly. Okay, she brought out a contract. It looked somewhat similar to the X-level contract he had signed with the primordial humans. Another contract of law. Both parties signed. The moment Ethan signed, boom. A deep sound echoed in his ears. You have awakened the ultimate talent, extraction. Ethan looked at Etherian. Is this what I think it is? She simply smiled, then made Ethan vanish from the tower. Ethan appeared at the bottom of the tower. The moment he landed, thousands of people were staring at him eagerly. But before anyone could react, Ethan vanished. Where did he go? Where? Find him immediately. There are good and bad forces lurking everywhere. Everyone wants to control that boy, and the damn kid just vanished. What kind of mother of cur ability did he get from the tower? Damn it. Ethan reappeared in the forest where he had first arrived. He smirked. You want to control me? Dream on. Then he sat down and started browsing through the details of the talent he received. Extraction, you can extract anything from everything, dead or alive. Every broken ability had a simple description, but Ethan knew very well what this talent meant. If he merged with his main body, the main body would gain this talent too. He didn't even dare to imagine what he could become after that. Ethan was observing the training session when suddenly, Arthur's voice rang in his mind. Ethan, care to join me for a little chat? Why would emissary Arthur want to talk to me now? Ethan wondered. Then he vanished and reappeared in outer space, or more specifically on the moon. Arthur was already there, sipping tea. Ethan greeted him. It's nice to meet you again, Mr. Emissary. Arthur nodded. Indeed, it's nice to meet you too. Now sit, let's talk business. He continued, 10 days from now, there will be an interracial battle tournament. I want, or rather we want, you to participate and represent us. The first prize is very rewarding. Interracial tournament. Ethan raised an eyebrow. How many races? Arthur replied, 1,000. The 5 sovereign races will each send 5 people from this generation. The other 995 races will each send 1. A battle between 1,020 warriors. And what's the first prize? Ethan asked again. An origin weapon. A weapon worthy of being the guardian artifact of a top-tier civilization. Ethan nodded. Okay, I'll participate. Arthur felt relief. Then he said goodbye to Ethan and left the place. Ethan wanted to return home, but then his eyes laid on sun. That huge mass of gas or the source of light was always a mystery for humanity until now. There was a saying, sun is the source of life in Earth. Ethan vanished from there and appeared 1 meter away from the sun. He wanted to know if there were any mysterious force in sun or not. His strength was 20 times than the mass of sun. His body was heat-resistant, so sun was no threat to him, though sun was constantly radiating nuclear fusion energy, or the core temperature was 15 million Celsius, it couldn't even scratch his body. Ethan then started slowly entering the sun. As he was going further into the center, the temperature was rising crazily. After 4 hours of flying, Ethan suddenly felt something like a barrier around the core of the sun. He was surprised, how could there be a barrier here? The barrier was about 500 km radius and was placed at the absolute center of the sun. Ethan got curious. What might this be? Just as he was about to touch the barrier, a system message came up. You don't want to touch that barrier. The ender is locked there, unless you become more powerful than this universe. Don't mess with that barrier. Ethan was surprised. What was the ender? It is the end of the universe. When the universe won't be able to hold its own against something beyond its capability, it would unleash the ender. It was both self-destruction and the destruction of the enemy. Ethan's eyes wide opened. Not even the Supremes can defeat it. Supremes are less than a one-day-old human child in front of it. Even the entire universe can't hold a candle against it. That powerful. How is it locked then? And why the sun of all places? The ender is the manifestation of the universe's destructive will. It is not locked, you may say it is not activated. When it will be activated, the universe will die along with everyone and everything inside it. And the enemy isn't more than 100 times stronger than the universe. He would also die. Holy, the sun is containing such a secret. Do the Supremes know? No one knows. Only I can talk about this. No one can't even say its name, or else they would die without a burial ground. Sigh, another matter for having tension. When will I ever be able to live a tension-free life? Well, then I'll need to make sure the universe never activate this creature, or I'll need to be 100 times stronger than the universe itself. Ethan teleported from the sun and reached his home. He wanted to concentrate on the making of the ultimate domain. In Etherian, Ethan's clone had now already checked all the functions of the talent he got. The extraction talent was extremely versatile. He could extract someone else's talent, his/her bloodline, anything from the body he wanted. But to extract anything, he would have to kill the person first. But he could extract talent or bloodline from the living too. Now Ethan was thinking what to do with this talent. Alone it won't increase his power, but if he used it properly, as Etherian said, even she didn't know its full capabilities. Now all the people of the Etherian were looking for him. He would just need to wait to become powerful enough where he could contend against those SSS-grade hunters, then he would come out. A matter of few days. Meanwhile, in the vampire domain, Uriel Alucard was kneeling in front of the grand throne. A man with an extremely outstanding bearing was sitting on the throne and calmly looking at Uriel. This man was the current ruler of the vampire race, Vlad Alucard, a peak universe realm powerhouse. Uriel and Ariel both were his daughters. This time Uriel came with a request, to ask the progenitor to help her to release some of her bloodline power, or else she won't be able to fight against those from the other sovereign races. Vlad was considering the request. Talking to the progenitor was no small matter. Only extremely important matters could be discussed with him. Otherwise, even he was not allowed to disturb him. But what Uriel said was valid. The interracial race was not only among the 5 sovereign races, but there would be prodigies from other races too. If Uriel lost so badly in front of everyone, that would be a shame upon the vampire race. When Vlad was in deep thought, he heard a calm voice inside his head. Send her to me. This was the voice of the progenitor Victor Alucard himself. Vlad said in his mind, as you wish, progenitor. Then he looked at the still kneeling Uriel and asked her to go to the progenitor. She had got his permission. Uriel's eyes immediately lit up and she stood up, bowed to her father and left for the progenitor's castle. She walked for 3 hours before she reached in front of the door. This castle was placed on a single island and flying was not permitted here. Not even the other Supremes of the vampire race dared to fly here. As Uriel was about to greet, she heard a calm and extremely manly voice in her head. I know of your predicament. I'll give you a chance. If you can grab it, I can confirm you that you would become at least 1,000 times stronger than now. Uriel's heart started beating violently. This was the first time she heard the voice of the progenitor. Then she calmed her racing heart and strengthened her resolve. I am ready for anything as long as it makes me stronger, progenitor. Then the same voice echoed in her head again. Well then, you would be teleported to the Legacy Tower. If you can reach the 10th level, your all wish will be granted. Then Uriel vanished from the place and appeared in an unknown place. But as soon as she arrived there, all the hair of her body stood up, because she saw something terrifying in front of her, in the celestial domain. Alistair was also challenging the Legacy Tower of the celestial race. If he could reach the top level, he would gain the Seraphim bloodline, the supreme bloodline of the celestial race. It would make him at least 500 times or more powerful than now. He was focused than ever. He wanted to destroy that person. In the Astrolith family, Lucian Astrolith was also practicing his best techniques and skills. His main body was 30 times stronger than his clone, which was 300,000 Earth. So he was still sure that he could defeat Ethan in the Titan race domain. This domain contained extremely large castles in many planets. The Titans were at least 3 times taller than normal humans. They were individually more powerful even than those Celestials, but the problem was they were very few in number. This time, the leader of the divine generation, Kronar Noxar, a 5-meter-tall giant with 3 eyes, 2 normal eyes and 1 in the forehead, was sitting in front of a large table full of dishes. He was eating in a very relaxed manner. One female giant was massaging his shoulder, and one was serving his food. Suddenly, one of them said, "Your Highness, the interracial tournament would start in 10 days. Are you ready?" Kronar just said, "Those bugs are not worthy for me to be ready. I can squash them anytime, anywhere." He wasn't bluffing at all. He had one son's strength, extremely powerful. There was then the berserk power of the Titan royal bloodline, which would give him a 10 times amplification. With other skills and techniques, he could be said to be invincible of this new generation, except that little shit which he wasn't aware of. In the cosmic behemoth domain, this race was made of 4 royal beast clans: the dragons, the phoenix, the werewolf, and the Jormungandr. These 4 royal clans each had a leader of the new generation, but among them the strongest and the true leader of the new generation of the cosmic behemoth race was from the dragon race, Velmora Solving. He was the undisputed leader of these 4 clans' young generation. The Jormungandr clan had Zephyrin, the Phoenix clan had Seraphina, the werewolf had Jacob. This time all 4 were in their humanoid form and were discussing about the upcoming tournament. Jacob said, "Do you know the humans produce some kind of monstrous genius? They call him the Young Supreme." Seraphina snorted, "They are just exaggerating, trying to intimidate other races." Zephyrin said in a smug tone, "If I meet this Young Supreme, I'll swallow him whole." He then licked his lips. "I don't know if he will be tasty or not." Only Velmora was sitting there in a calm manner. His eyes were shut. No one knew if he were listening to them or not. Velmora had tremendous confidence in him. He had the primordial dragon ancestor bloodline in him, which made his physical body extremely powerful. He had 320,000 earth power. The other 3 couldn't hold a candle to him. He also knew about this young supreme of the humans, but he didn't care. He would crush that human in front of everyone. Meanwhile, the man, the myth, the legend, Ethan Hunt, who was everyone's target now, ate a mouthful of food which his mom cooked and burped happily. "Mom, your food is the best." Alina smiled. "Look at you, how big you have become and still eat like a child. You should prepare to feed your child soon." Ethan said, Yeah, I know." He would get married after becoming a Star Realm cultivator. That time, he would be able to do many things, and maybe the Galactic Realm powerhouses wouldn't be his match in raw power. Then he started thinking. Emissary Arthur said in 10 days there would be an interracial tournament. Wouldn't it be bullying those poor children? But I love bullying. He had an evil grin on his face. He was thinking what he should do now. As he was thinking, he remembered that Teacher Arnold had his core damaged and he didn't have the time to heal him yet. So he immediately vanished from his room and appeared in the city where the base City 5 was located. The city was even more prosperous than the Aurora City. What was going on? He changed his face and started walking in the street. There was a festive look all over the city. Ethan asked a boy, "Can you tell me what is going on?" The boy replied with a smile, "You don't know." Today, the Central High School would take its first new batch after the rebuild of the planet. So everyone came here to try their luck if they would have a shot or not. Ethan was dumbfounded. When the heck did the Central High School become so popular that so many students would come here to try their luck? He asked the boy, "What's so special about this school?" The boy looked like he was looking at a fool. He said, "Man, you look so big. Were you sleeping under some rock or something? Don't you know the Central High School is the place where the president once was a student? If we could get admission there, the president would become our alumni." Ethan was speechless. He dropped off from the school long ago. How did they manage to publicize the school using my name? The principal is most probably grinning from ear to ear. Let's go and see for ourselves. Ethan started walking toward the school. He would also like to know what are the criteria the school set for admitting students using his name. Ethan slowly appeared near the school. Thousands of people were crowded near the school. Ethan could tell they were the guardians of the students. Ethan talked to some people. The criteria the school set were 2 ways. One was to attend the entrance exam, and the top rankings would be able to take the martial artist exam. They needed to have at least 100 kg strength and 12 million s speed. The other one was money. There were 50 seats for money. The higher the bidder, he would get the seat. Ethan was speechless. Damn that principal. But what could he say? Ethan then started walking towards the school gate. He was stopped by the guards. "Sir, today is the entrance exam. No outsiders are allowed to enter the compound." "Sorry." Ethan said, "It's okay. I came to meet Teacher Arnold. Can you inform him?" The guard was surprised, then asked, "Do you know Teacher Arnold?" Ethan said, "I was once his student." This time the guard was really surprised. The young man was extremely handsome. If someone like him was a student of this school, he shouldn't have forgotten, right? He still complied and asked the other guard to guard here, while he would go to inform Teacher Arnold. He could call, but he didn't. Teacher Arnold was like a celebrity in the school. Calling him out of the blue seemed improper. The guard soon found him and said that someone claimed to be his former student and came here to see him. Arnold nodded and followed the guard. As soon as he reached near the gate, he saw an extremely handsome man who seemed to be resembling someone very important. As soon as he appeared there, he heard a voice in his head, "Teacher, it's me." Arnold's eyes widened. He immediately came out and smiled at Ethan. "Please come in." Ethan followed Arnold into the school building. The guard was stunned. "Even if he was your former student, there was no need to become so enthusiastic, right?" Ethan said, "Teacher, I came here to heal your core." "I am sorry I didn't do it earlier." Arnold was stunned. Ethan came specially for him. For healing him, who was Ethan? The most powerful person on Earth and maybe a very powerful genius among the primordial humans. That person just came here to heal him. A drop of tear came from his eyes. Ethan didn't say anything. He looked at Arnold and said, "Shall we start, teacher?" Arnold nodded. "Yes, we shall." Arnold sat cross-legged. Ethan sat behind him, placed his hand on his back and activated his healing skill. A blinding golden light entered Arnold's body. It not only started healing his core, which was full of fractures, it started to heal every cell in the body, all the injuries he got from fighting the monsters all over the years. In a few minutes, Arnold became as good as when he was 30. He could start his life again. After returning to his room, Ethan asked Layla if she was willing to become a band team leader and go to the battlefield with Team Omega. Layla agreed instantly. Then he asked her to find 20 people who were agreed. Then he would make the team. Ethan was free somewhat now, so he started his seclusion again to create his ultimate domain. He needed to become as powerful as possible, and that needed to be soon. The Ender, who was 100 times stronger than the universe itself, was sleeping in the sun in front of his nose. If something bad happened, Earth would become its first victim, and there was no way in hell that he would let that happen. Ethan this time turned into a young man of 14 years old. He wanted to live a life where he would act like a pig to eat the tiger like those cheap protagonists of some animes and novels. He created an entirely new persona. Then communicated with the spirit of Etherian. She gave him this exclusive power to communicate with her. He asked her that when he went to the Hunter Academy, let everyone see that he was an SSS-ranked talent, not more than that. Etherian agreed. Ethan slowly blended with the people silently. Etherian was home to many races. Humans, demi-humans were elves, dwarves, beast folks, etc. The Hunter Academy was for everyone. Their target was simple, clear dungeons and hunt the monsters that break out from the dungeons. There were common people and elite people. The elite region was the place where all the powerhouses lived. Only above S-rank families could live there. Ethan said, "Okay, let's see. I'm an orphan named Ryan. I want to be admitted to the Hunter Academy as I am a genius possessing an SSS-ranked talent." This was the identity he chose for himself. Another one of Ethan's clones was flying at the speed of light. He was passing by a massive black hole. He came here just to see what a black hole was, only heard about them in theory. He already mastered the law of gravity, so when he reached there, he immediately felt the extreme gravitational pull from that massive thing. But all of a sudden, the black hole turned like mad, and the gravitational force became hundreds of thousands of times more powerful, and Ethan was sucked in again. Ethan's clone, not this one too. Who the fuck is plotting against my clones? Damn it, but he couldn't get out of the force even though he knew the law of gravity. In an ancient world, Ethan's clone opened its eyes. He started cursing fiercely, but again, changed his appearance first. This time he was near a human city, so he went to the city. The humans were wearing clothes that were very ancient in style but looked gorgeous. Ethan changed his clothes like them and also changed his genetic makeup like them instantly. He knew he wouldn't get any answer from that fucking system, so he needed to find out himself. This time he was a pro, already sucked in before, had experience. Ethan was passing through an alley. The alley was dark. Then suddenly he heard a voice, "Please let me go. Don't do this to me. Please, I beg you." This was the voice of a young girl. He immediately spread his mental domain. 7 burly men were standing in a circle. Inside that circle, another man was on top of a girl aged around 16-17. Her clothes were torn. Innerwear was almost being seen. The man was drooling, was trying to tear the last part of the clothes. Those men were like some wolves, laughing nastily. One of them said, "Boss, finally we could enjoy this bitch. She had so much arrogance. Didn't accept your offer. Now we'll see who would marry her after we, heh. We would then let her go without any clothes. We would like to see what that old bastard of her father would do." The other men all started laughing. Another one chimed in, "Boss, after you enjoy yourself thoroughly, please let us brothers have fun with her. Look at that figure. We can barely control ourselves." The girl was trying her best to free herself. She was in despair. Her father was sick. She came here today to buy some medicines, but these monsters kidnapped her in front of everyone. A few days ago, they came to her house before to make her their concubine, but she and her father refused and also threatened them to tell the local authority. They left that day. She thought they were afraid, but no. Today they kidnapped her in front of everyone and said, "Let's see if the local authority would take your responsibility after you bear our child." The smile of that monster that time made even her soul cold. The clothes were tearing off from her soft body. Only tears could come down, nothing else. She was planning to commit suicide after this monster's played with her body. The girl was crying. Ethan was pretty sure the cry could be heard by other people on the road too, but no one was giving a shit about it. His eyes turned red instantly. For the first time, he lost his calmness. He disappeared from that place and appeared at the center of the scene. Instantly, everyone froze in place. No, they weren't frozen by fear or anything. They just froze. Some kind of power was wrapping them. They couldn't even move their eyelids. Ethan pulled the frozen man from the girl, wrapped her in a metal dress. He smiled at her and said, "You can go home. No one would disturb you anymore. Just don't tell anyone, okay?" Nothing more was needed. She left the place. Ethan looked at those people. Every person had a sadist side in them. At this moment, Ethan's sadist side was trying to burst out from him. He wanted to torture these people, send their souls into eternal damnation. Let's see. You wanted to rape, huh? How about we play a game, the game of Ethan Hunt? Men of this gang, now frozen in place like statues, were in utter despair. Why would someone like him come to a place this small? Why? The leader was trembling with terror because he knew something. The rest of the gang members were equally terrified, but for a different reason, they had no idea what had happened to them or where this mysterious man had come from. The leader, however, had some inkling. In this line of work, people in leadership positions needed to understand how the world truly operated. This was no ordinary world. It was known as the world of the ancients. Terrifying beings walked this land, beings that ordinary people couldn't even begin to imagine. The common folk remained blissfully unaware of their existence, while only the highest echelons of society knew the truth. These people were called cultivators. They wielded mysterious and divine powers able to control thunder and rain, twist the winds, or even reshape the earth itself. They could destroy mountains with their bare hands. In front of them, even martial artists were mere paper tigers. Sure, martial artists could attain some strength, but compared to cultivators, they were nothing. The gang leader, Bruno, was a martial artist himself. He had reached the level of skin refinement. In the body refinement realm, there were several stages. Skin refinement, bone refinement, muscle refinement, and visceral organ refinement. Only beyond that came the innate realm. Only those who had stepped into the innate realm were qualified to work as servants in the homes of cultivators, and even then, only the very best of them. But the man standing before Bruno now, he was on a whole different level entirely. Why would a cultivator come here? Bruno wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even open his mouth. Ethan stood there, gazing at them coldly. The urge to kill them in the most brutal way possible burned inside him, but he knew. If he allowed his sadistic side to take over, if he started killing people without restraint, it would be the beginning of the destruction of the world. So instead, he forged an iron sphere, inserted an energy ball into each of their bodies, and sealed all 8 men inside the sphere. He hypnotized them. In their minds, they hadn't had sex in years. Now, they suddenly found themselves in a desert with 7 alluring women. But in reality, each of them saw the other 7 as women. Ethan then coated their penises with barbed iron. Boom, they began raping each other. They could feel every ounce of pain but couldn't stop the urge. When they were about to die from the torment, the energy balls would heal them and restore their strength. This was their punishment. They wanted to rape women, let them rape each other in the most brutal way imaginable, and this torment would go on until their natural lifespans ended. Ethan then created a deep pit in the ground, lowered the sphere into it, and reshaped the soil to look undisturbed. Without a sound, he vanished from the alley and reappeared near a restaurant. He needed to find out where he was. He had already looted the bandits and was now quite rich in this place. Ethan entered the restaurant and ordered the establishment's most renowned signature dishes. A waiter brought the food and smiled politely. "These are all the signature dishes, sir. Would you like a drink as well?" Ethan nodded, sure. The waiter quickly returned, bringing 2 jugs of fine liquor. Ethan handed him a generous tip of silver coins. The waiter froze on the spot. What the hell? He only earned 3 silver coins a month, and this man had just handed him 5 in a single moment. He felt a wild urge to kneel down and kiss this man's feet but managed to control himself. Instead, he flashed the brightest smile of his life. "Sir, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be at your service." Ethan smiled slightly. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. "I do need something," he said. "I want information." "Please ask, sir," the waiter replied enthusiastically. "If I know anything, I'll tell you everything. Tell me the geographical details of this place. Name, location, everything you can." For the next 30 minutes, Ethan questioned him thoroughly. Eventually, he got a clearer picture. This city was called Black Mountain City, situated near the Black Mountain Range. The continent itself was known as the South Continent. Most of the population were ordinary people, though a few martial artists existed here and there. To the common folk, they were like living deities. But these martial artists were different from the ones Ethan had known in his previous world. What's going on here? Am I in a different world entirely, or a different timeline? The waiter only knew this much. He needed more information. After finishing his meal, Ethan stepped outside. To gather deeper intelligence, he asked the waiter about local gangs and bandits. The boy looked terrified, but still whispered everything he knew. He also warned Ethan never go near them. Ethan smiled. That only made him more interested. He wanted to go straight to them because he could extract the answers he needed by force. He vanished from the street, reappearing in front of an ancient-looking building. This was the hideout of the Black Raven Gang. Ethan walked straight toward the entrance. Two burly guards stepped forward. Where the hell do you think you're going, punk? Is this your mama's house? Without a word, Ethan slapped both of them into unconsciousness. More gang members came rushing out, but they all met the same fate. In just 10 minutes, Ethan had knocked out 50 of them. That's when he sensed a powerful presence approaching. This man had a strength of about 3,000 kg equivalent to a level 2 martial warrior. The boss probably. The man's expression turned dark as he saw his subordinates lying on the ground and a pretty-faced stranger standing calmly in their midst. He roared, "How dare you touch my men? I'll kill you, you damn punk." He charged toward Ethan, aiming a punch at his face. He was fully expecting to hear the crunch of broken bones and feel warm blood on his knuckles. His punch stopped an inch from Ethan's face. That grip, it felt like the paw of some ancient beast. He couldn't pull his hand back. No matter how hard he struggled, it wouldn't budge. He was in the muscle refinement stage of the body refinement realm. In this city, he was a ruler, untouchable. But in front of this young man, he couldn't even move. Damn it, is he in the visceral organ refinement stage? But he looked so young. Ethan smiled and casually grabbed the man's neck. Then he twisted his arm around and began slapping him with his own hand. The man roared in fury. "Do you know who the hell you're messing with? Bam, 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 you motherfucker. I'll fucking kill you. Bam, bam, bam." His face swelled with each hit. He was humiliated beyond words, but he was powerless. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Boss, please stop. What do you want? Bam, bam, bam. Dad, please, Dad, stop. It hurts like hell." He was sobbing now. Ethan finally stopped. He stared coldly at the man and said, "I'll ask, you'll answer. Any hesitation, you die." "Yes, father, yes." Ethan felt disgusted. He slapped the man again, knocking out what remained of his teeth. "I don't have a filthy son like you. Don't talk unless I tell you to." "Okay, boss," the man whimpered. Ethan then asked all the questions he needed and extracted every piece of useful information. When he was done, he slapped the man one final time and knocked him out cold. He walked out of the building humming softly. So this is the world of the ancients. There were martial artists here, but they weren't like the ones from his own world. Their cultivation was different. They didn't use cosmic energy. Instead, they used blood energy and herbal concoctions to strengthen their bodies. The structure of martial arts in this world was as follows: body refinement realm, innate realm, martial saint realm. Each of these realms had multiple sub-levels. Apart from martial artists, there were other beings, cultivators. They were the true powerhouses. This world matched the description of those ancient Chinese cultivation novels. Cultivators were like gods, but they were extremely rare, like a blue moon. Most people had never even seen one in their entire lives. Now for the most important question: what exactly is this world? Is it a part of the main world, or an entirely different universe? Or space-time? He recalled that one of his clones had mysteriously vanished a few days ago. Perhaps that one had ended up in another world as well. He couldn't contact his main body, but the system was still operational. So he asked, "What's going on? Can you tell me, system? Please find out yourself, master. Best of luck." This was the same damn answer. Ethan cursed furiously. He didn't know that the system had also been cursed by his other clone. "So I need to find out the truth myself. Let's see. Can I conquer this world too? I will become the ruler of all worlds someday. Meanwhile, on Earth." Ethan opened his eyes. Another one of my clones disappeared. Damn it. Again, system, you fucking tell me what's going on. Become a Star Realm cultivator first. You'll know the answers then. Becoming a Star Realm was easy, but Ethan still had time before he needed to take that step. For now, he would concentrate on his ultimate domain. Ethan checked his status panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 40 Sun. Spirit 40 Sun. Talent Infinite Comprehension, 25 days remaining. Ethan could feel that his progress in creating the ultimate domain was quite slow. By his current calculations, it would take at least 20 more days. Now then, what should I do? Then it hit him. He remembered what he had planned earlier. He wanted to create an Iron Man-like suit for common people, something that would allow ordinary individuals to battle against martial artists. After all, he couldn't possibly afford to give everyone the seed of laws. Ethan made his way to the lab he had built. He picked up the communicator and called his father. "Dad, please come to my lab for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." 20 minutes later, Jack arrived. Ethan explained, "Dad, I want to create a type of combat suit. something that can give normal people a chance to fight against the powerful ones. I want your help combining genetics with the design so that only Earthlings can use it and no one else. Ideally, each suit will be uniquely bonded to its owner. That way, no one would kill others to steal it. What do you think? Jack was stunned. He had always known that his son was kind-hearted, but he never realized how deeply he cared for ordinary people. The Earth had truly been blessed with a supreme leader. His heart filled with pride. Yes, son, I think that would be an excellent project. I'd be honored to contribute to such a noble cause. Now give me the details. I'll begin immediately with my research team. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. He then drew out the design of the suit. It would be based on nanotechnology. The suit would instantly wrap around its owner the moment they summoned it. Each suit would be genetically locked to one specific user. Not even the wearer's own children would be able to use it. As for distribution, Earth already had a contribution system in place. Those willing to join the military could undergo rigorous training. The best performers would receive a suit for free. Martial artists could earn suits using their contribution points. They could buy them for their family. For common people who didn't rank high in training and didn't have martial arts backgrounds, they could still earn suits by demonstrating unique talents or achievements and collecting contribution points. Jack liked the concept and said, "All right, you create the suits and I'll embed the genetic code into them." Deal. Ethan began working on the project immediately. He decided to create a batch of 100 suits as a trial. To do that, he began developing a futuristic version of the Iron Man suits, combining the law of metal and the law of thunder. He planned to incorporate various elemental laws into different suits, giving users different abilities. For example, someone wearing a suit embedded with the law of fire would be able to wield flames in combat. As for using supreme laws in the suits, Ethan hadn't considered that yet. If a situation arose where it was necessary, he would create some in the future. He first designed the suits in detail, then used his knowledge of nanotechnology he earned by reading books and gathering knowledge and the principles of metal creation to craft them. That part was relatively easy. He then created a core within each suit that would serve as its power source. This energy core could supply uninterrupted power for up to 1 month of continuous combat. After that, it would need to be recharged using contribution points. He added different elemental powers to each suit. After one day, all 100 suits were completed. However, the genetic fusion process was still ongoing on his father's side. That part would take time and thorough research. Each suit had 3 power levels. Every level was 100 times stronger than the last. The first level alone matched the strength of a peak Emperor Realm warrior. Unlock the next levels, the user would need to merge the suit with their genome. This would require commitment and hard work. The user would first need to understand the suit completely. Ethan had designed everything this way deliberately. He understood human nature very well. When people received things without effort, they tended not to value them. Even if they were given such a supreme gear, they wouldn't care. He wanted people to earn their power. Ethan was genuinely excited about this project. A sudden childhood memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered the Omnitrix, the alien device from the Ben 10 cartoon he used to watch. In that show, a young boy had found a strange watch embedded with alien DNA. When he pressed the button, the watch displayed a selection of alien forms. By choosing one, he could transform into that alien, gaining all its Power 7 God-level abilities. That was the ultimate weapon for an ordinary human, but something like that would need heavy research and experimentation. He decided to consider it after he achieved the Star Realm. Only 8 days remained now for the competition, as one more day had passed. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 80 Sun. Spirit, 80 Sun. Talent, Infinite Comprehension, 24 days remaining. Ethan resumed his seclusion, continuing to cultivate in silence. Meanwhile, in the world of the ancients, Ethan left the Black Mountain City and headed toward the Black Mountain Range. He had sensed some powerful presence emanating from that region. At least Emperor-level beasts were lurking there. He didn't fly. Instead, he walked, taking his time to admire the scenery. If I were the same person I used to be in my previous life, would I ever have dared to come to such a place? Would I have ever been able to appreciate such frightening beauty? He smiled to himself. Strength gave me this freedom. The freedom to admire the world's wonders, to go wherever I wish. Maybe I'm not the strongest yet, but I will be someday. When that day comes, I'll stand atop every world and behold all the beauties the universe has to offer. He climbed higher into the mountains. Beyond that lay the deep forest of the Black Mountain Range. Eventually, he reached the forest and began to walk without purpose, simply exploring this unknown world. After 30 minutes, he had ventured deep into the dense wilderness. That's when he came across a stunning lake, but Ethan immediately knew something was off. To the untrained eye, it appeared beautiful, but in truth, it was an illusion. The lake was real, yes, but it was not beautiful at all. The water was pitch black. A noxious stench wafted from its surface. Dead beasts floated throughout the water, their corpses half-rotten and grotesque. Ethan allowed the illusion to cloud only his left eye. Through that lens, the lake appeared heavenly crystal clear water, fragrant air, vibrant fruit trees surrounding it. A young maiden stood in the water, bathing. Her naked back shimmered in the sunlight. To any young man, this scene would be irresistible. They would lose all sense of reason. Ethan smiled coldly. Not bad. Let's see who the hell is playing mind games with this daddy. Is that girl a ghost, or is there a beast with spiritual powers here? We'll find out soon enough. In Etherian. Ryan, or rather, Ethan's other clone, had just arrived near the campus of the Hunter Academy. It was enormous. The academy stretched across 50,000 hectares of land. Ethan felt several incredibly powerful auras within the grounds. Some of them even surpassed the power level of his main body. The hunters here are no joke. Let's see what surprises this place has in store for me. He reached the main gate. Thousands of young men and women had gathered outside. Some looked nervous, others excited. A few were eerily calm. Ethan stood at a corner quietly. The gate would open in 1 hour. After that, the recruiting teachers would emerge. The first stage of the test would involve evaluating everyone's talent. Only the top 1,000 would qualify for the second stage, a live monster hunting trial. That test would last for 2 days, and participants would earn points by killing monsters. At the end, the top 200 scorers would be selected for enrollment. As Ethan thought about the talents of these peepling, considered whose abilities he might extract, heard a voice. Hello. Brother, where are you from? I'm Simon from the Moonville City. What's your name? Ethan turned and saw a young man with sharp, striking features. He would definitely stand out in the crowd. Hello, I'm Ryan, Ethan replied. I'm from a faraway place. You probably haven't heard of it. Nice to meet you. Simon nodded as if he understood. Then he gestured toward the girl next to him. This is Siri, my twin sister. We're hoping to get in together if luck is on our side. Ethan looked at the girl. She had a cute, delicate appearance and an adorably shy demeanor. She greeted him softly. Hello. Ethan smiled back, but inside his mind was alert. There was something unusual about this girl. He could feel a tremendous power lurking within her body. Still, he didn't probe her with his mental energy. He had no interest in drawing some unwanted attention right now. 1 hour later, the gates opened. 5 teachers stepped out, 3 male, 2 female. Each one radiated a terrifyingly powerful aura. Ethan could tell they were suppressing their true strength. Otherwise, the pressure alone would have reduced the students to pulp. Each of them possessed at least 2 sons of power. They were likely SSS rank or top-tier SS rank hunters. Ethan was looking at those teachers. After the 5 of them reached near the crowd, the stronger one said, I am Chris Aronson, the head of the recruiting team. I am an SS rank hunter. These are Maria, Jenny, Romero, and Cyrus. We 5 will conduct the test. You already know the rules, but I'll tell you briefly. At first, we will test your talent. Only the top 1,000 in the ranking will get the chance to participate in the second phase. Let's not waste any more time and start the test. Then he opened the gate of the academy and ordered everyone to follow them inside. The parents of the children said goodbye to them, and everyone started following them inside. Ethan also started walking. Soon they reached the huge hall where thousands of students could easily fit. Chris pointed at the 10 devices which were placed at the front side of the hall. He said, everyone will come forward in a group of 10 and will place their hands on the device. It will show the name and the rank of the talent. Some students were really excited to show off their talents, as they already knew what they had awakened. The system of the Etherium would show a personal panel for everyone like Ethan's system. It showed them the basic stats of them and their talent, its rank, etc. So one by one, they started going forward as a team of 10 members. They stood in front of the devices and placed their hands on them. There was a big screen in front of those devices, where the device numbers were written. It was there to show the results. Soon, 10 new messages popped up on the screen. Device 1, Body Enhancing a grade. Device 2, Thunder Manipulation, SS grade. Device 3, Shadow Walking a grade. Device 10, Healing S grade. The results were in front of everyone. There was a hushed sound among the students. An SS grade had appeared in the very first team. The boy with the buzz-cut hair who had this talent looked extremely smug. The corners of his mouth almost touched his ears. He had a face like saying, yes, praise me more. Ethan looked at them with disappointment. He didn't need any of them. He just started waiting. Soon, batch after batch started going through the process. No talent above S rank appeared. But Ethan got interested in a particular talent. It was Necromancer. It was an S-grade talent. He left a soul mark on that boy. He would go searching for him later. Soon, another talent caught his eye, Shadow Control. It was an SS-grade talent. He also marked that girl. Soon, 5 hours passed. He found another person worthy of being marked by him. The talent was Summoning. It was an SSS-grade talent. That boy immediately created a sensation among everyone. He became a celebrity instantly. He also made some fans in the place. The girls started looking at him with admiration and fanaticism. Ethan nodded. Not bad. He also marked him. This time it was the turn for Ethan, Simon, Siri, and 7 others. Ethan appeared in front of the device and placed his hand. This was for show. He had a deal with Etherium beforehand. It would display a fake result. Soon, the 10 results were out. As expected, his device showed an SSS grade talent called swordsmanship. This was the choice Ethan made to show in front of everyone. Ethan thought people would surely look at him with admiration and fanaticism as well, so he looked at them with a smug face. But when he looked back, he saw those students were not looking at him at all. They were looking at Siri. He was surprised. He had awakened an SSS grade talent, so he looked at the screen. He hadn't looked earlier as he was sure of the result, but when he looked now, he saw the device of the girl was showing a result. Device 7, Devouring Body Transcended Grade. Damn it, I knew something was wrong with this girl. She had a special physique. Even Saman awakened an X-grade talent, which was illusion. So this pair of siblings probably had quite a background, Ethan thought. Soon, Chris came forward like a hurricane and took both Saman and Siri with him as fast as possible. He didn't even look at poor Ethan, who also wanted some attention. Ethan sighed. Probably everyone felt like this when they were compared to me back then. Ethan waited there for 5 more hours to see if anything special caught his eye. Thankfully, he found 2 more talents, Appraisal and Soul Sword. They were S and SS grade talents respectively. Ethan would take their talents. He wasn't some good guy. He would take what he needed. He would compensate them in some other way if possible. Soon, everyone's turn was over. The top 1,000 had already been decided. Everyone with B-grade talents and above was selected. The next round would be tomorrow. They were given the night to rest. He selected those 5 talents for a reason. He got some hints from the system. That's why he chose them. Now in the world of the ancients. Ethan was looking at the naked back of the girl who was bathing, and she suddenly started singing. A soft and melodious voice entered Ethan's mind. Oh ho, a sound for hypnotism. Let's see what you're up to. So he let the power enter his mind, only to observe what result the perpetrator wanted. But the effect was only to attract him toward that girl. Nothing more. Ethan was speechless. Was this the doing of a lonely monster or something? The song went on for 10 minutes straight. Probably it thought that was enough to hypnotize him. The girl started coming out from the water. Her figure was absolutely flawless. She turned toward Ethan and their eyes met directly. She immediately covered her chest with her hands and shouted. Even the shout was seductive. Who are you? What are you doing here? She asked with horror in her eyes and face. What a good illusion. Flawless acting, Ethan thought. But what does it want? Why go through all this? Does it want to play with its prey? Ethan also played along. Don't panic, miss. I am just a traveler who lost his way and came here by mistake. I mean no harm. But he had a lecherous look on his face. As soon as he showed that look, he immediately felt killing intent all around him. So she is probably a ghost, and she wants to target those who desire intimacy with her, Ethan thought. He had some idea now. He purposefully showed that look to see the expression of the girl. The girl was a peak Emperor tier powerhouse, that's for sure, even stronger than Dragon. She said, please don't do anything to me. She opened her chest as she started to beg, as if it was done by mistake. Then she immediately covered herself again with horror. Ethan sighed. Well, I don't want any more fun. She'll probably try to have sex before the kill, or simply suck me dry. So his eyes turned cold. He said in a calm voice, don't you think it's time to stop this cheap drama of yours? Why not come out in your real appearance? The girl froze when she heard that. The illusion immediately vanished and the girl disappeared in front of him. Ethan was surprised. He could trace the girl's aura, but it was in another form of life. It was not a living person, as no vital energy could be traced, only some eerie darkness elemental residue. Is it a soul form? That's a new thing. I don't think they exist in the main universe. He heard a chilling voice. How did you figure this out, human? Ethan smiled. Are you a dumbass or something? You created a fucking lake so beautiful in the deeper part of a forest where so many monsters are lurking. Who the fuck would be dumb enough to believe this shit? The girl didn't reply immediately. Then he heard the voice of the girl again. This time there was some disdain in the voice. Men think with their dick, not with their brain. I see you have some brain. I'll probably eat your brain while taking some quality time. You could have had some good time if you were as dumb as the people who came before, but now you will die a horrible death without getting anything. Ethan was speechless. This ghost was right about this part. There were some men who thought that way. He said, is that so? Then let me see how you are going to have a quality time eating my brain. Come. As soon as he finished, the girl materialized in front of him and raised her hand above. The carcasses of the monsters from the lake flew out. They attacked him like some kind of zombies. Ethan clapped his hands. Nice magic trick. The children would become very happy and you could earn a fortune in a circus. The girl's expression froze again. What is wrong with this bastard? Has he gone mad from fear, or is he really this brave? But the carcasses attacked Ethan nonetheless. Ethan just snapped his fingers and those carcasses vaporized instantly. Ethan said, any more tricks? This time, the girl was horrified. She understood she had hit a hard stone this time. That man was not an ordinary one. He was one among those people, and a very strong one at that. She asked, why would a cultivator like you come here to such a remote corner of this continent? Ethan was surprised. This ghost thought he was a cultivator, so she probably knew something. He snapped again. The girl stood there frozen. This time, she was wrapped by his mental energy. She tried her level best to come out. But Ethan was a fucking monster with almost half a sun-level power in the clone. How could a mere Emperor-level ghost fight him? Ethan came in front of her and said, "I'll ask you questions and you answer. Or else." The girl stopped struggling. She looked at the calm face of Ethan. Ethan could see her pale face with hollow eyes. It could send chills down to any normal person's spine. Then the girl started laughing madly. "Or else what? Would you rape a ghost? I was already raped and killed. What's the fucking worst you can do to me, huh?" Ethan already had some inklings about that. Now it was confirmed. He thought for a moment. "If you answer my questions, I can give you a body and you could become my servant and leave this place. Of course, if you don't want to say anything, I'll just erase your existence. You have 30 seconds. Tell me your decision." The girl was surprised. Was he telling the truth? Could he make her a body and let her leave this place? Then she would be able to take her vengeance if those people were still alive. But it had already been 80 years. She didn't know if they were still alive or not. Ethan said, "Your time is up. So tell me, what do you want?" The girl said, "I want to leave this place. If you promise to fulfill your words, I'll answer your questions." Ethan nodded. "All right. Do you have a name? What happened to you?" "My name was Amelia. I was brought here by my fiancé and was raped by him and his 9 friends. Then they left me alive here to die at the hands of these monsters. I died with a tremendous amount of resentment, so I have become like this. This happened 80 years ago." Ethan nodded. Then he asked, "You said I was a cultivator. Do you know about them?" Amelia said, "I know something about them. At least I heard of them, as I belong to a martial artist family in the faraway kingdom of Urindor." "Okay, tell me what you know." "The cultivators are like gods. They cultivate by absorbing spirit energy from nature and get stronger like gods and demons. They can flatten mountains with a wave of their hands." "Do you know the power ranking system?" Ethan asked. "I heard there are body refining, chi refining. The chi refining are the real gods. They can fly in the sky. Even a peak body refining realm cultivator can kill an innate realm martial artist. Only martial saints might have a chance with them. But chi refining powerhouses are on an entirely different level. So this is a cultivation world where the names go similar to those novels. How the heck did those authors know them? Maybe some cultivator also lived on Earth where I was from and they started writing novels about them." Ethan thought in his mind. That was possible. Then he looked at her and created a metal body which looked just like her real body. This body could evolve with her if she wanted. As it was created by his metal law and supreme law of creation, it was very flexible. Then he caught her with his mental energy and put her inside that body, merging both of them by using the law of creation again. Boom! With a blinding ray of light, the body and soul merged together. An extremely beautiful girl materialized in front of him. The girl kneeled immediately. She felt immense respect for Ethan now. Ethan nodded, then said, "You'll collect information about cultivators for me from now on. If you find any clue, just send me a mental message." Then he also said that this body could become stronger. He taught her a breathing technique. She bowed again. Ethan said, "You may go. You don't have to be with me anymore." "Yes, master." The girl started going in another direction. Ethan went forward. He wanted to see the forest, then he would go to another city. Earth. Ethan opened his eyes and vanished. He appeared on Mars. This entire solar system was under his mental domain now. He had just felt a movement on this planet. So he came here to check what it was. As he arrived, he found a huge mountain. There was a cave in that mountain. He entered there and found a spaceship. Inside that spaceship, a white puppy could be seen. How did this spaceship appear here out of nowhere? And what is this damn puppy? With a strength of 3 suns? What the fuck is going on? The puppy had snow-white fur. It had an aura of elegance surrounding it, looking extremely royal and cute. He hadn't seen such a creature anywhere, not even in the records. That's a dog, right? Which breed is it? And how did it come here through a spaceship out of nowhere? The spaceship was wrecked. Many signs of damage could be seen. It looked like many enemies had attacked it while it was escaping. Besides, the spaceship looked extremely advanced, far beyond those of the primordial humans. What's going on? The symbol on the spaceship doesn't belong to any of the sovereign races, but such a highly advanced machine. The possibility of this belonging to a lesser race is close to 0. He then asked Poe, who had already evolved into an 11th generation AI. The panda came out. "What is it, Dad? I mean, boss." The panda was scratching its butt. Ethan looked at it with disdain. He said, "You better tell me what this spaceship is, Poe, or else I just wasted so much money on you for no reason." The panda looked at the spaceship with some curiosity, then closed its eyes, probably trying to connect with it. But boom, the panda flew away like a ragdoll. It had horror in its eyes when it was being flown. As you should know, Poe was an AI, not an actual creature. So something which could make him flying like a bug was surely another AI, and that was vastly superior to him. Ethan was surprised. What was going on? Then suddenly, steam started to gather in front of Ethan. Majestic white beast appeared before him, but Ethan could tell it was just an AI like Poe. But the aura it radiated, man, it felt even above the Supremes. What the actual fuck was going on here? The beast opened its mouth. "Member of the primordial human, listen carefully. As you are from this lower cosmic universe, you might not know anything about the outside of this universe, but I don't have time. Listen to me, this is our royal prince, Vane Orikin, the only heir of the supreme Orikin clan. The enemy attacked our clan. We couldn't cope with them, so the king teleported him into the Chaos Sea in this spaceship with me, but those bastards still found us. They chased us for 93 days. It was our luck that we found this lower universe in the Chaos Sea, so I used all of my power to teleport him into this lower universe. If you can help him and protect him, I assure Yao will become the greatest ally you could ever imagine. As for the gift for taking care of the prince, I'll help your AI merge with my system. It could then surpass even the Queen Freya AI, which is observing this domain right now. Ethan felt a barrage of information flood into him in a nanosecond, but he understood that this creature, it was of far superior origin than he imagined. Hearing this majestic beast AI talk about Queen Freya like nothing, it was probably far stronger than her, and that's why Queen Freya didn't detect it. Damn. Orokin Clan, Outerverse, Chaos Sea. He expected this much, but he didn't expect to meet a creature from outside the universe so soon. While Ethan was deep in thought, that beast caught Poe and forcefully took him inside the spaceship. The white puppy, or rather, Vane Orokin, was sleeping inside. It looked adorable. Ethan felt he could keep this beast. At least it had good potential and could accompany him for a long time. After 5 minutes, the beast came out. The beast turned into data and vanished from there. Ethan's communicator lit up and the access to the spaceship was granted to him. He immediately put the spaceship inside his inner planet. Now that the Guardian Beast AI was gone, it was possible Queen Freya might find out. Then he sent one of his clones near the spaceship. It touched the hatch and commanded it to open. Soon, the hatch opened. The clone entered. He saw Poe floating in the air, and streams of light were entering his body. Ethan went to where the puppy was. It was badly wounded. Its life force was draining, only that golden liquid was keeping the progress slow, but it couldn't stop it. Ethan placed his hands on the puppy and started pouring his light elemental healing energy into its body. The body of the puppy was like a bottomless pit. It absorbed the energy vigorously. 5 hours later, the wounds only started to heal. Ethan was surprised. The amount of elemental force it absorbed was 100 million times more than what he used when he revived those 100 million people on the vampire battlefield. Worthy to be a prince of a supreme clan. It took another 5 hours to heal all the external and internal wounds. The amount of force it took this time was even greater than the previous 5 hours. Now the puppy was sleeping with a peaceful look on him. The expression of pain and agony was gone. Sigh, one surprise after another. Ethan didn't take out the puppy. He was waiting for Poe to become more advanced than Freya. Then Poe would be able to manipulate information. Ethan didn't want to take any risks. The Orokin clan seemed powerful, at least far more powerful than the primordial humans, but even they had to send their only heir away to survive. The enemy must be even stronger than them. So Ethan had to be extremely careful. If even a sliver of Vane's aura leaked out, those enemies might find him. And when that happened, he was pretty sure the universe would dispatch its ultimate weapon, the Ender, which was lying just next door to him inside the sun. Ethan didn't want any one of those things to happen, at least not until he became powerful enough to tackle everything. Ethan returned to his room. It was night already. Healing Vane took a lot of time. His law of chaos reached 5, and boom, his inner planet started expanding madly. 1 hour later, it reached 5 times the previous size, which was 63,000 km in diameter. Now it became 315,000 km in diameter. It was larger than any planet in the solar system now. Sigh, I am becoming powerful, but my enemies are also becoming powerful, but I am happy somehow. If there were no enemies to keep me company, life would become boring, right? Ethan was murmuring in his mind. He looked at the panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 400 Sun. Spirit 400 Sun. Talent Infinite Comprehension, 22 days remaining. The interracial battle would be in 7 days. He wasn't worried about the contestants but the elders of those races. What if he killed someone and the elders attacked him? What could he do? So he would still send his clone to the battlefield. Those children are not worthy enough to face his main body. Each clone now had 20 suns of power. Tremendous battle power it was. And with extinction, it would become 1,000 sun. The entire solar system could be extinct with that much force. Puppy was still sleeping. He was now busy thinking about what he would do next. Then he started his seclusion again to create the ultimate domain. In Etherian, Ethan and everyone were dismissed. The hunting would begin tomorrow morning. Ethan went out and rented a room for the night. He then ordered a lot of food. He was very relaxed. With 20 sun of power, there was no way anyone could pose any harm to him tomorrow, and he was afraid to lose this clone. This clone held such a precious talent. If he lost it here, it would be a huge waste, so he was relaxed yet cautious. The night was over. His strength was now 40 suns. He went to the campus after a hearty meal at breakfast. This time when he reached there, he saw Bella, the same girl he saved before from that rhino monster. She was standing beside a young boy and instructing him. The boy was nodding his head, probably her brother. 20 minutes later, the 4 teachers except Chris came. Jenny said, "Okay, students. You will be taken to the forest of Jura. 20 km radius of area was cleared by us. Only some selected monsters are present there. You will be there for the next 2 days. Killing a monster will give you points. Taking a partner's token will give you their points as well. Killing is forbidden. There is a mechanism that will be activated as soon as the owner is under fatal crisis, and he will be teleported. You can also activate that mechanism manually by pressing that button, but then you will be considered failed. Any questions? No, everyone replied. Let's go then. Ethan already knew the point system. They were all below E-level monsters. A rare few were E-level. Killing them would give 100 points instantly, but that would be extremely difficult for these people who were all level 0, only came with their talents and theoretical knowledge from the schools. As for normal monsters, killing one would give 5 points. The more kills, the more points. But Ethan wasn't trying to become the best. He wanted to score a mediocre one. That's the whole idea. His main targets were those 5 students he marked. Just after the battle started, he would extract their talents. For the exchange of those talents, he would give them a false core made by his energy and a breathing technique. They could follow the path of martial arts from then. He would supply them their necessary energy, as this world didn't have the energy, but only if their characters were good. But if they were bad, he didn't have to bother with that. So everyone boarded on the bus. 25 buses would go to the zone where the forest of Jura was located. There was a military camp. They would first go there, then from there everyone may move individually or in a team. Ethan didn't see Saman or Siri. Maybe they were already admitted into the elite class. The bus started. A boy was sitting beside his seat. He smiled at Ethan, as Ethan was also an SSS rank awakener. He didn't get the hype because of Siri and Saman, but many people already noticed him. The boy greeted him. Hello, I am Jeremy, an S-rank awakener. What's your name? Ethan also smiled back at him. I am Ryan, an SSS rank awakener. It's nice to meet you. Ethan felt a little smug when he said he was an SSS rank awakener. Showing off always felt cool to him. The boy then started chatting with all about the world. He was sharing his knowledge, trying to impress Ethan. Ethan also listened, as he knew very little about this world. 2 hours later, the bus reached its destination. Everyone came down. Ginny said again, okay, now you have 30 minutes for the final preparation. You may take weapons from the camp if you must. Jeremy was disappointed but didn't say anything. Ethan went to the weapon room to take a sword. He would need a cover for the kill he was going to make. 30 minutes passed in a blink. Okay, you may leave. Don't cross over the area of 20 km radius. You have to come back 48 hours from now. Any second late, you will be disqualified. Is that clear? Ginny said. Yes, ma'am. Everyone shouted and then they left from the gate. The forest of Jura was a huge forest. This was the forest where Ethan first arrived. Its area was at least the size of the solar system. Ethan immediately went for the target of SSS rank boy who had the summoning talent. He would first trail him, see his personality. If good, he would compensate. If bad, he would get nothing. The boy also created a team. He had 10 members total in the team. The boy's name was Jard. There were 5 girls and 5 boys. A girl among them was especially eye-catching. She was very beautiful. Jard was eyeing that girl for quite a long time. He said, Arya, you don't have to worry about anything. Uncle gave the responsibility of your protection to me. I'll protect you no matter what. The girl Arya, she felt a little uncomfortable by that intense gaze. She tried to give a forced laugh and said, yeah, I trust you. Jard was grinning ear to ear. Jard's summoning talent was special. He could summon a beast. This beast came from the archive of the Etherian. The higher his level, the higher the level of the summoned beast. 10 minutes later, they faced the first monster. It was a panther. It was an unranked monster. Everyone started panicking as this was the first time they faced a real monster. They looked at Jard. Jard gave them an assuring look and stepped forward and summoned his beast. Soon a tiger appeared from a portal behind him. This was an E-rank beast. This was the specialty. He could always summon one rank higher beast than him. When they saw the fierce tiger Jard summoned, everyone was awed. Even Arya's discomfort vanished into thin air. She now had respect in those eyes. Jard ordered the tiger and it immediately stepped toward the panther at lightning speed and shredded it into pieces. Jard got 10 points of X from the kill. To level up, he would need to kill 9 more at the same level. He was proud, very proud. Ethan was watching everything from the shadow. Not bad, eh? I wonder what I might be able to summon with this talent. Let's observe him some more. But as soon as the fight was over, another monster came. This time it was an E-ranked monster, the Flame Lion. The lion attacked the team immediately. They all attacked the lion. The tiger also attacked, but the lion was a peak rank E monster. It attacked those pesky bugs first. One by one, the students started vanishing. The teleportation mechanism activated. Only Jard, Arya, and the tiger remained. The tiger and the lion fought fiercely, but the tiger was at a disadvantage. Arya was an archer. She shot the lion 3 times and all 3 hit. Jard also attacked with a sword. After 30 minutes of battle, they finally managed to kill the monster. But the tiger was also killed. It would have taken Jard 12 hours before he could summon again, but killing an E-ranked beast, which was a rank higher than him, gave him 90 points, and Arya got 10 points who didn't contribute much. Jard immediately leveled up to level 1. 1000 kg energy surged in him. He could also summon the beast now, and it would be a D-rank beast. At the moment of celebration, Jard looked at the surroundings. No one was there, only Arya with her battered clothes. Her skin could be seen. Instantly his gaze turned red with lust. Arya felt a chill crawl down her back. She looked at Jardin when she saw those eyes, then looked at her own body. She understood. Something bad was going to happen to her. She instinctively started running. Jard smiled. It was the smile of a predator, and in a single jump he caught her. He immobilized her before she could even reach for the emergency button. Arya hadn't used it immediately. She still wanted to enroll in the Hunter Academy. She didn't want to quit like this. She thought that if she could somehow escape from him, she might still have a chance, but she was wrong. Jard was already level 1. That meant he was a full-fledged hunter, and that slow calculation ended up being Arya's biggest mistake. Jard had a predatory look in his eyes. Arya shouted with all her strength, but Jard slapped her so hard that she went unconscious. He was just about to tear down her clothes when he heard a sigh behind him. A chill ran down his spine. Who was behind him? He turned to look, but before he could even see, a chop landed on his neck and he blacked out. Ethan didn't kill him. Killing was forbidden. There might be measures in place to detect the killer. Besides, Jard's teleportation mechanism would activate as soon as someone tried to kill him. Sure, Ethan could kill Jard before the activation completed, but it was too much hassle. Instead, he activated his extraction talent. Ding, summoning talent is merging with you. That was the notification from his own system, not Etherian. The Etherian system didn't work on him. Ethan then picked up Arya and vanished. He reappeared near a safe area, healed her, placed her under a tree and left. He still needed to hunt for more. He thought about summoning a beast, but the problem was he wasn't connected to Etherian. So where would the beast come from? He was too strong now. Even if the summoning talent responded, an SSS rank beast might appear, and that would definitely alert all the teachers and guards. He would try it later. Next, Ethan hunted 2 boys and 1 girl. The shadow control talent was part of the darkness element, but its application was unique. With it, he could control shadows. It had a lot of uses. The girl wasn't a good person either. She tried to seduce him the moment she saw him. Ethan didn't like succubus types. So he took her talent without a shred of regret, but the boy with the soul sword was a real softie. Ethan couldn't bring himself to rob his talent. Instead, he gave him a core, passed on a breathing technique, and altered his memory. Now, the boy believed he was a transmigrator with a special talent, destined to rule this damn world. The boy with the appraisal talent wasn't good either, a pervert, so he got nothing. And now came the final one, the boy with the necromancer talent. Ethan followed this guy for quite some time. He couldn't tell what kind of person he was, but eventually the boy stopped and looked behind him. Ethan didn't react, because someone else was also following the boy. There was no way some random punk could detect him. It was a bald guy. "Steven, you bastard. You stole my girlfriend. I'll kill you," the baldy shouted. Steven looked at him with disdain. "It was your girl who spread her legs for me. I didn't do shit. And a loser like ya, what can you even do to me? Body strengthening talent. Sounds impressive. But how many of my skeletons can you kill?" Huh. The bald guy charged at him, but Steven instantly summoned 10 skeletons with swords. He also drew his own blade. Even though the baldy was strong, he couldn't fight 11 at once. These skeletons weren't fragile toothpicks like in anime. They were sturdy and deadly. Steven pummeled him so hard the guy had to use his emergency button. Ethan had already judged this man. If someone's girlfriend willingly spread her legs for you and you took the opportunity, would you be a good guy or a bad guy? Of course, a bad guy. How dare he seduce the baldy's girlfriend? Ethan would take revenge. Even Ethan didn't realize he had become this level of hypocrite. But hypocrites are the happiest people alive. He teleported in front of the boy, snapped his fingers. The boy fell unconscious instantly. Ethan extracted the necromancer talent and left. The boy didn't even get a chance to see who hit him. Then Ethan casually hunted a few monsters for points and vanished from the area. That's when a system notification came to him. Ding, 3 complementary talents are detected. Merge them. Damn, talents could be merged. That was cool. But Ethan wanted to try the summoning talent before the merge. He wanted to see what kind of beast he could summon. He teleported back to the place where he first arrived, deep in the forest of Jura. Then he used summoning. A portal opened behind him, and a majestic dragon stepped out. Even though Ethan wasn't connected to the Etherian system, the talent was still generated by her, so Ethan could access the archive. It was a red dragon, a massive towering beast. Its fiery wings span over 100 meters, a huge tail covered in spikes, 4 legs ending in thick, sharp claws. The body was marked with glowing patterns. It looked absolutely majestic. An SSS-ranked beast, huh? Its strength was around 350 sun, almost equal to Ethan's main body. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he gave the command to the system to merge the 3 talents. Ding, summoning, necromancer, and shadow control are merged into Shadow Monarch. Damn, is it what I think it is? Shadow Monarch. Sung Jin Woo, where's Baru? Igris, ha 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 ha. He started laughing. Now he could build an army of shadows composed of the strongest races in existence. He didn't have a mana limit like Sung Jin Woo. He would literally dominate everything. Ethan was extremely excited. Why, you ask? Sure, he had infinite clones, but they were all at his 5 strength. But if he encountered an enemy who had defense plus regeneration which surpassed the strength capacity of 5 of his main body, then his infinite number wouldn't do shit. But this baby, it had a whole different level of application. He could make the enemy his shadow soldiers, and the shadow would regain 90 of its original power. So if he killed someone at the same level as his main body, then he would gain a servant almost as strong as him. And as he didn't have mana capacity problems, he could enslave anyone who was not much stronger than him, no chance of failure. Besides, these soldiers would also evolve alongside him. When he would gain a level, they would also gain a level. Damn awesome. Ethan wanted to try the talent immediately, and his gaze landed on the dragon he just summoned. Ethan said, "Sorry for the rudeness, buddy. As an apology, I'll give you a commander position in the army." He conjured a sword and used sword intent. Immediately, 480 suns of power cleanly chopped the dragon's head. Ethan stood in front of the carcass and uttered, "Arise." Boom. Black energy started to gather instantly, and a huge dragon made of shadow appeared in front of him. It had 315 suns of power. Still great, you will be called. Flame Rain from now on, as it was a fire dragon. The dragon roared toward the sky with happiness. This fool now had immense respect for its killer. Then Ethan commanded it to come under his shadow. Everyone had a communicator. With that, they could check the ranking of the students by their points. Ethan checked the ranking lazily. He was at 8th rank now. Damn, they already surpassed me. He didn't want to stand out, but also didn't want to be trampled. He would be ranked in the top 10. Whenever he felt like someone was about to surpass him, he would hunt some more monsters. In the world of the ancients, Ethan was walking toward the north. There was a big human city. There was a possibility he could get information about the cultivators from there. He killed some beasts, barbecued them, and ate them with passion. He was enjoying his life to the fullest. At night, he would make a house inside the forest with the law of creation. If those powerhouses knew some crazy punk was using the law of creation to make a house, bathtub, etc., they might vomit blood. When will I be able to spot those cultivators? There might be secluded sects, sect wars, prodigies. I would crush prodigies. That's the most satisfying job ever. The next morning, he opened his eyes from a deep sleep, ate some meat, and started walking again. He would reach the city today. Ethan walked for 3 more hours. He saw the end of the mountain range soon. After coming out, he didn't waste any time and started teleporting. Soon, he reached near a huge wall. This was the wall of Red Sand City. This city was at least 10 times larger than Black Mountain City. Ethan went to the gate. The guard stopped him and asked for identification. Ethan had already taken the appearance of a gang member and also took his identity, so he showed it to the guard. The guard nodded and asked for 1 silver coin for the entrance fee. It was quite a lot, but Ethan paid the fee, then entered the city. The city was bustling with people. Ethan immediately covered the whole city with his mental domain. In bingo, he got an extremely powerful aura, at least 1 Earth-level power. This aura didn't feel like those of the martial artists, so he started walking toward the person. After 5 minutes of walking, he found the man, but he was speechless. It was a beggar. Why would a powerhouse want to act like a beggar? Didn't they have anything better to do? Ethan went straight to the man. When the beggar saw Ethan coming, he immediately said, "Please give me some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days." "God will bless you." Ethan played along. He bought a hearty meal for the beggar from the street stall and let him eat. The beggar had a look of satisfaction in his eyes, like he had finally found what he was looking for, but he was still eating the food. Ethan gave him a bottle of water and said, "Eat slowly. Everything is yours. No one will take it from you. If you can eat all of it, I'll buy you more." The beggar was extremely satisfied this time. He almost wanted to stand up and give his introduction. But he finished the food properly, then asked, "What's your name, boy?" Ethan replied, "I am Ryan." The beggar nodded. He asked suddenly, "Do you know there are people in this world who are at the level of gods and demons?" Ethan was grinning now. Here it comes. All the things he did to make the old man tell him on his own. He just tried, but didn't know he would be successful. Maybe the cultivator was really looking for a disciple, or a destined person, or something else. Ethan just guessed. Ethan shook his head. "I don't know. What are you talking about, old man? I'm going. I need to work." The beggar stood up and said, "Wait, come with me. Your destiny might change." "What do you mean, old man?" Ethan asked. Ethan was following him. After they reached a place where no one was present, the beggar started walking in the air. Ethan smiled but shouted, "Ghost, ghost," and started running. The beggar's mouth twitched. He immediately came in front of Ethan and stopped him. "I am not a ghost. I am a cultivator. Have you heard of them?" Ethan stopped and said in curiosity, "Cultivator, aren't they some matter of legend?" "Stuff of legend? Ain't I standing in front of you as a living document?" The beggar replied. Ethan said, "What do you want? Do you want to kill me because the food wasn't good enough?" The man's mouth started twitching again. "Boy, I liked your personality, so I want to give you a chance. If you are lucky enough, your destiny might change. My name is Valken. I am an elder from the Overlord sect." I'll take you there, and if you can awaken a soul, even if it is a red one, I would allow you to serve under me. Do you have the guts to take this chance? So this cultivation journey starts with a spirit soul. I have already copied the genetic code of this world's people. Maybe I'll awaken one. Ethan was grinning. He looked at the beggar and said firmly, why wouldn't I dare? Take me to the sect, old man. I might become the sect master someday. I'll take care of you then. The cultivator's mouth was twitching violently. Normally, if a person knew about a cultivator, he would kneel down immediately and worship him like a god, but this young man was acting weirdly casual right now. He thought to himself, you better awaken something above blue level, or else you would have to carry water to the spirit field all your life for the disrespect. He snorted. Then a boat came out from the space ring and it became large. It was a high-grade spirit vessel for fast traveling. Ethan was surprised to see the boat. It was a great technology, but not technology at the same time. The cultivation world seemed very mysterious right now. He would find out soon. Then Ethan stepped on the boat, even before the cultivator himself, like he owned this boat. The cultivator was cursing internally. Weren't you so scared a few moments ago? How the fuck did you become like this in an instant? But he didn't scold. He decided to give him the chance first. If he failed, he would spank him and let him go. He was good-natured. But what he didn't know was, if he weren't a good-natured person, he might go under a brutal questioning session which might even destroy his life. That's why there was a saying, always be kind to people. The boat started soaring in the sky and immediately it vanished. The speed was super fast, at least 10,000 km per second. Not bad at all. Ethan asked, old man. Can you tell me about the world of cultivation a little bit? I don't know anything. The man replied, at first you need to awaken a spirit soul. There are different graded souls present. From low to high they are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, violet. The higher the grade of your soul, the stronger it would be, and the more it would be able to absorb energy and give you boost in other aspect too. The cultivation realms are body refinement, chi refinement, golden core, nascent soul, purple palace, void ascension, tribulation transcendence, Mahayana. Each realm has 9 levels. That's all you need to know for now. If you pass the test, you would be able to know more. Ethan nodded. It was under his expectation, so he didn't ask any more. Soon they reached a huge mountain range. The boat started to go down. Elder Valken looked at Ethan and said, we have reached. Someone will take you to the awakening hall. Ethan nodded. He wrapped the mountain range with his senses. It was bigger than Earth itself. The sect was situated on the top of the largest mountain. There were tremendous auras inside that place. Some even surpassed 5 sun level. Ethan thought, I need to measure the power scale later. The boat landed on the ground. Many young men and women came as soon as they saw the boat and greeted, welcome Elder Valken. They were looking at Ethan curiously. Valken took out a stone and kept it again. Ethan didn't know what he did. Soon, a female in a blue dress came toward them. She stopped and bowed to Valken, welcome back, master. Valken nodded, then looked at Ethan and said, take him to the awakening hall. When he said this, other people also looked at Ethan with some surprise. Elder Valken took someone specially for the awakening process. Who was he? Valken said, this is Mika. She will take you to the hall. I hope you succeed. Then he smiled mysteriously and vanished from the place. Ethan looked at Mika. She was 25 or something years old, captivating look and figure, and was radiating a gentle aura. But he could tell this girl was strong, at least 500 million tons of strength. He greeted her, nice to meet you. I am Ryan, I'll be under your care. Mika also greeted him back with a slight nod. Ethan didn't mind. He wasn't here to fish girls. Mika started walking and Ethan followed her. Soon they reached a hall. Mika said, you can go to that room. Elder Trevor will conduct the process. I'll stay here. Ethan nodded and entered the room. An old man with similar strength to Valken was sitting on a chair reading something. He looked up and gauged Ethan. Who brought you here, boy? Elder Valken, Ethan replied. Elder Trevor nodded and said, okay then, go sit there. He pointed at a circle with different runes. Ethan sat there cross-legged. Elder Trevor muttered something, then pressed the circle. The runes lit up and a strange energy entered his body. Ethan followed the path of this energy, as usual. The energy reached his heart and boom, something strange was forming there. Soon, a tiny sword formed. As soon as the sword formed, it started absorbing energy like a black hole. Elder Trevor still had a lazy look on him as he didn't expect much from this plain-looking boy, but then boom. The entire area, even the area with a radius of 100 km, the spirit energy was being sucked at the speed of light. The runes glowed with dark violet color. Trevor's eyes widened with horror. From the establishment of this sect, no one had awakened a violet soul, not even the ancestor. He had only a purple soul, but what he didn't know was. Ethan asked Elder Valken if there were any phenomena during awakening. Elder Valken said there were phenomena. The circle would light up with the color of his soul. It would start sucking energy voraciously. If the grade of the soul was high, even people within that range of area would be alerted, but that was only for souls above green grade. Ethan also asked what the range of area was from which a soul would absorb energy. For green grade, it was a 300-meter radius. For blue grade, it was 1 kilometer. For purple, it became 5 kilometers. And for Violet, Valken didn't know the exact range, but it should be around 50-80 kilometers in radius. Besides, the person going through the awakening process would also be able to see his soul and the color it was radiating. Ethan was looking at the majestic, tiny black sword, at the size of his palm, floating in his heart in another space like the core. The moment it was born, it started absorbing energy crazily. The range wasn't just 100 km, it was Ethan who forced the sword to stop at 100. If it absorbed more, he might alert the old fossils from other regions with bad intentions, which he was not ready to face yet. The sword was still absorbing energy, but the energy was now being supplied from the system. Besides, the sword didn't have any color radiation like Valken said it should have. It was floating there like a soul emperor. As for why did the circle show dark violet color, it was probably the limit of this circle. Any higher level, it won't be able to show them. Perhaps there are other higher grades I don't know of yet, Ethan thought. Then Ethan heard a system notification. Ding, you have awakened the Sword of Infinity. Sigh, as expected of me, something cool has awakened. Let's see who you are. Sword of Infinity, there are 9 levels of this sword. Each level would be upgraded by absorbing energy. First level 10 times, second level 50 times, third level 100 times, fourth level 500 times, fifth level 1000 times, sixth level 5000 times, seventh level 10,000 times, eighth level 50,000 times, ninth level 1,000,000 times. This was the amplification rate of the sword in each level. What made it the Sword of Infinity while not having an infinite amplification was because the sword would amplify power in every realm. No restrictions. There were no upper limits like normal weapons, where they become unusable after breaking through a certain realm. Besides, the higher the realm, the higher the difficulty for a weapon to amplify power. For example, if a universe realm powerhouse got news that there was a weapon that might be able to give him 10x amplification, he would become crazy. Yes, literally become crazy. And if others found out, there would be a universal war for the weapon. As in the universe realm, 2x or 3x amplification was caused by top-level artifacts, and an origin artifact might only be able to amplify 5x of the power of a universe realm. But that same can't be said for the Supremes. The universe simply didn't have anything that could amplify the power of a Supreme by 5 times. Here comes the Sword of Infinity. It would amplify his power the same in the universe realm, Supreme realm, or even higher. The sword was passively absorbing energy. When enough was gathered, it would upgrade to the next level. Ethan didn't know how long it might take, but it would take immense Timmy specially for the later levels, that's for sure. Ethan was satisfied. The world of the ancients didn't disappoint him. His mental domain already covered the entire mountain range and beyond, so naturally he could see what were in front of him now. There were now 10 old fossils looking at him, though their power level was around 5 suns at most, so he wasn't much worried. His power was at 80 suns, no comparison at all. He slowly opened his eyes and acted like he was surprised to see those old monsters. There was a look of panic in his eyes. Great actor. The most senior one came immediately and said, "Don't be afraid, Ryan. We are just some of your grandpas from this sect. No need to be so panicked. We came to check who was awakening, that's all." "Right," the old man asked the other old men. They also smiled and said, "Right, right." The old man smiled again and said, "I am Zarelith Malker, the second ancestor of this sect. If you don't mind, can you tell us which soul you have awakened?" Ethan said, "It's a sword." Zarelith smiled radiantly. "Good, very good. There were many types of souls. Even if the grade was higher, the types also mattered. For fighting, weapon souls were the best." Zarelith then looked back solemnly. "I am Zarelith Malker, the second ancestor of the Overlord sect. Hereby declare that today's phenomenon should be a taboo to speak of. No one is permitted to ever mention this phenomenon, or else you would become a traitor of the sect and would be hunted down." From this day on, Ryan Hunt would become the divine son of the Overlord sect, whose authority level is at the same level as the sect master. It was like a holy decree. Everyone heard this decree in their minds. They felt awed and reverent, as this was the first time they heard the ancestor's voice. They were surprised at what might have happened, but didn't know anything, so after the decree, they totally didn't dare to inquire any further. As for the divine son, they were really curious, but also didn't inquire. Ethan also heard the decree. I truly became someone at the sect master level. Let's see what old man Valken has to say, hee. Zarelith looked at Ethan and said, "Are you happy, Ryan? If you have any request, you can ask, and take this token. It would allow you to come to the ancestor land without any obstruction." Ethan took the token. He didn't know how long he would have to stay in this world. He needed a base. So he would make the Overlord sect the real overlord of this world. Anywhere Ethan Hunt goes becomes his territory. This was the thought process of him now. Meanwhile on Earth, Ethan opened his eyes. "Why do I feel like something really good happened?" He muttered under his breath. It had already been 2 days since he broke through. He looked at his panel. Master, Ethan. Physique 1600 Sun. Spirit 1600 Sun. Talent Infinite Comprehension 19 days remaining. His law of chaos had almost reached 6. He would break through in 1 hour at most. Soon the law of chaos reached 6, and boom, the world started expanding again. The world expanded 5 times more than before. Now it was a massive planet with 1.575 million kilometers in diameter, which was even bigger than the sun itself. His panel changed again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 8,000 sun. Spirit 8,000 sun. Talent infinite comprehension 17 days remaining 8,000 sun. A massive power. He didn't even know how powerful it was. To check it, he needed to destroy something or someone. Maybe a future enemy would let him use his full strength. Etherian. Ethan's clone also gained a huge boost. Looks like the main body has broken through again. Maybe we will be able to leave this world soon, but I am contracted to the spirit of this world. I'll be the guardian of this realm, so the main body has to come here to merge with this clone. The 2-day hunt was over. Ethan ranked 7th. Then he came out of the forest with all the surviving students. Jenny and other teachers were waiting for them. She congratulated everyone. Only 179 people came out unharmed. They were to be sure admission, and the remaining would be selected from the points. Okay, students, you have done well. You are now the students of the Hunter Academy, the future of Etherian. You have to defend our world when the world needs us. Be prepared for that burden as well as immense glory. Class will start 3 days from now on. You can enjoy the 3 days vacation. You won't be able to leave the academy until the next semester break. Students were happy, thrilled, excited, and also nervous. Hunter Academy was the dream institution of every young male and female. Now they had achieved their goal. They would share this joy with their parents and friends. Ethan wasn't interested in this. He wanted to visit the dungeon. The bus took everyone to the campus, and everyone dispersed from the place. Ethan went to a library, then read all the history of the Etherian. The dungeons were present for eons. The system was also the same. There wasn't any exact date to tell when the dungeons or the system appeared in Etherian. Then he found the biggest dungeon near the city. It was a 100-floor dungeon. Even the SSS rank party didn't go down all the way up to the 100th floor. The SSS rank party went to the 97th floor, and there weren't any X rank or transcended rank hunters in this continent, so the last 3 floors were still undiscovered. Ethan was very interested in this dungeon. There were many mysteries in Etherian, so he would uncover those mysteries slowly. In the world of the ancients, Ethan came out from the room. Mika's eyes were as big as a football. Her master brought a random boy out of nowhere, and now he became the divine son of the sect at the same level as the sect master himself. She didn't even treat him well, vaguely brought him here only because her master ordered her to. Now she was regretting it. If she had been more kind to him, she might have caught the eyes of the divine son. She wanted to cry. Ethan came to her and said, "Bring me to Elder Valken." Mika immediately straightened herself up and nodded hastily. She brought him to the alchemy hall. This was under Elder Valken. Now everyone knew Ethan's identity. Valken was no exception. As soon as Ethan and Mika reached the hall, all the students of the alchemy hall came to greet Ethan. Even Elder Valken was there. Ethan looked at him and smirked. Valken's face was twitching. Even he was speechless when he heard the decree. A random punk who showed him kindness and he thought of giving him a chance was now in a whole different league than him. Good thing he was good to this man, otherwise. Ethan came to Valken and said, "Old man, I am very interested in this alchemy. Teach me." Valken said, "Divine son, alchemy is a thing of lifelong pursuit. You better put your talent into the battle hall. There you would shine more." Ethan said, "Teach me for 3 days. If I think it is wasting my time, I won't learn then." Hearing this, Valken didn't argue anymore and directly agreed. Ethan was introducing himself with everyone in the hall, but suddenly he felt 5 flying vessels enter his mental domain. They were coming toward the sect. Among them was a person with 8 Earth-level power stronger than Valken and Trevor. There were some young men and women too. Their clothes had different insignias than the Overlord sect. Maybe they were from some other sect. 1 minute later, everyone heard a shout from outside. "Overlord sect, the sword sect is here to challenge you. You can send anyone under 30 years old. We would accept every fight." The faces of the students turned dark. Those damn bastards finally came to our door. They defeated 10 sects young prodigies in a row, and now they want to defeat us and establish their dominance or worse, poach people. Ethan also looked outside. Those people were arrogant, and he could tell why, because they were stronger than the young generation of the Overlord sect. But Ethan was enjoying this scene. A young man among the disciples of the Overlord sect came forward and shouted, "What a big tone. You think you can defeat everyone under 30 with only those few people? Who do you think we are?" Hearing this, Ethan slapped his forehead. That was the exact line of a loser in the sect would say. Now someone would come out, mock him violently, and also defeat him in the most humiliating manner, as all those young ones were powerful. Probably the elite generation of the sword sect. They all had at least 700 million tons of strength. The strongest one had 2.1 billion tons. He was the calmest one. His eyes were closed like none of this mattered to him. Ethan was very amused. He wanted to teach that punk a lesson, but the problem was in the eyes of everyone he just awakened. How would he answer how he became so powerful? Doesn't matter. He would think of something. First, let's see if anyone could fight them or not. Overlord sect also had some elites. They were the holy sons and holy daughters. Most of them were in seclusion, or they were past 30 years. Only 4 or 5 disciples were present who were available and could fight. Valken stepped forward from behind. Welcome to our sect. Your fighting spirits are commendable, but you see our elites are not available right now. So don't you think it would be unfair if a fight would occur now? Why don't you come later? We would tell you when they are available. The disciples of the sword sect kept their silence for 20 seconds, then everyone burst in mad laughter. Even the elder had a smile on his face. He said, "Friend, you might be mistaken somewhere. These are not our elite disciples. Your sect is not worthy enough to bring our elites. They are just some normal disciples with slightly better talents, that's all. What? The aura they are radiating, are they only normal students? That's impossible. They must be trying to boast. That should be it." The disciples of the Overlord sect were whispering among themselves. Ethan was also surprised. He also thought these people were the elites of the sword sect. So he asked Mika, who was standing beside him, "Do you know anything about this sect?" Mika said, "We heard they are not natives of this continent. They came from the central continent 100 years ago. They were silent for all this time, but recently they started moving and challenging every sect. They defeated all the small ones. Now they are going for the big ones. I see. So that's how it is. If they are not native, then it is indeed possible. They might be some lower-class sect in the central continent, couldn't survive there, now trying to find their lost dignity among these weaker ones." When Ethan and Mika were talking, someone from the sword sect jumped down and directly fell in front of the disciple who shouted at them before. He looked at the man and said, "Mate, your tone was very big and loud. How about you and I fight? I will only use one hand. If you can hit me 10 times, you win. What do you think?" "Did you drink your mama's milk? Do you have the guts to accept the challenge?" The disciple turned red from anger and humiliation. Though he knew he was not that man's opponent, he still shouted, "Let's fight, you bastard. Who is afraid of you little punks?" The disciple from the sword sect smiled coldly and said, "That's the spirit, mate. Let's go to the arena." "Where is it?" A female disciple from the Overlord sect rushed in and said, "Don't be impulsive, Rudy. You are not his match. Just quit." Rudy was hesitating after hearing this, but his opponent said in a mocking tone, "Don't tell me the disciples of the Overlord sect are just this. Already wetting the pants even before the fight started. Go mate, play under her dress. You are not fit to be called a man after all. Sigh, here I thought I finally met a real man." Hearing this, Rudy's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He slapped himself and said, "Let's fight. Life and death doesn't matter." His opponent had a sinister glow in his eyes. He probably decided to cripple him or worse. Ethan saw everything. Sigh, young people, with a slight provocation, and he even put his life on the line. No wonder the Overlord sect was not strong enough. He would need to train these disciples later, but for now, let's handle this situation first. Rudy and his opponent stood there face to face. They first introduced themselves. The disciple of the sword sect said first, "I am Steven." Green soul sword grass. A grass of energy manifested behind him. It had a very sharp aura. Rudy said, "I am Rudy." Yellow soul earth bear. A huge bear manifested behind him. Though the bear looked intimidating, everyone knew who had the upper hand. An elder was the referee. He said, "Begin." Just as Rudy was about to move, he heard a voice inside his brain. "Relax your body. Don't fight the force which will descend upon you right now. If you want to defeat that man, if you want to keep the glory of the Overlord sect, listen to me. Don't ask questions. We don't have time." Rudy was stunned, but still he relaxed his body. He didn't have a single chance of winning against that man. That man was practically radiating danger. So he might as well believe this unknown man who could directly talk to him without anyone noticing. As soon as he relaxed his body, he felt an external power wrap his whole body, and he somehow lost control over it. Though Rudy was feeling like this could not be said for the others. For them, all of a sudden, Rudy's entire aura changed. His expression changed. Everything about him was shrouded in a mist of mystery now. Even Steven, who was relaxed a moment ago, felt some danger from Rudy. What's going on? How could his entire aura change all of a sudden? He thought. Doesn't matter. I'll crush you like the bug you are. This was his confidence in his strength. This fight would be a tough one even for Ethan. Rudy's strength was around 150 million tons, whereas his opponent had 900 million tons. Even Ethan would have to be very careful while fighting, as this would be his first time using his mental power to wrap someone else and fight an opponent who was far stronger than him. Steven brought out his sword. Rudy was a gauntlet user, a fist fight expert. This was also a problem. If he were a sword user, Ethan could easily finish the opponent. The elder said, "Begin." Steven moved immediately with his full power. He believed that a lion used his full power even when he was hunting a small rabbit. Steven used his sword art, most lethal one from the start. He wanted to finish the fight instantly. When everyone saw this, the disciples of the sword sect were smiling, as expected of Steven. He used his best move even when fighting against a bug, but the disciples of the Overlord sect turned pale. The girl who tried to stop Rudy before shouted with all of her might, "No." The sword was 1 inch away from cutting Rudy's right arm. The sword was about to cut down Rudy's hand, but when the sword was about 1 centimeter away from his hand, Rudy's mind was screaming, "I am screwed, that senior totally screwed me. There is no way I can avoid this attack." But then his body moved so precisely that the sword passed away. The tip of his hand hair touched the blade but wasn't damaged. Everyone was looking at this scene wide-eyed. Some had their jaws dropped, especially those who knew Rudy. Rudy was one of the top talents in the sect, that's for sure, but they also knew there was no way Rudy could pull off that move. What's going on? Even Rudy himself was dumbfounded. What a precise movement. Good thing that I didn't curse him loudly, or else. He was sweating heavily. All the adrenaline released at once. Ethan used one of the fundamental laws of nature electromagnetism through which all the body impulses passed and the body reacted. Ethan blocked all of Rudy's impulses and inserted artificial impulses to make the body react as he wanted. Only using mental energy would be too tough to win this battle. Stephen, whose sword had just brushed past Rudy and its tip sunk in the ground, still had a disbelieving look. I was sure I could cut that bastard off. How can he dodge my sword? That must be a fluke. Yes, that's right. He got back his confidence instantly and took his sword out of the ground. I must say you are lucky, mate. But you won't be lucky all the time. Stephen dashed again, this time using his movement technique. Rudy felt like he vanished from his eyes. The disciples of the Overlord sect who had just heaved a sigh of relief, now again in high panic. They couldn't see Stephen's movement at all. But Rudy now had full confidence in his backer, so he didn't panic much. The movement was very fast for others, but for Ethan it was like a snail crawling in 5,000 times slow motion in a high-tech camera. Again at the last moment Rudy moved, but this time he not only moved, he slightly put his fist under Stephen's chin. Stephen was at high speed. When the fist connected with his chin, he felt like his brain was mashed. He couldn't think properly and almost blacked out. Stephen slammed onto the ground with a thump. No one reacted at first. Their brains still hadn't processed the scene. They didn't expect or even imagine such a ridiculous outcome. Purple Palace First Level defeated a Purple Palace Ninth. What the actual heck was going on? When did Rudy become this badass? Even that girl who tried to stop him before was looking at Rudy like he was an alien. Rudy was dumbfounded for a second, but then instantly his face lit up and he roared in laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is all you got, mate. A punch and you're down. I thought I met a real man today. Sigh. Turned out you're just another child with the face of a man. Please someone take this brother off the stage. Stephen could hear him. He wanted to get up, kill this bastard in an instant, but his body wouldn't listen to him. Ethan used the law of gravity on Stephen, that's why he was feeling so heavy, and also the law of electromagnetism. His body wasn't responding to him. Soon, 2 students came down from the vessel of the sword sect and took Stephen out of the arena. Ethan ordered Rudy to ask for a sword. Rudy was stunned, he couldn't use a sword. But he obliged the order. Elder Valken, can I have a sword please? This caused another gasp among the Overlord disciples. Everyone knew Rudy was a gauntlet user and he had never used a sword before. Rudy's performance was off the charts right now, so Valken immediately ordered a disciple to hand over his sword to Rudy. So a disciple threw his sword toward Rudy. Rudy put down his gauntle and caught the sword in mid-air and shouted, "Anyone from the sword sect under 30 can come and fight me. I'll stand right here. If you're capable of defeating me, I'll kowtow to everyone. But if not, all of you will kowtow to the Overlord sect and get out," Rudy declared boldly. Instantly, his body started sweating. What the fuck? Why would he say such a suicidal thing? His mouth wasn't under his control at all. "Senior, what are you doing?" But he didn't say this out loud. He just looked at the disciples of the sword sect, and when he saw the eyes of those disciples, which were cold and murder-roush, swallowed hard. "I am sorry, brothers, I'm going to lay down my life for the sect's dignity." He was trying to console himself, but couldn't. "To hell with dignity, I want to run away." He was nearly in tears. Soon, another man came down from the vessel of the sword sect and entered the arena. He looked at Rudy calmly and introduced himself. "I am Norman." Green Soul Saber-toothed Tiger. A huge tiger manifested behind him. It was radiating a terrifying aura. Norman was a top-class fighter, even among the 9th-level Purple Palace cultivators. Rudy said, "Come, punk, no need to be so polite. I don't remember the names of my defeated enemies." Rudy instantly wanted to slap his mouth. Tears were coming out of his eyes. "He's going to kill me. That senior must really hate me, right?" Norman's face turned black. He said just one word, "Good." Then he took out his sword and dashed forward with his ultimate movement technique and most powerful sword attack. He wanted to finish this bastard. The aftermath would be handled by the Elder and others. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. But suddenly Rudy came to a stance. He straightened his body, the sword in front of him like a divine knight. Then a horrendous amount of sword intent burst out from his body. The surrounding disciples stepped back because the pressure of this sword intent was unbearable. Norman had 1.1 billion tons of strength. If he landed one blow on Rudy, Rudy would become meat paste instantly. But as he neared him, He also felt the terrifying sword intent coming from his opponent. This time, all the elders came out from the Overlord sect to see who had comprehended such sword intent. Even the elder of the sword sect had an astonished look on his face. Behind him, the young man with a cut under his eyes opened his eyes for the first time. He hadn't considered any of these ants as his opponents. At the age of 27, he had comprehended level 3 sword intent and possessed a blue-grade soul crimson sword. It was his pride and joy. He felt even the holy sons and daughters from the sword sect weren't his opponents now. When he returned, he would challenge a holy son and defeat him, then he would become one himself. But now he felt something similar to what he had comprehended with all his effort since his awakening. But this feeling, it was as if a peasant was meeting the sovereign for the first time. They were both human, but on totally different levels of existence. The young man was Damien. He wanted to go down and fight that man from the Overlord sect. He wanted to defeat him because he felt inferior right now. He didn't like this feeling at all. Norman, who was running at full speed, felt this tremendous pressure and was forced to stop. His sixth sense told him if he attacked that man, he would die. But his pride didn't let him admit defeat. That slight hesitation was all Ethan needed to strike. Norman flew away like a ragdoll, straight out of the arena and stopped below their flying vessel of his sect. All his orifices were bleeding. The elder of the sword sect was so jealous now. How could this backward sect from this backward continent have someone with this much talent? If he were a member of my sect, damn, I need to recruit him or destroy him. Only the sword sect can have this kind of prodigy in this continent. No other sect is worthy. His eyes turned venomous. He looked at Damien and ordered, go defeat him. If you can, the top spirit sword you always wanted will be gifted to you. Then he ordered him in a low voice to kill that boy. He would handle the aftermath. Damien's eyes lit up with greed when he heard he could have that top spirit sword, which would increase his fighting prowess at least 5 times, then turned cold instantly when he heard the order. He also wanted to kill the person who made him feel inferior. On the Overlord sect side, every disciple stood frozen in the elders. This level of sword intent was comprehended by someone from our sect. How could that be? The elders knew their sect better than the disciples. There was no worthy sword cultivator in the sect who might have guided this child to comprehend sword intent at this level, so that meant he had a fortuitous encounter. Luck was also part of a cultivator's strength. It could even be said to be the biggest strength. Soon a tremendous aura came from behind. Everyone looked toward it. The elders bowed and also the disciples bowed. The sect master had arrived. Sect master Luther calmly nodded at them. Then he asked one of the elders, do you know that boy? Does he have a high family background in sword cultivation? How did he comprehend such a level? Even I've never seen anyone using this level of sword intent before. Meanwhile, Rudy, the protagonist of this entire scene, was basking in the glory of praise and astonishment. He had never come into the spotlight like this. He was good at best, not a genius. But today he made a good decision by listening to the order of that senior, and that's why he was basking in the glory. He wanted to kiss the senior's toe, but didn't know who it was. Then Rudy again lost control of his body and looked at Damien, who was being instructed by the elder of the sword sect. Aren't you the strongest one among these people? Why don't you come down here and let this daddy teach you a lesson, boy? I promise I'll be gentle. Damien's mind blanked instantly. No one had ever touched his pride, never ever. He had killed his parents because they tried to make him marry a girl he didn't deem worthy and then joined the sword sect. He had always lived his own way. Now a small bug from a tiny sect was provoking him, Damien Chazelle. He would kill this ant, even if it meant dying here. Damien jumped from the flying boat and landed in the arena directly. He took out his sword and activated his ultimate attack, which burned his life force to give him more power. He combined his crimson sword soul with his sword. He had over 2 billion tons of strength. With this attack and technique, his power reached 15 billion tons. If this landed on Rudy, he would be vaporized instantly, no doubt. The sect master said in a hurry, not good. He wants to kill. He immediately moved to save the boy who had comprehended such sword intent. He was a supreme treasure of his sect. There was no way he could let him die, but he was standing quite far away. Damien's attack came down like a hurricane, destroying everything in its path. Ethan had already measured the attack power. With sword intent, Rudy's attack power reached 1.8 billion. Ethan instantly used the level 5 extinction technique, which gave him 12x amplification. A cataclysmic power rushed out from Rudy's sword. Even the sword was fractured. It wasn't powerful enough to withstand such force. The sect master instantly stopped. This time the elder from the sword sect moved. He could feel the horrifying power of the attack Rudy had just unleashed. There was no way Damien could make it out alive. Moreover, he was already in a weakened state as he had used his life source to power up his attack, but it was too late. Rudy's sword attack engulfed Damien and instantly vaporized him. In the last moment of his death, Damien saw the kind smile of his mother, the proud look of his father when he looked at him. They weren't from a great family. That's why his father wanted Damien to marry a girl from a good family to gain more resources. But Damien had taken that as an insult on his pride and killed them. Maybe he felt a little sad for it, but not much. His parents were trying to trample his pride after all. No, you bastard, I'll kill you. This was just a practice match. Why would you kill him? Why? You have to repay with your life for this sin. That was the last line Damien heard before he turned into cosmic particles. Elder Conrad was still a hypocrite, after all, haha. Elder Conrad attacked Rudy directly, but he was stopped by a powerful force. When the aftereffects of the attack cleared, everyone could see what was going on. Elder Conrad, who was the elder that brought the disciples of the sword sect, was now holding his sword 1 centimeter away from Rudy's neck, but the sword's tip was held between 2 fingers of someone, preventing it from moving even that single centimeter. The sect master had intervened and caught the sword. He looked at Conrad and snorted, "I don't give a fuck about which sect you bastard came from. You tried to kill the disciple of my sect in front of me, so you have to face the consequences." Bam! He struck with his palm straight to Elder Conrad's sternum. Conrad flew away like a cannonball. There was no way a Void Ascension cultivator could endure a palm strike from a Tribulation Transcendence expert. Elder Conrad was now in a semi-conscious state after taking the strike. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the sect master of a seemingly backwater sect would dare to touch him. He had placed full confidence in his background. He truly believed that even if he killed this prodigy, the elders of this tiny sect wouldn't dare to utter a single word. But he was wrong. So damn wrong. The sect master was arrogant to his very bones. He didn't even care where Conrad came from and struck him without hesitation. While still in the air, Conrad had already lost consciousness. His cultivation base was crippled. He was as good as dead in this man-eating man world without his strength. Rudy's face was still drenched in sweat. A moment ago, he had felt the suffocating aura of death wrap around his throat. It was only because the sect master intervened that he was still breathing. He gulped down his saliva. Sect Master Luther stepped in front of Rudy and smiled. "I didn't know someone like you was hiding in our sect this whole time. It was our failure not to recognize your talent earlier." Then he looked toward the crowd and declared loudly, "From today onward, Rudy Astan will become the new holy son of the Overlord sect." As soon as he declared this, loud cheers erupted from the audience like thunder rolling across the mountains. The crowd had turned fanatic after this spectacular battle. Rudy gained a massive fanbase in a single day. Ethan was also surprised by the bold action of this sect master. "As far as I've heard, this sword sect is supposed to be extremely powerful. Where did the sect master get that confidence from? Is this sect hiding some secrets? Well, I'll find out eventually," he thought. "Oh, don't worry. I am fully intending to use you properly, new holy son. Now enjoy the glory. At evening, come to the forest behind the mountain. I need to train you properly." Rudy was struck dumb. That was just a formality. He wouldn't really call me whenever he felt like it, would he? He was sweating bullets. But then his gaze fell upon the girl he loved, who was still staring at him with wide, glistening eyes. Her name was Lumi, Rudy's childhood friend. They had entered the sect together. She had a yellow soul too, though hers was a plant-based one, a healing soul. Whenever Rudy was injured, she would always be the one to heal him. Today she had tried to stop Rudy because she knew he wouldn't be able to fight those opponents. Rudy had always loved her, but he never dared to express his feelings as he thought that she might be better off with the holy son who was also pursuing her. He had chosen to distance himself. Still, Lumi had always come to him for every little thing, every little moment she got what she spent with Rudy. Rudy knew she liked him, but he was afraid. If he showed any affection in return, the holy son might make her life a nightmare. But everything changed today. Rudy was now a holy son himself. He stood above all the disciples, second only to the new divine son and the elders. Not all the elder, only the grand elder and sect master. A holy son had similar status as a regular elder. Rudy stepped down from the stage. Lumi was still staring at him. When she saw Rudy walking toward her, she instinctively turned to leave. She felt that Rudy was now on a whole different level. Someone like her was no longer worthy of him. But just as she was about to turn away, Rudy caught her hand from behind. With a sudden pull, he took her into his embrace. "I love you, Lumi. Let's get married." Lumi's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, and for a moment her mind went blank. But then, as each word slowly sank in, her face turned crimson red. She had always loved this childhood friend of hers, but she had never dared to say it aloud, fearing it might complicate his life even more. She couldn't help but stay close to him every chance she got, yet she had always suppressed her feelings deep in her heart. Now that dam burst opened. All of her emotions came flooding out at once. She hugged Rudy even tighter. Tears rolled silently down her cheeks. She was overwhelmed, happy, excited, and relieved all at the same time. The holy son who had once pursued Lumi also saw this scene from afar, but didn't even dare to make a sound, not even a fart, lest he be vaporized by that monster. When the sword sect challenged, he was one of those disciples who were the elites to be able to fight them, but he was so afraid by their aura that he never went down there. Rudy gently tousled Lumi's hair, wiped away her tears, then placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Lumi closed her eyes. She was absorbing this moment, memorizing every feeling. She wanted to remember it for as long as she lived. When Ethan saw this scene, something stirred in his heart. He thought of Rose. The relationship between him and Rose was vague and undefined. Though they were engaged and all, but they had never shared a moment like this. Their connection always felt like a transaction. Like Rose was a porcelain doll he had bought, not a partner. They had never had a real heart-to-heart conversation. He knew that because of the vast power gap, Rose could never bring herself to express her feelings. She always felt inferior. Their emotions never had a chance to bloom. But what was the point of realizing all this now? He couldn't contact his main body's consciousness. That dummy was probably still in seclusion. Sigh, Rose deserved more than this. All the happiness in the world. After all, she is mine. I need to find a way to contact him and tell him everything that happened here. Besides, the Sword of Infinity would be better off with the main body. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ethan stepped out of his room to get some fresh air. He called Rose. "Hello, Rose, where are you?" "I'm in the Alliance Hall," Rose replied. "Do you need something?" Ethan felt a pang of sadness. Couldn't he call her just to talk? Then he realized the root of it. Rose never called him first, and whenever he did, it was always for a reason. She couldn't help him, so at the very least she didn't want to become a burden. Their relationship was very vague. He was sure that even if he started dating someone else, Rose wouldn't say a word. There just wasn't that connection between them. The gap in power and position made the bond so thin, Ethan felt like they weren't even truly together. "I'll keep getting stronger, and Rose will keep pulling away. She won't share her problems with me. I'm not giving her the time or affection she deserves, and no one else would dare to approach her. I don't know how she feels. But if our positions were reversed, I know I wouldn't feel great either." While all this was running through his mind, the phone was still connected. Rose's voice came through. "Hello, Ethan. Are you there?" Ethan smiled softly. "Rose, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Please be ready if you're doing anything right now." "Okay," Rose murmured to herself, wondering why he was coming. Did something happen? 10 minutes later, she had changed into a casual outfit, just a simple t-shirt and jeans. Ethan soon arrived nearby by using teleportation. He was also dressed simply, wearing trousers and a plain t-shirt. Rose smiled when she saw him. Ethan walked up to her and looked into her eyes. Her heart started beating wildly again. "Rose, let's go out, but today I won't decide the place." He then took out a piece of black cloth, covered his eyes, and raised his hand toward her. "Take my hand and lead me anywhere you want. I won't open my eyes until we get there." Rose stared at him, dumbfounded. "What's going on, Ethan?" Ethan pulled the cloth off and gave her a wry smile. "I'm not good at romance, am I? I swear I thought that blindfolding myself and letting you lead me would feel romantic. I want to be romantic, Rose. Can you teach me, please?" Rose's heart nearly stopped. Ethan wanted to learn how to be romantic. She had always believed she was a burden to him. All she ever did was rely on him. That's why she never disturbed him, never called or messaged, even when she needed something. And now this man was saying he wanted to learn romance from her. Every girl dreams of being the one to teach romance to her man, to be his first in love. When she didn't respond, Ethan's expression began to fall. He looked down, clearly thinking she was disappointed in him. He didn't know how to make it up to her, but he was trying. Rose coughed lightly. She wasn't a fool. She could clearly understood what he was doing. He was trying to fix things, but the dumb had no clue where to begin. That thought alone made her heart feel sweet. A slight smile left her lips without even her knowledge. "I can teach you," she said teasingly. "But what will I get in return?" Ethan's eyes lit up. His mood changed instantly. "I'll give you anything you want." "Anything," she repeated. "Yep, just say the word and it's done. Think carefully. It might not be easy." Ethan grew a bit nervous. She knew how strong he was, yet still warned him. What kind of request did she have in mind? But he answered seriously. "I'm ready for anything," Rose smiled. "Okay then. Every day at 5 p.m. you'll take me to an amusement park or someplace fun. You'll eat ice cream with me, go on boat rides, visit haunted houses. All the things I want to do with you." Ethan had been bracing for something overwhelming. "Huh, that's it?" he asked. "That's all," she said, smiling gently. Without hesitation, Ethan pulled her into a tight hug. "Okay, I promise. Every day at 5 p.m. will be our time." He glanced at his watch. "Oh, it's almost 5. Why don't we start our romance lesson today?" For the first time, Rose hugged him back. Every time before, Ethan had hugged her and she had just stood still, feeling his warmth. But today she hugged him back. "Do you know any good amusement parks?" Ethan asked. Rose nodded. "Yeah, a new one opened a few days ago. The girls invited me to go with them." She paused, looking shy. "But I wanted to go with you, but never had the chance to ask." Ethan felt a slight regret again, but smiled instantly. He would make everything right from today in this relationship. Ethan felt the tension in his chest dissolve. It was like a burden had lifted. A clear chime echoed in his mind. "Ding, you have accepted the existence of Rose. Your heart knot is cleared. You can now contract with your clones who are in other dimensions." "Wait, what? I had a heart knot. Why didn't I know?" Then he paused. He did know. Deep down, he had always felt a strange hollowness inside. So that's what it was. He hadn't been doing right to her. But until now, he didn't even have time to truly feel the regret in his heart. And now, his clones. What was that about being in another dimension? How did they get there? He focused his mind on one of his clones, the first one that disappeared. Immediately information flooded in his mind about Etherian, the ultimate talent Etherian gave him for becoming a guardian of the realm, the extraction talent, then the shadow monarch talent. Then he focused on the other one. Details of the world of the ancients, cultivators, the sword of infinity, everything rushed into his mind. Damn, what did those two clones get for me this time? His luck was outrageous. Ha 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 ha, he laughed out loudly. Rose, you really are my lucky star. Then he leaned forward and kissed her soft, pinkish lips, which suddenly trembled because of the sudden attack. He lost himself in those warm and wet cherry leaves. Ethan turned to Rose and asked gently, do you want to go somewhere else instead of the park? Of course, if you'd still like, we can go there too. Rose was still flushed red. She lowered her gaze and asked in a soft, almost whispering voice, where do you want to go? Ethan smiled. Another world. Rose blinked, surprised. Another planet. He leaned slightly closer, a mysterious gleam in his eye. You'll see, want to come? Rose nodded without hesitation. Sure. Didn't matter where they went. What mattered to her was simply being by Ethan's side. Ethan then altered his genetic code, transforming his molecular signature to that of a native from the world of the ancients. He wasn't certain if that world had a form of self-awareness. If it did, it might detect him as an intruder. Worse, it might dispatch its strongest warriors to eliminate the anomaly. He wasn't willing to risk that, especially not with Rose beside him. With a thought, his chaos domain surged outward, silently wrapping around the space surrounding Rose. That fragment of reality now belonged to him alone. No external force could detect her presence. To the outside world, she was both there and not there, now encased within Ethan's chaos domain, a personal dimension tethered to his very being. He gently reached for Rose's hand and vanished. When he opened his eyes, they stood in the world of the ancients. Immediately, Ethan felt the spiritual energy, pure and profound, flowing through the air. It was different from the cosmic energy of his own universe. This place felt very different than his own world. Rose looked around curiously. She couldn't sense the spiritual energy because technically, she wasn't entirely within this dimension. To her, it appeared simply as a peaceful, old-world environment. She tilted her head and asked, where is this, Ethan? The people here are wearing such strange clothes. Is this planet really that backward? Like it never even made contact with the modern technology. They watched as horse-drawn carriages rumbled past, wheels clattering on cobbled streets. Ethan nodded. You could say, this isn't our universe at all. We've stepped into another one. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief. The very idea stunned her, but Ethan understood. The reaction was not unexpected. Even the top powerhouses of his own universe likely had no idea what lay beyond their universe, that a vast chaos sea surrounded them all, that their so-called universe was just a lower cosmic universe among countless others. There were probably fewer cosmic universes too. Even he didn't have much idea. Maybe after Poe finished his evolution, he might get some answers. He gave her a calm nod. Yeah, let's look around. I want to see what makes this world special. Rose nodded slowly, her expression still frozen in awe, but she didn't question him. Her trust in Ethan ran deeper than her shock. Ethan teleported them to Red Sand City. His clone came here, but it had never lingered here as it had discovered a cultivator as soon as it came to this place and gone directly to the Overlord sect. This time he wanted to experience it himself. The streets buzzed with life. Stalls lined the sides, where vendors shouted out their menus. The rich aroma of roasting meat, sweet breads, and spiced teas wafted through the air. Ethan bought everything that piqued his curiosity. He loved food and so did Rose, though she usually didn't eat much. But here she devoured bite after bite, each one tastier than the last. Even Ethan had to admit there was something otherworldly about the flavors. While he was enjoying his food with Rose, some commotion broke out. From the distance came a roar of hooves. Around 20 horse-drawn carriages barreled down the road, kicking up dust. Few muscular men sprinted ahead of them, shouting, "Clear the road. Master Timmy is coming. Move, quickly." People scattered in panic. But the food carts were too heavy and rooted and couldn't be moved in time. The burly men surged forward, fists slamming into the stalls. Carts flew through the air, splintering into pieces. The vendors could only watch in horror, eyes brimming with tears, but they did not dare utter a single word of protest. These men were immensely powerful. Clearly, they were martial artists. Among them, there was a young boy. His father was the owner of one of the shattered carts. He couldn't hold back. He screamed, "Why are you destroying our stalls? Will your master Timmy pay for this?" His father's face turned pale as ash. His heart stopped. He didn't know his son would say such word at this moment. He slapped his son hard across the face and shouted, voice trembling, "Apologize right now." The boy staggered, stunned. Why had his father hit him? Hadn't he just told the truth? One of the burly guards paused mid-step, turning to glare at the boy with venom in his eyes. "What did you just say?" The father collapsed to his knees, bowing repeatedly. "Please, sir, he's just a child. He doesn't know what to say. I'll break his leg myself. Please, just let this go." The boy's lips parted in disbelief. Break his leg? Why? For speaking the truth. The guard strode toward them, stopping before the trembling duo. Without warning, he struck the father. The man flew several meters away, crashing against a stone wall like a rag doll. "Father," the boy cried out, voice cracking. Tears burst from his eyes as he tried to run toward the bloodied figure lying motionless. But the guard grabbed him. "Where do you think you're going? Didn't you say something earlier?" As the boy struggled, the carriages arrived and skidded to a halt beside them. The guard paled instantly. He dropped to the ground and began kowtowing in terror. "Forgive me, master. I didn't mean to disturb your journey." The door of the central carriage creaked open. A young man about 1.75 meters tall stepped down gracefully. He looked around calmly. "What's going on here?" The trembling guard blurted, "Master, when we were clearing the way, this brat shouted that you should compensate him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson." The master's eyes fell on the boy. Instantly his eyes lit up. A disturbing smile spread across his face. Well, what soft flesh," he murmured. "Master would love to taste this tender meat." His tone turned chilling. "Let this boy serve as an example. If anyone dares speak against me, this is what they'll get. Cut him open, peel the flesh from his bones, grind his bones into powder." He gestured to the kneeling man beside him. That man, his servant, immediately smiled in excitement. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. He wanted to hear the boy's screams. He wanted to cut slowly, savoring every cry for mercy. From a nearby alley, Ethan and Rose watched everything unfold. Rose's face darkened with fury. Her hands clenched into fists, trembling with rage. She took a step forward, but Ethan placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Not yet," he said. "Let's go see what's really happening here." The boy, still struggling, was trembling head to toe. His gaze was locked on his father's unmoving body. Blood pooled beneath him. The boy cried, wanting to go to him, but he couldn't move, held tightly by the guard's grip. He was helpless. Ethan and Rose started walking toward the crowd. As for why Ethan stopped Rose, it wasn't because she wasn't their match or anything. That Master Timmy had just around Master Level 2 strength, probably an innate martial artist, whereas Rose was a Level 9 Grandmaster. She could totally destroy that punk. Ethan stopped Rose because he saw something. He had comprehended the supreme law of karma up to 6, just like his law of chaos. All 4 of his supreme laws were progressing at the same pace as the law of chaos. At this point, he could see karmic lines on individuals if he wanted to. It hadn't reached the level where he could identify enemies solely through those lines and eliminate them, but he could trace the threads and, using the supreme law of fate, draw conclusions about where the karmic line might end. This problem would be resolved once his comprehension reached 10. Ethan stopped Rose because he saw a sinister red karmic line on Timmy's head. That line was radiating some vile energy. He tried to use the law of fate to find its endpoint, but he received a warning from the fate law. If he dug any further, he might run into trouble. However, the threat was mild. The opponent might be at the same level as him or just a little stronger. So Ethan didn't want to make a rushed decision. He would take action tomorrow if possible, but if not, then fine. "Come on, babe," Ethan Hunt didn't care. He would fight to his heart's content. Soon they reached the scene. The servant was practically drooling, clearly eager to see the child's blood spill from his tiny body. Ethan sighed. "A psychopath, huh? Probably from some kind of demonic cult or something where they serve someone. And the threat I sense from the law of fate, probably that dude is responsible." The man was about to slice the boy's leg tendon, but Ethan stopped his hand. Everyone was stunned. Who was this man trying to resist a martial artist? The poor vendors and common people watching the scene began murmuring in low hushes. The servant's eyes turned crimson red. Who dared to stop him? Did this man want to die? He looked at Ethan. It was a very handsome young man, probably the most handsome person anyone had ever seen. Ethan smiled warmly at the man. "Brother, can you let this child go? For my sake." The man and the other servants were dumbfounded. Even Master Timmy showed a slight reaction. Then everyone burst into laughter. "For your sake, ha 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 ha, who the fuck are you?" Then he looked at Rose and said maybe. Puchai, the man's head rolled off his body. Ethan had used his hand to chop it off. Then he turned to Rose. "Baby, do you have a towel? My hand was dipped in shit." Yuck. Rose had seen this scene before on various occasions. Ethan would always kill someone if they dared look at her with disrespect. She just couldn't get enough of her man. He was so damn cool. And then he asked, "Baby, do you have a towel?" How the heck could Rose's little heart take so much excitement all at once? She brought out a towel from her space ring. Ethan began wiping the blood from his hand and looked toward the man called Master Timmy. The atmosphere was silent, so silent that the heartbeat of a person could be heard. Timmy was also looking at him. His expression remained unreadable, but that facade would not work on Ethan. He could tell the man was on the verge of wetting his pants. When Ethan killed the servant, he had released a sliver of his aura and only Timmy had felt it. Timmy knew that if he moved, he would be gone, no doubt about it. After cleaning the blood, Ethan looked at the boy who was still trembling. First his father, and now a headless body was lying in front of him. His tiny brain could not take all the shock at once, and he fainted. Rose caught the boy. Ethan said, "Can you check if his father is dead or not? I need to have a heart-to-heart conversation with that brother." The other guards of Master Timmy didn't move either. They had gotten the signal from Timmy to stay still. Ethan took a single step and vanished, then reappeared before Timmy. He smiled kindly at him. The smile was so gentle that if a child saw it, they would instantly fall in love. It was a kind, fatherly smile, but to Timmy, it felt like the cruelest smile in the universe, the smile of the king of the abyss. Timmy's entire body began to shake. Ethan said, "Don't worry, Mr. Timmy. I don't want to become the enemy of your master. Your subordinate crossed the line, so I had to kill him. We can call it off, right? I hope you won't complain to your master. If so, I'd have to kill you all right now." Timmy's heart started racing. So he knows about my master. It seems he's afraid of him. Timmy's lips curved into a slight smile. He thought to himself, "You think that after killing one of my master's loyal servants, you'll be spared. You're already marked. You will die tonight, no doubt. My master won't let you live past this night." Ethan could tell something was trying to enter his body, but it couldn't succeed. It felt like someone was using the law of karma, but the comprehension level was lonely around 2 maybe. So that person also comprehended the law of karma, huh? Let's see what you're up to. Ethan wrapped that law of karma with his own and allowed it to enter his body. Timmy got his confidence back and said, "You can kill us all, but my master's dignity should not be trampled. I get that you killed him because he crossed the line, but you also stepped on my master's pride. He won't like it when he sees one of his servants dead. So how do you want to make up for that?" Timmy was trying to get everything he could from this lamb. He had seen Rose use a space ring. They must be from a rich family. No way was he letting them go without gaining something first. Ethan's mouth almost curled up. He looked at another guard of Timmy who was standing very close to Timmy. The man burst into a bloody mist. The blood fell on Timmy's face and dress. This time Timmy's heart turned cold. He had thought the man in front of him was a powerful martial artist at most, but he was wrong. Totally wrong. This man belonged to the class his master came from, the cultivators. He was finished, completely screwed. Ethan smiled. Was that gift sincere enough? If you think that's not enough, I can always give you more, you know. You are welcome, Ethan replied with a smile. Timmy left with his men. Ethan's mouth curled up. The real fun should begin tonight. But first, let's merge with the clone and get the Sword of Infinity. He didn't want to take any risks. Ethan walked over to the man lying on the ground, the father of the boy from earlier. Rose was already checking on him. He asked her, "How's the condition?" Rose replied, "His internals are all mashed. Only a little bit of brain signal might be present in the body." Ethan nodded. Then he said, "Can you wait there? I need to heal him." Rose gently took the little boy with her and stepped away. Ethan activated his healing skill. In less than a minute, the man's body returned to its normal form, looking better than ever. However, the look of horror still lingered in his eyes. Ethan then went over to heal the boy. After completing the healing process, Ethan was surprised. There was something special about this child. Meanwhile, the father slowly regained his memory. Everything became clear in his mind. He quickly looked around as if searching for something. Then he heard a voice behind him, "Father." His son was standing there, well and alive, tears streaming down his face. The boy, Alex, ran straight into his father's arms. The man knelt down and embraced his son tightly. Both of them wept uncontrollably. After some time, Alex told his father what he remembered, that the big brother standing over there had saved him. Although the father was just an ordinary man, he was not a fool. He understood what it meant to resist those monsters, save his son, and still stand there like nothing had happened. That person was definitely not an ordinary person. At this point, he didn't know that Ethan had also healed him. Then another vendor came forward and whispered something into his ear. As soon as he heard that, the man dropped to his knees and said, "I don't know how to repay you, sir. My life belongs to you from today onward." Instantly, it felt as though thunder rolled through the minds of everyone around, including Alex's father. "My child has a chance to become one of them," he murmured, disbelief filling his voice. Without even realizing it, tears began pouring from his eyes again. He turned to his son and said, "Alex, did you hear what sir said? Do you want to follow him?" Alex looked confused, but still answered, "I don't know, father, but I like Big Brother. If he wants me to follow him, I'd follow him if you give permission." Robin's face immediately lit up. His wife had died giving birth to Alex. From then, the father and son had lived alone ever since. Alex was unexpectedly mature for his age. Now, it seemed that the heavens were finally rewarding him for his maturity, for never being a burden to his father, except for today. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. He liked young people who possessed filial piety. He stepped in front of Alex and said, "I am Ryan Hunt. It's nice to meet you, Alex." Rose blinked in surprise. Why would Ethan use Ryan's name in this unknown world? But she didn't say anything. She would find out eventually. Alex bowed and said, "It's nice to meet you too, Big Brother. I am Alex." Ethan smiled and said, "Alex, I think there is something special about you. Maybe there is a chance you can become strong in the future. Do you want to take that chance?" Alex's little face turned firm as he nodded. "I am willing, Big Brother. I want to become stronger and protect father." This time, Alex showed a strange expression. He had always lived with his father for the past 7 years. Suddenly having to leave him and live far away was a heavy blow to his little heart. Robin stepped forward when he saw his son's face. "Go, son. If you become powerful, come back and take father to roam the entire world." Alex's eyes lit up. His gloomy face disappeared and was replaced by a look of determination. He turned to Ethan and said, "I am ready, big brother. Okay then, we will leave in 2 hours. You can say goodbye to your friends too. Come back here after 2 hours." Alex nodded and started running toward his home. Robin shouted behind him, "Slow down, you'll fall and hurt yourself." But Alex was already gone. Robin turned to look at Ethan again and bowed deeply once more. Then he followed after his son. The vendors and the surrounding people had watched the entire scene unfold with wide eyes. From the moment Ethan healed Robin to the conversation about taking Alex for cultivation, it all felt like a dream. They were just a group of ordinary people trying to survive a normal life. Now one of them had suddenly been chosen for something extraordinary. It left them awed, envious, and joyful all at once. None of them dared look directly at Ethan, fearing they might offend this godlike figure. Quietly, they began to leave the area. No one was in the mood to linger any longer. Too much had happened already. After the crowd dispersed, Rose looked at Ethan with suspicion. "Why would you use Ryan's name instead of yours?" Ethan noticed her suspicious expression. She looked very cute like that. He reached out and pinched her cheek gently. "You'll know after 2 hours. Now let's go and explore a few more areas." Meanwhile, Timmy and his guards had finally reached their destination. It was a massive castle. But the structure looked like something out of a horror movie. Though it was still evening and the sun had not fully set, the area within a 1-kilometer radius around the castle was cloaked in pitch-black night. It had always been like this. Timmy and the guards entered the castle without hesitation. They made their way straight to a secret passage, accessed by using Timmy's blood essence. Soon they arrived before a grand, shadowy throne. Someone or something was seated upon it. The upper body was cloaked in pure darkness. Nothing could be seen clearly except for 2 glowing red eyes. Everyone knelt down instantly. The entity sitting on the throne looked down at the kneeling people before him. This was one of his incarnations from the upper demon realm. He possessed only a tiny portion of his main body's power, yet even so, he remained absolutely untouchable in this world of the ancients. As for why he came to this world, it was to find the coffin of the demon ancestor, which was buried somewhere here. He didn't leave this palace normally. That was why he created pawns who could act on his behalf. And why did he choose a tiny innate realm martial artist as his pawn? The answer was simple. No one would ever suspect that a lowly innate realm martial artist could have any connection to an upper realm demon. It wasn't that he couldn't move from this place, but rather, he didn't want anyone to know he was here. Just like him, there were other entities in this world with similar or even greater strength. Besides, this world of the ancients was truly strange. There were places where even his divine sense couldn't penetrate, so he chose to be cautious. But today someone had killed 2 of his servants of Beelzebub. Just because he didn't want trouble didn't mean he was afraid of it. The killer mark technique he placed on all his subordinates had activated, allowing him to pinpoint the exact location of the killer. What he didn't know, however, was that the killer had also left a mark on Timmy. At this very moment, the killer was watching him live. Beelzebub decided he would go and eliminate that pesky bug, or if the person was worthy, he would make him a servant. At this moment, Ethan was eating at a new food stall. This time, everyone there showed him the utmost respect. Rose was commenting on the different foods while Ethan simply listened. This girl could really get talkative once she felt comfortable. That meant Ethan had successfully made her feel at ease around him. He was also keeping an eye on Timmy. Soon he saw Timmy and his guards entering a dark palace. There was someone sitting on the throne. That darkness couldn't blur Ethan's vision. He clearly saw a demona red-skinned humanoid creature with 2 horns on its head and dragon-like wings on its back. So that sinister energy was coming from this freak. I have to say, this dude looks scary. His power should be around 12,000 sun level, but something feels off about him. 2 hours passed. Alex returned, but his father didn't come to see him off for the last time. Alex was sad, but when he saw Ethan and Rose, he tried to force a small smile. In the Overlord sect, Ethan's clone had already received the message from him, so he told Elder Valken that he was going out for a while. Soon, Ethan's main body vanished with Rose and Alex and appeared in a nearby forest, where his clone was already waiting. His clone had a different appearance from his main body, or else it might have frightened Alex. Ethan said to Rose, "Can you walk ahead with Alex? I need to do something first." Rose and Alex began walking ahead. Ethan looked at the clone and absorbed it, and bang. When the Sword of Infinity merged with his main body, his blood, which had thickened a little earlier by absorbing the primordial human bloodline, began to evolve like crazy. And ding, 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 3 notifications arrived at once. Ding. Your bloodline has evolved to level 2. Ding, Sword of Infinity has upgraded to level 2. Ding, your potential upgraded. You can now hold 100 billion sun level power in the planetary realm. Ethan was dumbfounded. So many things happened at once. He checked his panel. He suspected it might have changed. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 50,000 sun. Spirit 50,000 sun. Talent infinite comprehension. Damn, from 8,000 to a direct 50,000 without even breaking through. He then dispatched a new clone as Ryan again. Then both of them vanished and reappeared behind Rose and Alex, who were walking. After some time, they reached the gate. When the disciples at the gate saw Ryan, or rather, Ethan's clonethy, immediately bowed and opened the gate. They didn't even dare ask who the three people with him were. The four of them entered the inner region of the sect and directly went to Ethan's room. Then Ethan's clone took Alex and left the room. Ethan looked at Rose. That is one of my clones. It disappeared a few days ago. I lost my connection with it before today. I reestablished the connection with it, so now I can come here at any moment. This clone of mine holds a very special identity in this sect. He then told her everything that had happened here. He also mentioned that one more clone was now in another universe. This was a thrilling story for Rose. Traveling to different universes with her loverette felt like a dream. A few months ago, she had been struggling to get into the top university on Earth just to build a better life for her mother and sister. Now, she was visiting different universes like it was nothing. She looked at Ethan and smiled. Ethan, when do you think we can enter the virtual universe of the primordial human race? Do you want to enter? You could do it at any time, Ethan said. Rose replied, I meant everyone. Oh. They first need to reach the Emperor realm to get the permission of the Alliance to enter the virtual universe. Rose nodded. Then Ethan shared with her the Iron Man suit project he was working on with his father. If successful, that suit might bring a revolution to Earth's civilization, and he was sure it would be successful. Soon, Ethan's clone arrived at the Hall of Awakening with Alex. In this world, anyone above 6 years old and below 20 could attempt to awaken their soul. But the chance only came once in an entire lifetime, so most people waited until they were older, gained more knowledge and resolve, and then underwent the process. As the soul should be like something they saw or imagined most of their time, it was great possibility. As Elder Trevor was about to begin the awakening process at Ethan's request, a tremendous pressure descended upon the entire Overlord sect. Even the old fossil-like ancestors of the sect felt as weak as ants before this overwhelming presence. The pressure was so suffocating that some disciples immediately fell to their knees, blood leaking from their orifices. The pressure breached Ethan's mental domain. He smiled, so you have decided to show up. Let's see what kind of creature you are. Then he snorted, and the entire pressure vanished from the sect. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief for a moment. Beelzebub had come here to eradicate this entire sect, leaving no witnesses. Somehow someone had just counterattacked his pressure and made it vanish completely. He immediately became cautious. He was floating in the air. 2 huge wings were spread out. A tail was hanging behind him. He was at least 3 meters tall. His body glowed softly. In the night sky, he looked truly terrifying. When everyone in the sect saw this scene, the elders, even the ancestors, collapsed to the ground. Utter despair engulfed their rationality. That thing had stepped right out of the books of legend. They had heard of such beings in myths, but never imagined one would actually come to their sect. Even the legends described them as catastrophic. Whenever one of their kind descended upon this world, only a trail of blood and despair followed their path. The last legend about them was from 10,000 years ago, when the entire world of the ancients had to gather together to fight against such a being. That was when most of the ancestors of the powerful sects had died, and the world of the ancients became so vulnerable. It still had not recovered from that loss, yet another had come again. Zarelith, the second ancestor, wanted to inform the top sects in the central domain, but to his despair, all connections with the outside world had been cut off. Even their divine sense was no longer functioning. Suddenly, they heard the voice of that entity, a cold, deep voice. Ant, come out. You dared to kill my subordinates, and now you are hiding. Would you perhaps prefer I eat all your sect members first? As soon as he finished his words, he looked at a trembling female disciple, whose eyes, ears, and nose were all bleeding. The female disciple began to float into the sky and landed perfectly into his grip. Rose was watching this scene, her anxiety level skyrocketing. She knew Ethan. He would never abandon that girl, but she didn't want Ethan to intervene. She just wanted to go back to their world. She was terrified just by the look of that thing, but she couldn't say that to Ethan. That would hurt his pride. Ethan looked at the conflicted and terrified Rose and gently pulled her into his embrace. Are you scared? Rose nodded. Don't be. When I'm with you, you don't need to be afraid of anything. As for that pesky bug, I'll handle it in a bit. Wait here. He kissed her forehead and vanished. Rose knew this was going to happen. She knew Ethan was very strong but didn't know exactly how strong. She started praying. Beelzebub grabbed that girl like an insect and opened his mouth to bite her. Suddenly, he heard a sigh behind him. He immediately, instinctively flew at least 500 meters away. He hadn't felt when that man appeared behind him. Until the deliberate sound, he hadn't sensed anything. Beelzebub was surprised. Someone could bypass his divine sense in this lower realm. Then madness began to engulf his eyes. He became extremely excited. He threw the girl away. He didn't have the appetite to eat anymore. He had wanted to lure out the man, and the man had come, but he brought with him a great deal of surprise. Beelzebub started laughing. Ha 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 ha. I don't know when I last felt this excited. Tell me your name, human. Ethan said calmly, don't you know it is rude to ask someone else's information without giving your own? Ha 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 ha. My apology, I am Beelzebub, one of the 7 cardinal sin demons from the demon realm. Ethan smiled, I am Ethan Hunt, the young supreme of the primordial humans. There was no way in hell Ethan would let a demon farm aura in front of him. Beelzebub was surprised. Primordial human, do you people call yourselves that? Ha ha ha. The title really sounds grand. I like your attitude, so I will give you an opportunity. Come become my slave and gain eternal freedom. Ethan sighed. Why do all demons always give the same speech? Don't they know anything new? Ethan then said, I also like your appearance. You can become a guard for my family. Come Beelzebub, come under my protection and be my slave. You will gain eternal glory and freedom from everything. The demon's eyes instantly turned cold. I gave you a chance. I am Beelzebub, the cardinal demon of gluttony. One of the eternal rulers of the demon realm. Are you sure you don't want to rethink? Ethan said, an eternal ruler with this level of power. Don't make me laugh. Beelzebub roared, you fool. This is an incarnation of mine, which is nothing but a fraction of my main body's power. Now tell me, do you want to think again or not? If not, you can die with all of them. Ethan said, yeah. Let's battle then. If you lose, be my slave. Beelzebub asked curiously, what if you lose? Ethan snorted coldly, you are not worthy to defeat me. So for me, losing is not an option. Arrogant. Then die. It would be a pity to kill such a great specimen like you. Beelzebub appeared instantly in front of Ethan and punched. Ethan had already covered the entire sect with his mental domain, so there was no danger of anyone getting killed by the pressure. Ethan raised one finger and pressed it forward. The fist and the finger collided. Beelzebub had punched with his full power. He never wasted time playing around in battle. The full force attack with 12,000 sun was apocalyptic. Ethan instantly shouted, Chaos Domain. An area with a 5-kilometer radius was instantly cut off from the dimension. Otherwise, this pressure would have vaporized the land and everything outside his mental domain. Now, inside his chaos domain, Ethan was the god and Beelzebub was the demon. 2 entities were floating in the air. Both of them were full with absolute arrogance and regal aura. Beelzebub's eyes widened. First, he couldn't kill his opponent with a punch. Second, he had lost contact with the outside world. His eyes lit up. Fascinating. For someone from this lower realm, you are on a whole different level, Ethan Hunt. Ethan said, is that all you got, Beelzebub? Then you really disappointed me. Beelzebub started laughing madly. Ha 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 ha, you are making my blood boil. I didn't think I would meet someone like you in this lowly place who is clearly not from an upper realm. I want to taste that blood and flesh of yours. I would like to know what made you so strong. Ethan said, do you know why villains always die? They talk too much nonsense. Ethan vanished and appeared right in front of Beelzebub and punched. Beelzebub, for the first time, felt the tremendous power the fist was carrying. Ethan's aura was too restrained. He couldn't tell how strong Ethan was, but this punch had at least 4 times more power than his own. If that punch landed on him, he would be directly vaporized, no doubt about it. Beelzebub vanished and appeared somewhere else. Since he could use teleportation in the chaos domain, it was clear that Ethan allowed him. Ethan knew this demon had more cards to play, a worthy opponent. He wanted to know the demon's limit in this incarnation. So he allowed him to use whatever means he WSN'd until he unleashed all his powers. With a sonic boom, Ethan's punch almost cracked the space itself, but the punch landed on an empty place. Beelzebub still had a lingering fear. His face turned solemn from his initial playfulness. He didn't expect Ethan to be this powerful. This incarnation of his had 3 restraints on it. He naturally kept them to fight other upper realm existences who were living here or for any other unusual situation. He didn't know he would face that unusual situation so soon. Beelzebub said, okay, you have successfully caught my proper attention, so I won't hold back. If you lose, I really want you to serve under me. As soon as he said that, he instantly unlocked the first restraint. It immediately doubled his power. His body turned larger, 1.5 times bigger than before. The horns grew a little bit. He now had 24,000 sun level power, or rather, his profound immortal realm had ascended to true immortal realm. But he wasn't done. He unlocked the 3rd lock too. Instantly, Beelzebub turned into a 10-meter-tall giant with huge red wings. His body had many runes. He had ascended to the golden immortal realm. Ethan was looking at him but didn't intervene. He thought, I really should attack him now, shouldn't I? Now I am like those villains in Power Rangers who always wait for them to transform. Haha, but Ethan was excited for the battle. He wanted to go all out. His basic strength was 50,000 suns, but the demon now had 72,000 suns level power. He needed to use some of his skills and techniques. Beelzebub finished his transformation. He was now a golden immortal realm powerhouse. This lower realm could only hold this much power. Anything above couldn't enter here. He opened his eyes. You shouldn't have let me transform. You will die now. Your soul would belong to me then. Ethan smiled. He let Beelzebub finish his power up because Ethan wanted to go all out, just like he did with Grand Supreme Odin in the Primordial Tower. Ethan gave a command. Instantly, Beelzebub's power fell to 50,000 suns level, exactly the same as Ethan. The chaos domain could suppress everything. If the opponent is not too powerful compared to him, he could reduce their power to 1/4 of the total. He could make Beelzebub lose up to 3 times his power, but he wanted a worthy opponent, so he only made his power suppressed up to 50,000 suns. Beelzebub's eyes widened. He could clearly feel his power being suppressed, and it didn't matter how much he struggled. He couldn't bring out all his strength. This human had more tricks than he imagined. When he was deep in thought about how to deal with this opponent, Ethan appeared again. This time he locked the space. Ethan punched. Beelzebub tried to teleport, but this time he couldn't. The entire space was locked, so he could only meet that punch with his own. The body of a demon was very strong, but not as strong as Ethan's, so as soon as the fists collided, Beelzebub's entire hand was blown up, though the power was the same. Ethan also got some injuries, but those healed in a second. Beelzebub also grew a new arm instantly, but this time he felt the problem. He couldn't absorb energy from outside, and this incarnation didn't have much reserve of energy in the body. If that reserve was gone, the incarnation would surely die here. That would be a huge loss. Sending an incarnation from the upper realm to the lower realm was not easy, especially when you wanted to do this secretly from the other 6 cardinal sin demon rulers. He needed to end this fight quickly. So a crimson sword conjured in his hands. Ethan looked at the sword and he also conjured Frostmourne. This pesky demon wasn't worthy enough to bring out the Sword of Infinity. Beelzebub roared, Blade of Gluttony, Devour. An extremely powerful force surged toward Ethan. It had a unique power. Ethan could tell that besides being a 10-fold amplification, this power had unique properties. He felt a real threat from it, so he used his level 9 sword intent. Instantly 600,000 suns and 500,000 suns of power collided with each other. Though Beelzebub had less power in his attack, his unique force almost neutralized Ethan's strike. But still, Ethan's sword attack hit Beelzebub. His one arm was chopped off again. This time Beelzebub roared with anger. His arm grew again, but he lost a lot of energy. Besides, the attack before also placed a burden on him. He looked at Ethan. Let's make a deal, okay? Ethan raised his sword again and slashed. No, damn you. I will hunt you down even if you hide in the road of eternity. Ethan Hunt never hides. Come at me with whatever you've got. This was the last sentence Beelzebub heard. This time Ethan used extinction, so this clone of Beelzebub didn't have a chance. It was vaporized instantly, though Ethan was intrigued by the words Road of Eternity. Then he lifted the chaos domain and slowly descended to the ground. Ethan looked at everyone. They were looking at him, but each one of them was devastated, still bleeding. They had watched the fight. They were astonished by the power of this savior, but they didn't hold much hope. The demon race was a stuff of legend. So they didn't believe someone could fight that thing, especially when they felt that tremendous pressure before. But now the demon couldn't be seen anywhere, and the man who fought him was in front of them, still alive and kicking. Ethan raised his hand and slowly said, heal. Soon, golden energy poured down from his fingers like a tidal wave and engulfed the entire sect. In less than a minute, each and every one, including those Mahayana realm ancestors, were healed to their peak condition. Ethan's face couldn't be seen properly before, but now they could see him. It was an ethereal presence. He was like a man who couldn't be touched by anything less than divine. Every disciple elder, even the ancestors, knelt down on the ground instantly. In a corner, Alex saw everything. His eyes were shining like the sun now. He wanted to become someone like Big Brother. He was infatuated. In the demon realm, it was an upper realm akin to the immortal realm for humans, except the environment was drastically different. The sky was dark red. Even the sun shared the same hue. Volcanoes dotted the landscape endlessly, and not a single drop of water could be found. The trees were pitch black. The demon realm had 10 layers. In the lowest layer resided only the lower demons, an infinite number of them. When a lower demon evolved into a middle-tier demon, it could ascend to the second layer. Lower demons had similar strength to martial warrior to martial emperor realm. The middle-tier demons were planetary realm level. The higher demons were similar to the star realm martial artists. The next realms were also similar. Higher demons occupied the third layer. Demon lords ruled the fourth layer. The fifth layer was home to demon kings. Demon emperors reigned in the sixth layer. The seventh belonged to the demon sovereigns. Archdemons controlled the eighth. Cardinal sin demons held dominion over the ninth. As for the 10th layer, it was reserved for the one who had reached the absolute pinnacle of evolution in the universe, the origin demon. The demon ancestor was an origin demon, and he was the only origin demon the universe had ever produced. But somehow, he died. Not just him, but the primordial sage of the immortal realm, and all beings of the same level mysteriously perished 10 billion years ago. No one knew the exact cause. From that moment onward, the world was cast into a curse. No one could reach that pinnacle level again. The pinnacle realm of this universe was at least 2 levels higher than the universe supreme realm in Ethan's world, so a cardinal sin demon was a level above Grand Supreme Odin. Beelzebub was a cardinal sin demon, and Ethan had just killed one of his incarnations without even knowing the proper power scale. Even if he had known with his arrogance, he might have still said, "Who the fuck cares? I could play football with the heads of cardinal sin demons in a while, just need some time." In the ninth layer of the demon realm, inside the grand palace of Beelzebub, he sat on a magnificent throne, his eyes almost radiating molten lava. He looked in the direction of the lower realm. "Ethan Hunt, huh? Let's see how long you can survive my grasp. Best of luck. It was too boring, but now I have a little mouse to play with. Ha 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 ha." In the Overlord sect, Ethan sneezed. "Who the heck is cursing me? I'm sure Beelzebub is probably sending me his greetings. Hey, I don't know how powerful you are. I'll be sure to visit your demon realm someday. I hope you'll be able to welcome me then." Ethan's eyes turned cold. He knew Beelzebub would probably send forces after him. He could always leave this world, but the world might not survive the aftermath. He needed to become even more powerful so that his clones could handle any threat that might arise in the future. Ethan looked at the kneeling crowd in front of him. He said, "You may all rise." Zarelith spoke in a very nervous tone. "Senior, may I dare to inquire, where is that thing?" He was even afraid to utter the word demon. Ethan replied, "It was an incarnation of a demon ruler. I've killed it, but I don't think it'll end here. Do you have any means to communicate with other powerful sects? If so, inform them of everything. I'll stay here for a few days. Let them come. I have some things to discuss with them." "As you wish, Senior." Zarelith bowed and left with the other ancestors. Ethan looked at Alex and said, "This child has a fate with me. I hope you treat him well." Ethan didn't reveal that Ryan was actually a clone of himself. He would soon leave this world, and there was no need for others to know the details. Zarelith, who had been walking away to contact the other sects, froze mid-step. His heart began pounding like a drum. He immediately announced, "From today onward, Alex shall become one of the holy sons of the sect." No one objected. In fact, everyone was glad their ancestor was so quick-witted. No wonder he was the ancestor. Ethan was speechless. Good grief. These guys are distributing holy son positions like vegetables in the market. First he became a divine son, then Rudy became a holy son, and now Alex also became a holy son. Anyway, he didn't care much about that. He vanished from there and appeared before Rose. As soon as he did, someone jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. Ethan caught the sweet scent that lingered from her. He smiled and hugged her back. Rose was crying. She had been terrified. Now that Ethan was back, she didn't want to let go of him. They stood like that for quite a while. "Rose, come, I'll help you break through to the king realm now. Once you reach the emperor realm, I'll help you comprehend the laws." Rose nodded and sat cross-legged. Ethan sat behind her and placed his hand on her back. Immediately, pure energy began pouring into her from Ethan. Rose could not learn the primordial breathing technique. Ethan had tried to infuse it into her brain, but it just wouldn't stay in her brain. That's why her cultivation had progressed so slowly. Still, Ethan could help her break through faster, but that might cause instability in her foundation. He was only helping now because she had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm and was preparing for a breakthrough soon. In the forbidden zone of the world of the ancients, there was a small bamboo hut nestled deep in a dense forest. The hut was very simple. Inside, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He suddenly opened his eyes. So a cardinal demon descended into this lower realm with his incarnation and already died. Who is that little guy? Even I can't sense him. Looks like I need to go to the upper realm and warn those bastards not to send anyone into my domain again. Or else. His eyes turned cold. He summoned someone with his mind. Soon, a beautiful woman appeared before him and bowed. "Master. Melissa, go to this place and try to find out more about this boy." He showed her Ethan's image along with the coordinates of the Overlord sect. "As you command, Master." She disappeared. This man was one of the key reasons why cardinal demons and other beings of similar level didn't dare to approach this world with their main bodies. He stood up and went to the kitchen to brew some tea for himself. He enjoyed tea that he brewed personally. While doing so, he muttered, "The apocalypse has got even closer. We don't have much time. When it descends upon this universe, no lower realm, upper realm, immortal realm, or demon realm will be spared. This time it will be even more terrifying than the one 10 billion years ago. There's a chance that he will awaken from his slumber this time. We don't know what's going to happen." Sigh, he took the tea and went to sit in the front garden of his hut. He looked at the dog that was lazily lying nearby. If Ethan had seen it, his heart might have stopped. That damn dog was even stronger than Grand Supreme Odin himself. The man threw a biscuit. The dog leapt from the ground, caught the biscuit mid-air, then lay back down and closed its eyes again to rest. The night passed quietly. Rose had finally broken through to the king realm. She could now fly on her own. For half an hour, she simply floated in the air and giggled like a child. Ethan stood below, watching his playful, carefree girlfriend with a warm smile tugging at his lips. Why was he getting stronger? Wasn't it just to protect moments like the said laughter and the joy of those he loved? Ethan looked at his panel. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 100,000 sun. Spirit 100,000 sun. Talent infinite comprehension, 20 days remaining. Meanwhile, Zarelith had already contacted the sects in the central continent. His message stirred fierce turmoil among them. They couldn't believe someone could defeat one of those creatures from the ancient myths. And now, someone from a backwater sect had informed them that such a monster had been slain. Still, they couldn't completely ignore the message. The man who delivered the news was a Mahayana realm powerhouse, after all. In the central continent, inside the Heavenly Fate sect, a meeting was being held in the Elder Council room. At the grand table of the room, a middle-aged man with sharp, handsome features sat in the seat of honor. This was Ptolemy, sect master of the Heavenly Fate sect, a level 9 Mahayana realm cultivator. Before him sat 100 elders, each radiating the aura of the Mahayana realm. Ptolemy spoke in a solemn voice. "What do you all think about the message we received? Any opinions?" One elder stood up and said, "Sect master, I think this is complete nonsense. If one of those monsters had truly descended into our world, do you believe we could still be sitting here calmly, holding this meeting?" Another elder quickly added, "I agree with Elder Roger. Me too, me too." Ptolemy did not interrupt. Instead, his gaze turned toward one elder who had, until now, remained silent. The man had a calm, ethereal presence about him and listened quietly to the others. Ptolemy asked, "What do you think, Elder Klein?" Klein looked directly into Ptolemy's eyes and spoke with quiet confidence. "It would be good if the other elders are right. But what if they are wrong? What if this event really occurred? Then wouldn't we be ignoring the summons of someone capable of killing one of those creatures?" The room fell silent the moment he finished. Even Sect Master Ptolemy now wore a solemn expression. He asked, "Should we send someone to verify the situation?" Klein responded, "Let me go, Sect Master. I want to understand the depth of this matter thoroughly." Ptolemy asked again, "Are you sure?" Klein nodded. "Very well," Ptolemy said. "Take a holy son and a holy daughter with you. If the situation is true, they may be fortunate enough to meet someone of that caliber. And if the message turns out to be false, you can always punish the one who misled us." Klein nodded again in affirmation. Similar meetings were taking place in all the major sects, even among sects in the other 4 continents. Most decided to send a team to verify the situation first. Meanwhile, outside the Great Forbidden Zone, located in the central continent, a woman clad in a snow-white dress appeared out of thin air. A veil covered her face, not for modesty, but to shield the world. Her charm was too powerful. People who looked directly at her would be unable to control themselves and would die on the spot as their hearts burst. This was Melissa. She was also heading toward the Overlord sect to inquire about Ethan. The powerhouses of the world of the ancients were now in motion. The message had been too significant. None of them could afford to take it lightly. Meanwhile, in Etherian, Ethan arrived at the largest dungeon in the city. It was heavily guarded by hunters. Entry required at least a level B hunter status, which meant being a king-level expert. Alternatively, a team of 5 members could be formed, with the leader needing to be C rank or above. Ethan, technically, was only an E rank hunter. He could easily earn a higher rank through testing his strength, but it would take time. But who were we kidding? This was Ethan Hunt. Could any lowly hunter really stop him if he wished to enter the dungeon? His power level was 5,000 suns, which put him well into the realm of SSS rank hunters in Etherian. Still, Ethan didn't want to cause a scene. He simply teleported into the dungeon. The first floor was vast, but the monsters were weak. A few green goblins carrying crude stone hammers roamed about. Ethan had no interest in engaging such low-level enemies. He wouldn't gain any experience points from them. He moved toward the doorway to the second level and entered. This floor was at least 3 times larger than the first. Ethan had read about this dungeon in the library, so he had a general understanding of the creatures dwelling here. No sooner had he entered than something leapt at him with the speed of the wind. Ethan shifted his body slightly, and the attacker missed its mark. It was a wind wolf. Ethan smirked. "You want to play, kitty?" The wolf was growling, bristling with aggression. "Oops, sorry. You're not a feline, you're a canine. My apology. Let me ask again." "Wanna play, kitty? You see, I really don't give a damn about your ego." With a flick of his hand, Ethan conjured a massive wolf using his law of creation. This wolf looked exactly like the wind wolf, but it was at least 10 times larger. Ethan imbued it with basic robotic instincts like a simple AI and gave it a single command: play with the smaller wolf. Thump, thump. The huge wolf began advancing. The wind wolf, upon seeing the monstrous version of itself, whimpered and bolted with all its strength. Ethan burst into laughter. "Okay, enough playing." With a snap of his fingers, the conjured wolf vanished into thin air. He descended to the 3rd floor. It was the realm of slimes. Funny, slimes were stronger than wolves. Then he remembered a particular slime from his past life animes. That one had even become a god. So no, slimes couldn't be underestimated. Still, he didn't linger. Ethan continued descending floor after floor. He encountered countless monster species along the way. Ogres, orcs, lizardmen, snake people, undead armies, and many others he didn't even recognize. He fought some of them, but he didn't kill. There was no benefit in wasting energy on them. By now, he had reached the 50th floor. The monsters from here onward were S-ranked beings. Ethan kept going because he had heard that anyone who cleared this dungeon would receive a generous reward from Etherian. He was curious about what kind of reward could that be. Back in the world of the ancients, Ethan was lying on Rose's lap. She was peeling fruits and placing the pieces gently into his mouth. They were chatting about various things. Rose once got lost in a crowd and cried so loudly that her parents came running from both directions. They laughed together. Ethan cherished these little moments. His soul felt incredibly calm. Suddenly, one of Ethan's clones sent a notification Vane was awake. Without hesitation, Ethan transferred his consciousness into his inner planet. Ethan looked at the spaceship. He let Vane stay in his spaceship this whole time, as there was no need to take him out. Poe was still in the evolution phase. 2 more days were needed. Ethan saw that the white puppy was looking around as if it was trying to find someone. Ethan slowly approached the puppy. As soon as it saw him, it immediately went into its defensive position like an instinct. Ethan tried to communicate with the puppy. "Hello, Vane Orican. It's good that you have awakened. I am Ethan Hunt. Your guardian AI gave your responsibility to me." Vane's eyes widened. Then Ethan heard a childlike human voice. "Where is Tara?" Ethan was confused. Then he thought Tara was probably the name of that guardian AI beast, but he still asked for confirmation. "Are you referring to the AI?" The puppy nodded. Then Ethan recounted everything about his conversation with that AI beast. Vane listened to everything calmly. Ethan could tell this puppy, or Orican, was a child, but it had human-like intelligence, so it could understand the situation it was in. Still, it was very calm. No wonder he was a prince from an outer-versal supreme clan. After Ethan told him everything, Vane said, "So you're my new guardian." Ethan nodded. "You can say that." Vane nodded like a human. "Can I go outside?" Ethan said, "You can't right now. I'm afraid your enemies are very powerful, so I can't take any risk. Just stay here for 20 more days. In that meantime, I'll get strong enough to hide your aura from your enemies." Vane didn't say anything. He became sad for some reason. He suddenly asked Ethan, "Ethan, do you think my mama and papa are okay?" Ethan was silent. What the AI told him, probably his clan was in mortal danger. He was not sure, so he said, "Do you know how strong your father was? And what about the enemy?" "I don't know. I am only 2 years ago. I needed to turn 4 before I would have got proper education about everything. But my papa said when he put me into the spaceship that I have a memory locked in my consciousness. Once I reach tier 6, I could unlock a portion of that memory. Only if I can reach tier 10 will I be able to unlock the whole memory." Vane said slowly. Ethan asked, "When you say tier, what tier are you right now?" Vane looked at Ethan as if he were looking at a fool. "Isn't it obvious? I am obviously at tier 1 now. Didn't I tell you that I am only 2 years old? Do you think I can surpass tier 1 without any proper education in only 2 years? We don't even start our training before 5 years old." Ethan was speechless. "So peak planetary realm powerhouse is just a tier 1 in your family, then what about those below the planetary realm? Tier 0. Vane was confused. "I don't know what you're talking about. There are no tier 0. We are all born with tier 1 strength." "And what is this planetary realm you're talking about?" So a tier 1 was equivalent to the planetary realm. Then a tier 10 was 3 realms higher than universe supreme realm. What kind of existence are they? Ethan felt a slight shiver. Yup, Vane needed to stay in his inner world. There was no other option. The enemies were probably even stronger than tier 10. Then how would you cultivate without proper education? Would you be able to use our human breathing technique? Ethan asked curiously. "No, I have a bloodline evolution technique within me. It's our Orican clan's supreme technique. And I have never heard of breathing techniques," Vane said. "You people from the Orican clan cultivate your bloodline?" Ethan asked. "Yes, okay. Then you should start your training. Your clan needs you. Become as powerful as possible soon." The conversation was over. Vane was a very intelligent creature, and Ethan wanted to know what kind of world was out there beyond the universe. What was the Chaos Sea? And what it looked like outside. He could get all the information from Vane's memory once he reached Universe Realm or Tier 6 Realm. After the conversation ended, Ethan retracted his consciousness and sat up. He was about to go outside, but then suddenly, an apocalyptic force entered in his mental domain. Ethan felt his brain was about to be exploded. He instantly retracted his mental domain. What was that? It felt something unreal. Even the Universe Supreme shouldn't possess this level of aura. What's going on? How come there is someone in this lower world who is even stronger than a Universe Supreme? Ethan immediately stood up and went outside in a hurry. He didn't teleport away from this world with Rose because he did not feel any threat from that aura. And as soon as that person entered his domain, she said a single sentence instantly, "I mean no harm." So Ethan believed his sixth sense and went outside to meet that woman in white. Melissa came here before everyone. She wanted to hide her existence and blend within the sect. Then slowly she could dig out Ethan's information. But she didn't know why. As soon as she arrived here, she passed through an invisible barrier, and she could tell the owner of the barrier figured it out that how powerful she was, so there was no point in hiding. Soon Ethan reached the gate of the sect. All the disciples bowed instantly as soon as they saw him. Ethan nodded at them and went out of the gate. Melissa soon descended from the air. Before even Ethan could say anything, she asked, "How did you know? What method did you just use?" Ethan said nonchalantly, just the regular stuff. Melissa was pissed. She, Melissa Doombringer, the very pinnacle existence in this universe, got caught by a random boy's regular stuff. She wanted to blow this brat up, but then she remembered her master's order, that boy is special. Try to get all the information you could get. So she controlled herself and said, "Okay, I want to stay in this sect for some time. Do you mind?" Ethan said, "My lady, as powerful as you are, do you really need my permission? Please don't joke with me. Can you please tell me, if you don't mind, why did you come here?" Melissa said, "Beelzebub is a cardinal sin demon, and you killed one of his incarnations." "Of course I came to find out how you did it." Ethan wasn't much surprised. As powerful as she was, it was easy for her to know who Beelzebub was and what happened yesterday night. So he said, "Please come inside." Melissa entered through the gate elegantly. Ethan's mind was calculating fast. This woman is someone stronger than the Grand Supreme Odin, not stronger by a little margin. I am sure they are realms apart, so this universe is probably a higher order of cosmic universe than my own. He was cautious around her. He didn't know if she was an enemy or an ally. Because he didn't feel any threat, he temporarily thought of her as an ally. Ethan led Melissa to his room. Rose was cutting some fruits in the room when Ethan entered. When she saw Ethan coming back, she asked, "Where did you go so hurriedly? Did something happen?" Ethan smiled wryly. Then he said, "Rose, we have a guest." Rose stood up. The smile on Ethan's face was telling her something was bad. Then Melissa entered the room and said, "I am Melissa Doombringer." Ethan was speechless that someone's name could be something like this, but he still introduced himself. "I am Ethan Hunt. This is my girlfriend, Rose." When Rose saw Ethan being so polite, she understood instantly this woman should be a big deal, so she bowed and greeted her too. Ethan said, "Please sit, Miss Melissa." Melissa sat down opposite to Ethan and Rose. Melissa looked at them and said, "Then let's get to the business. You know how powerful I am, so I'll ask, you'll answer, or else." She was still pissed for the previous event. So she wanted to suppress Ethan and gain the information she needed, but what she didn't expect was that this dude was not a regular strong street boy. Ethan didn't react to her threat. He smiled at Rose and said, "Can you please bring some tea for our guest?" Rose got the hint and immediately stood up and went away. Ethan said, "Oh, I see. Miss Melissa, you seem to have some misconception about me. You see, I know how powerful you are, but I don't give a damn about you if you think that might help. And one more thing, as powerful as you are, there was still invasion from the demon realm, and you didn't do shit about that, so you are not something of a big deal." Instantly, horrendous power surged up from Melissa. Her eyes turned cold. She wrapped Ethan with her energy. Her hair was floating in the air. She was now in her battle form, the Doombringer form, where she was wearing a royal battle armor. Anybody would piss their pants if they saw her in this form. Though she was angry, she didn't let her power gush out unconditionally that would destroy the whole world of the ancients. But Ethan could very much tell that if she snapped her finger right now, he would turn into dust. No atom would be left for regeneration. Melissa said coldly, "Boy, do you dare to say what you said again?" Ethan contacted his system. "I think I am in a fucked up situation. Do you know any solution?" "Sigh, master, as usual." "Why would you run that mouth of yours when you are totally out of league here?" Ethan snorted in his mind. "So should I let her threaten me then? No way in hell. I'd rather die today." Okay, you have an option. You can activate one of the system's 3 protocols, the Descent of the Chaos Ruler. But remember, you can use this form for 30 minutes only in your entire life, so you need to choose wisely when and how long you want to use it. Oh, would I become even stronger than this woman then? This woman is a Tier 8 existence. The Chaos Ruler is a Tier 17 existence. Ethan's eyes widened. Damn. He could possess the power of a Tier 17 existence for 30 minutes. Holy shit, how powerful is this Chaos Ruler form? You should know the Universe Supreme in Ethan's universe was a Tier 7 existence. And the system seemed to say there are 3 protocols. Is there even a stronger version of the Chaos Ruler there? His heart was beating like a drum. He was excited to the extreme. He didn't need to fear anyone anymore. 30 minutes was enough to destroy everything in existence for a being like a Tier 17 lifeform. Even the Ender, which was sleeping in the sun right now, was a Tier 10 lifeform at most. When Melissa saw Ethan's heart beating violently, his eyes wide open, she felt satisfied. This was the reaction she was expecting. But if she really knew the true reason for Ethan's reaction, she might have been frightened out of her wits. She didn't come here to kill Ethan. Her master said Ethan could be an important chess piece in the upcoming apocalypse, but she wouldn't tolerate disrespect from a lowly lifeform. Ethan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked at Melissa with indifference in those eyes, even when he was suffocating from the tremendous pressure. Ethan didn't want to use a nuclear bomb to kill a mosquito, but if the situation got out of hand, he would need to use that nuclear bomb. Besides, he could decide how long to use that form. It was not like once you activated that form, you would need to use it for 30 minutes continuously and it would be gone. Even if he activated the Chaos Ruler form, he would take a nanosecond to erase this woman out of existence. There wouldn't be much loss, but Ethan could tell she was just trying to intimidate him, not kill him. so he started counting from 10 to 1 in his mind. If she didn't retract her pressure by then, she would be gone. This was the moment Ethan decided to kill her. His eyes turned indifferent toward her. When Melissa saw that look, a chill ran down her spine. She immediately retracted her aura. She felt the threat of death from this boy of unknown origin. Even her master didn't give her this level of threat. What was going on? She was sweating buckets instantly. She looked at Ethan with horror in her eyes. She was a pinnacle existence in this universe. Not even those 7 cardinal demons of sin could fight with her in a one-on-one battle. Only her master could kill her. But now, a little boy from a backwater sect was giving her a threat so vast that Melissa felt suffocated. It was not like Ethan activated that form or anything. He just confirmed that he would kill her. In the grand scale of existential law, weaker creatures always could tell when they are vastly outmatched. So the moment he decided to activate the form of Chaos Ruler, he became the predator, and Melissa became the prey. So her sixth sense immediately sent her the danger alert, and you know what happened after that. Ethan stood up from his seat, slightly wiped some dust from his clothes, and smiled at her. "Shall we talk like proper humans now, Miss Melissa?" Melissa felt that the threat was gone, and Ethan became a normal person again. No wonder her master could not see through this boy. He couldn't be from this universe. He was a monster who could swallow this entire universe and wouldn't even make a sound. Her heart was still beating. If Ethan knew that Melissa just tagged him with a super monster title, he would surely become speechless. "You are the monster. Your entire family is monster." This is what he would probably say. Melissa then came in front of Ethan and bowed. "Mr. Hunt, please don't take offense. I am not an enemy. I am here on the order of my master, Elindros Niharim, the only supreme tier existence in this universe." Then she looked at Ethan and stopped saying that. Ethan was intrigued. Ethan sat on the seat. Melissa was still standing, not daring to sit down. Ethan gestured for her to sit. Only after that did Melissa sit down. Ethan said, "Now tell me everything about this universe. I would like to know." Ethan wouldn't find a more fitting person to gain information about this universe. This woman was a realm higher than the universe supreme. Who else could give him more insight than her? Melissa nodded and slowly started. "This universe has 2 realms. The lower realm, which is this world of the ancients. There are countless lower realms like this one. Then there is the upper realm, like the immortal realm and demon realm." Ethan said, "You mean the universe is divided into 2 spaces of order, where the lower realm can hold only a certain level of power, and if anyone wants to go higher, they need to ascend to the higher realm." Ethan had a look of realization. "So that's how it is. Tell me the names of the power realms," he asked again. 1 Mahayana 2. Profound Immortal 3, True Immortal 4, Golden Immortal 5, Taoist Golden Immortal 6, Immortal King 7, Immortal Emperor 8, Saint 9, Supreme. The highest realm now is the Saint realm. There is a curse in the universe where no one can break through to the supreme realm anymore. Only my master is in that realm, but he can't leave the forbidden zone. Melissa was a saint, so you start with the Mahayana realm. Is that? Ethan asked again. Only Mahayana realm cultivators can go from the lower realm to the higher realm. Anyone below that cannot go unless they are born in the higher realm, Melissa answered patiently. Ethan thought in his mind, so Mahayana is the tier 1. Below that realm, everything is tier 0, the same as his universe, like the martial warrior to martial emperor. There was another problem. Tier 1 was not similar everywhere. He knew the ancestor of the Overlord sect was a Mahayana level 6 realm cultivator, but he had 5 sun level power, whereas the planetary realm in his universe was nowhere near that level. So higher order universes had higher order lifeforms with more power even if they were the same tier of lifeform. Then there was a possibility that the enemies outside the universe were hundreds or thousands of times stronger, even if they were of similar tier existence. But he need not to worry. He had the ultimate weapon now, 30 minutes of getting the power of a tier 17 existence. He felt smug for a while, but then he had a sudden realization. What if he activated the Chaos Ruler form and the real Chaos Ruler sensed his aura? Wouldn't he attack him directly? 2 lions couldn't live on the same mountain. Damn, he hadn't thought about this before. Excellent analyzing power, Master. Ethan even got praise from the system for realizing this. He smiled wryly. "You knew this and didn't warn me. You really want me to die so that you can get another host, right, you bastard? The system can't leave you, Master. If you die, the system will vanish. But don't worry, you won't die so easily. I have many protocols." Ethan didn't argue, so what if there was a Chaos Ruler? He would kill him in that 30 minutes if something like that ever occurred. He got back his confidence again. When Melissa saw Ethan was silent, she stopped talking too. Ethan then looked at her. "Tell me more. Why aren't there any Supremes in the universe anymore? And why can't your master leave the Forbidden Zone? And where is this Forbidden Zone?" Melissa began again after Ethan finished. "An apocalypse hit our universe 10 billion years ago. An outer universal enemy attacked us. All the Supremes needed to sacrifice their life to fight against that enemy. Even so, they couldn't kill him. That was the moment my master was breaking through to the Supreme Realm. When he finished his breakthrough and went to the battlefield, they saw the enemy was still hanging on by his last thread of life. so my master delivered the finishing blow. Melissa stopped after saying that. Ethan could tell she was afraid to mention that event. Melissa started again, but after the finishing blow was delivered, a life-bound artifact of that unknown enemy activated a curse. Our universe fell into eternal damnation, and as for Master, because he delivered the final blow, he was trapped in the battlefield. Our universe was also divided into two realms from then on. This world of the Ancient was the realm where the battle occurred, and the Forbidden Zone was the exact battlefield. The corpse of that enemy is still there in the Forbidden Zone. Master tried with all his power but still couldn't destroy that corpse. Ethan was thrilled by the story. Damn, he asked, what about the corpses of the other Supremes? Did their corpses decay? Melissa shook her head. No, Master preserved their corpses in the hope that he might find a way to bring them back again. But 500 years ago, Master received a prophecy from the will of the universe that a great apocalypse was coming again. So Master thought the corpse of that outerversal enemy might become alive again, or maybe another enemy would come to attack us. Ethan finally understood everything. This universe was full of adventure. Haha, I hope the apocalypse will come a bit later so that I might get enough power to enjoy the fight, or else I'll need to use that power, he thought in his mind. Ethan then said, okay, but why is the demon realm invading here? Melissa said they are probably looking for their ancestor's corpse, but her eyes turned cold. Their ancestor had also contributed in that battle. He was a valiant hero, but the demons now had no morals. They only wanted destruction and control. Ethan said, okay, but why didn't you stop that incarnation? He could have killed all of mankind from this world, you know. Melissa smiled wryly. I also can't leave the Forbidden Zone as I wish. The curse power of that zone is tremendous. It also contaminated me, though not as much as Master. I used an artifact to come out this time, but I only do this if absolutely necessary. How long can you stay now that you've come out? Ethan asked curiously. About 1 month. Then I'll have to go back. The artifact will take 500 years to be able to be used again. So would you stay here or go back? I'll go back, as I got my answers. I am also relieved that someone like you is living here. Ethan smiled. Don't put your faith in me. I'm not sure I'll even intervene or not if the apocalypse descends now. Melissa smiled. Your mere presence is enough. I'll take my leave. I have to give my report to Master. Bye, Mr. Hunt. Ethan nodded. Ethan now knew more or less about this universe. As soon as Melissa left, Ethan felt several powerful auras coming toward the Overlord sect from different directions. So the upper echelon of this world has finally decided to answer the summon. Let's see, Ethan murmured. He was grouping people based on different power levels. Among them, 3 persons were radiating around a 1,000 sun level of power. Didn't Melissa say that only Mahana realm cultivators could be found here, and anything above that needed to be achieved in the upper realm? Are those guys from the upper realm? Ethan thought in his mind. The aura was too overwhelming. The elders and disciples soon also discovered that some powerful auras were approaching. In the flying vessel of the Heavenly Fate sect, 3 persons were present. One stunning young woman clad in a purple robe, a handsome young man in a black robe, and Elder Klein. Klein was too calm. He was looking into the distance as if contemplating something deeply. The girl's name was Lily, a holy daughter of the sect. She came behind Elder Klein, a fanatic look on her face. Clearly, she was obsessed with this man, as Elder Klein was only in his early 30s. She said in a soft voice, Mr. Klein, do you think we will find something valuable from this trip? Klein didn't look at her. He replied in a calm manner, who knows? We can only hope for the best outcome. Soon the young man also joined the conversation. His name was Damien. He was the top holy son of the sect and also the next candidate for the sect master position. When he heard that Elder Klein was taking 2 disciples on this tour, he voluntarily joined him. Damien was interested in the news too. He had heard about demons before, and now that someone had allegedly killed one, he wanted to see the person in question, even if it turned out to be a lie. Damien said, I still think this is just a rumor spread by that sect for some fame. Klein just smiled but didn't reply. In the flying vessel of the Flame Dragon sect, another top sect of the central continent, 2 women and 1 young man were present. One woman was an elder. She radiated the aura of 1,000 sun level power. The young woman wore a bright red robe with the emblem of a dragon. The young man was wearing a white robe. The older woman, Elder Anna, looked at the girl beside her and said, Ima, I am sure many sects will send their young prodigies on this excursion. Even if the news is a lie, you will be able to meet many top prodigies. As the future sect master, you should build connections all over the world. You understand what I am trying to say, right? Ima nodded. I understand, Elder Anna. The young man on the side had a flattering look on his face. He was Varian, one of the holy sons of the Flame Dragon sect. He said, Elder Sister will be the bright star among all the prodigies who will go there. I am sure she won't need to introduce herself. They will come to her like moths to a flame. Anna and Imad didn't reply. They naturally disliked this personality-less person. He was a holy son only because his uncle was an elder in the sect. But nobody knew Varian wasn't the person they thought he was. He had a very dark secret. He was the incarnation of Asmodeus, one of the 7 cardinal sin demons. At this moment, though he had a fawning smile on his face, he was laughing nastily in his mind. Ha 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 ha, damn that Beelzebub, what a sucker. He came down a little while ago and already died. The coffin of the ancestor will definitely belong to me. He knew very well that the news was true. He only came here because he wanted to kill the person who had killed Beelzebub's clone, as that person might interfere with his plan in the future. He would go along with others and find a chance to sneak attack. Asmodeus was the demon of the cardinal sin of sloth. He had sent this incarnation of his years ago. Then he killed the real Damien and took his place. He was gathering information about where he might find the coffin of the ancestor, and he had a rough idea of where it might be. The Forbidden Zone, but this made everything even more complicated. The Forbidden Zone was the only place where even his main body couldn't go in and take whatever he wanted. That ancient entity lived there. As for why the demon realm was so sure that their ancestor's body was still intact after billions of years, it was because of his life-bound sword. His life-bound sword was placed in the demon realm as a guardian weapon. The ancestor had sent it back to the demon realm the moment he felt danger, and the life-bound sword should have been destroyed if his entire existence in this world had vanished. But it didn't. So the very existence of that sword proved that either the corpse of the ancestor was still preserved or he might still be alive. The second option was out of the question. They all knew what had happened back then, so the only reasonable conclusion was that the corpse was still preserved there. So Asmodeus was waiting for the perfect time to venture into the Forbidden Zone, and he knew soon he would get that chance. But 2 months ago, he had felt the presence of the incarnation of Beelzebub here. He became a little tense, but then he thought maybe they could work together to get the corpse and share it, as the task was highly risky. But yesterday, he felt the incarnation of Beelzebub was gone from this world. As for why Beelzebub couldn't feel his presence, it was because he was living inside the grand array of the Flame Dragon sect. This array was a product of the upper immortal realm. Now Asmodeus wanted to kill that variable who had appeared out of nowhere. Around 50 sects sent their envoys to verify the news. No sect was foolish enough not to send someone. Soon, everyone reached the periphery of the Overlord sect and could see each other. 50 or more grand flying vessels were floating in the air. They were waiting for the people of the Overlord sect to come out and let them enter. An old man looked toward the vessel of the Flame Dragon sect and said softly, "That old hag really came personally, huh?" Elder Anna heard that and looked at the old man like she wanted to swallow him alive. She snorted coldly, "Why can't I come when an old bastard like you have come?" The old man, who also had a similar aura to 1,000 suns, instantly turned red with anger. He was just about to reply venomously when another mocking voice could be heard from another flying vessel. "Two old kids are having fun, I see." It was a middle-aged man, but his aura was even stronger than these two. Both of them stopped bickering and saw everyone looking at them in an awkward silence. They felt a little embarrassed, but not much. Soon, Zarelith and other elders of the Overlord sect came out from the sect and greeted politely. "I am Zarelith, the second ancestor of the Overlord sect. I welcome all the guests to our humble sect." One elder from a flying vessel said in a calm manner, "Ancestor of the Overlord sect, you should know why all of us came here. I hope you didn't spread a rumor just to get our attention, or else your sect would have to face the consequences, and you know that won't be something good." Zarelith was sweating. He was just a messenger of that senior, but he could tell all these powerful individuals were looking at him suspiciously. He gulped down. As he was about to reply to that elder, he saw someone in a white dress walking out from the gate in an elegant manner. His hands were behind his back. Ethan looked at those 50 flying vessels and took a step forward toward them. Instantly, an apocalyptic pressure released from his body, and every one of those envoys fell to their knees, blood trickling from their mouths. About 200 people from those 50 top sects over the world were kneeling down. Elder Klein was also kneeling. His mouth was also bleeding, but he had a smile on his face like he had finally found something that was lost from him a long time ago. Even Varian, or rather Asmodeus, was kneeling. His eyes showed astonishment. How could a little ant from this lowly place possess so much power? Ethan had 100,000 sun level power. Even if Asmodeus went all out with this incarnation of his, he wouldn't be a match for Ethan. Ethan had already sensed this demon the moment their flying vessel entered his mental domain, so he attacked the moment they reached here. As for why he also attacked everyone else, it was to let them know who was the boss here. Then Ethan released the pressure from everyone except Varian. Elder Anna had a panicked look. Though she didn't like Varian, he was still a holy son of their sect. She said politely, "Senior, we are sorry for ever doubting you. Please forgive us. This disciple of our sect doesn't know anything, and if he unintentionally offended you, I am begging for forgiveness on his behalf." Ethan didn't even look at her. He started floating in the air, and Asmodeus's incarnation also started to float and came in front of him. Asmodeus knew his identity was already revealed in front of this man. When Amma and Elder Anna saw Ethan taking away Varian by grabbing him through his energy, they started begging together. Even the other sect's envoys were baffled. Though they were afraid of this man, they couldn't understand why he would target a little disciple. Did he want to make an example out of him for showing disrespect? But why choose a disciple when he could easily crush even those three loose immortal seniors? Ethan released Varian when he pulled him in front of him. Then he smiled, "Demon, won't you introduce yourself?" Varian stopped struggling. He knew there was no need for acting anymore. He laughed out loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. How did you figure it out, little ant?" Ethan replied with a smile on his face, "Do you think a pesky bug like you could hide your filthy aura from me? Are you also an incarnation of those cardinal demons or something? I am Asmodeus, the cardinal demon of sloth. I hereby grant your wish now to die by my hand. It will be your honor." Soon, Varian started to change his form. Two huge wings emerged from his back. Two horns came out, his body began to turn purple and grow larger. After 30 seconds, a 4-meter-tall purple demon with two wings came into existence in front of everyone. As soon as the envoys of the sect saw his true form, some holy sons and daughters immediately fell to their knees again. This was their primal instinct. Their bodies gave up obeying the orders of their nervous systems out of fear, the fear of facing someone far superior, and the superior entity was a predator. Elder Klein's eyes turned red with madness instantly. Before Ethan could even attack, a tremendous aura gushed out from Klein like a dam breaking after a long time. Ethan was a little surprised. He hadn't sensed this man's true strength. Even the Saint Melissa had been found out by him. So what was so special about this man? Klein's aura directly hit 70,000 sun level. What the? Is he also a protagonist like me or what? Ethan thought in his mind. Klein vanished from there and directly appeared in front of Asmodeus and punched him. His eyes were radiating madness. Ethan could tell he had lost all sense of reasoning now. He didn't even consider that the pressure from his punch could kill everyone here. So Ethan said softly, "Chaos Domain." Instantly, Klein, Asmodeus, and Ethan were separated from this dimension, and Klein's punch landed on Asmodeus perfectly. A cataclysmic power radiated from the direct hit. But Ethan and Klein both could tell something was wrong. Soon they heard a nasty laughter. "Ha ha ha, for a lowly ant like you, you possess some power. How the hell did the two of you become so powerful? Are you from the immortal realm?" Asmodeus was perfectly fine. Ethan was also curious, how did Klein become so powerful? Klein didn't reply. He released his spirit soul. A blinding golden light was radiating from the soul when it materialized. A 12-winged angel was manifested behind Klein. It was a gold-level spirit soul, one level above the violet level, the absolute pinnacle level in the lower realm. Soon Klein's aura started to rise crazily. His power tripled instantly. He was now radiating the power of 210,000 sun, even stronger than Ethan. Ethan was surprised. This world sure hides so many surprises. For the first time, Asmodeus became serious. He also unleashed his full power and reached 80,000 sun level, but he wasn't done. Unlike Beelzebub, he brought an immortal artifact with him. It was a spear. Instantly, his aura also soared to 240,000 sun level. Ethan was speechless. Damn, am I the weakest one here in my own domain? Ethan had the urge to bring out his Baybithe sword of Infinitito show-off too, but he didn't. That would be disgraceful for the sword. He had many ways to fight these two lunatics, but he would let them settle their own score first. Ethan was curious to know what made this person so mad that he lost all rationality the moment he saw a demon. Surely he had a dark past. A soul at the pinnacle realm, having strength of this level sure is a protagonist. Klein opened his mouth for the first time. "Demon, today you will pay for the sin your kind committed 10,000 years ago." Sure enough, he is a tragic protagonist, Ethan thought. Though Asmodeus was stronger than Klein now, Ethan knew Klein must have more cards up his sleeve. As expected, the angel started glowing even more brightly. Soon, Klein's aura reached 250,000 sun, and Ethan could tell now the power was saturated. "Let's see how you two fight now. Give me some excitement, or else I'll have to enter the arena myself," Ethan muttered under his breath. Soon both Asmodeus and Klein disappeared. Ethan didn't lock the space. He was wearing a defense armor created by the armor skill, which boosted his defense up to 500,000 suns. So he was totally safe from a sneak attack. Boom, both sides collided. In a fraction of a second, Klein and Asmodeus collided at least 10,000 times. The power that was generating from this collision, if Ethan hadn't used his chaos domain, probably the entire continent would have been reduced to ash by now along with its trillions of life forms. But Ethan had to admit, the fight of such a high scale was a feast for the eyes. Klein roared like a mad beast. He tried his very best to break through Asmodeus's defense, but who was Asmodeus? A cardinal demon at the level of a saint. Even if it was just an incarnation of his, Asmodeus was a monster who lived for countless eons. Compared to him, Klein was just a slightly older baby. But Klein was a son of destiny of this universe, so he also couldn't be measured with common sense. Watching this peak-level battle, even Ethan wanted to join the fight. He created a grand throne out of his law of creation and sat on it in the air. Then he took out some food from his space ring, the ones he bought from those street shops when he first arrived in this world. He was cheering for both Asmodeus and Klein. Whoever had a slightly upper hand, he would cheer for him. Kill that filthy demon, shred him into pieces, Mr. Angel's soul. You got this. He cheered when Klein's punch landed on Asmodeus and sent him flying back about 4 km back. In the next instant, Asmodeus appeared behind Klein using teleportation and landed a hit on his back. Then Ethan started cheering for Asmodeus. Kill that glowing light bulb, Mr. Thanasoups, Mr. Asmodeus. You can do it. Asmodeus was a purple-skinned demon, so he took a bite of the steak in his hand. Even Klein, who had lost all his sanity, felt a little twitch on his face. Asmodeus, though, didn't just take insult this lying down. He vanished from the place after hitting Klein and appeared in front of Ethan, who was still happily wolfing down that large chunk of meat. Die, you bastard. How dare you mock one of the eternal rulers of the demon realm? An apocalyptic force lunged toward Ethan, but Ethan didn't react much. Asmodeus became happy. He thought Ethan was just all bark and no bite. This punk couldn't even react to his attack. And boom, the spear tip landed on the exact spot above the heart. But instantly Asmodeus's smile vanished into thin air. He felt a chill down his spine, and he vanished from there instantly and appeared in a distance. His spear didn't even penetrate Ethan's battle suit. Ethan didn't even look at him. He said in a calm voice, "Why are you in a rush to die? Isn't it good that I am letting you live a little longer? Just finish your fight with that man if you're capable, then you will probably die valiantly. If you can't even beat him, aren't you just a shame on the name of Cardinal Demons?" This time Asmodeus felt that chill because Ethan activated his eyes of destruction. If Asmodeus dared to attack one more time, he would make him disappear like he did to all his enemies. Asmodeus would have been disintegrated instantly. Ethan once again started eating. Klein also attacked Asmodeus in the meantime. This time, a golden sword manifested in Klein's hand. This sword was an amplifier. It amplified 2 times his total strength, but could only last for 1 minute. Asmodeus looked coldly toward Klein and said, "You will regret forever provoking me." Asmodeus wasn't Beelzebub, who was killed instantly by Ethan's hand. Besides, Beelzebub came down unprepared, but Asmodeus was prepared as he knew he might even have to face someone far stronger than this incarnation. Soon he unleashed his ultimate form. This incarnation was much more valuable than Beelzebub's incarnation. Asmodeus's true form was a giant serpent, thousands of kilometers long. But Ethan's chaos domain was only 5 km in radius, and Asmodeus couldn't get out of this domain, so the serpent coiled inside the sphere of the chaos domain. Ethan was surprised. This demon sure had many cards to play. Asmodeus's strength was 80,000 sun without the spear, but with this serpent form, it now became 800,000 sun times more powerful. Besides, its defense became stronger too. Soon Klein felt like a mosquito in front of the giant purple serpent. Then Asmodeus roared, "Insect, now die." A corrosive poison breath instantly covered the entire domain. This corrosive power was 2 times his strength. With 1,600,000 sun level corrosive breath, the entire world of the ancients might be gone with this attack. Ethan wrapped around him with his mental power and enveloped it with the law of destruction. The law of destruction was a supreme law, whereas the law of poison was a unique law, but it fit in the basic law category. So when the corrosive breath touched his mental barrier, it immediately dispersed. Klein's angel soul was glowing to its utmost level, but in front of such power it was almost futile. Klein attacked with his sword and tried to cut through the poison breath, but it was all in vain. His highest attack power was 500,000 sun, whereas Asmodeus's power was 1,600,000 sun, more than 3 times stronger. Soon the glow of his soul started to dim. Klein's eyes returned to their normal form from their berserk red form. He could now think clearly. "I am sorry, Luna. I am not a worthy husband you could be proud of. I tried my best, but still can't defeat a demon. Can you forgive me, please?" He bid his time for 10,000 years. He became stronger and stronger until he surpassed everyone in this world, but he never revealed his strength or ascended to the upper realm. The upper realm was full of the unknown, so he didn't want to risk going there and dying without taking revenge for his wife. A full 10,000 years later, he finally got the chance to take revenge, to vent all his hatred onto a demon. He unleashed all the power he accumulated over the years, but still he couldn't kill the demon. He was unwilling. He didn't want to die yet. He once vowed that he wouldn't rest until he went to the demon world and killed every one of them. He wanted one more chance. He wanted to try again and gain more power. He thought he could tackle anyone with his power in this world, but he was wrong. That demon was just an incarnation of a true demon, and he couldn't even defeat that. Tears started rolling down from his eyes. "I hope I'll get another chance in my next life to take revenge for you, Luna. I am coming to meet you finally." In this deathly silent space where only the heartbeat could be heard, Klein heard a sigh. Then he remembered there was another man with him in this strange space who was rumored to be a demon slayer. Just when Klein's final spirit entry was about to be finished, a barrier wrapped around him. Then Ethan said softly, "Disintegration." Instantly, all the poison breath disintegrated like thin air. The space was cleared again. Then they saw the giant eyes of Asmodeus, which were now full of doubt. Asmodeus couldn't understand how his poison breath suddenly lost its effectiveness. It had never happened before. Ethan's Eye of Destruction could destroy anything within the range of his power, which was 20 times his base strength. Ethan now had 100,000 sun-level power, so the Eye of Destruction could destroy anything under 2 million sun-level power. So Ethan destroyed the poison breath. Klein looked at Ethan, who was still sitting on his grand throne and eating his food. He bowed to Ethan. Ethan said, "Why do you want to kill a demon so badly that you lost your sanity?" Klein had a sad look on his face. He was about to speak, but Ethan stopped him. "Hold on, let's deal with this worm first. We can talk then." Asmodeus roared and used his poison breath again, but Ethan had already sealed everything off. So Asmodeus couldn't use any elemental attack, he could only rely on his physical body now. Ethan then suppressed Asmodeus to half of his power 400,000 sun level. Then he looked at Klein. "Go kill him." Klein could tell Asmodeus's aura was now half of its previous level. He bowed to Ethan but didn't say anything else and disappeared from there. Asmodeus couldn't move much in this domain with his huge form, but he could swing his tail. When he saw Klein coming toward him, he swung his tail. It was coated with wide thorns. The thorns were also poisonous. But Klein raised his sword and attacked the tail. Though Asmodeus's strength was suppressed to half, his defense was still as strong as ever. The sword attack didn't do much to his scales, but Klein wasn't done. He used his soul technique, Divine Judgment. Blinding golden light started to cover the entire domain. Klein's attack was doubled again. Now it was 1 million sun level. Boom, the tail was cut off from the body. Asmodeus roared with agony. Every incarnation had a sliver of soul in them, so they could also feel pain. Moreover, this incarnation was special, it could use his serpent form, so the pain was even more agonizing. The tail grew again. Asmodeus couldn't use other techniques except his poison breath in the serpent form, so he could only attack with his tail, but it was cut off again. All of this happened so fast. Klein had conjured his sword 55 seconds ago, so everything happened within those 55 seconds. He only had 5 seconds left to kill the serpent, or else he would have to wait 24 hours before he could use it again. And without the sword, he couldn't use the Divine Judgment technique. He was desperate to kill this demon, but the serpent was enormous and had incredible regeneration speed. Klein roared with all his might and delivered his final blow. It was aimed at the head, but Asmodeus used his tail to block that blow. His tail was cut off again. The residual power hit his head, but it didn't do any damage. Klein's sword was gone. His power dropped to 250,000 sun level. With this power, he couldn't kill the serpent. He could only smile wryly. He wasn't ready to face a demon yet. He looked at Ethan and bowed. "Senior, I am sorry. I can't kill this demon. I am useless." Ethan finished his last bite and stood up from his throne. He looked at the giant serpent, then asked, "Did Beelzebub have something like this?" "A giant demonic beast form. Why didn't he use it in our fight?" Asmodeus said, "He is a fool. Now both of you die." Asmodeus swung his tail again. If it hit Klein, he would be turned into meat paste. Ethan conjured a sword in his hand and muttered slowly, "Extinction." Boom, 5 million sun-level cataclysmic power radiated from his sword and engulfed the serpent. "No, I'll kill you, son of a bitch, even if I have to destroy this entire universe." Asmodeus's plan was totally destroyed now. His incarnation was going to die here, and it was a valuable incarnation. It was a huge loss. Ethan said, yeah, that red bastard also said something similar to me." Klein was looking at this scene with astonishment and awe in his eyes. He had used up all his trump cards and still couldn't kill that demon, but this senior just did it with only a swing of his sword. Truly magnificent. The serpent was vaporized. Ethan slowly withdrew his sword. Then the chaos domain was also withdrawn. Outside the chaos domain, people were looking at the black sphere with fear and astonishment. So many things had happened so quickly. The holy son of the flame dragon sect turned out to be a demon. Then suddenly Elder Klein, a publicly known ordinary elder, erupted with such tremendous power almost the pressure crushed them. But it was their good luck that the senior of the Overlord sect used his domain to isolate the demon and the berserk Elder Klein. They were tensed. What might be going on inside that dark domain? They couldn't see anything from the outside of the domain. Even Rose came out due to the commotion. She was standing with a holy daughter of the Overlord sect. Alex was also standing beside her. The whole environment was very suffocating. Then they saw the dark sphere slowly disappearing. Ethan and Klein were floating in the air. There was no demon. They didn't take long to understand that the demon was slain. Instantly, a loud cheer came from everyone present, especially the younger generation. They were looking at Ethan's ethereal presence with fanaticism in their eyes. The girls almost lost their sanity. Ima said, "Elder Anna, how can someone be this perfect in this imperfect world?" But Elder Anna didn't reply. She was also looking at Ethan with wide eyes. When they first saw Ethan, they were afraid of him. But now that they saw him, Agin had saved them and killed a demon, their whole perspective changed. There was a saying, beauty is nothing but a perspective view. Now that their perspective were changed, Ethan became an ethereal demon slayer in their eyes. Klein sat on one of his knees, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head. "Sir, I want to become your follower. Would you please give me the honor?" Ethan didn't answer. He also didn't deny. Having a powerful follower like Klein, who was also a son of destiny of this universe, would be good. He was thinking about what to do. Everyone at the place, however, was stunned. They had felt Klein's pressure a while ago. They knew Klein was on a whole different level than them, but he wanted to become a follower of this senior, and this senior looked so young and handsome. This was unfair. Lily was about to cry. Her entire view of Elder Klein had changed now. Not that she hated him, but she was now afraid of the unknown. The power gap was tremendous. Ethan was about to reply to Klein, but then a horrendous pressure enveloped the entire world of the ancients. Every life form felt that pressure. Ethan also felt that. Instantly, he teleported Rose back to the main universe. He didn't want her to be in any danger. The pressure was not something he could deal with now. It was the pressure of a universe supremier. Rather, in this universe, it was an immortal emperor. Asmodeus had gone crazy. He sent one of his servants to destroy this world. He didn't even care about the Forbidden Realm anymore. The whole world came to a stop instantly. There shouldn't have been this level of power in this lower dimensional space of this universe. The power of an immortal emperor far surpasses the limit of this lower realm. The curse divided this universe into two portions. It was to make the weak ones remain in the weak realm, and the stronger ones remain in the strong realm, because a universe always contains more weaker ones than stronger ones. And ascending from the lower realm to the upper realm was not an easy task. They had to face thunder tribulation. They needed to survive 100 thunderstrikes. So many people who reached the pinnacle didn't dare to ascend to the higher realm. This made a cap of power in the lower realm. It was a brilliant move from that outer versal enemy to keep the majority of the people in the lower realm, so that when he would wake up again, he could kill those bugs easily. But this curse power could be bypassed by using some supreme-grade immortal artifact for some time. This time, Asmodeus exactly did that. He sent one of his 4 generals under him to attack this particular lower world, though he wouldn't be able to destroy this world as the Forbidden Zone was present here and that eldritch entity lived there. He could vent his anger by killing every other life form, even if he had to sacrifice this immortal emperor general of his. This time, the immortal emperor that came was a colossal titan beast. Everyone looked at the sky. The titan opened its colossal mouth to swallow the sun. The sun looked like a mark in front of the mouth of that monster. In fact, the sun of this world was millions of times bigger than the sun of the solar system of Earth. Ethan could estimate just how colossal this entity was. It was at least the size of the Milky Way galaxy, or even larger. The whole world of the ancients became standstill by its horrendous pressure. It didn't attack, though. It was just about to swallow the sun, but if the sun was swallowed, the whole world would plunge into darkness and all the life forms would be affected. Ethan was thinking about what to do. He knew that Melissa and her master, the only supreme of this universe, Elindros Niharim, lived in the Forbidden Zone. The supreme couldn't leave the place, but Melissa could. If Melissa didn't intervene this time, he would need to activate the Descend of the Chaos Ruler form, but Ethan's eyes turned cold. If he really had to use that form, he would kill Melissa too. There was no need for her to exist in this world. If an immortal emperor could destroy everything in the presence of a saint, the saint didn't need to exist anymore. Besides, Melissa did say she could stay outside for a month, but she left in a day. That meant she could come out again. The Titan, it looked like a huge dragon. Soon everyone heard a voice. "Human ant, my master sent a message to you." Then a projection of Asmodeus appeared in front of everyone. He laughed maniacally. "I told you, I'll kill you even if I have to destroy this entire universe. Every living being in this world would have the same fate as yours, just because you are a creature from this pitiful world. Now be ready to die." Asmodeus's projection was about to vanish, but suddenly they heard a voice again. This time the voice was too calm compared to this desperate situation. "Asmodeus, is this just a projection of yours or can you hear me?" Ethan asked calmly. He decided to use the form of Chaos Ruler, but if he really did that, the demon realm would be buried with Asmodeus and the other demons, along with Melissa too. But he wanted to try one last time. Soon Asmodeus's projection looked at him with a mocking look on his face. "Oh, you want to beg for mercy, Ant? It's too late now. Only your flesh and blood can calm my mind right now." Ethan smiled. "It's good that you can hear me. Do you know there is a saint in this world who lives in that Forbidden Zone?" Asmodeus had a look of confusion on his face. All he knew was that there lived an eldritch entity, the most powerful life form in this universe, in that Forbidden Zone, but it couldn't leave that place. Until he attacked that place, he would be safe. He never even thought of the possibility that there might be someone who was as strong as his main body, if not stronger, living there and that she could leave that place. That would have really changed all his plans. He would never send his general to his certain death. Though he said he was ready to sacrifice his general to calm his anger, that was all talk without essence, because he thought that the Supreme wouldn't come out to help some ants from that Forbidden Zone, risking his own life. He immediately ordered the dragon to withdraw and return to the demon realm. But this time, it was time for that galaxy-sized dragon to be frozen in place. Its mouth was surrounding the sun. Just a moment more and it could have closed its mouth and the sun would have been eternally gone, but at this very moment it was locked in place. Even its spirit was locked. A woman in a white dress appeared in front of it, a few minutes ago when the pressure enveloped the world in the forbidden zone. Alindros opened his eyes. His eyes turned cold. That pesky cardinal demon dared to send an immortal emperor toward his domain. That demon didn't regard him too highly, it seemed. Besides, Melissa had already finished her reporting, so he knew in this world there was someone who was not from this universe and was vastly superior to even him, so he thought maybe that person would take action. Melissa came in front of him and asked, "Master, should I take action?" Alindros said, "Wait a little longer. Let's see what he does." But then Ethan suddenly said there was a saint in this world. That was clearly an indication that Ethan wanted Melissa to take action for him. Besides, he did a quick divination. The result Alindros found dumbfounded him. If Melissa didn't take action today, she wouldn't see the sun of tomorrow. He didn't know why, so he immediately ordered Melissa to go out and kill that demonic beast which was about to swallow the whole sun in a bite. At present, a woman was floating in front of that galaxy-sized dragon. She looked like a particle in front of that demon, but her aura vastly surpassed that dragon. Even the pressure which was enveloping the entire world suddenly disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Melissa said in a calm tone, "Your master really doesn't care about you much, does he? That's why he sent you here to die." Suddenly, Asmodeus's projection came again. "Miss Doombringer, please let my general go." "I won't do such a foolish thing again." Asmodeus knew Melissa with every cell of his body. Everyone knew her who was present 10 billion years ago. They thought Melissa was gone in the annals of history, but this monster was standing right in front of him. Melissa was in her battle form. Though she was suppressing her aura, even the residual aura was vastly superior to the dragon. Melissa looked coldly at Asmodeus's projection. "You filthy demons tried to infiltrate this sacred land, where all our ancestors sacrificed their lives just to bring a new morning to this universe. Even the supreme demon ancestor sacrificed his valiant soul so that you filthy scums could live a safe life. But you totally disregarded his contribution and tried to steal his corpse, didn't you? Maybe it is time the demon realm faced a purge. She didn't want to kill unless necessary. The universe needed all its fighting power for the upcoming apocalypse, but she saw the cold look in Ethan's eyes. Those were the eyes she had seen before. That was the moment she had witnessed the aura of death within Ethan's gaze. She could still see that same deathly glint. It was clear Ethan wanted her to kill this dragon. So she sighed and raised her hand to finish off the dragon, but Ethan spoke at that exact moment. Let him go. Ethan had other ideas for him. He would soon go to Etherian, where he would obtain the extraction talent and the Shadow Monarch talent. It would be a pity not to add such a magnificent creature to his Shadow Legion, so he would deal with it when he got that talent. Melissa heaved a sigh of relief. If Ethan hadn't stopped her, she would have had to kill for sure. This conversation was heard by everyone. They heard all of this but could no longer process what was going on. The envoys of the sects all knelt down. The disciples, the elders, everyone. They had felt the pressure of death from the monster that was about to swallow the sun. Then they saw an even greater pressure coming from that woman. Then they saw the woman was listening the order of this senior in front of them. One thing was clear. They were in the presence of an existence far beyond their comprehension, far beyond their worthiness. But the one who was most surprised was not the people of this world, it was Asmodeus himself. He was one of the 7 eternal rulers of the demon realm, the cardinal demon of gluttony. He had lived for countless eons. He was alive when the apocalypse had hit their universe. He had seen the departure of the demon ancestor with his own eyes. He knew what these people didn't know. So Melissa Doombringer was a name known to everyone back then. She was the unbound tyrant who didn't even fear the Supremes. One time she had attacked the demon realm. That time 5 cardinal demons had to fight her simultaneously just to force her to withdraw. There was a rule. The Supremes would not intervene in the matters of the universe unless a Supreme made a move first or a danger arose that could not be resolved by anyone other than the Supremes. So the Saint was always the ruler class entity in the universe. But today, this Melisade Melissa Doombringer listened to the order of an unknown boy who had an ant-like presence in his eyes. What the fuck was going on? The way Ethan had ordered Melissa was like an absolute decree, like a ruler commanding his subject. And Melissa had complied like one. Asmodeus, for the first time, leaned back on his throne in his palace in the 9th level of the demon realm. His hand was on his head. He wanted to figure out something that now seemed beyond his comprehension. Ethan was definitely not a nobody, that was certain. Then who was he that even Melissa had to listen to his command? Melissa looked at the dragon that was still frozen in place. She said coldly, "You still didn't disappear in front of my eyes. Perhaps you don't want to return." The colossal dragon was speechless. "Miss, please unseal me first. How the heck would I go if you don't let me go?" But it couldn't even utter its inner thoughts here. the great dragon of karmic fire, the strongest general under eternal ruler Asmodeus, feared by the whole upper realm, was now being immobilized like an insect. This was a stain on his glorious record, but what could he do? He was facing the one and only Melissa Doombringer. Even his master had chickened out in front of her. What could he, a little dragon, possibly do? Melissa suddenly realized her mistake, that she hadn't unsealed the lock she placed on this dragon, but she acted in a composed manner and slapped the dragon's head. The moment her hand touched the dragon, she unsealed it and made it disappear from the lower dimension. Then she looked toward the demon realm. Listen, you filthy demons. This was your last and final chance. If you ever dare to disturb the lower realm again, I will surely visit your demon realm. She bowed toward Ethan and disappeared. Ethan didn't say anything. He looked at those kneeling people and asked them to go back. The topic of the summon was already clear in front of everyone. There was no need for a meeting anymore. Then he returned to the sect. Klein followed him inside. Ethan looked at Elder Trevor. Help Alex awaken his soul. I would like to see what his soul is. Trevor immediately bowed like a little child and took Alex to the awakening hall with utmost respect. Alex was now someone to whom he could only show respect, nothing else. Alex sat on the circle. Elder Trevor activated the circle and boom. Again, the same phenomenon as Ethan's appeared. It was an even bigger phenomenon, because Ethan had controlled the phenomenon when it reached a 100 km radius, as he didn't want to attract attention at that time. But Alex's case was totally different. He had Ethan as his backer. There was no need to suppress the phenomenon. Ethan was observing Alex very carefully. Then he saw an ethereal green lotus forming in the soul space. The lotus started to absorb energy voraciously. The light of the circle immediately reached a dark violet color. Elder Trevor wasn't much surprised this time as he looked toward Ethan, who was closely observing Alex. He could only smile wryly, one monster after another. Our overlord sect has become the den of monsters, haha. The phenomenon had already reached a 1000 km radius. It was still expanding. All the top powerhouses of the world sensed the phenomenon, but when they saw it was coming from the overlord sect, they immediately went back to their sleep, as if saying we would pretend like we didn't see anything. The green lotus, though it showed a dark violet color, only did so because the capacity of that circle was limited to this level. But Ethan saw everything clearly. It turned from violet to golden, golden to white, then white to dark black. So it was 2 levels higher than even Klein's golden grade angel soul, and Ethan had some idea what that lotus might be. So he teleported behind Alex and placed his hand on his back. Then he started infusing his energy into the lotus. This lotus wouldn't fully bloom if it only absorbed energy from this lower world, even if it sucked the world dry. It should be the primordial chaos lotus. He was right. Alex was another son of destiny. He was probably the strongest son of destiny in this universe, worthy to be one of Ethan Hunt's future generals. The green lotus was absorbing Ethan's energy as if there were no end to it. Ethan remained patient. He covered both himself and Alex within his chaos domain, separating them from this dimension so that nothing could disturb them. 10 minutes later, the first petal bloomed. Another 10 minutes passed, and the second petal followed. Soon, 2 hours went by, and 12 petals had bloomed on the green lotus. Ethan could tell that it had now reached a saturated state. He would probably need to reach the Mahayana or even the profound immortal realm to bloom the next group of petals. Alex slowly opened his eyes as Ethan removed the domain. Then he stood up in front of Alex. The amount of energy this little guy, or rather, his spirit soul had absorbed was enormous. Alex would have needed years to bloom these 12 petals on his own, or perhaps some special encounters. The moment Alex opened his eyes and saw Ethan's handsome face, his own eyes instantly lit up like stars. Big brother, I have successfully awakened a soul. I can cultivate now and become powerful in the future, he said, beaming with joy and excitement. Ethan smiled and gently patted his little head. You have to be very diligent, Alex, so that you can protect everyone you love. Alex's eyes turned firm and he said, I will, big brother. I won't bring shame to your name. I promise. Ethan chuckled. What was this little boy talking about? Though he wanted Alex to become his general, but if this was what Alex wanted, if not, he won't think about it for a second time. Ethan wouldn't bring the matter up again because he knew that if he asked, Alex would never dare to refuse. So it was best to let everything happen naturally. He looked at his clone, who was also standing there, and said, Bring him to his room, Ryan. The clone nodded and took Alex toward his residence. Alex should stay near him from now on. Okay, everything is perfect now. The apocalypse in this world will come a certain period later. I need to become more powerful. That outerversal enemy should be a Tier 9 life form, but he was far stronger than the Tier 9 existences in this universe. Because if that enemy had been Tier 10, there was no way in hell a bunch of Tier 9s could have taken him down in the first place. Tomorrow I should go to Etherian. The interracial tournament will begin in 2 days. I need to go there too. Our Universe Supreme also needs to be careful about outerversal enemies. That universe is also very mysterious. There should be more gates to other universes too. I need to check them out when I have time, Ethan thought. He He had already sent Rose to the main universe the moment that gigantic dragon arrived here. Now, he had nothing left to do. His law of chaos should reach 7% by tomorrow. So he decided to visit the world of the mortals. They had many good things like food and other items. He vanished from his current location and appeared in a nearby town. Then he contacted Amelia, the ghost whom he had given a body to. She was probably still searching for information about cultivators. Let's settle her vengeance first. Soon he appeared where Amelia was as she had sent him her location. Amelia was in a town and Ethan appeared there. The town looked extremely gloomy. Although it was only afternoon, the town was devoid of people. Only a few small stalls could be seen scattered around. The owners of those stalls had fear in their eyes. Soon, Amelia came in front of him and bowed. "Master." Ethan nodded at her. Then he asked, "What's going on in this town? It feels like a ghost town." Amelia replied, "You're right, master. I felt a tremendous ghost energy when I was passing through this town. But now that aura is fully disappeared. I don't know if it was done purposefully or not." Ethan nodded. Amelia was also a ghost, so she was naturally sensitive to that kind of energy. Ethan scanned the town as well but didn't sense anything unusual. Only a trace of residual ghost energy remained here and there. That meant the ghost must have already left the area. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to conceal its aura from him. "Let's ask them," Ethan said, pointing toward the stalls. Amelia nodded in agreement. Soon, both of them approached a stall and asked, "Give us some food." The owner was an old man in his 70s or older. He asked, "Are you new to this town?" Ethan nodded. "You should leave while you still can," the man said, his face filled with horror. Ethan's interest was piqued. He had been a normal person in his previous life. Maybe he was a little stronger in this life, maybe he could touch the sky now, but he always felt rooted to the ground, just like everyone else. So what could be causing such fear in this old man? He asked in a calm voice, "Old man, can you tell me what is wrong with this town? Why does it feel so strange?" The old man's face turned even paler. He said, "Go away from here." Then he quickly closed his stall and left in a hurry. He didn't even take payment from Ethan. Ethan turned to Amelia. "Go follow him. If anything unusual happens and you can't handle it, just inform me." Amelia bowed to Ethan and followed the old man. Ethan stood there, thinking about what might be going on. There was ghost energy, but it was very faint. Besides, the energy felt foreign, not like Amelia's. "Oh well, we'll know if we stay here tonight, won't we? Let's see." Ethan began roaming the streets. There were a few people here and there, but they also seemed odd. They were murmuring to themselves, yet Ethan could hear them clearly, as if they were whispering directly into his ears. "A new pig has appeared to be slaughtered." Another person said, "Maybe it's for the best. We might be able to survive one more night without the fear of being devoured." Yes, but such a pity for that handsome boy. Ethan was even more intrigued now. He found it even more exciting than his recent battle with the demon. A thrilling night awaited. He remembered watching many horror movies in his previous life stories of ghosts, vampires, aliens, or something else entirely taking over towns and plunging the people into horror. He remembered one movie in particular, where a village was plunged into darkness for a month. Vampires infiltrated that village and carried out a massacre. Was something like that happening here? Imagine a vampire creeping up behind him, licking its lips, about to bite his neck but unable to touch him, as Ethan was always wrapped in his chaos domain. Nothing could touch him without his permission. The reaction of that vampire would be worth watching. Right, ha ha ha. Ethan had explored almost every part of the town. Then he arrived at an inn. Surprisingly, the inn was nothing like the gloomy town outside. There were receptionists. People were moving about as if everything was normal. Something was definitely not right, so he activated his eyes of destruction, and immediately the entire environment changed. It was all an illusion. Damn, the illusion is powerful enough that even I couldn't figure it out without activating my eyes of destruction. Who is behind all of this? Ethan really wanted to know. Ethan could tell these receptionists were ghosts, and more importantly, they had at least 500 sun level of power. Besides, these ghosts had a strange energy, something of a higher order of ghost energy than what existed in this world. Are they from the upper realm? Is there a ghost realm like the demon realm in the upper realm? Probably. He thought to himself, but he didn't disturb their acting. He played along with them. He went in front of the counter and asked, "Hello, is there any room available for tonight?" The receptionist girl smiled brightly. Ethan could tell she just licked her lips. "Yes, sir, we have a perfect room for you. The most magnificent room in the VIP room. For your looks, we will give you the VIP room for the regular price," the girl said charmingly. "And you can also order something more, you know." Like she unbuttoned her chest a little. The other receptionist gave her a slap on the head. Then she bowed, "Please, sir, here is your key. Your room number is 309. You will find it on the second floor on the right side." Ethan was surprised. What a flawless acting by these two little ghosts. But he smiled and left with the key after thanking them. The inn was actually real, but it was full of blood and gory scenes which were curtained by the illusion. All the new people who arrived here for rest would die in the most horrific manner. Ethan went to the second floor. The illusion still continued until the room. The room was actually good, not illusion. It seemed they hadn't used the VIP room yet for murdering anyone, so Ethan just went to the bed. When Ethan was gone, the two receptionists were almost drooling. What a strong vitality. The master would be happy to taste his blood and flesh, and we can take his vitality before that. They were laughing nastily. Ethan could hear them as clearly as someone talking beside him. He also smiled. He really wanted to know the secret behind this town. It was almost evening. He heard a knock on the door. One of the receptionists came with food. Ethan opened the door. When she saw Ethan, she couldn't help but smile. "This food is on our inn, sir. Have a nice meal." But Ethan knew instantly that it had aphrodisiacs in it, very high amount. If a normal young man ate this food, he would even assault his mother. He would totally lose his sanity over lust. The receptionist was waiting outside. She was waiting for when Ethan would eat that meal and come out to vent. Then, she again licked her lips. But the aphrodisiacs would work 1 hour later after eating the food. That was when her master would again come to this town for his meal. Ethan just burned the food into dust and waited for the news from Amelia. She had entered the house of that old man. At first, the old man didn't want to let her in, but she used force to enter. Then Amelia talked to that old man for 40 minutes. Then she sent a message to Ethan mentally. Ethan teleported her back to the room. As she was possessing the body Ethan made, so Ethan could teleport her wherever he wanted. "Tell me everything you have learned," she nodded. "Master, that old man didn't want to talk before, but then he said after I used pressure a little. The town wasn't like this before. It was a very lively, normal town, bustling with common people. 8 months ago, a strange man came to their town, and everything changed after that." The man and his 2 daughters rented a house in the town. The strange thing was that they wouldn't come out from their house. They never saw them coming out, not even for buying food or necessities. 5 days after that man came, the first woman disappeared from the town. Everyone was panicked. They called the local authorities. They tried their best but could not find her. Then started the craziness. Every night one woman would disappear. This continued for a month. Then no one would go out after the afternoon. But still, the disappearances didn't stop. The families of those disappeared girls said they heard a strange sound, and then they didn't remember anything. When they opened their eyes, the woman was gone. All virgin young girls vanished in the first 3 months, then started disappearing the young wives. This continued for 3 more months, then started disappearing children. 7 months after this madness, the men of this town guessed that strange family might have something to do with this. They went to surround the house and broke the door. What they saw inside made 30 of them lose consciousness. There was blood everywhere, flesh, bones, organs, 7 heads. They recognized some heads. Those were the heads of the missing women and children. They went mad and started searching the whole house. Then they found an underground tunnel. When they went inside, they saw 100 men wearing strange red robes kneeling in front of a monstrous statue. They didn't know from where this many men came. And that man and his 2 daughters, who were also wearing the same robes, were reading something strange. The men of the town who lost their daughters, wives, and children lost their minds and attacked them. But the result was as expected. They were killed even before they could reach near them. The remaining of them paled with fear and ran out of the house. It was strange that no one stopped them. Some tried to leave the town immediately, but they couldn't. City Gate had some strange barrier which didn't allow anyone to leave. Only people could come. The newcomers could leave if they left within 1 hour after entering the town. They didn't know why, so that's how it is. So some ghosts infiltrated here. But when did they start eating people? We will know in 15 minutes. Let's wait. Ethan sent Amelia out of the town. He then closed his eyes and started thinking. There were too many strange things happening here. He didn't feel any barrier on that gate. He didn't sense the aura of those 2 receptionist ghosts when he first scanned the town. Something was blocking his sense, and that thing might be very powerful or maybe a powerful artifact. Ethan believed it should be the latter, because if such a powerful individual existed here, Alindros and Melissa would have surely noticed. Then suddenly, he saw a man entering the town from that gate. He was wearing a strange overcoat. His 2 fangs were protruding from his mouth, and he had pale skin. A vampire, huh? But this one seemed a little different than the ones from the vampire race in my universe. This little shit feels more filthy, and he is reeking with a higher order of ghost energy or rather death energy. The vampire directly came to the inn, probably got a message that Ethan was here. Ethan smiled weirdly. He felt a little playful. This vampire had 780 sun-level power. Indeed, very powerful, but he wanted to play with it. So he cast the chaos domain around the room. Let's see if you can open the door or not. Ha ha ha. He started laughing. How embarrassing would it be to not even be able to open the door to kill his prey for a vampire in front of its subordinates? The vampire was named Romero. He was a martial saint before he found the ultimate path of becoming stronger, far stronger than his current strength, to break through his limit even without possessing a spirit soul. Yes, he had found the path of becoming a slave of a great entity from the upper realm. One night, he was trying to rape a girl, but a cultivator was passing by that alley on that night. He pummeled him very badly. Even though he was a martial saint, he couldn't hold a candle in front of that cultivator. That man broke all of his bones and left him on the verge of death. Even the girl he wanted to rape kicked him before leaving that place. He was infuriated. He wanted nothing more than to kill that cultivator and violate that girl in the most brutal way. He hated himself for being too weak and not able to fight that cultivator. On the verge of death, he performed a ritual with his soul as the bargaining chip to gain the favor of someone from the demon realm or anyone from the upper realm. He learned that ritual process from a dilapidated house whose owner was a cultist. He never dared to perform that ritual before, but when death finally knocked at his door, he performed that ritual. He wanted to see a miracle, and bingo, a portal opened in front of him. He could see a grand figure sitting on a grand throne. He couldn't see his face, though, but the pressure he felt was like the entire world pressing him down on the ground. He then heard the divine being's commanding voice. I can grant you what you desired for your whole life, power, absolute power, but you have to exchange something else besides your own soul to reach that level. He immediately agreed. He didn't even bother to ask the terms and conditions, and instantly his soul had formed a pact with that entity. A vast amount of death energy gushed out from that portal and entered his body, and his entire being changed. Evolved from a mortal to something far stronger. He became a vampire, the king of the night. All he had to do was to offer a soul every night. The more souls, the more power he would have. He even got 2 ghost servants as a parting gift. Then from onward, he started massacring town and village after village. Then he found out that cultivator and killed him by eating his flesh while he was still alive. He enjoyed that agonizing scream of that man. He also killed that girl after raping her 10 days continuously. She was just a mortal girl. He fulfilled all his nasty desires after getting the powers he yearned for. He started to like the massacre as he could swallow the flesh and blood of his prey. His 2 ghost servants could take their vital energy, and he could offer the soul to his master. His master preferred virgin women the most, then young women, virgin or not, and after that, children. In just 3 years, he reached this level of power. From a puny martial saint to becoming an existence, even the ancestors of the top sex might not be his opponent. Besides, he was still getting stronger every day. It was an ultimate cheat. Today, his 2 servants told him a new specimen had come here. It was an extremely handsome young man with tremendous vitality, probably a martial saint prodigy. He licked his lips. He reached the base of the inn and the 2 receptionists bowed to him. Master, he is in the VIP room. Master, can you let us play with him a little bit more today? Please, master. They both smiled seductively. Romero just tore off their dresses and started pressing their breasts and smirked. You nasty little sluts. You are ghosts, still you are so horny. You can play with him, but don't you dare do anything out of the line. I want his flesh and blood intact. The receptionist just smiled even more seductively. Sure, master. Let's go. The 3 of them reached in front of the VIP room. One among the ghosts went in front of the door and knocked. Mister, we have something important to tell you. Can you open the door? Ethan was watching this 3 pieces of trash from the room and just smiled when he heard the door knock but didn't reply. Ghost knocked again but still no reply. She became angry. That little bastard didn't eat the food yet. How can he sit still after hearing the seductive voice of a young maiden after taking that much aphrodisiac? Romero retreated his hand from her breast and had a serious look on his face. Something is wrong. Break the door. The ghost immediately kicked the door, but it didn't even budge. What the hell? With my power, this entire town can be erased in a single blow. How come this door didn't break? Ghost was full of confusion. Romero came in front of the door and punched. The entire building was blown away except that VIP room. It was still standing as good as ever. Besides, the whole building was turned into dust, so the room was literally floating in the air. Romero's face changed immediately. We are facing something unusual. Stay on your guard. Then he roared at the room. Why don't you come out and face me if you are so capable? Why are you hiding in that room? Ethan didn't say anything. He just increased the range of his domain. Instantly, all 3 of them were captured inside the domain. Romero immediately found out that his connection with his master was lost. As he was not a true cultivator, he depended on his connection with his master to use his spirit energy. The energy reserve in his body was very little. Romero started panicking a bit. He heard the sound of the door opening. Then the door was opened all of a sudden. A man slowly came out from that room with a hum. Ethan looked at Romero and said, "You are not a real vampire, are you? How the fuck did you become an abomination?" He had a curious look on his face. The moment Romero heard this, his face changed from his little unease to extreme anger. He roared at Ethan, "Bastard, don't talk bullshit. I am a real vampire. Romero Rion, you will die a horrible death for your audacity. Oh, you think you are worthy to say such grand words, you filthy abomination." Ethan taunted him again. This was Romero's life's one and only regret. He could not become a true vampire. The true vampires were a noble race, he heard. He was just an abomination created by his master for his test. He tried to ask his master many times if he could become a real vampire or not. His master said if he served him well for the next 50 years and fulfill his duty, not only he would become a real vampire, but also a high-ranking one, a vampire lord. Ethan really wanted to know how this abomination was created. It would be alarming if there were more of his kind. Besides, this thing was radiating an upper realm energy, probably, so he wanted to grab the vampire and bring him to him. But to his surprise, his mental energy wasn't working on it. Interesting. Ethan was amused. It rarely happened that he missed his target. The vampire seemed to sense this little moment and started laughing maniacally. What? You wanted to do something from afar. Any kind of energy doesn't work on me. I am invincible in this world. Then he took out a little dagger from his dress. The moment he brought it out, a horrendous evil energy started gushing out from that little dagger. It was red, a very old-looking dagger, but Ethan was sure this was no ordinary artifact. It was at least an immortal-grade artifact. Now the question was, how did someone like this abomination get his hands on something so powerful? Ethan tried to wrap that dagger with his mental energy, but it was cut off by the evil aura. Suddenly, a voice came out from that dagger. For a mere puny human, you have some incredible skill. I want you to serve under me. When the voice came out, the two receptionists and Romero himself kneeled down instantly. When Romero heard his master wanted to take someone else under his wing, he was panicked. If someone like this man became his master's slave, he would surely be cast out from his favorite, no doubt. Master, am I not strong enough? Romero couldn't help but ask, gathering all his courage. Be silent, you fool. When did I allow you to talk while I am speaking? The voice roared like thunder. Please forgive me, my master, I was wrong. Romero was shaking. Ethan was listening to this with a smile on his face. He suddenly asked, are you perhaps stronger than Asmodeus and Beelzebub, the two cardinal sin demons? The moment he uttered their names, the voice immediately shut off. Then slowly it asked again, how do you know their names? Enough questioning. It's my turn now to ask. Who are you and where are you from? Ethan demanded. You are not worthy enough to know my name. You can call me my king. Huh, what a clown. Ethan couldn't help but blurt out. What did you say? The moment Ethan's words came out, the dagger started to irradiate violent pressure. The owner of this dagger was truly angry, that was for sure. The dagger immediately shot out at the speed of light and came in front of Ethan, just an inch away from slicing through his throat. Ethan felt that pressure. It was about 450,000 sun-level power, beyond the imagination of any normal cultivator in this world. And clang, it hit his battle armor and flew away. Didn't even leave a mark on it. The entity from the upper realm, for the first time, was truly surprised rather than just angry after meeting Ethan. His eyes were wide open. How could this be? How was it possible that someone from the lower realm survived his direct attack? It didn't even leave a scratch on him. He was a Taoist golden immortal level powerhouse in the death realm. His main job was to lure the wicked people from different lower realms who yearned for more power by any means. He would then buy their soul and use them for his own purposes, like using them for gathering and sacrificing more soul to him. The souls of the lower realm were not as high in quality as those from the higher realm, but there were numerous people in the lower realm, so he was becoming stronger even faster by absorbing their souls. He always believed in quantity over quality. He had dealt with many heroes from the lower realms. He gave all his slaves a replica of his crimson divine dagger. He could control that dagger in the lower realm. No one was an opponent until now, but today was the first time he met someone like Ethan. Not only could he not kill him, he couldn't even scratch him. Ethan said, you are only fucking this level. You are probably a piece of trash even in the upper realm, right? I feel pity for you. Okay, enough chit-chat. This dagger had your soul imprinted from before, right? How do you know that? The voice replied, because a pauper couldn't infiltrate my domain. So of course this should be your pre-added soul imprint. Then instantly, Ethan activated the absolute lock of the chaos domain. Time and space became eternally locked. Nothing could move inside his domain now, not even energy. The dagger was also frozen in a specific area. Ethan walked toward the dagger but didn't touch it. He used the Eye of Destruction on that dagger but couldn't destroy it. Its durability was higher than the range of the Eye of Destruction, so he conjured a sword. Then activated his sword intent level 9, extinction level 10. Instantly, the power output rose to 600 times the normal value, but he wasn't done. He used the absolute speed sword technique too. His basic speed had already reached the speed of light, so the absolute speed would break the speed of light by 10 times. This was the benefit of a primordial grade technique. No fucking law could bind it. Ethan took his stance. This dagger is very powerful. Let's see how much damage you can take. Instantly, 60 million sun power erupted from the sword and with a speed 10 times the speed of light. The power was absolute. Ethan could feel he could cut down a fucking black hole with this attack, and it would be a massive black hole, like the one at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Boom. His sword collided with the little dagger. It disintegrated instantly like a little baby it was. The entity from the death realm was seething with anger. He was screaming, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't go down there. He would die the moment he took a step. He had to forget about this particular lower realm. What a pity. Nothing else could be done. After destroying the dagger, Ethan wrapped Romero with his mental energy. This time there was no obstruction. Then he placed his hand on both sides of Romero's head, and all the memories of Romero started flowing into Ethan. Ethan saw all the crimes this abomination had committed until now. They were countless heinous acts, no end to them. Ethan was seething with anger. He didn't want to kill him instantly, so he brought those two ghost servants of his two. Then he wrapped them with his mental domain. Then, using the law of creation, the law of light, and the law of fire, he created a sun the size of a town. The temperature was even 100 times or more higher than the real sun of Earth's solar system. Then he placed them inside the sun and inserted an energy source inside them. The moment they were on the verge of dying, they would be instantly healed. Moreover, he destroyed all their power, made them like normal people, made their nervous systems more active so they could feel more pain. Then he took away their vision, taste, hearing, and ability to speak. Everything was taken away. Only the absolute pain remained. Then he placed that sun in a corner of his world. From today onward, these types of people would come inside the sun for eternal torture. The vampire and his two ghost servants were gone now. Ethan didn't want the citizens to live a life full of fear, so he sent a message to everyone in the town through his mind. I am Ethan Hunt, a cultivator from the Overlord sect. The demon of this town is gone now. You can live without fear. Then he remembered the vampire had probably created a cult or something, where hundreds of men wore the same types of robes. So he used the supreme law of karma and the supreme law of fate to find out where this cult was. Soon, he got their location. Ethan immediately teleported there and saw that there were hundreds of people. Different groups were performing different rituals. There were many captive women and children too. Ethan simply covered the entire area and caught every one of them, then used Eyes of Destruction. Everyone was vaporized instantly. Then he used a healing skill to heal all the captives and freed them. Those captives never knew who saved them that day. It would always remain a mystery to theme a good mystery. Ethan finished everything he needed to do here. Then he teleported to where Amelia was. As soon as Amelia saw him, she bowed to him. Master, Ethan nodded. We are done here. Now let's go and take your vengeance. Where were you from exactly? Tell me all the details from your past if you can. When Amelia heard that Ethan was going to get revenge for her, unknowingly a drop of tear fell from her eyes. She then said, I was from the Sillin family in the kingdom of Orendale. My family was a duke family. Our family had 7 martial saints. We were the strongest family on par with the royal family. One day, the king came personally to our house and proposed a marriage alliance between our two families. Everyone was naturally happy. I was also happy. The crown prince was very charming and a heroic person. So everything was going smoothly, but one day, Crown Prince Leonard von Orendale came to our house and called me. I went to him. He was my hero, every girl's dream in the kingdom. He told me that he found the cave of a cultivator and that there might be a way to become a cultivator. He wanted me to go with him on this journey. I was very happy that my fiancé was willing to share such a great secret with me. I didn't tell anyone from my family, not even my parents, as the prince said he didn't want anyone other than us to know. Amelia stopped. She gave a very sad smile. I was too naive, too easy to manipulate. I told my family that I was going to a friend's house that day. Then we left that day. On that journey, 6 of the crown prince's friends also tagged along. I knew them. They were the sons of different counts and earls. I was surprised as the prince told me only he and I knew about this. But my trust in that man was absolute. I didn't ask him anything. Then he took me to the Black Mount Range forest after 10 days of non-stop journey. Only then did I see the real face of that monster. He and his 6 friends looked at me like some wolves looking at a piece of meat. My instincts immediately kicked in for immense danger and I started running, but they were all martial artists. The prince was even an innate realm martial artist. I was no match for them. They caught me. The prince told me with a cruel and mocking looks on his face that I was a toad who wanted to swallow the meat of a swan. Then for 7 whole days they violated me, non-stop, one after another, sometimes together. My inner self died on the very first day, but my body didn't. They would use healing medicine every 3 hours. After 7 days, their thirst was fulfilled. They left me there for the monsters to eat my body, and soon the monsters attacked me. I wasn't angry at those beasts, but at those monsters in human skin. The tremendous hatred and agony didn't even let me die in peace. I became a ghost, but I couldn't leave the area of the mountain range. For 80 years, I was entrapped in that forsaken place. Then you came, Master, and rescued me from that hell. Amelia was crying. Ethan's eyes were cold. The crime he hated with every fiber of his body was rape. In his previous world, rape was a common thing. The victims, in most cases, never got true justice. He wanted to bring justice to them, but he had no power nor authority. The world was corrupted, but in this life he was the absolute ruler. He would uphold justice for anyone he deemed worthy, so Amelia would surely get her justice. Ethan said in a cold voice, "Let's go." Ethan scanned her memory and got the location of the kingdom of Orendale. They vanished from there and reappeared in the kingdom. Ethan covered the entire kingdom with his mental domain. There were some powerful auras in the inner region of the kingdom. Level 9 master level auras. They were the martial saints of the kingdom. Ethan didn't immediately go on a rampage. He first asked Amelia where the Sillin family was located. Amelia told him the location. They went there on foot. 2 hours later, they reached the place of the Sillin family. but the family wasn't there anymore. The area bore the insignia of the royal family, stating the property now belonged to them. Ethan could guess what might have happened. The Sillen family was either destroyed or had probably left the country. The former was more likely happened. As Amelia had told him that they had power on par with the royal family, it was likely the royal family had taken action and destroyed them, though it needed to be confirmed first. Ethan looked at Amelia to see her reaction. She had a cold look on her face. She wasn't crying loudly, but immense anger was radiating from her body. She had probably guessed what might have happened as well. Ethan said, "Let's find out what happened first. Then we will visit the royal family." It was still night, so they went to a restaurant and ordered some food. The waiter brought them food and Ethan gave him 2 gold coins. Instantly, the waiter changed from his usual look to a fawning expression. He also understood that the customer wanted something. That much was clear. Ethan said, "Okay, let's go straight to the point. Do you know any information about the Sillen family?" As soon as Ethan said the name, the color drained from the waiter's face and he turned pale. He had already taken the money, but the topic was taboo. If he spoke about it and the royal family got wind of this, he and his entire family would die. It would be a public execution. Ethan saw the tremendous fear on his face and covered them with his mental barrier. He then spoke into his mind, "I am a cultivator. There is no need to be afraid of anything. Nobody will know, and even if they did, nothing will happen to you." The moment the waiter heard this voice in his mind and looked at Ethan, he immediately knelt down. No one other than a cultivator could do such magic. Though he had never met a cultivator before, he was sure of it. Ethan had already isolated them with a barrier, so no one could see what was happening here. To outsiders, it only looked like the waiter was serving food. Ethan said, "Now then, tell me everything you know." The waiter nodded. "Yes, sir." Then he started talking. "I don't know much, as this is a taboo topic in our kingdom and it happened almost 80 years ago. But I heard some news here and there, and also something from my father too. The Sillen family was the strongest family in our kingdom back then, on par with the royal family. I heard the crown prince the present king had taken the Sillen family's daughter out, and she never came back. Her father went to the royal family to ask about this, but they immediately denied it. They said the prince had nothing to do with the disappearance of the Sillen family's child, and a huge clash escalated between the girl's father and the king. At that moment, the royal family charged her father with treason and declared that he would be publicly executed. But the Sillen family was not a family of cowards. Their ancestors immediately went to the royal family and demanded they hand over the man of Sillen family. With this, the war between the royal family and the Sillen family started. Then we heard that the royal family had a cultivator supporting them. In one night, all 108 members and thousands of guards and maids of the Sillen family were killed. The kingdom declared it a taboo matter, and no one could speak about it. If anyone did, they and their entire family would be publicly executed. Amelia was clenching her fist, so this was all a plot by the royal family to destroy her family. They had come to the family with a marriage proposal. Then the prince took her away, and when the family accused the royal family of the act, they used it as a justification to retaliate. Maybe there was something that required such a justification. Ethan sighed. Humans are always the same, no matter which world or what type of world they were in. They could do anything for power and control. They could become worse than the demons themselves. There was no right or wrong in the world. Only strength determined the right or wrong. History was always written by the king, not by the loser. In this fight, though the Sillen family had martial power similar to that of the royal family probably had the backing of a cultivator, as the waiter said even if there was no evidence. So they killed everyone and even justified it. No one dared to question, and the reason, that's simple. It was absolute power. Some low-life cultivators who couldn't keep up in the cultivation world probably came to the mortal world to show off their power. Ethan didn't know if this was something similar or if there was a secret behind it. He would find out soon. Ethan then gave the waiter 3 more gold coins and left the restaurant after finishing the meal. Ethan looked at Amelia. "Whatever you want to do, just do it. Nobody in this world can come between you and your revenge." "That's a promise from me, your master, Ethan Hunt." Amelia's tears were falling again. She never thought her master would cherish her with this much care. She bowed to him and said she had become his slave, but she didn't think of Ethan as her master from the bottom of her heart until now. Now she recognized Ethan as her eternal master. Ethan only nodded. "Let's go then. The royal family will not see the sun rise tomorrow." Soon, they both disappeared. Amelia had the strength of an emperor, a peak emperor at that. It was equivalent to the Transcendence Tribulation Realm cultivator in this world. She could easily destroy that royal family unless a variable occurred. And even if a variable occurred, Ethan was there to tackle that situation. They appeared in front of the royal castle. It was a huge structure with a 1 square kilometers area. Guards were everywhere. They were all stronger than the average normal guy. Ethan didn't come to the front. He was watching from the shadows. Until now, there were no cultivators in this castle. Amelia came to the front gate. The guards looked at her and shouted, "Who are you, woman? This is the area of the royal castle. Don't you know it is restricted to wander around here without permission?" One of the guards asked. Amelia said calmly, "You have 1 minute to leave this area or else you all will die." She didn't want to kill innocents, but if they stayed here and tried to obstruct her, they would die. One of the guards started laughing. "What is this bitch talking about? Kill us, you?" Then he pushed his neck forward and said, "Kill me, bitch, if you dare. I'm so scared. Look how vulnerable I am." Then everyone started laughing, and Puchai, the man's head rolled off his neck. A fountain of blood gushed out from the wound and painted his comrades' faces and clothes. Silence, utter silence. The guards couldn't process what had just happened for a moment. Then one of them started screaming with all his might. Seeing one of them die by the hand of a fragile-looking woman, they were utterly frightened and furious. The leader roared, "You will die, bitch." He took out his sword and was about to swing it forward, but before he could do that, his head also flew off. The other guards, who were also about to draw their swords, started running away like ants. They screamed, "Infiltration! The palace is under attack! Help us!" Amelia wasn't in a hurry. She would take her vengeance slowly to make it more satisfying. The whole palace was under high alert, as the guards and the captain were not weak. So if someone could really make them that vulnerable, one could imagine the enemies were not weak either. Inside the palace, the guards of the second line of defense were talking among themselves. "Who the fuck has gone crazy to directly attack the palace?" asked one guard to another. The other one shook his head. "Don't know. Probably someone wanted to commit suicide, but then decided to die a heroic death." Both of them started laughing, but his family would also vanish with him for this sin. Yeah, Amelia was slowly approaching. One by one, body after body was falling in her path. There was a river of blood. The commotion was getting stronger. She was only killing those who were attacking her on the way. Those who were fleeing, she didn't chase after them. 7 minutes later, she reached the inner region of the estate where the second line of defense was placed. Every guard in the second layer was now in the full battle mode. The two guards who were laughing were also in a fighting position now. They didn't think the killer would be able to reach near their base. When they saw the killer, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was just a fragile-looking woman. She was killing people like chopping grass. Her feet never stopped walking, not even once. This second line of defense was created with martial artists at the skin refinement realm, and the leader was a bone refinement martial artist. Amelia cut down the leader like the first one. There was no difference. When those two saw this, they ran away while screaming madly. The palace had a total of 5 defense layers. The last layer was overseen by 2 martial saints. Amelia had already breached the 3rd layer in 30 minutes. Now the whole palace was awakened. They were alerted. Soon, Amelia also cleared the 4th layer. Over 200 guards died in just 50 minutes. She was approaching the 5th layer now. One martial saint, the vice commander of the royal army, looked at the commander. "Sir, do you think she can beat us too? Clearing 4 layers in 50 minutes is a huge matter. I don't think I can do that." The commander was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He had a deep scar on his face and was a 2-meter-tall man. He was also looking forward. When he heard his vice commander's question, who was also a martial saint, just replied with one sentence, "We will see about that." He had absolute confidence in his skills and experience. Even if a top martial saint appeared in front of him, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Soon, all the guards and the 2 saints saw a woman walking toward them. Her face couldn't be seen properly, but something about this woman felt really off. The commander thought to himself. Yes, he was one of the king's closest friends, and he was among those 7 people who raped Amelia. So when he saw her, she seemed oddly familiar, but his brain just couldn't recall the person. It had already been 80 years since that incident. He had destroyed so many women's lives that he couldn't even remember the number. When Amelia saw the commander, for the first time, her bloodlust got out of control. The bloodlust of a ghost was tremendous, especially when the ghost was actually as powerful as Amelia. The horrendous bloodlust made everyone freeze in place. Their bodies simply gave up in fear. Each one of them was an innate realm martial artist in the 5th layer of defense, but the bloodlust was too overwhelming to bear for them. Even the 2 saints were paralyzed. The commander could only shout once, "Help," then even his tongue gave off. Amelia vanished and appeared right in front of the commander. She didn't teleport, just her normal speed was something those people couldn't see. She removed the hoodie for the first time. As soon as the commander saw that face, every cell of his body screamed danger. He knew this face very clearly. For 7 days, they tortured her in that mountain. It was all part of the prince's plan. Besides, Amelia was from the Sillin family after all. There was no way they could forget her face. Amelia grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. The neck was about to break. The commander, Seth, tried to say something. "The king ordered us to do that. Please forgive me." But Amelia didn't listen to anything. She just grabbed his penis with the other hand and tore it off along with the balls. Seth was screaming like hell, but Amelia didn't stop. She put her hand on his chest and dipped it inside his body, breaking off the ribs. Then she took out the organs one by one. Then she caught the trachea and pulled it out. The trachea came out with the lungs from the chest cavity. The guards were watching this. Though they had their fair share of seeing blood and battle, this type of extreme violence was something else for them. Some couldn't even keep their senses intact and collapsed on the ground. After finishing off Seth, Amelia looked at the vice commander and chopped his head off with a single blow. She didn't want to waste time with others. But then 13 more powerful auras at the level of the commander appeared in front of her. They were the 13 martial saints of the castle. The royal family had 7 saints 80 years ago, and all 7 of the rapists had somehow become martial saints later. Among them, the crown prince or the present king was also here, and the vice commander was only a new saint the royal army had hired. Amelia was standing there. Her long hair was floating in the air. When those 6 saw Amelia, even the other old saints, their eyes were wide open. One of those 6 rapists asked in a cracking voice, "How can this be? How are you alive?" Amelia didn't reply. She wasn't here to ask or answer questions, only to kill. They were all looking at Amelia's astonishing face. She was still as beautiful as she was 80 years ago. Not a trace of age could be seen. The king, Leonard von Oradale, stepped forward. "My sweet Amelia, please forgive me for what I did that day. I was ordered by my father to do it. I still love you. Please return to my life. I'll make you the queen and divorce all my 17 wives for you." Amelia appeared in front of Leonard in a blink and gouged out his tongue. She didn't utter a single word. "Allah!" Leonard was rolling on the ground like a slaughtered chicken. Blood was gushing out from his mouth. Amelia attacked the others in the meantime. All 12 of the remaining saints attacked at once, but they were like ants in front of her. One of the old saints died from a single blow. His upper body turned into meat paste. Then another one died. Amelia kept 5 of them alive, only cutting off their balls. She wanted them to feel the pain before killing them. When the oldest saint saw this hopeless situation, he took out a stone from his clothes. "My lord, please help us. We will die if you don't come right now." Ethan was watching everything from the shadows. When he saw the stone, he immediately recognized it. It was a communication stone used by the cultivators, so they really had a backer from the cultivation world. Let's see who that person is. Right after sending the message, the oldest saint was also blown away. Amelia was on full massacre mode. But 46 seconds later, Amelia became paralyzed in her place. A tremendous aura locked onto her. It was the aura of 1,500 suns. Ethan was surprised. What was a peak-level powerhouse doing here? And why would he help some mortals kill another mortal family? But he didn't come out immediately. He was waiting for him to descend from the sky. An old man, clad in a black robe, appeared in front of Amelia. He looked at all the agonizing martial saints on the ground and spilled some water on them. The bleeding stopped instantly. 6 of them stood up, including Leonard. There were 3 remaining from the old martial saints. 4 had been killed. The old man looked at Amelia with some surprise. "How can a ghost gain such a flawless body? Tell me, ghost, where did you get this body from?" There was greed in his eyes. The material of this body was an ultimate treasure. This body was created by the supreme law of creation by Ethan, so of course it was damn valuable, and he could tell at a glance that Amelia was a ghost. When everyone heard what this cultivator said, they were even more terrified. A ghost had come for revenge, but Leonard's face turned cold. He had lost his tongue and probably could no longer speak in this life. He was full of hatred. He wanted to attack, but a thunderous roar stopped him. "How dare you attack in front of me?" The old man looked at Leonard. The old man wanted to know the source of this materials. Nothing could be happened to her until then. Leonard started shaking all over and fell to his knees. The cultivator was an absolute force in this world, even among the other ones. He was the best of the best possibly. The man looked away from him and focused on Amelia again. "You have 1 minute to tell me everything, or else your soul will be plunged into eternal torture." He was chanting something, and a red fire formed in his hand. It was a holy fire, a copy of the karmic sin fire from the immortal realm. Even if it was just a copy, it could burn the soul of this mortal realm easily. So as a ghost, Amelia would suffer greatly. Amelia felt a slight panic. Though she knew her master was here, she didn't know if he was a match for this old man or not, and she felt tremendous danger from that fire. The old man was counting. Soon, 1 minute was over. Amelia didn't say anything. She kept her mouth tightly shut. Even if she died today, she wouldn't betray her master. She was hoping Ethan would leave this place. There was no need to fight this old monster for her sake. The old man's eyes turned cold. "You are from the Sillin family, right? I can sense the aura of that old bastard from you. I didn't think one of them would become a ghost. Ha 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 ha. Tell me everything now, girl, or else." He threw the fire toward her. Amelia closed her eyes. It was a natural reflex, but the pain she expected didn't come. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a broad shoulder in front of her like a mountain. Ethan had caught the fire and it was gone. He was looking at the old man without any expression. Then he moved his hand in a grabbing motion and the old man came into his grip. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Ethan didn't want to waste time with this, so he plunged his finger into the old man's skull. It wasn't necessary for memory search, but Ethan liked to do this with his enemies. Soon, all the memories of this old man started flooding into Ethan's mind. The old man was 65,780 years old, so Ethan only looked at the major events of his life. Even so, a huge number of memories flowed into his mind. Soon, he was finished. Then he was about to kill the old man, but from the ring on his finger, a projection started to form. It was a human, but he looked very majestic. How dare you attack someone from my eternal flame sect? Leave him at once, or else I'll hunt you down in the lower realm. And if you ever come to the upper realm, your soul will turn into a slave. Leave him now and cut off your limbs and gouge out your eyes. Then we will forget about this. That projection threatened Ethan. This man was someone from the upper realm. Even the projection was radiating massive pressure. He should be an immortal king. Everything was turning out to be more fun. Ethan thought to himself. Ethan was excited. Then he raised his hand and showed his middle finger to the man in the projection and smashed the old man's head like a watermelon. The white-robed elder who saw this from the projection roared. He didn't think someone from the lower realm would dare to show such disrespect to him one day. He was about to say something, but Ethan crushed the ring. Then he looked at Amelia and said, "Go finish your job. We will leave then." Amelia only nodded, and with a single blow she killed everyone. The revenge was taken. Suddenly she felt a huge surge of power. Ethan was also surprised, but it was expected. Her heart knot was gone now. It was only natural she would become more powerful. He had done what he wanted to do in this world. It was a hectic journey. So many powerful individuals had been introduced already. Now he felt like he was an ant. Without the descent of the Chaos Ruler, he was actually nothing. Moreover, the Chaos Ruler was a Tier 17 lifeform, and the system said it had 2 more other options. That meant they were even stronger than the Chaos Ruler version. In the grand scale of power and supremacy, Ethan was still a nobody. But with time, he would become stronger. But would he get that time? It was clear that Ethan's journey wouldn't be smooth sailing like everyone else's. How many planetary realm powerhouses had confronted this level of power? None. But he had already confronted so many. He needed to become powerful, and that should be very soon. Ethan created 1.3 million more clones, 900,000 for comprehending the law of chaos, which was the base of his inner world, and 400,000 for the other 4 supreme laws. His law of chaos was being comprehended by 100,000 before. Now it became 1 million. It would be 10 times faster. Ethan didn't do it before because comprehending more quickly would make him powerful faster, and he wouldn't have time then. Now he was ready to speed up the process again. His law of chaos should have been reached 7 tomorrow morning, which had 3 hours left, but now it would take 20 minutes at most. Ethan teleported with Amelia to the Overlord sect. Klein was still there. He called Klein. Klein appeared in front of him and bowed. "Sir, do you have any order for me?" Ethan said, "I will leave the sect for a while, so train Alex very well and guard this sect for me. This is Amelia. She will help you in this matter." Klein nodded, "Yes, sir." Then he looked at Amelia and he was surprised that this girl was actually a ghost and quite a powerful one. But he didn't question anything about this to Ethan. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Then he teleported to his room. He was about to break through to level 7 now. Soon 10 more minutes passed. Boom, Law of Chaos 7. His inner planet instantly started to expand once again. It was already 1.5 million in diameter, but now it reached 7.5 million in diameter before stopping. His strength also increased 5-fold. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 500,000 sun. Spirit, 500,000 sun. Talent, infinite comprehension. In the morning, he would go to the world of Etherian, then collect those talents and return to his main universe. He needed to search thoroughly that universe of his. He was sure there were some mysteries in that universe. Moreover, the interracial tournament would start in 28 hours. Ethan then checked inside his inner planet. It was a humongous planet now. Then he looked at the spaceship of Vane. Vane was meditating. He was only 2 years old. He would need to reach 4 years before he could start cultivating, so Ethan thought he would create a time field around Vane so that he would become 4 years old faster. But for that, he would need to comprehend the law of chaos to 10 and become a star realm powerhouse. The 9 and 10 law comprehension had a huge difference. After reaching 10, it would become more versatile and could be used in different ways. Then Ethan looked at Poe. He had already evolved into a 25th generation AI. Poe was now processing all the data he received through evolving. He would be available in 2 hours at most. Meanwhile, in Etherian, Ethan's clone was at level 91 in the dungeon. It became extremely difficult for him to proceed. The monsters here were more powerful than this clone, so he couldn't move anymore. Spatial distortion was also locked, so teleporting to the next level was also not possible. Level SSS were black hole level powerhouses or Tier 3. But a black hole realm powerhouse from Ethan's main universe, or a true immortal from the universe where the world of the ancients present, was stronger than a normal SSS grade hunter from Etherian, as it was a lower level universe compared to other ones. Ethan thought of retreating now. He would need at least 510 million sun level power to conquer this dungeon, or even more. He would wait. The main body would come tomorrow, so it needed to go to the surface now, 2 hours later. Poe opened his eyes. His eyes were like the universe itself. A 20th generation AI like Freya could control 1 million galaxies and all their data perfectly, so Poe, a 25th gen AI, could control at least a billion galaxies. It was a huge amount of data. Ethan sent a clone to the spaceship. Poe came out when he saw Ethan outside the spaceship. "Hey boss, did you see that? How powerful I have become." Poe was showing off in front of Ethan. He was flexing his butt, then his biceps, triceps. Poe had grown huge like the size of King Kong, but Ethan felt a horrifying pressure being released from Poe. He was on par with a Tier 7 existence, or the level of the universe supreme in terms of pressure at least. "Poe, you have really become so powerful. You can now control all the 5 AI from the 5 sovereign races." Right, all the 5 races had their individual AI overseeing their region. Ethan learned that after investigating some of their members. The AI of the Celestials was called Raphael. It was on par with or slightly more powerful than Freya. The vampire's AI was called Selene. The Titan race had Prometheus. As for the cosmic behemoth race, the AI was called Shenron. Poe gave a smug look. "Easy peasy, boss. Let me out and I'll teach those punks a lesson." Ethan could already imagine the fat panda controlling those mythical beings. The panda's supremacy. Ha 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 ha. Ethan laughed a bit. "Okay, you will get your chance. For now, we are not in our universe. We will go there in 56 hours. Poe nodded and vanished inside the spaceship. It had become his home now. Soon the morning sun was up in the sky. Ethan's status panel also changed. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 1 million sun. Spirit, 1 million sun. Talent, infinite comprehension. His stats had reached 1 million. It was a massive power-up. A normal black hole realm powerhouse might start with 100 sun or more, and his stats would end around 45 million suns, which is equivalent to the mass of a massive black hole. But Ethan had already reached that level. Ethan didn't say goodbye to Alex. His clone would do that. He vanished from the world of the ancients and appeared in Etherian. He changed his genetic code to match the people of Etherian, so the spirit wouldn't suspect anything. Soon his clone came in front of him and they merged together. Ding, extraction talent obtained. Ding, shadow monarch talent obtained. Ding, soul sword talent obtained. Ding, appraisal talent obtained. The moment his clone merged with him, he heard 4 notifications instantly. Now that his main body had these talents, all his clones could use them. Ethan would collect more talent from this world, but that would be the job for his clone, as usual. The class of the Hunter Academy would begin today, so he sent off his clone to the academy, and he vanished from the world of Etherian. He returned to his main universe. He had been gone for 5 days, but he was sure that the Supremes didn't suspect anything, as he often used his system as a protective shield from everyone's eyes, including the Supremes. It was a norm for them now. He didn't go to Rose, as he sent one of his clones to attend to Rose 24/7. His main body might face different threats from many powerful individuals, so Rose had better stay in this universe until he created a safe technique to make her stronger quickly. Ethan went to meet his father in the lab. He wanted to know about the progress of the research. He saw Jack and his co-scientists running here and there, talking to each other. Some were in front of the computers. "Hey Dad, how are you?" Jack smiled when he saw Ethan. "HHM, doing great. We have reached a breakthrough in this research and will probably be able to combine this gene technology with your suit in a month or so." Ethan was surprised. His father was a super genius even when he was not a martial artist with his normal brain, but now he was a Grand Master Realm martial artist. His brain capacity was higher than ever. Ethan didn't even dare to think how monstrous of a scientist his dad would become when he broke through to even higher realms. Ethan smiled. He was looking forward to it. "Great, Dad. Oh, the interracial tournament will start tomorrow. If you want, you can go to the virtual universe to watch, or you can watch from here too. The whole planet will be able to see the matches." "Interracial tournament? What is that?" Jack asked curiously. Ethan remembered he didn't tell them, so he explained everything about the tournament and also that he would personally compete there. Jack's eyes lit up. "We can go to the virtual universe. Your mom would surely enjoy the tournament." "Sure, take everyone. I'll buy a private property there." Everyone can gather there. Then Ethan contacted Queen Freya. "Hello, Queen Freya. I would like to buy a property in the virtual universe." "Hello, Elite Ethan Hunt. The property has various grades and ranges, so tell me your choice." Ethan said, "Which grade of property can I get with my contribution points? As you have a 99 discount, you can afford a tier property with your contribution points." "Okay, then confirm." Order confirmed. Your property will be handed over to you in 1 hour. "Do you have any preference about the designs?" Ethan then gave her the details he would like to have in his estate. Suddenly, he got a message from one of his clones. It had found an opportunity to infiltrate the vampire domain. Ethan immediately appeared there and asked Poe to handle the vampire AI Selene. Poe appeared beside him, and within 10 seconds. "Boss, the AI is now under my control. I can control it for 30 seconds. Anything more than that and the Supremes will find out." "Okay." Ethan's clone took the genetic code of a vampire he had just killed and entered the vampire domain instantly. Poe also released Selene. Ethan smiled. The vampires were going to get a super genius very soon. Let's see how they would handle it when they found out their most extraordinary prodigy paled compared to a normal little vampire. He was also looking forward to the day when his clones could enter the other 3 sovereign races too. The celestial race would be easy, as they were numerous in number, but the Titan race would be a tough one. They were very few in number, so they always protected their young ones. Anyway, I'll find out a way someday. No need to hurry. Dad has already found out the gene-combining method with the suit. I should probably arrange a tournament among the people under 20 years old to find 100 prodigies who didn't have the luck to awaken their core. Soon he contacted Dragon, who was still training his team. Dragon, meet me at the office. Ethan vanished from there and appeared in the Alliance office. Soon Dragon came. He was looking as valiant as ever. President, did something happen? I heard about the interracial tournament. Is it about that? Ethan said no. I was thinking about something else. Then Ethan told him about his plan to distribute the suit to normal people, and to find the worthy ones, he would need to arrange a tournament soon. Dragon was surprised when he heard the plan. If this plan could be implemented, Earth would become hundreds of times more powerful in the future. He was also happy to think that the president still cared about the common people so much. Dragon asked, when do you want me to arrange this tournament, President? Ethan thought for a moment. Do it after the end of the interracial tournament. Dragon nodded. Then Ethan said again, I heard the final reward is an origin artifact. We could use that artifact to protect the entire solar system from anyone below universe realm. Dragon's eyes were wide opened. Origin artifact. It was the first time he had heard this term, but he could guess how grand such origin artifacts might be. Moreover, if it could block attacks from anyone under universe realm powerhouse level, that meant a galactic overlord wouldn't be a problem for Earth anymore. He suddenly felt very proud to be an Earthling and to have someone like Ethan as their president. Ethan nodded and dismissed Dragon. After Dragon was gone, Ethan started thinking again. Poe had a master. He was the one who sent Poe to Earth, but Ethan had a hunch that the master was a very dangerous person. He couldn't ask Poe about this before, as Poe didn't have much idea about the origin of his master. Now Poe was a 25th generation AI. He should be able to answer something now, so he summoned Poe. A tiny Poe appeared on Ethan's table. Hi boss, do you need me for something? Ethan asked. Poe, you had a master with a very fancy name. Remember? Poe nodded. Yes boss. His name is Sicarian Vos Ithril. Ethan said, yes, that's the one. You see, I have a very bad hunch that your master is not a good man. Do you think you can find out his whereabouts and all his data now? Poe thought for a moment. He could now control 1 billion galaxies at once. That meant he could search for anyone in these 1 billion galaxies if they were present here. But that man lived in his own space. Poe wasn't sure if he could find him, as he actually didn't know where that person lived. I think it would need some time to find him, boss. But why do you think he is not a good guy? He was collecting the destined people all over the universe. I think he is doing something evil. Besides, he is a human, right? So why didn't the primordial humans find him since he is a galactic supreme? Boss, you think he has a problem with his origin too? Now that I think of it, you are actually right. Ethan smiled. If my hunch is not wrong, that dude should be an outer versal enemy our universe might face sooner or later, and he should be at least above galactic overlord. When he first met that person, Ethan thought he was a bad person, but now that he was really concentrating on this matter, his supreme law of fate and karma was giving him hints, but he wasn't sure though. He could be wrong, as those supreme laws were only at 7 now, and determining the fate of the universe was out of his reach for now. But something was definitely wrong with that dude, that's for sure. Poe heard Ethan's words and also started thinking seriously. Ethan said, go out with one of my clones and scan the whole universe. Besides, I want you to keep an eye on strange spatial tiers or black holes or any strange place you might find. Poe nodded. Okay, boss. Give this wristband to one of your clones and I'll be able to travel with him and do the job even without leaving your side. You really have become very powerful, Poe. I don't think your further evolution is possible in this universe. We might have to leave the universe for that grand stage where Vane came from someday. We will find the necessary things for your next upgrade there, Ethan said slowly. You are correct, boss. This universe is too low tier for me to get the necessary things. I'll keep an eye on those strange spaces you just mentioned. Poe vanished after saying that. Ethan again started thinking. The Earth was also not normal. The talent some Earthlings awakened during the awakening process was not common in other human civilizations, so something was really different about Earth which made them so special. Too many mysteries were lurking around. He was going to have a headache. He needed to get some fresh air. Life should have time for entertainment too. He might as well meet some old acquaintance of his. Then he remembered Charles. He hadn't been in touch with him for a long time. Each day was so busy for him that he couldn't meet those people who were with him in his beginning journey. Charles was one of the main characters who had really helped him a lot, he called him. Soon Charles picked up the phone. He was very nervous, Ethan could tell by hearing his voice. President, is that you? Ethan was speechless. Why was this old man suddenly acting so unfamiliar? Then he recalled the feat he had achieved in this very short period of time. Of course, Charles would feel very nervous. Ethan said, "Old man, let's meet. Where are you now?" On the other end of the phone, Charles almost tripped on his feet. The president was going to meet him. He had helped Ethan a little in his beginning journey, but Ethan had achieved everything by himself. Though he was familiar with him, Ethan's present status made them worlds apart. He didn't ever dare to use his previous connection with Ethan to do anything. It would sully the president's reputation, as he thought, but Charles still gave his address to Ethan. Charles had joined a university as a professor. Soon, Ethan teleported there. It was a huge university that had established recently. Because more and more people were awakening these days, they needed more schools. Besides, the threat of monsters was also gone, and the primordial human bloodline had evolved the potential of every Earthling. So more universities needed to be established. Leon was so busy that he couldn't even take out time for his cultivation session, but Ethan would compensate him later. Ethan saw Charles was waiting for him in the training ground. Ethan kept his presence hidden, only Charles could see him. As soon as Charles saw him, he bowed. Ethan said, "Old man, no need to be so formal. I was just bored, so I wanted to catch up with you. How are your days going? Got yourself a woman?" Charles felt very happy deep inside that Ethan was still so casual with him even after achieving such status. Charles smiled. "You are joking. Who would want to be with an old man like me?" Ethan was speechless again. The kings had a huge lifespan, so Charles was still a young man. But the problem was Earth didn't have enough resources before, so mediocre people who became king, they had become after getting old. So having longer lifespan didn't remove that sign of oldness, but once they become a planetary realm, they would be able to return to their youthful form and remain like that. Ethan said, "Do you want to become young again?" Charles was stunned for a moment, but then he remembered seeing Ethan's capabilities of healing were out of this world, so he really might have a chance to do this. Charles smiled. "Then I won't be polite, President." Ethan said, "That's more like it. Okay, now give me a tour of this university." "Sure," Charles agreed happily. The university course was normally 4 years. If someone couldn't become a grandmaster in 4 years, he would have to drop out because the resources were top-notch. And if someone could become a grandmaster before 4 years, he could take early graduation if he wanted to. As the university was new, there were all first years, around 5,000 prodigies. Ethan now had the appraisal talent. He could use it to see other people's status in digital form like his system interface. He could see other people's every details, even their hidden talents too. Besides, the appraisal talent ran even deeper in case of Ethan. He could use the law of karma to know the marked one's past and the law of fate to know the future. Of course, the target would need to be a weakling, as his law comprehension was still under 10. Soon, Charles gave him a short tour of the university, but to Ethan's disappointment, he didn't find anything eye-catching. "Okay, let's finish the job. Sit down here." Charles sat down. Ethan sat down behind him, placed his hand behind his back, and light energy started to enter Charles's body. His entire body lit up. In 1 minute, all the injuries, new or old, were healed. Then the cells started absorbing the tremendous vital energy and replenishing the vitality they had lost before. In 30 minutes, Charles turned into a 30-year-old man, a very handsome one. Ethan smiled. "Now you are ready to date again. Don't go hunting for 18 years old, though." Charles was extremely happy. He didn't know that he could turn young after he reached the planetary realm. Even if he knew that wouldn't matter much, as no one except Ethan was a planetary realm on Earth. Ethan said, "Okay, bye Charles. I hope you can become an emperor soon. I'll give you a gift then." Then he vanished. Ethan was going to plan out the technique he wanted to create for making other people stronger without harming their foundation. Besides, the tournament would start tomorrow, so emissary Arthur would surely come to visit him soon, now in the vampire domain. Ethan was walking in the gloomy environment of the vampire domain. This whole domain was plunged in eternal darkness, and the most eye-catching part was that every planet had a red moon hung in the sky. There was no sun in any solar system. The moons were as large as suns. The supremes of the vampire race had probably modified the entire domain to create the best environment for the vampires. Ethan killed a normal vampire who didn't have any fame or anything. He was a punk. But the punk was exactly what Ethan needed. Now Ethan was thinking about what to do. His target was to mix with the upper echelon, get their secret information, and use them if he would ever need them. Ethan would first find the Academy for Vampires or any related institutions they might have. This planet was 3 times bigger than Earth. He scanned the whole planet, and the most powerful one only had 81 sun-level power. It was not a bad or good planet. The average power was not too much higher than Earth. Ethan appeared at the central city of the planet. This time there was a recruitment for young soldiers to go to the battlefield. The power system of the vampires was not like the humans, who needed to awaken their elemental core. It was a bloodline system. They would take the blood essence of high-tier monsters or beings to advance to the next level. The more unique and powerful the bloodline, the more powerful the vampire would become. The nobles, however, had pure bloodlines, and they only needed to cultivate their bloodline to get the purity percentage higher and they would become stronger. But this system had a loophole. Then how did those supremes become supreme in the first place? Every noble had the bloodline of a supreme in a different consistency. They just needed to cultivate it. But the supremes should have become powerful through getting the bloodline of different powerful monsters, right? But where did they get the blood essence of a supreme tier monster? This vampire race sure had some bullshit cultivation method. No wonder there were some pieces of trash who were trampled by him so easily. Even their leader of the epic generation, Uriel Alucard, was weak as fuck. But I think there is more to it, so I'll have to mix with the top guns to get deep information, and what would be a greater opportunity than to join the army and battle in the battlefield? Ethan smiled. This vampire race had different battlefields with monsters. These monsters weren't races of this universe. They had unknown origins, more like realms or dungeons. Each monster realm was guarded by different troops. Ethan was also interested in those realms. He wanted to know where this monster originated from. Were they product of this universe or they were from different dimension or something? Ethan went toward the recruiting team. I want to join the army. Some other vampire young lads were also present there. When they saw this, some of them laughed out loudly. You want to join the battlefield? Do you even have wings, trash? A handsome vampire said loudly. Ethan looked at him and said in a mocking tone, oh, you bet I have. I can take your mom for a good ride with those wings. Want to become my son? This type of joke was not common in the vampire domain, so those vampires were caught off guard. Then that young man roared when the information finally settled down in his brain. His already red eyes turned bloody red instantly. A red glow started to come out. His fangs protruded instantly and two huge bat wings spread behind him. He cut off his vein of a hand and blood started dripping out. He created a blood pill and threw it to Ethan. I challenge you to the battle of life and death. Eat the pill and accept my challenge and fight me like a real man. Oh ho. This dude sure has some self-respect. Direct life and death challenge. Or is this a norm here? Ethan smiled curiously, but he actually didn't give a shit. He was fully intended to create wave after wave here, so he should probably start with this self-respected fool. Ethan looked at the blood pill which was thrown to him, but he didn't even bother to catch it and pill fell to the ground. The vampire roared with extreme rage, you don't even dare accept my challenge, so I guess I can just attack you. Ethan said calmly, your filthy blood is not worthy to enter my body, and crushing a bug like you doesn't even require any challenge. The vampire roared at Ethan and dashed instantly. Everyone was watching with clear amusement on their faces. It was not every day to watch a battle to the death. Though the other party didn't accept the challenge, the battle would still happen. Ethan was standing there without moving. The vampire soon came near Ethan, swinging his claws at Ethan's neck. The vampire was too weak for Ethan to even make a move, so when the claw was about to connect with Ethan's neck, Ethan blinked. Boom! A terrifying air pressure gushed out from Ethan's eyes. The vampire felt like he was in a tornado and couldn't even control his wings to balance himself. The wind was too powerful and he was swept away and fell unconscious on the ground. Everyone was stunned. What the fuck just happened? Can anyone tell us? Even the vampires who came to recruit new vampires for joining the army were stunned. The leader was a star-level powerhouse. Though he was just a normal star realm powerhouse, he still had around 50,000 Earth-level power. Even he couldn't tell what happened. Ethan's main body had 1 million sun-level power, so this clone had 50,000 sun-level power, not something this low-level star realm vampire could fathom. Ethan floated in the air, his body starting to transform. He wanted to go all out with this vampire act. His pupils turned blood red and two dragon wings came out from behind his back. The wings were blood red in color. Two fangs emerged. Ethan looked demonically handsome now. He was wearing a black dress, the black version of his white dress. He looked like a royal prince. These dragon wings were the sign of the noble vampires. Normal vampires had bat wings. Instantly, everyone present there fell to their knees. Nobles demanded absolute respect in the vampire society, and Ethan didn't want to be looked down upon when he met the upper echelon, so he created this story for himself. He was always a noble, but his noble bloodline was sealed by something or someone until recently unsealed, and Ethan became this powerful. And he didn't need to worry about getting tested. He would be able to make his bloodline look like a noble's and a very pure one, as he had killed many vampires naturally. There were also noble children among them. The recruiters were also kneeling. He said, you may all rise. Everyone stood up. Ethan looked at the recruiter. You tell me about the battlefields in this recruitment process. The recruiter nodded and said slowly, it's my honor to be in your presence, your highness. The battlefield is the battlefield of the monsters. We have 10 galaxies for these monsters. They need to be in continuous check or else they might come out from their living space and cause havoc. So we constantly need new blood in the army. Ethan nodded. He wanted to go to the monster battlefield. It was actually not a battlefield, it was keeping them in check. But if they came out, then it would become a battlefield. Okay, include me. I want to go there, Ethan said calmly. The recruiter immediately denied. Your Highness, you must not do this. That place is dangerous. You should consider your choice. Ethan looked at the recruiter with an expressionless face. Do you think you have the authority to give a lecture to a noble? The recruiter immediately fell to his knees. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I misspoke. Ethan nodded. This should not happen again. Now take also that guy to the battlefield. Ethan pointed at the unconscious vampire who had challenged him earlier. Yes, Your Highness. When do you think we can leave? Ethan asked. Your Highness, this is a 10-day recruitment mission. 2 more days are left, then we would leave the place. Okay, this is my contact. Just let me know before the departure. Ethan started walking from where he came from. He wanted to read about the history of the vampires. For that, he needed to go to the library. Everyone was looking at Ethan with reverence. It didn't matter if they were truly showing respect or no, at least Ethan didn't care. When Ethan finally left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The recruiter said, "What is a noble child doing here? Inform the Lord immediately." The other 2 vampires contacted their higher-ups to let them know what happened. Ethan had already found the library, so he was going there. The most sacred planet of the vampires, the Alucard planet. Inside the grandest castle, the castle was empty. No one was present here, not even a maid. At the grand throne, someone was sitting on it. The man was so handsome that if a woman saw him, she might die from her heart bursting. It was not a metaphor, she would truly die. No normal brain could handle this level of charm. He was even slightly more handsome than Ethan. This was the supreme progenitor of the vampire race, Victor Alucard, on par with Grand Supreme Odin from the primordial human race. Victor opened his eyes. What happened? Why did the fate of the vampire race suddenly turn to an unknown direction? I can't even tell if this is good or bad. Something must have changed. Need to find out. Ethan suddenly felt a chill on his spine. He looked around. Which succubus is eyeing me with lust? Then he again started reading. The history in this library was not very deep. He needed to go to the higher planets to get access to more information. In the world of Etherian, the new class of the Hunter Academy would officially start tomorrow, so everyone was summoned inside the campus. They couldn't leave until the semester was over. Ethan went to the campus, and he was assigned to his dormitory. As an SSS rank Awakener, he was getting the best treatment there was. The name of the dormitory was Dragon. It was for those who had SS and SSS level talent. It was second in rank. Above the Dragon was the Transcended Dorm. It was for those who had X and Transcended rank talents. There were 4 dormitories, 1 Transcended X Transcended, 2 Dragon SS SSS 3, Leviathan a S4 common E to B. Ethan came out from the registration building, and as soon as he did, he saw many people present outside the building. They were recruiting new students for their clubs. Many senior male and female students were present. When they saw Ethan come out, immediately 10 seniors ran toward him. As an SSS grade talent, of course all the clubs wanted to get their hands on him. They started to introduce their clubs and so on. Ethan also wanted to join. He didn't want to go on the path of supremacy with this clone anymore. His main body would do that. He just wanted to enjoy the academic life here, like slow progressing protagonists, getting new friends, going hunting, and everything. Ethan smiled at them. Seniors, you probably already know that I have awakened a sword talent. So do you have any club which is special for sword practitioners? When they heard the question, some seniors had a gloomy look on their faces. The answer was clear. They were not what this SSS grade student was looking for, but one male student had a blooming face right now. Ha ha ha, I knew it, brother. You would definitely choose the sword club. Our club is special for sword practitioners. When Ethan heard this, he became interested. Tell me about the club, senior. The boy nodded. The other seniors left when they saw this. They'd better chase those other top students. Then the boy started talking. First, let me introduce myself. I am Liam Cromwell. I am now in the 3rd year. Now about the club. The club was established by Sir Alexander Hamilton, the greatest sword master ever born in Etherian, when he was a student in the Hunter Academy 57,000 years ago. From then on, the legacy has been passed down from generation to generation. Now the current president of the Sword Club is Oliver Hamilton, the leader of the youngest generation and also a descendant of the Hamilton family. He is a 4th-year student. You will get to know him later. When Liam introduced the club, he always had this proud look on his face like he was Alexander or Oliver himself. Ethan also listened to this. It would be a nice start. Okay, senior, I'll join the club. Is there any rules or regulations? Ethan asked. Liam said sword masters are free spirits. Do you think some lame rules or regulations can bind them? He laughed a bit. Ethan also smiled. It was good. He really didn't like to be bound. Then let's go, Ethan said. Liam said, okay, let's go. After finishing your registration procedure, I'll have to come back. Then Liam took Ethan and left the place. Soon they entered the academy building. The clubs were all on the 10th floor. Soon they reached the Sword Club. It was actually the office of the Sword Club. The actual club was at the club building, where each club was provided with their own separate training rooms. Ethan and Liam entered the room. There were 3 people in that room. An extremely beautiful girl was sitting on the main desk and was writing on papers. As soon as she saw Liam, she shouted, "Liam, you bastard. Help me with this paperwork. Do you want me to die?" Liam had a wry smile on his face. "Sophia, please calm down. The president separated our jobs, and we have a guest. Please behave yourself." When Liam said they had a guest, Sophia immediately turned red. She was silently cursing Liam for not telling her before. Liam could only smile awkwardly. Ethan stepped forward from behind Liam and greeted all three members in the room who were working. "Hello, I am Ryan Hunt. It's nice to meet you, seniors. I hope you would take care of me." Sophia was stunned. This new student was so damn handsome, and she had cursed in front of him just now. What would he think about her now? Sophia immediately fell into depression. Liam saw through that look of despair on Sophia's face and went to her. "Sophia, no need to be so depressed. I am sure Ryan didn't hear anything, right, Ryan?" Liam consoled her. Ethan had a look of curiosity. "What, I didn't hear? Did something happen here?" Liam immediately gave Ethan a big thumbs up. "Great acting, bro." As soon as Ethan said that, the look of despair vanished from her face. She became bubbly again. "Hello, newbie. I am Sophia Silva. Welcome to our club. If anyone bullies you, come to me. Big sister will bring justice to you." Sophia smiled with a happy face. Ethan was speechless. "Weren't you so depressed a moment ago?" But he also smiled at her. Soon Ethan finished his registration process. Liam said, "Okay, you can go to your dormitory now and rest. There will be a club gathering at night. Someone will go to call you then." Ethan nodded at them and left the office. As soon as he left, Sophia pounced on Liam like a lioness. "Liam, you bastard. First, you didn't help me with the work, and now you didn't tell me we had a guest and embarrassed me. You really need a beating." Bam, bam, bam. Liam could only take the beating. What could you do when the person beating you is your lover? Yeah, Liam and Sophia were a great couple, the cause of jealousy for many people in the academy. After some time, Sophia stopped. Liam gave her a sudden kiss and ran out of the room. Sophia turned red and looked around. The other two were looking away as if they didn't see anything. Sophia coughed and said, "Your workloads are doubled. Complete it or fight me in a battle." The two people, one girl and one boy, became depressed. "That's not fair. We didn't even say anything, Vice President. Why would you do that?" The girl pouted. Sophia coldly snorted, "I didn't hear what you just said. Say it again." The girl immediately sat at her desk and started working. "I didn't say anything, Vice President. You must have heard wrong." "That's good." Sophia also started doing her job. The guy, however, was very calm. He also started doing his job. Ethan, after coming out from the building, started walking toward the dormitory. Soon he arrived there. The dormitory was majestic. It had a huge field in front of it, where many students were practicing, playing, and training. Soon someone noticed Ethan and came in front of him. "Are you a new student?" the man asked. "Yes, it's nice to meet you. I am Ryan Hunt." The boy also introduced himself. "I am Noel, a second-year student. Which room have you got? Let me take you there." Noel didn't press further. "Okay then, see you later. This is my communication number. Contact me if you need anything." Then he left. Ethan was really surprised. Isn't this dude too friendly? Anyway, I like good guys. Ethan didn't feel any hostility from this dude, so he was probably not acting like a good guy. Even if he did, Ethan had nothing to do with that. Ethan entered the lift and went directly to the 6th floor. Soon he found his room. He unlocked the room with his key. It was a single-person room, as everyone in the Dragon dormitory was talented. They needed to be treated specially. Ethan first took a bath and went to bed. He wanted to sleep. He hadn't slept for many days, so he was kind of missing this. In the forest of Jura, a boy in Hunter Academy uniform just sliced an erranked tiger with a single strike. Ding, a new mission is activated. Oliver looked at his system interface and was surprised. The system gave a mission after a long wait. Then he checked the mission block. Mission: make friends with Ryan Hunt. Who was Ryan Hunt? Oliver thought. He needed to find that out himself, as his system wouldn't tell him. Oliver Hamilton was not a native of this world of Etherian. He was from an ancient world where cultivation reigned supreme. He had been a sword prodigy from a very young age. His father was called the Sword Saint, the very pinnacle existence of that world. But one day, everything changed. His world was invaded by a strange type of creatures called the Abyssal. An infinite number of Abyssals overwhelmed their world in less than a month. Every human died in that world, not even the saints were spared. Oliver was only 17 years old at that time. He fought alongside his father until the very last moment. His father gave up his life just to buy some more time for Oliver, but life wasn't so easy. Oliver couldn't escape from their grasp. He died by the sharp claws of those dark monsters. But Oliver wasn't in despair at the moment of his death, as everything he ever loved was gone. His father, mother, fiancé, everyone had died. So Oliver wasn't even trying much to escape and was caught. Oliver only had one regret. He couldn't destroy those monsters who had ruined everything for him. He closed his eyes when that sharp claw pierced into his heart, but when he opened them again, his soul had transmigrated into an infantor. Perhaps he had been reincarnated with the memories of his previous life. He was born into the noble Hamilton family, the family of Alexander Hamilton. The father of Oliver in this life was also a very powerful hunter and swordsman. Oliver showed his talent in sword from a very young age, as he had retained the memories of his previous life and became most privileged child of the Hamilton family. And the most important, absolute secret of his life was his system, the hero system. This system activated when he turned 5 years old. Though the world of Etherian had its own game-like system, Oliver's personal system was far superior. Its function was simple. The system would give him missions. The more valiantly he completed the mission, the higher the reward. He completed his first task with a 10-star rating and obtained the transcended talent, Sword Sovereign. This was the talent that made him the absolute leader among the young generation. Even other talents in the same rank paled in comparison, as this one was given by the system. Moreover, over the years, he completed many missions and received numerous rewards, such as the Sword Sovereign Physique, Sword Sense, and even the Sword of Destruction, a transcended-level sword from the system. Oliver was building his own power, knowing that he would have to face many enemies. The system also told him that this was just the beginning. Once he reached the transcended realm, the system would upgrade, and he would be able to leave this world for a greater one. Now Oliver was sitting on the corpses of monsters, thinking about the new mission the system had given him, befriend Ryan Hunt. So he needed to find this Ryan Hunt first, and then he could become his friend. The important task was figuring out how to find the actual guy. The system was actually not that unreasonable. If he could find the right person, the system would notify him. He won't have to keep guessing. Okay, enough hunting for today. Let's go to the academy. The new students have already been admitted, right? There should be a party tonight. I need to be present there, Oliver thought to himself. Then he cut down the carcasses and took all their important parts. Oliver left the forest of Jura. Ethan was sleeping in his room. After 3 hours of a good afternoon sleep, he woke up. He freshened up. When he finished dressing for the party, he heard a knock on the door. Liam must have sent someone. Ethan opened the door. It was Liam himself. Ethan smiled. Senior, I didn't expect you would come personally. Liam said, yeah, the registration is finished. We hired 3 more students besides you, but they are a rank and one is an S-rank talent, so I thought I should make friends with the highest talented dude first, so I came. Liam smiled. Ethan was speechless. Damn, you're so straightforward. Okay, I like straightforward people. Shall we go now? Ethan also smiled. Liam nodded. The two of them soon left the dormitory. Liam was an SS rank awakener, so he was also from the Dragon dormitory. The party would take place in the main club room of the Sword Club. Today there were parties in all the other clubs as well. The club building was bursting with people. Ethan soon saw some familiar faces too. It was Saman and Sirith, 2 siblings who had caused a huge commotion on Awakening Day. Siri had awakened the transcended talent, the devouring body, whereas Saman had awakened an X-rank talent, illusion. Ethan had a good impression of them, as Saman was an extrovert and talked to him nicely, whereas Siri was an introvert, but both of them were good people. Besides, Ethan could tell Siri had some secrets inside her body, and those secrets might be terrifying, so he decided to keep an eye on her. Ethan and Liam were about to enter the club room when Saman saw him. He shouted from afar and waved his hand in greeting. Ethan smiled and also waved back. Then they entered the room. Liam asked, do you know those 2 siblings? They're the hot topic nowadays. The only transcended awakener this year is that girl. Her brother is also not bad, but it's a pity they joined the Battle Club. That club is full of all types of awakeners with fighting talents. It's the top-ranked club. Our sword club has a legacy not to accept anyone other than sword masters. Sigh. While Ethan and Liam were talking, they heard Sophia's voice from behind. Oh, is that Regret I heard from you, Liam Cromwell? Liam jumped like someone had stepped on his tail. He smiled awkwardly. Ah, Sophia, what are you talking about? You must have heard something wrong. Then he looked at her from top to bottom and said, you look gorgeous, my lady. Sophia blushed when she heard Liam's compliment. She ran away saying, okay, I'll check on others first. I'll join you in 15 minutes. Liam nodded. Okay, go on. Ethan smiled at them. Then he asked, where is the president? Liam looked around a bit first. He seems to have not arrived yet. Don't worry, he will come in time. Still 15 minutes left for the party to start. Ethan nodded. Liam looked around and seemed to find something. Okay, let's go. You should get to know the others. First, those first years. Then after the president comes, I'll introduce you to the managing committee of the club. Ethan said, okay. Then Liam took Ethan toward those first-year students who were also talking to some seniors. When those seniors saw Liam and Ethan, they smiled. Yo, Liam. Is this the super handsome guy with an SSS rank talent? He really is super handsome. Liam also smiled at them. This is Ryan. You should get to know each other. Ethan greeted them. Hello, I am Ryan Hunt. It's nice to meet you, seniors and my fellow classmates. They also introduced themselves one by one. The 3 new students were 1 girl and 2 boys. One boy was the S-rank awakener. His name was Austin. He looked at Ethan. Hey, which great family are you from? I don't recall any Hunt family in the elite region. Ethan said, oh, my family is not an elite one. I am from a very ordinary family. As soon as he said that, Austin had a disdainful look on his face. Ethan saw that look but didn't argue with a child. Even the senior beside Austin had a look of disdain on his face. Liam saw this and immediately asked, "What's with this childish behavior, Iran?" The senior student named Iran said, "I have something to do." Bye, and left instantly. Liam looked at Ethan apologetically. "Please don't mind them, Ryan." Ethan just waved his hand, and at that moment a huge pressure entered the room. The pressure had at least 300,000 Earth-level power. Though it wasn't directed at anyone, everyone could feel the restrained pressure. Liam smiled. "The president is here. Let's go." Liam took Ethan to where the gate was. As soon as Ethan reached there, Oliver heard a notification in his head. "This is Ryan Hunt." Oliver immediately looked at Ethan, a very handsome young man. Everyone also looked where Oliver was looking and they saw Ethan. A murmur started to spread. "Hey, isn't this the new student, the SSS rank Awakener? Do you think the president knows him personally?" These types of conversations were going on. Oliver was the absolute idol in the Hunter Academy for everyone, so Oliver's every move made a huge wave among the students. When Oliver was looking at Ethan, Ethan also heard a notification in his head. "Master, that person has a system inside his soul. Pretty interesting." Ethan was surprised but didn't show it on his face. "He has a system like you. How powerful is that system? Can he also notice you? Is that why he is looking at me?" Ethan asked in his mind. "Nah, the creator of that system is just a tier 20 existence. There is no way in hell that this pesky system can notice me." Ethan heaved a sigh of relief but then became speechless again. "What do you mean by pesky system? Its creator is a tier 20 life form, damn it. Even my chaos ruler form is just a tier 17. But his system didn't respond this time." Ethan was depressed. He thought with the descent of the chaos ruler, he was already invincible, but now something more powerful had come to his knowledge sigh. He needed to become stronger continuously, as there wasn't any other way. Ethan greeted him. "Hello, President. I am Ryan Hunt. It's nice to meet you." Oliver smiled at him. "Hello, I am Oliver Hamilton. It's nice to meet you too. You are a remarkable young man. If you don't mind, let's have dinner together tonight." Ethan smiled back. "Sure." This was the second time he was meeting a fellow transmigrator after Lucian from the primordial human race, and this dude even had a system. Life in the academy wouldn't be too boring. When Oliver offered Ethan to have dinner together, every student became surprised. Oliver was a proud man. He rarely smiled and talked in such a nice tone. Oliver had become a cold person after experiencing everything in his previous life. His only goal was to become stronger as soon as possible and return to his previous world to take revenge. That's why he rarely contacted others unless it was necessary. But today, Oliver smiled at a fresher, which caused a little jealousy among the students, seeing their idol talking so nicely to someone else and not them. Then Oliver left and appeared at the center of the room. "Okay, everyone. Another new batch is here, meaning we have passed another year. So we should think about how much progress we have made in this 1 year and also learn from the mistakes we made. Let's become the strongest club in the Hunter Academy together. Cheers." Soon, the party started. Liam introduced Ethan to some other seniors. This time Sophia was also tagging along with them. With the vice president present, no one dared to show disdain toward Ethan when they heard he was from an ordinary family and that he was the only awakened person in his family. Ethan didn't pay much attention to them. The party was wholesome. Everything was present food, dance, songs, and even an occasion to show off their talent in front of others after dinner. It was also a legacy of the Sword Club to gain more faith from the junior students. Ethan went to have some food. Liam, Sophia, and Oliver also joined him at a table. Oliver started talking first. "Ryan, you have awakened the Sword Master talent, right? You should also join the fun after dinner." Ethan thought about that too, but then he thought that he didn't want too much attention right now. So Ethan smiled. "I think I'll pass. I'll just watch the show tonight. What about you, brother? Will you perform today?" Oliver also shook his head. "I don't need any more attention, sigh." Ethan thought in his mind, well, you are a system user, of course attention will always haunt you. But he didn't say it out loud. While he was enjoying the meal, Ethan's main body's law of chaos comprehension had already reached 8. Boom, the inner world again started to expand crazily. The bigger it was, the more tremendous the amount of energy it needed for its expansion, but it was a good thing that Ethan didn't need other energy sources. His inner planet, which was 7.5 million km in diameter, now became 37.5 million km in diameter. It was massive. Ethan's status panel also changed. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 1 black hole. Spirit, 1 black hole. Talent, infinite comprehension, 5 million suns, equal 1 black hole. Ethan opened his eyes. Tomorrow would be the day of the tournament, and his law of fate gave him a hint that something was going to happen there. Ethan now had 1 black hole level power, which was the peak power of a normal black hole realm cultivator. He remembered that a vampire in the black hole realm had attacked him when he first went to the battlefield with the vampires in the Emperor realm, and he had told that vampire that he would kill him in a month, so it was time for the kill. Ethan left Earth and appeared on the planet where the battlefield was. He went to the City Lord's office to notify him. "City Lord Boris, I am here to fulfill my oath." The The city lord became very happy when he saw Ethan, but when he heard Ethan was here to fulfill his oath, he was dumbfounded. What kind of oath? It was not his fault, though. Who in their right mind would believe such atrocious words from an Emperor Realm martial artist that he would kill a black hole realm vampire in a month? So of course Boris had already forgotten that. Ethan didn't mind and told him what the oath was. To kill that vampire, he would need to officially challenge him and they wouldn't be able to use clones, so letting him know was fine. The moment Boris heard this, he stood up from his chair. What was this young supreme of the primordial human race talking about? Had he gone crazy? He said, "Mr. Hunt, I am lost here. Are you probably joking?" Ethan smiled calmly. "Do you think I am joking, City Lord?" Boris's eyes widened. "No, you can't do this. The upper echelon would never allow such a ridiculous battle." Ethan asked mentally, "Queen Freya, I would like to challenge the vampire named Kale, who is also in charge of this Emperor battlefield of the vampires. Do you think you can arrange this?" Ethan didn't get an immediate answer. Queen Freya could not permit this alone. Reporting to the Supremes, Ethan Hunt wants to challenge a black hole realm vampire in a life and death battle. Please give me your decisions. The realm of the Supremes, where all 7 Supremes were sitting on their grand thrones, suddenly fell silent. The 7th Supreme, Tassia Virelian, said first, "What is this crazy boy trying to do?" The 5th Supreme, Valith Taraskova, smiled. "Interesting. After lying low these days, he's starting to make his move again. Let's enjoy." She was as bubbly as ever. Noah, the 2nd Supreme, looked at Odin. "Grand Supreme, what do you think we should do?" Odin smiled. "Let that boy do as he pleases. I don't see any misfortune in this matter. Though I can't see his fate, there is no sign of misfortune in the human race. That means he has his own ways." As Odin spoke, no one objected, so everyone voted for Ethan's battle to happen. Queen Freya said, "Okay, Supremes, I will contact Selene now. Let the battle occur." Contacting Selene. "Selene, we the primordial humans want a life and death battle between our elite member Ethan Hunt and your city lord of the Emperor Realm battlefield, Kale. In the vampire domain, hello Supremes, Freya just sent a life and death battle request between their young Supreme Ethan Hunt and our black hole realm city lord Kale. Please let me know your decision." Of course, the vampire Supremes were also aware of Ethan's presence. The vampires had 6 Supremes. 2nd Supreme was Natalia Blood Queen. She was an extremely beautiful woman, on par with the 5th Supreme Valith of the humans. Interesting, the humans have gone crazy. They are letting their young Supreme die. Then she looked toward where Progenitor Victor Alucard's grand castle was. "Progenitor, what is your thought about this?" she asked. Soon, a majestic voice came out from that castle. "That boy is mysterious. I can't see his line of fate, but if Kale accepts this battle, his fate will be blanked out too. So something bad will occur to him, yet we might be able to see some trump cards of that boy. It would be a worthy sacrifice." The other 5 Supremes were astonished. The black hole realm vampire would face a devastating fate if he fought a planetary realm human. How could that be? They were not proficient in the law of fate, so they didn't know anything. But they still agreed to the battle, as they also wanted to know how a planetary realm human might be able to defeat a black hole realm powerhouse. So the battle was decided. Selene also confirmed with Freya. Then she contacted Kale. "You will have to fight a life and death battle with the young Supreme of the human race." All the Supremes decided it unanimously, so go all out. If you can kill him, you will be given the chance to break through. As soon as Kale heard this, he immediately stood up, still buzzing in his head from this bombshell. Fight a life and death battle with a planetary realm brat, and the reward for killing him was the chance to break through. What kind of fortune was that? It was too good to be true, right? Ha 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 ha. Ethan Hunt, so you came to fulfill your oath. I didn't know you would bring so much fortune for me. Kale had been stuck in this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, but still couldn't break through to the galactic realm. He would need a galactic realm beast blood essence plus sufficient law comprehension. Now, a golden chance was in front of him. If he could kill that bastard, he would be able to break through after such a long time. He had almost lost all hope. Besides, he hated that young Supreme of the humans. That bastard had dared to threaten him in front of so many people, and he couldn't even do anything at that time. Soon, the 2 domains, the domain of the primordial humans and the domain of the vampires, were fully awakened. A nuclear information bomb had just been detonated. The young Supreme of the primordial humans was going to face off against a black hole realm vampire in a life and death battle. Even the Earthlings were bursting with excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. Ethan's family and Rose's family gathered together in front of a large projection device. Elena and Rose were standing side by side. Both were anxious to the extreme. Everyone was watching the projection where soon the scene would be broadcasted. Team Alpha and Omega were also looking at the screen. "That's our president for you," directly challenged a black hole realm dude. "And here we are still struggling to even reach the King Realm, Sigh." Dragon was also looking at the screen, his hands behind his back. He clenched his fists. He also wanted to bring glory to Earth like before, but he was not talented enough. "Old Dragon, do you think the president can defeat that vampire?" Leon asked. He was standing beside Dragon. Dragon said if he is challenging, he sure will be able to. Leon nodded in agreement. Soon, the display started showing the scenes. The human side was viewing from Ethan's perspective, whereas the vampire side was watching from Cale's perspective. Cheering broke out among the vampires. Today, the humans would lose their young supreme. Not only the humans and vampires, this battle was being broadcasted to every race connected to the cosmic power system, including the other 3 sovereign races. The leaders of the young generation of every race were sitting in front of the screen. Among them, Uriel Alucard and Alistair Thornevale were watching more intently. They didn't know what the heck that bastard was thinking, challenging a black hole realm directly. It would be a pity if he died here, as they wouldn't be able to get their revenge properly. Uriel had already unlocked her full potential. She was now on par with Lucian and Alistair. She had wanted to challenge Ethan tomorrow, but Ethan was probably going to die tonight. However, Alistair wasn't too disappointed. He was looking forward to Ethan's death. He had gained the highest level bloodline, the Seraphim bloodline. Now his strength had reached 1.3 sun level. But he still wasn't confident enough to defeat Ethan, so it would be great if Ethan died tonight. Now in the battlefield, everything was completely covered by a special barrier. Otherwise, the attack of a black hole realm powerhouse could cause tremendous damage to the planet. Ethan walked calmly toward the center of the battlefield, where Cale was already waiting. Cale couldn't contain his excitement, so he had arrived first. Ethan stood in front of Cale, face to face. His hands were in his pockets. He was sizing up his enemy. He activated his appraisal talent, name Cale Finn. Species vampire. Realm black hole. Power 1.2 black hole. Talent none. Bloodline common vampire bloodline. Trash. Ethan sighed. As soon as Ethan spoke, Cale smirked. You finally dare to show up, brat. I thought you would hide behind your mommy. Ethan didn't react much. He just uttered one word, trash. The moment Cale heard that, his vampire fangs extended. 2 huge bat wings spread out from his back. An 8-foot-tall vampire. He couldn't control his bloodlust anymore. His eyes glowed blood red. You will die a horrible death today, Cale said in a hoarse voice. Ethan smirked. By whom? Cale dashed forward. Die, he roared. This was an epic battle between 2 black hole-level powerhouses. Their speed reached the speed of light. Cale swung his claws toward Ethan's heart. Ethan was wearing his battle armor, which gave him 5 times more defense. To break the armor, the attack would need to have at least more than 5 black hole-level power. So Ethan didn't stop him. He wanted Cale to try everything he had, so that when Ethan struck, the vampire would fall into despair. With a clang, the claw landed on Ethan's armor, but not even a scratch was left. The impact sent Ethan flying, but this was a massive blow to Cale. He had hit that bastard with his full force, yet instead of bursting into blood mist, Ethan was only knocked back. When Cale looked at his hands, there was no blood from Ethan. How could that be? He was a black hole realm, and Ethan was just a planetary realm. Ethan soon balanced himself in midair. He teleported in front of the vampire and punched. Boom, Cale was caught off guard and couldn't react. The fist landed on him, and it felt as though he had been hit by his own fist. It was surely as powerful as his own or even more. He was sent flying. No, this is not possible. Cale balanced himself again and roared. Ethan vanished from his spot and appeared in front of him once more. This time, Cale was prepared and punched back. Boom, cataclysmic power erupted. Though Cale had 1.2 black hole level power, he couldn't get 100 output, only about 80, whereas Ethan could achieve full output. So Ethan's punch was actually stronger than the vampire's. The two exchanged millions of blows at the speed of light. Ethan's fists were cracking but regenerating faster than they were damaged, so no one saw him bleed. The vampire, however, was in a sorry state. While the battle raged, the entire universe fell silent. A planetary realm was beating a black hole realm black and blue. Ethan shook his head. Trash, is this the only level of power you have? Don't you have something like Bloodline Burn? If you do, just use it now or else you'll die. Cale snapped back to his senses. He was in grave danger. No wonder the Supremes had offered such a generous reward. They knew everything. So be it. Cale floated in the air. His aura rose with every passing moment. He used his Bloodline Burning technique. His final aura stopped at 4.7 black hole level, a massive improvement. Good, now come on, Ethan conjured. Frostmourne, then he activated his sword intent. Boom, the air itself was cut by the sword intent. Cale felt the threat too and used his bloodline technique. Blood rain, the whole area was covered in a red cloud and blood began to rain. Each drop carried the same strength as Cale himself. His life force was rapidly diminishing with this attack. The attack was unavoidable. Ethan said, excellent, I'll reward you now, extinction. Boom, the entire battlefield turned white and the clouds along with Cale were vaporized instantly. The battle wasn't satisfying at all. He needed at least 10 times more powerful an enemy to truly be challenged. But the outside world didn't think the same. A black hole realm vampire had just been pulverized by a planetary realm, something unheard of in the entire history of the universe itself. Every member from every race was silent. This was an unprecedented battle in the history of the universe. A normal planetary realm powerhouse could get only one Earth-level power if he didn't take some serious power-boosting treasures, and a normal black hole realm at level 9 would get the power of a black hole. One black hole equal 1.665112 Earth. So it was like a mortal and a god, no comparison at all. Even if the planetary realm person was a supreme genius, there was no way he could get power past 50 suns. That was an existential rule. That's why cultivation came into existence in the first Placido evolved the level of life. But today, somehow, a member of the primordial human race did the unthinkable. He not only defeated the black hole realm vampire when he was in the planetary realm, he utterly obliterated him into cosmic particles with a single swing of his sword. No one could fathom what happened, not even the Supremes. They thought Ethan might have some powerful trump card which he was going to use in the battle. That was the very reason Victor allowed this battle to happen, even after knowing he was going to lose a black hole realm member from his race. Every common sense became a joke when it came to Ethan, but it was Ethan we were talking about. He was an anomaly. His whole existence was some kind of mockery to all level of life form. Ethan sighed and vanished from the battlefield. He was going to sleep tonight. There was a tournament tomorrow. But what he didn't know was that his so-called rivals were all shaking to their very core now. They fell into despair. They thought they had caught up with him after finishing the highest trial of their race, getting the highest level bloodline and all. Even Lucian, the regressor and the leader of the generation of chaos, was shaking. Everything changed. There was no way someone like Ethan existed in his previous life. If there had been, history itself would have changed. Ethan was an anomaly who didn't exist in the past, future, or even in the line of fate or in any spacetime. Ethan was Ethan, a single, unique entity. Now came the question, would Ethan join the tournament tomorrow? Then what would they do? Play the violin for him so he could enter in a grand manner. There was no way they would be able to fight that monster. A meeting should occur. After all, the final reward was an origin artifact. If Ethan joined, they might as well give it to the primordial human race. No need for a tournament for show. Emergency. Raphael wants to have a meeting with Freya. Emergency. Selene wants to have a meeting with Freya. Emergency. Shenron wants to have a meeting with Freya. Emergency. Prometheus wants to have a meeting with Freya. All 4 AIs immediately contacted Freya for an emergency meeting. There was no way the other 4 sovereign races would allow a monster like Ethan to participate in the tournament. Emergency meeting is now commencing with Raphael, Selene, Shenron, and Prometheus. The 5 artificial intelligences of the 5 sovereign races entered into a fierce debate. Ethan, now in his room, called Poe. Poe emerged in front of him. "What's up, boss?" Poe asked. "Poe, I think the 5 sovereign races will soon hold a meeting to decide if I will be allowed tomorrow or not. Can you tell me if anything has started yet?" Ethan said calmly. Poe closed his eyes, and 10 seconds later he said, "Boss, you're right. Those 5 brats are in a fierce debate right now. Do you want to see it?" "Sure." Then Poe showed him the debate scene of the 5 AIs. They were now in their true forms in a virtual space. Freya was a beautiful woman clad in white. Raphael was a 12-winged angel who was radiating light. Selene was also a beautiful woman clad in black. Shenron was a dragon. Prometheus was a titan. The content of the debate was very simple. That monster cannot join the tournament. It was the demand of those 4 artificial intelligences as well as their races. Freya smirked in a proud manner. What kind of crap are you guys talking about? Ethan Hunt is the youngest member of the generation of chaos and also the uncrowned leader. What right do you have to say he cannot participate? Then is it the tournament among this generation or the tournament among some mediocre children who can only cry if they cannot get something they want? Ethan was impressed. Queen Freya was really good at debate, but Raphael said he is not some youngest member. That damn monster is a fucking anomaly. He can't participate, that's all. It was so weird to see the angel, a holy being, cursing so loudly. Selene also said, "In this matter, I am in agreement with this bird, I mean Raphael." Ethan couldn't help but sigh. These AIs were just like some bickering children. Then suddenly the 5 heard a voice. Instantly they were mortified. This was a meeting among the highest order AIs of the 5 sovereign races. How could someone interfere here? What was going on? Then they saw a fat panda appear in that virtual space. Horrendous pressure engulfed the 5 AIs instantly. Poe was on a whole different league than them. They felt horrified. Who was this AI? How could such a powerful AI exist and they didn't know anything? They needed to let the Supremes know at this instant. But to their despair, they couldn't leave the space or even contact the outside. The meeting space was locked. Poe was like a Tier 8 existence, whereas they were like Tier 7. So it was like Poe was bullying some children. Poe scratched his butt and said, "Listen, you brats. My master, Ethan Hunt, said he would only use a clone which had one of his strength. Do you think you still need to debate over this matter? What did you say? You are Ethan Hunt's AI." All 5 AIs asked at the same time. Poe snorted coldly, and all 4 of them fell to the ground except Queen Freya. "It's Mr. Ethan Hunt for you. Try saying my master's name rudely again, I dare you. The other four didn't dare to utter a single word. Poe could delete them with a single thought. My master is looking forward to the battle, so he will use one of his clones with one at most, or if you still don't feel safe, he will use strength similar to the leaders of this generation. What do you think? Poe released his pressure. They stood up again. Raphael asked politely, may I know your esteemed name, sir? When Poe saw that polite look on Raphael, he was very proud. Listen carefully, my name is Poe the Supreme AI. Everyone agreed with this name instantly. Poe was really a supreme AI, at least compared to them, and they were the strongest AIs in the universe. Then Raphael said, okay, if Sir Poe said so and Mr. Ethan promises to not use more strength than the level of our generation leaders, we have no problem allowing him to join the tournament. Poe nodded and vanished. As soon as Poe vanished, everyone instantly told their respective Supremes what had just happened. Freya also told the Supremes. The 7 old beings were very surprised when they heard this. Ethan was watching from his room, and he decided not to hide anymore. No one in this universe could pose a threat to him anymore with the Chaos Ruler form under his card. As expected, he heard a majestic voice. Ethan, we would like to have a conversation with you. Do you have time? It was the voice of the Grand Supreme Odin. Ethan smiled. Poe, let's go. We are about to meet the top guns in person now. Poe nodded, sure, boss. Ethan replied, I don't have any problem, Supreme. As soon as Ethan agreed, a space door appeared in front of him. Ethan could tell a high level of space law was used here. Ethan entered the door without even a slight hesitation. When he opened his eyes, he was in a huge room where 7 grand thrones were present, and in the middle, a super grand throne was placed. Ethan stood straight. Greetings, Supremes. His inner pride wouldn't allow him to bow to anyone else other than his parents and grandparents. Of course, if he was acting, then that was another matter. But today he wasn't here to put on an act. This little action was noticed by everyone. Valith smiled. Oh, that's an interesting turn of events. Noah, the second Supreme, snorted. Do you think you are our equal now? He released his pressure, but Odin immediately took action and the pressure vanished. Noah was always hot-blooded. Ethan didn't react. He was just standing there. Even if Odin hadn't taken action, no pressure could affect him because of the system. So Ethan wasn't helpless. Ethan then said, may I know why the Supremes summoned me here? Odin observed Ethan for a bit, then said slowly, Freya told us what happened. Would you like to give us an explanation? Odin wasn't rude at all. Others didn't know, but he knew if they attacked Ethan, their line of fate would instantly blank out. Ethan said, sure, Supremes, I think it's time you knew some important information. May I sit here? Odin nodded, go ahead. Ethan then conjured a majestic throne for himself. Supremes, do you know there are other universes out there, some even stronger than us? All universes are floating in the chaos sea like some bubbles, Ethan asked calmly. The moment he asked this question, every Supreme straightened up their posture like attentive students. Ethan looked at their expressions. They probably had some idea, but not much. Odin looked at him solemnly. Please tell us what you know. Ethan said, a few days ago, a spaceship came to our solar system. It was guarded by a beast-type AI whose aura far surpassed even yours, Supremes. He told me he was from outside the universe, and he also helped my AI to evolve before vanishing. From there, I learned some secrets. Then Ethan gave them a mixture of truth and storytelling. This was a thrilling session for the Supremes. They learned that they were just a bunch of Tier 7 existences, that there were far more powerful beings outside the universe, and that their universe was only a lower cosmic universe. There were also higher orders of universes, which had more powerful existences like saints and Supremes who were 1 and 2 realms higher than them. After that, Ethan also told them that the universe might face outerversal enemies. As soon as Ethan said that, their faces changed instantly, as if they knew something. Is there something you would like to share, Supremes? Ethan asked politely. Odin took a deep breath. Ethan, don't you think the races of this universe are very peaceful? We have battlefields to solve problems, but we don't attack each other the moment we get the chance. Ethan nodded, yes, I noticed this. But I thought everything was in a delicate balance, that's why. Is there something else? Odin nodded. You are not wrong about the balance, but there is something more. 500 million years ago, we sensed a tremendous aura in the universe suddenly that far surpassed ours. We tried to locate the aura, but never found it. All the races came to a single conclusion: there is a mysterious enemy living in our universe, and the moment we start fighting each other, he might attack. So from then on, no interracial conflict has gone any higher than necessary, and the line of fate is showing some bad omen in the future. You should know bad omen is something even we Supremes might not be able to solve. Ethan said, I'll ask my AI to keep searching. Let's hope we get the best results, and even if an enemy is living here, we have to combine all the forces in the universe against him. Ethan came out from the place where the Supremes were. He was in his room now. There was nothing much to do. The night would be over soon, and as for preparation, there was nothing he needed to do. But Ethan had an inkling from his law of fate that something major was going to happen. That major event might require some preparation, but he didn't know what to do. He wanted to create his ultimate domain, but it couldn't be formed unless all his laws reached 10 comprehension, so he just went to sleep. In the world of Etherian, the party was over. Everyone said goodbye to each other. Oliver asked Ethan to stay, as he would like to talk to him. Ethan was sure this was something related to Oliver's system. Otherwise, he wouldn't try so hard since Ethan hadn't shown any particular talents yet. Liam said in Ethan's ear, "Brother, looks like the president wants to befriend you. Your life is going to soar, no doubt about it. Don't forget me when it does." Then Liam left with Sophia. Ethan just smiled. "Hey system, do you have any idea what is going on with this Oliver dude? Is he good or bad? What is his system all about?" His system is called the hero system. Its function is simply it gives him tasks like eliminating evil forces or monsters, saving people, and the better he performs while completing those tasks, the higher the reward he gets. Ethan had a look of understanding. "So that's how it is. That system is pretty cool, huh? Is this the tier 20 existence's legacy that he's getting slowly by performing tasks? A character build up to hold that legacy? Or is it just for fun for that creator? It's his legacy." While Ethan was conversing with the system, Oliver appeared in front of him. "Ryan, don't get me wrong. It is my hunch that you have great potential and I want to befriend you. I can help in your journey to become powerful. What do you think?" Ethan sighed, figured. It was the system that gave him a task to become my friend or help me, something like that. So Ethan asked, "Oh, so what are the benefits you're after?" Oliver wasn't surprised that Ethan could remain calm in front of him when he personally wanted to become his friend. If he were not extraordinary, the system would never have given him this task in the first place. Oliver smiled. "When you become powerful, I want your help in one desperate battle where I might not be able to hold on with my own strength." Ethan thought, fair excuse. Besides, Oliver was not a bad guy, so Ethan had no problem becoming friends with him. "Okay then, I think you're worth becoming a friend." He moved his hand for a handshake. There was no need to play childish games like obtaining trust and so on. And that day, two system users became friends. One of them knew about the other one's secret though, but it didn't matter. Ethan and Oliver then went out to eat more at a street stall. Suddenly, Oliver asked Ryan, "Do you think there are other universes out there like ours?" Ethan answered directly, "Yes, I do." Oliver was stunned. Ethan was too sure, like he had seen it with his own eyes. He looked at Ethan. "How are you so sure?" Ethan said, "Because I am an otherworlder, and this is my clone. My main body is in another universe." Oliver felt like a bomb had been detonated in his head. Ryan was from another universe, and this was a clone. How powerful is his main body then? Ethan said, "Oliver, there are far more secrets in world than you can imagine. Never let your guard down because you are from a powerful family. In some universes, your family doesn't mean shit." Ethan told him this because he had accepted Oliver as his friend, and he didn't want to hide his power anymore, at least not in this universe. So Oliver had the right to know about this little secret. Ethan then told him about the adventures he had. Oliver's eyes became wide when he heard the story. He also wanted to visit different universes. No wonder his system tasked him to befriend this person. It was totally worth it. Oliver also shared some of his secrets, that he had the sword sovereign physique, which was also a transcended tier talent, and some other details. After telling each other some minor secrets, they left for their dormitory. Ethan also went to sleep. 6 a.m. on Earth. Ethan woke up. His system panel changed again. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 2 black hole. Spirit 2 black hole. Talent infinite comprehension, 14 days remaining. Today was the day the tournament would start, but Ethan woke up like it was a normal day because he had already sent a clone to the designated battlefield. Then he vanished from the place and appeared where his family members were gathered. Today they would enter the virtual universe to watch the matches from there. With Ethan's arrangements, everyone directly entered the new Hunt estate he had just bought with all his contribution points. The estate had area even bigger than a super city. There was a palace at the center of the estate. It was a super high-tech place. Ethan, though he should create this palace in the real world. It looked so cool. It was a proper city-like place with different types of buildings, shopping malls, stadiums, cultivation chambers, law comprehension chambers, etc. It would be very beneficial to Ethan's family. Now everyone sat in the fighting arena, where all the battles would be projected in a 3D manner, so it would feel like they were watching the battle directly. Now in the Namen galaxy, on a giant planet, the planet had the size of 5 solar systems. It was a humongous celestial body. Today, thousands of people would come here to watch the battle, but they would be the natives of this planet plus the warriors who would fight here. Ethan could take his family to watch this battle directly, but he felt something would happen today, so he didn't take the risk. Ethan's clone came to the battle arena. Already millions of people had arrived in the arena. The natives were a mixture of different races here, as it was a neutral zone belonging to all 5 sovereign races. For millions of years, people from all the races had come here to live, as the interracial tournament would always occur here. The most fascinating thing was that all the participants battled with their real bodies, so the death, blood, and injuries all were real. That's why it was the most anticipated tournament in the universe. Probably Ethan was the only one who was going to use his clone. But what could they do? Letting him join with his main body would be suicidal for other races. Ethan went to the place where all the participants of the primordial humans were. Soon he saw Lucian, with power of one son, Neo, whose strength was 500 Earth, Natasha with 150 Earth, and their two more with around 100 Earth-level power he didn't recognize. When they saw Ethan, nobody dared to treat him as an equal. They bowed deeply. "Welcome, young Supreme." Ethan nodded at them. He made no attempt to hide the power of this clone, letting everyone clearly sense that it possessed only one sun-level strength. However, Queen Freya had already told them that Ethan was participating with a clone whose strength was similar to Lucian's. Ethan asked, "So, how are things going, Lucian? Do you think you can pummel Alistair the Lightbulb? If you can defeat him in a satisfactory battle, I'll reward you with something you'll definitely love." When Ethan said this, Lucian smiled. "Then I'm looking forward to the gift." Ethan leaned in slightly. "Listen to me. The more dominantly you perform, the richer the reward I'll give. I want you all to crush Theme, especially the Celestials. I hate those light bulbs." Everyone was left speechless. For someone so unimaginably powerful to be this petty, but what could they say? In front of them stood the living myth of the universe. Even his fart would smell divine to them. "Give me a quick briefing about the remaining two leaders." "Who are they?" Ethan asked. Before anyone else could respond, Natasha stepped forward. "Young Supreme, please allow me to explain. The Titan race is led by Kronar Noxar. He's a giant, standing 3 meters tall and an incredibly powerful one at that. We don't know much about him, but we are certain of his strength. The Cosmic Behemoth race is actually a coalition of 4 races: the Dragon race led by Velmora, the Phoenix race led by Seraphina, the Jormungandr race led by Zephyrin, and the Werewolf race led by Jacob. The combined leader is Velmora, as he is the strongest among them." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Did you say Jacob from the Werewolf race? I wonder if there are any Bellas or Edwards in the Vampire race. By the way, are vampires and werewolves archenemies?" Natasha looked puzzled. "I'm not sure what you mean, young Supreme, but yes, werewolves and vampires are bitter enemies. The moment they meet, they'll fight without hesitation." Ethan was now certain his previous Earth was truly special. Every fantasy in that world seemed to be real in some universe. Just then, Arthur arrived. Everyone bowed to him except Ethan, who only nodded in acknowledgement. Arthur didn't mind. "All right, you should all head into the arena. First, there will be an introduction phase for each race. 1,000 combatants will enter. Then the tournament rules will be announced. I suspect they'll be similar to the last time." They nodded and entered the arena. The broadcast went live the moment they stepped inside, and the entire universe was now watching. Ethan quietly expanded his mental domain to scan the combatants' power levels. The highest was 1.5 sun, and it came from the Titan race. There were other interesting fighters from various races as well. Most of them had humanoid forms. A figure appeared in the air above the arena. "Hello, I am Chrono, your host for this tournament." Chrono was a Star Realm powerhouse from the Celestial race. The host had been chosen after a competitive audition process, and he had emerged the winner. He began speaking with pride. "Now entering the battlefield is the Supreme Celestial race, soon-to-be victors. We have Alistair Thornevale, and I'm certain he'll mop the floor with others in the competition." Instantly, curses erupted from the audiences of the other races. What a shameless bastard. But Chrono's skin was thicker than that of political leaders. He continued shamelessly praising the Celestial race. Then Ethan and his group entered. Now entering is the primordial human race. We can see some weakly. Ethan's gaze locked onto him, and Chrono felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a primordial beast had fixed its eyes on him. His tone shifted in an instant. "We can see the young Supreme of the human race. Please give them a big applause." Ethan gave a small nod of satisfaction. Chrono was smart even if he was a light bulb. Chrono was sweating buckets, but then proceeded to introduce each participant slowly. Soon, all 1,000 combatants stood in the arena. Now, let me explain the rules. The 5 leaders of this generation from the sovereign races will not participate in the first round, and the young Supreme of the primordial human race will also advance automatically to the next phase. The remaining 994 combatants will fight in the arena in a massive group battle. Only the last 100 standing will move on to the next phase. Is that clear? Yes, the crowd roared. Good, then let the battle begin. Ethan and the other 5 leaders stepped out of the arena and entered the same waiting box. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Kronar looked at Ethan. "I've seen your battles, you are truly remarkable, but with this clone you stand no chance against me." Titans were simple-minded but straightforward. They respected the strong and despised the weak. Kronar had great respect for Ethan, but he still wanted to challenge him. Ethan smiled. "Best of luck, then." Alistair, Uriel, and Velmora kept silent, sitting apart from the others. Ethan glanced at them. "You've all grown stronger. Good progress. I hope you can give me some entertainment in the arena." Then, without another word, he pulled out a mobile device and began playing games. Alistair ground his teeth but said nothing. He had a trump card and was confident in winning this tournament. Yet whenever he faced Ethan, he felt his confidence waver. There was a power in Ethan's gaze that made him feel small. The battle in the arena soon erupted. It was chaotic yet beautiful. From the very start, everyone unleashed their full strength. There was no room for holding back. Zephyrin shifted to his huge serpent form and swallowed 3 combatants instantly. Seraphina turned into a phoenix, and a red fire gushed out from her body, and she also killed 4. Jacob turned into a werewolf and attacked Lucifer from the vampire race. Those two engaged into a eye-catching fight. The other small races were not some weakling either. They also unleashed their strongest moves. Natasha and Neo performed greatly, but the other one was struggling. In this free-for-all, everyone was an enemy. The 5 sovereign races naturally teamed up, taking advantage of their numbers. 3 hours later, the 100 winners were determined. Natasha and Neo were among them, but the third member of their group failed to advance due to a lack of strength. 287 combatants died on the spot. Chrono's voice rang out again. All right, folks, we have our winners for the second phase. The rules from this point on are simple, one-on-one battles. 53 will move on to the third phase and so on. Now please all 106 combatant come forward and take your number. The similar numbers would fight in the battlefield. Ethan and the other 5 also came out. Ethan took out a number from the box. It was 1. But instantly a member from a small race lost all color from his face. Reason, he also got 1. That meant he would have to fight Ethan. Soon everyone got their number. An epic battle was going to start. The first battle of the second phase was between Ethan and the boy from the snake-human race who also got number 1 as his token. Ethan calmly stood at the center of the arena. His hands were behind his back. Soon the boy from the snake-human race entered. His upper body was that of a human, but his lower body was of a snake. He bowed to Ethan as soon as he entered. Young supreme of the human race, I know I am not a match for you, but I want to try. I'll attack you with my strongest attack. If you can block it, I'll admit defeat. Ethan nodded. This semi-snake boy had around 123 Earth-level power. Not bad at all. Okay, go ahead. The boy nodded and activated his racial skill, Corrosive Tail. It was an attack where his tail would release a super powerful acid-like substance which had at least 3 times more power than his strength. The tail sweep was also powerful, so his opponent would first have to block his tail and then the acid. It was a lethal attack. Boom. He swept his tail. Ethan didn't dodge. He barehandedly caught the tail. The energy swept in the surrounding area in a radiating manner, but Ethan was standing there with an acid tail in his hand like nothing happened. The corrosive acid couldn't do any harm to him as the power gap was tremendous. Then he released the tail. The snake boy bowed, I admit defeat. It was his bad luck that he was matched against Ethan in his very first match. Otherwise, he might have passed some more phases. The audience started cheering loudly, but it was too hollow for Ethan. He really wanted some real fight. His law of fate gave him some hints that something was going to happen today, but what that would be, Ethan had no idea. He walked to the waiting box and started playing games again. Then some matches also finished one after another. No leader fought against each other. They didn't know if it was totally coincidence or the higher-ups pulled some strings. Soon the second phase also finished. 53 passed to the third phase, but it was an odd number, so one needed to be decided winner automatically, and the 52 would fight. Natasha was also defeated, but Neo passed this phase. Again, lottery was given to everyone, and as expected, Ethan got the number 1 again, and he was promoted to the fourth phase without a single fight. Even in this phase, no true powerhouse faced each other, but this time a dark horse was appeared. He defeated Lucifer from the vampire race. The man was from a plant-like lifeform like Groot. He defeated Lucifer like an adult beating a child. Ethan was also surprised. What the hell Groot is doing here? He activated his appraisal. Name Groot, race plant, realm planetary, strength 1400 Earth, talent all plant manipulation. This Groot had some decent stats, Ethan thought. The third phase was also finished without much fanfare. Now 26 entered the fourth phase. This time there was also Ethan. But Ethan needed to fight in this phase. Another one would be promoted to the fifth phase automatically. The one who was promoted this was Neo. This dude sure had some luck, otherwise he was not worthy to be able to reach until fifth phase with his power. This time Ethan's opponent was a girl from a subordinate race of the vampires. She had some death energy inside her. Ethan could feel that. Maybe she was a curse user or something. Sure enough, as soon as the battle started, she started to chant strange language, and Ethan felt a bug was trying to break his defense. Ethan snorted coldly and slapped that bug and turned it into meat paste. Blug. The girl immediately coughed up blood and became senseless. The bug contained her soul imprint, and Ethan just destroyed that curse with the law of karma, so it backlashed her instead. Ethan snorted coldly again. This girl just tried to curse him, but the curse was not lethal, so he didn't kill her. All the winners were decided one after another. 13 people went to the next realm, and one already went by default. The top 14 individuals of this generation was decided by then. This was all for today. The next phase would start tomorrow. So just when everyone was about to leave, a cataclysmic aura enveloped the entire planet. The pressure was so horrifying that everyone immediately fell on their knees. Even the galactic overlords who were working as the guardians of this tournament and universe realm powerhouses, who were the judges, also knelt down. This aura was something far surpassed anything they had even ever imagined. This aura even surpassed the universe supremes themselves. Kekekekek, all the destined ones seemed to be gathered here today. A man in a gray robe slowly came out from the space. Ethan immediately used his appraisal on him. Name, Sakarian Vas Ithrel. Species, Slave of Chaos. Realm, Tier 8. Talent, Body of Fate. So this was the man he was looking for. No wonder his law of fate gave him only hints but couldn't tell what was exactly going to happen, as this dude possessed the body of fate. Of course, he was out of the concept of the law of fate of Ethan. Besides, he was a Tier 8 powerhouse who was even stronger than the saints from the universe of the world of the ancients. Poe told Ethan, "Boss, this is my former master. Looks like you were correct. He is really not in the galactic overlord realm." Ethan didn't reply. He was not concerned about this man, but what he saw in his status bar. His species was called Slave of Chaos, and Ethan had a bad feeling, a very, very bad feeling about this term. Just when he was thinking what to do, several supremely powerful auras, though not as intense as this man's but close enough, came from all the directions. The Supremes had taken action. They left their thrones for the first time in 500 million years. There were 10 from the celestial race, 7 from the primordial human race, 6 from the vampire race, 5 from the titan race, 5 from the cosmic behemoth race. In total, 33 Supremes of the universe had gathered together, but even so, their auras could not match this menacing aura this man was radiating. Sakarian looked at the 33 Supremes and smirked. Everyone had a solemn look on their face. The universe was facing an existential threat for the first time since its birth. Odin asked in a solemn voice, "Who are you? How did you enter our universe? And what do you want?" Sakarian didn't reply immediately. He was looking at everyone with mockery in his eyes. "I guess I can tell you ants now that you all are going to die eventually. I am Sakarian Vas Ithrel, the slave of my master. I was heavily injured when some damn bastards attacked me 500 million years ago. I was running away from them, and I found this low-level universe. The good thing was that my power level had dropped significantly that time. That's why I could enter this universe. I lay low for 500 million years after that. My body needed destined people to swallow their fate. It was your luck that I wasn't fully healed in the previous tournament where you all gathered 100 million years ago. But I am fully healed now, and you can all become sacrifices to my master. This many sons of destiny would surely be able to open the path to the chaos realm. Rejoice, ants. You are all going to become a part of something far supreme than you could ever imagine. You are going to become a part of my chaos itself." Though they understood some of his meaning, they couldn't comprehend the grandiose of the things he just said. The leader of the Supremes of this universe, the primogenitor of the celestial race, Gabriel Thornevale, transformed into a 16-winged angel. His aura rose to a significant level. After that, everyone turned into their original forms. Victor was a 7-foot-tall person who had blood-red dragon wings on his back. His fangs came out, eyes turned red. The progenitor of the Titan race turned into a 20-meter-tall giant. The progenitor of the dragon race turned into a 7-clawed golden dragon at size of 18 meters. The progenitor of the Phoenix race turned into a 15-meter large red phoenix. The progenitor of the Jormungandr race turned into a 5-kilometer long serpent. The werewolf progenitor turned into a 10-foot-tall werewolf. The other Supremes of those races also transformed. Only the primordial humans didn't transform, or they didn't have any special form to transform into. Very sad, the aura of everyone became unrestrained. Only Tassia, the youngest Supreme of the universe, stayed behind to protect the combatants from any residual effect that might occur now. Sakarian was standing there like a king, like he was looking at a circus show. He clapped his hands. "Impressive. It will be more fun to kill you bugs now when you are in your strongest form. I will enjoy the despair on your faces." Odin took out his hammer and charged. Gabriel took out his scepter. Everyone charged with their origin artifacts. 32 Supremes with their 32 origin artifacts attacked together. When they reached near Sakarian, suddenly he also took out his artifact. It was a cauldron. One cauldron against 32, but it held on its own against them like nothing. This supreme-level battle was being broadcasted all over the universe. But this battle didn't bring any excitement to anyone, only utter despair. Because every corner of the universe was feeling the menacing aura of Sakarian firsthand, and when they saw 32 Supremes couldn't even break through his defense, they lost all hope in life. If the Supremes fell, the universe would fall today. Everyone attacked him from different directions, but the cauldron was like a fortress. Nothing could break it. Suddenly Sakarian attacked, and the progenitor of the dragon race, Veldora, took the direct hit. He was immediately heavily injured and lost his fighting capability instantly. This scene made everyone even more despaired. When everyone was feeling this despair, Ethan thought he should do something. The Supremes might not be able to hold on for long. But then suddenly Victor Alucard, who was still fighting like a normal Supreme, sighed. Why do you have to force me? Boom. Like a dam was broken, Victor's aura rose like a tidal wave. It directly surpassed the aura of Sicarian. This sudden turn of events made everyone surprised. What the hell was going on? How could Victor become so powerful all of a sudden? Even Ethan was also surprised. This universe didn't allow anyone to break through to Tier 8. How come Victor became one? He used his appraisal on him. Name, Victor Alucard. Species, primordial vampire clone. Power Tier 8 suppressed. Talent, devour. Holy shit, this thing was just a clone. Victor was not even present with his real body, and the power was still being suppressed. What's up with this primordial vampire thing? Victor had a serious secret origin, it seemed. Sicarian looked at Victor with a horrified look. He was no match for him, that was for sure. Master, please save your loyal servant. I offer all the life of this universe to you. Boom. In a desperate moment, he activated his inner servant seal. It would take a tremendous amount of fate to open the path that led to his master, but there were enough destined people here, and his body of fate could also provide supplementary fate energy. Victor vanished and appeared in front of Sicarian and directly cut off his head from his body. He tried to stop the process, but it was too late. Suddenly, a huge black claw tore the space of the universe. Everyone looked at the tear. Their hearts were palpitating. Then a red eye appeared opposite to that tear. The eye was bigger than several galaxies. It was clear this monstrosity was several times larger than the universe itself. And then everything stopped. Spacetime was stopped. All parallel line of time was stopped. River of Destiny was stopped. Victor released all his suppressed power but could only reach up to Tier 9. He could speak a bit with this power, but others couldn't even do that. They could only see what was going on. That was all they could do. The universe came to a standstill. Victor said in a very difficult tone, "Friend, I am from the primordial vampire clan of Chaos City. This universe is under the supervision of our clan. Can you please show us some face and leave?" Victor didn't know what kind of monstrosity this creature was. Its aura was suppressed, but it still stopped the timeline of this universe. The ancestor of the primordial vampire clan was a Tier 14 existence, a supreme ruler in Chaos City. So Victor thought this monster would surely be scared off. Victor's main body was a Tier 12 existence outside of the universe. The clans of Chaos City controlled many universes throughout the Chaos Sea. This universe was under Victor's jurisdiction. Suddenly, every soul of the universe heard a mocking yet royal voice. A tiny clan of the Chaos City. Do you think that clan is worthy of my face? The entire Chaos City is not worthy. I am the supreme ruler of the Chaos Sea, the primordial chaos beast Nexus. Suddenly, Victor lost all the color from his face. He felt utter despair even more than that of the normal people of the universe. This despair came from the knowledge he had. Ethan was also hearing this conversation. Though his body was also frozen in time, Poe said from his inner planet, "Boss, this universe is finished. Totally fucked up. That's a chaos beast, boss. We are finished." Even in the Chaos Sea, a chaos beast is a myth, a matter of horror, but this one seems to be even more powerful. Everyone was frozen in time, but as for why they could still think and hear, it was because he allowed them to think. He wanted every life form he killed to remember him, to remember the despair they felt. Nexus hated everyone. Though chaos beasts were considered mythical and powerful, that was exactly the reason why many supreme powerhouses sought them out and captured them. Every cell of a chaos beast was an ultimate treasure. Nexus was the king of the chaos beasts. That's why he never showed mercy to anyone, because no one would show him mercy if the opponent was stronger than him. Victor Alucard was the one who was now in the most despair. The primordial vampire clan had existed for eons, and he had only heard about chaos beasts as myth as of today. Even the myth was terrifying. The chaos beasts were born from the essence of primordial chaos, and they were born as Tier 13 life forms. The Chaos City was the most ancient and powerful city Victor had known in the vicinity. Maybe there were other powerful cities out there, but he hadn't heard of them until now. The ancestor of his clan and all the top powerhouses of Chaos City were Tier 14 existences. They could bend reality with their whims, but even they didn't dare to seek out a Chaos Beast. Even a Tier 13 Chaos Beast could solo 10 Tier 14s at once. Now there was a beast calling itself a primordial Chaos Beast. He didn't even dare to think of its rank, because an existence of this level could read one's soul just by looking. Moreover, his karma was also locked. He couldn't sever the karma with his main body, so if this clone died, his main body would also die. And he had even tried to threaten that monster a while ago, so the beast might attack the Chaos City through this karma. Victor hated himself for dragging his entire clan into this. Besides, the vampire race of this universe was created by him. He loved this race dearly. He didn't want to let this universe be destroyed, but what could he do? Even the entire Chaos City wouldn't be a match for this monstrosity. Nexus was looking at everyone with his red eyes like a god looking at ants. The universes in the Chaos Sea were called origin universes. Even if it was a lower-tier universe, it possessed origin power, and origin power was a rare delicacy for chaos beasts and also a supreme treasure for cultivators. Nexus opened his mouth to swallow the entire universe. It was the moment of extinction of the universe. The universe couldn't defend herself now, so she released her ultimate weapon, Ender. Though the entire universe was frozen in time and destiny, Ender was in existence outside of time and destiny, so the law didn't apply to him. Nexus had actually used the law of spacetime and fate of this universe to stop everyone, because if he wanted to use the law of spacetime of the chaos itself, he would need to destroy the universe first. Inside the universe, only universal law could be used. It was also the reason origin universes were so special. Suddenly, from the sun of the solar system of Earth, a monstrosity opened its eyes for the first time since its creation. It was time to do its duty, and that was destruction. Ethan also felt the aura rising from the sun. Shit, Earth was so near it. Earth would become the first victim if it went on a rampage. Ethan needed to act as soon as possible. Everything was going out of hand. Just as he was about to activate his Chaos Ruler form, a light vanished from sun and charged toward Nexus. Ethan's fear didn't come to be. The Ender didn't go on a rampage but went to confront the enemy first. It was a dark-scaled beast with 4 legs. It had volcanic runes all over its body and 4 majestic horns, a pair of dark wings. It looked very terrifying. Ender appeared in front of the space tier which Nexus had created. The Ender was very small compared to the space tier. Ethan immediately used his appraisal on it. Name, Ender. Species, pure entropy and destruction. Power, tier 11. Talent, destruction of everything. Simple yet terrifying status bar, but Ethan sighed. He had just used his appraisal on Nexus. What he saw there crushed every hope other than Chaos Ruler. But the Chaos Ruler had a major downfall. If there was another Chaos Ruler present, he would definitely have to clash with him, and that would be a disastrous fight. But there wasn't an option. This Chaos Beast was something beyond comprehension. Name, Nexus. Species, primordial Chaos Beast. Power, tier 16. Talent, the manifestation of primordial chaos. This thing was an apex predator of the food chain, tier 16 realm of existence. Above that was only the Chaos Ruler, and Ethan had a hunch what this Chaos Ruler might be. It should be the highest existence of the chaos. Anything beyond that should be a whole different level of life form which Ethan couldn't even imagine right now. Ender was around 100 meters in size, but suddenly it started becoming bigger and bigger until it reached the size of 5 galaxies. Ender wasn't fearful of Nexus because it was the destructive will of the universe. Moreover, Nexus was hiding his aura all along. Only Ethan knew about his true realm. Victor only had some vague idea. Everyone saw Ender. If it were any other day, people might have lost their souls after seeing the terrifying look of the Ender, but today was different. Something far more monstrous was waiting outside the universe and was about to devour them. In front of that monstrosity, Ender looked really cute. Ender directly attacked Nexus with a dark beam of light. Nexus narrowed his eyes with amusement. A puppy was daring to attack him. If he released even a slight bit of his aura, the whole universe, even the surrounding chaos sea, would be vaporized instantly. That would be a fun killer for him, so he decided to play with this little puppy. The dark beam of light hit the huge eyes of Nexus, but the light vanished into an unknown space. Nexus was surrounded by a chaotic domain around him. Any attack would vanish in that infinite space, so anyone not as strong as him or stronger couldn't even touch him, let alone defeat him. But Ender wasn't done. It roared, and instantly origin energy poured out from the surrounding space and formed a huge ball of origin energy. If this ball hit the universe itself, the universe would shatter immediately, as the origin ball was combined with Ender's unique destructive power. Nexus said coldly, "That's such a huge waste of my food. Playtime is over. You can die in peace now, as I will fulfill your wish of destruction of everything." Suddenly, Ender, who was at the size of 5 galaxies, fell down lifelessly. Nexus had used something like an instant death spell. "Listen, all the living beings of this universe. You are going to merge with me now. You will become a part of the future Chaos Ruler of this Chaosverse, so no need to be sad. You can all join this puppy peacefully." Ethan sighed. Nothing could be done anymore. All paths had vanished. System, activate the descend of the Chaos Ruler. It is time to see the world from a higher point of view. As you wish, my dear master. The despair on everyone's face was vivid. Lucian tried to use his spacetime physique to go to the past like before, but to his horror, past, present, and future everything became one. Destiny merged with spacetime. Nothing could escape from this universe now. No one could go to the past or future, even if they had mastered the law of spacetime fully. It was a dead end. This life was totally out of his expectations. Too many variables apurried. First, Ethan appeared out of nowhere, and now this. He was going to die. He didn't even get his revenge for his previous life, and he was already going to die now. Fate was really playing nasty with him. Just as the huge maw of the Chaos Beast was about to gulp down the universe, a single calm voice echoed throughout the cosmos. Not today, little Nexus. You should become the leader of my Shadow Army. What a magnificent creature you are. Your place only belongs to the Shadow Army and nowhere else. And boom, Ethan broke free from the time freeze and started floating into the air. His body was still 1.9 meters tall, but he felt his body and mind had ascended to a higher dimension. Ethan closed his eyes. His mental domain started to spread like teleportation. It surpassed the boundary of the universe, then covered the Nexus Beast, which was 76 times bigger than the universe. Then under his mental domain, the Chaos Sea appeared, followed by countless scattered origin universes, then the Chaos City. There were countless powerful auras scattered all over the chaos. His mental domain didn't stop there. It passed the Chaos City, then it revealed only endless Chaos Sea and origin universes. There were many Chaos Beasts hidden in secret folds of space. Everything was coming into his mind like a cinema. The chaos was endless, but Ethan knew it wasn't. There had to be a boundary. Countless billions, trillions, sextillions of origin universes of different sizes were present here and there in the Chaos Sea. They were all in special spaces. Finding them was not easy. There were many secret realms which held many unknown powerful creatures. It was as if he had merged with space itself. Everywhere his mental domain passed, he could instantly control that place. There were no secrets in front of him. After a long time, his mental domain covered the entire chaosverse. What seemed like an infinite space was just a sphere in a dark void. There wasn't anything near that sphere. It was alone, floating in eternal darkness. Ethan felt he could control every particle of this sphere now. He could alter anything. He could kill anyone. He could create anything. He felt like he had become a creation god. Ethan then opened his eyes slowly. What seemed to be an endless period of time was just a nanosecond in the outside world. His calm gaze met that of Nexus. The primordial beast, for the first time since its birth, felt a chill down its spine. It knew it was totally out of its league. This human, or rather, this supreme existence had reached the pinnacle realm of this chaosverse, a realm it always longed for. It knew it was finished. There was no need to fight with aura, pressure, or power. Tier 16 in front of Tier 17 was like a martial warrior in front of him. There was no need for any battle. Ethan's Chaos Ruler form was given by the system, so it was pinnacle-level power even within Tier 17. Ethan vanished and reappeared outside of the universe. Nexus was frozen this time. Ethan didn't want to waste time. He didn't have much time anyway, and the good thing was that this chaosverse didn't yet have a Chaos Ruler. But there were 5 Tier 16 lifeforms who were contenders for that realm. And in front of him now was the strongest Tier 16 creature, primordial Chaos Beast. The other 4 were in seclusion in different folds of space within their secret realms. Ethan conjured a sword and slashed. Nexus, the strongest lifeform in this chaosverse, died instantly. No chance for any struggle. Its lifeless body began falling into the Chaos Sea, but Ethan stopped the humongous carcass in midair. Arise. Infinite amounts of shadow energy started gushing out of Ethan's body. Ethan knew he couldn't enslave this beast if he wasn't in the Chaos Ruler form. That's why he used it now. The time he would lose was totally worth it if he got his hands on this monster. Soon, a shadowy Nexus emerged from the carcass in front of him. It looked even more majestic. Sire, it bowed to Ethan. Ethan gave it the name Nexus, and the beast immediately vanished into his shadow. Ethan also placed the carcass into a special space he had just created. He would need to use the Chaos Ruler form to access this space again, or reach this realm by himself to retrieve the carcass. Ethan then returned to the universe. With the death of Nexus, the time freeze was gone. Everyone was freed, but no one moved. No one even dared to breath highly. They saw everything, and this even would change the course of history of everything they had knew. Ethan appeared in front of the carcass of the Ender. It would be too wasteful to leave this bad boy here. So while still in the Chaos Ruler form, he used the Shadow Monarch talent again. Arise. Instantly, a Shadow Ender appeared in front of him. It also bowed to him, my king. Ethan gave it the name Erebus. The Ender name didn't suit him anymore. It would be one of the greatest general under Ethan and would conquer many dimensions in the future. So the name Erebus sounds pretty cool. Ethan then deactivated the Chaos Ruler form. It took him 1 minute and 3 seconds to finish all this. He had 28 minutes and 57 seconds remained for this form. Ethan was looking at the corpse of the Ender, whom he had just taken under his shadow army. He was going to use extraction on it. He didn't use extraction on the carcass of Nexus because it was too powerful for his present body right now, but he could use it on Ender. Extraction. Ding, you have extracted. Destruction of everything. Your eyes of destruction have evolved to Concept of Oblivion. Concept of Oblivion. Your law of destruction would reach 100 when you activate this skill. You can destroy anyone just by thinking of them, if they are under the universal law and not stronger than you by more than 100 times. This was a super upgrade. Now he could kill anyone inside a universe, any origin universe, if the opponent was not more than 100 times stronger than him. Besides, he got one more notification. Ding. You have extracted pure blood essence of destruction. Your bloodline has evolved to level 2. Ding, your potential has evolved. You can now gain up to 1 galactic level power while still in the planetary realm. This is the highest level evolution you can achieve in this realm. Finally, he had reached the highest evolution point of the planetary realm. It was 1 galactic level power, which was equivalent to 300,000 black holes. Besides, his power also increased. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 20 black holes. Spirit, 20 black holes. Talent, infinite comprehension. Ethan was now 10 times stronger than before. He got his bloodline upgraded. He got his eyes of destruction upgraded. He got the idea of the whole Chaosverse and its power levels. The most important thing was that the world of Etherian and the world of the Ancients weren't present in this Chaosverse. That meant this universe was really special. He also saw 4 more new space tunnels in this universe, leading to other universes which were also not present in this Chaosverse. Ethan didn't know where these space tunnels came from. To know that, the universe consciousness would need to awaken first. For that, 17 more Supremes would need to emerge here. Then he asked Nexus, use space-time reversal now, return to 1 hour before, and erase everyone's memory. As you wish, sire. Soon, in front of Ethan's eyes, everything started reversing. The people were going back to where they were. The only thing that didn't change was that Ender and Sicarian didn't come back to life. Ethan asked Nexus to keep it that way. Now the universe restarted at the point where the tournament had just ended for the day and everyone was going home. Everyone forgot what had happened today. No one knew what they had survived. Victor didn't need to blow off his identity. No one knew who Ethan actually was. The only change was that the universe lost its ultimate weapon, Ender, who now became Ethan's general. The Chaosverse lost its strongest existence, the primordial Chaos Beast Nexus. And Sicarian also died like a stray dog. Ethan was standing on the ground, looking at the distance. He had already tasted the pinnacle power of the world, so he was afraid his life would become too boring now, but there was good news. He got 4 new space tunnels to new universes. He should check those worlds soon. Lucian came behind him. Young Supreme, what are you thinking so deeply? Ethan looked back. It's nothing. You should perform well tomorrow. Don't forget to pummel Alistair. Ethan smiled. His law of chaos also reached 9. He would need to go too. Ethan vanished from there and appeared in his room. Boom, his inner world started to expand once more. The 37.5 million km diameter became 187.5 million km. This was as much as it could expand. The next phase would be the metamorphosis of this planet into a real star. The star would be the same size, but it would be 10,000 times heavier. That would be the star level. He just needed to wait until his strength reached the galactic realm, which would take 12 more days. Then he would break through. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 100 black holes. Spirit, 100 black holes. Talent, infinite comprehension. When Ethan was busy in his thoughts, far away in the eternal dark void, a man was sitting on the top of a space behemoth which was larger than that of the entire Chaosverse. He looked toward Ethan's Chaosverse. It seems a brat has ascended in that forsaken place finally. Let's see what surprise he can bring to the plate. Those old men would turn black and blue if they knew even after banishing that special realm, it still produced a tier 17. Ha 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 ha. Then he gently rubbed the head of the space behemoth, and it disappeared from there to an unknown destination. Ethan was now planning to send a clone to one of the new worlds. But this time, he would cut off the connection with the clone and let it grow individually, like a normal human boy would do. If someday it could reach tier 7, then it would be able to connect with the main body's consciousness, and he would gain rare experience about how a normal person grows up in a fantasy world without a cheat. That would make him more grounded. He would also throw one of Rose's clones there too. Let them bond together there where they would grow up on equal footing. The bond shared in life and death would be stronger. Otherwise, Rose would always feel inferior even if Ethan gave her all the attention she needed. Besides, he was thinking about giving the physique of the primordial chaos to Rose. Then she would also become a prodigy. Otherwise, Ethan would be too alone at the top of the power. He at least wanted someone to talk to when he reached that level. But to do that, he would have to learn how to use extraction in a way where he could bestow the extracted talent to others. Ethan didn't need much from anyone else. He alone was enough. But if he could provide special talents to his loved ones, that would be a game changer for them. Ethan was now at level 9 of the planetary realm, so he thought he might as well go and challenge the primordial tower. So he immediately entered the virtual universe. He appeared at his house in the virtual universe. Then from there he teleported to level 2 of the Solaris city. He appeared at the gate of Solaris. As soon as he appeared there, many people looked at him to see who was the newcomer, but when they realized it was Ethan, they all bowed to him. Greetings, young Supreme. Ethan nodded at them. But then he saw some familiar faces inside the crowd. It was Genos, Orlia, and Genos' big brother Raymond. Ethan went to them and asked, "What's up, Genos? When did you break through?" He also greeted Orlia and Raymond. Genos scratched the back of his head. Ethan was talking to him so casually and everyone was glaring at him enviously. Even Raymond, his big brother, was also glaring at him. Orlia was also flushed. Ethan and she were now worlds apart. Ethan was the uncrowned leader of the generation of chaos. Even Lucian, the true leader, talked to him with respect. "Please call me Orlia, young supreme." Ethan nodded. "Okay, Orlia then. Oh, I am going to challenge the primordial tower. Wanna come, Genos?" Ethan looked at Genos again. Instantly, the entire Solaris city went into an uproar. Young Supreme was finally going to challenge the primordial tower, and that would be today. What a damn good luck had bestowed upon them out of nowhere. "Yes, yes, young Supreme." Genos was nodding his head like a chicken pecking its food. Ethan looked at him and said, "Why are you so formal? Just call me brother." Genos almost cried out and tried to hug Ethan, but Ethan vanished and went directly near the primordial tower. Then he placed his hand on the gate, and the gate opened. The interior was the same as before. He heard a voice. "You are at the first position of the primordial tower at level 1, so you can directly challenge the 85th floor." "I can do that. That will really save some hassle." "Okay, I'll challenge the 85th floor directly." "Okay. Would you allow your battle scene to be broadcasted?" Freya asked again. Ethan nodded. "Sure." Then he vanished from the ground floor and appeared at the 85th floor. The man was someone who was at the 72nd floor in level 1, but it seems he got some really good fortune and became very powerful to reach the 72nd here. But Ethan didn't waste time with him and destroyed him as soon as the battle began. He continued this destruction process until the 90th floor. Just one hit kills on every floor. At the 91st, though, he needed to slow down a bit as the people here were really in important positions, though Ethan need not do that. But he preferred to show humility wherever he could. He arrived at the 91st floor, the same as before. Valentina Cassava was still at this floor. The eternal prodigies of the primordial humans remained unchanged for 100 million years. He didn't bow this time. He smiled at her. "We meet again, senior. Let's fight." Valentina also smiled at him. "You are making big waves, boy. You can now defeat black hole realm vampires. I'm no match for you, but I learned a new technique in the planetary realm. Let me give you a taste of that." "Sure." Ethan was standing there. Valentina brought out her sword and chanted something. The sword started to glow, then she slashed. Oblivion. It was an upgraded version and more sophisticated sword art than Eternal Doom. It had an elegant nature to it, destroy with elegance, but Ethan this time didn't give her any face. He caught the sword with his 2 fingers like nothing. The fighting scene was already broadcasting all over the primordial human race. Even other races were using piracy to watch this battle. When they saw Ethan caught the sword with his 2 fingers, they were not much surprised. As expected of the young Supreme, the living myth of the universe. Ethan smiled. "Looks like I win, senior. Let's meet at the next level." But Valentina wasn't happy at all. She snorted coldly, "Brat, I won't fight you anymore. I will directly admit defeat every time from now on." Ethan was speechless. Typical woman for you. No matter how powerful they became, they would easily become angry for no reason. Then he arrived at the 92nd floor. Lucas Celestas was waiting for him. "Nice to meet you again, your majesty. You said you wouldn't lose to me in this level. Are you ready to defeat me?" Ethan asked with a smile. Lucas couldn't help but twitch his eyes and mouth. That time he didn't know this bastard would achieve this level of strength. If he knew, he would never have said such thing. But look at this bastard, he brought that up instantly, like he came here just to say this sentence. Lucas said, "You see, Ethan, I am very proud of you, but as you know, I am looking after the management of the entire primordial human race, so my skills are a bit rusty. Why don't you go play with that old dude Marcus up there?" Ethan again became speechless. "What do you mean your skills became rusty? You weren't even at this position at that time, damn it," he thought. "Okay, have a nice day, your majesty." Ethan vanished from there too. The outside world was also speechless at the shamelessness of Lucas. But it was better than losing in a horrible manner like Valentina. No wonder he was the emperor. Marcus was the war god. He was the supreme general of the primordial human army, so he couldn't throw in the towel like Lucas. Ethan said to him, "Let's fight." Marcus didn't waste any time and attacked him with his axe. Boom. Ethan raised his left hand's index finger and put it in front of the axe. Marcus had 1.3 sun level strength. With his 8 times amplification skill and 5 times amplification with his weapon, he got 40 times amplification. So that attack contained 52 sun level power, but to Ethan it was child's play. His body contained 100 black hole realm power, so the axe didn't stand a chance against his finger, and it directly broken down. Marcus was looking at Ethan but didn't know what to say. Ethan had defeated a black hole realm vampire, and they still believed Ethan used some trump cards they didn't know. But now, looking at the physical endurance of his body, Marcus was not so sure about his analysis of that battle anymore. Ethan seemed to have become a top-level artifact just with his body alone, so probably he didn't need any trump cards that day. Ethan said goodbye to him and went up. The The Supremes would start to come up from now on. The first one was still Tassia Verilion, but this time Tassia was smarter and she directly admitted defeat and was smiling like it was the proudest job she had ever done. Damn, even the Supremes had started using this method. Everyone was disappointed. They wanted to see a worthy battle. Next was Orion Blacksfire, the sixth Supreme. He had his own manly pride. He couldn't do what Tassia had done, so he attacked Ethan. Orion had 3 sun level power, and his max output was 150 suns with a 50 times amplification. But the result was the same, a crushing defeat. Ethan didn't waste time because he wanted to get the reward as soon as possible and upgrade Earth this time. The Earthlings would become a super civilization and would also enter the virtual universe officially after this upgrade. Ethan went to the next floor. The moment he reached there, he saw Valith Taraskova's smiling face. Ethan again got that chill. This woman was too seductive, a true vixen. Hello, Supreme. How about we fight this time? Ethan asked. Valith smiled. Oh, fight here, or should we find a more secret place? This conversation wasn't heard by anyone, as Freya had already turned off the voice. She also didn't believe her. Then Valith smiled seductively again. I think I'll pass. You can go up. Ethan went up, but this time he didn't waste any more time and directly beat everyone up to the 99th floor. On this floor, the second Supreme Noah was present, and Noah somehow didn't like Ethan's arrogance. Besides, Noah had his dark domain and powerful spear techniques. Greetings, second Supreme. Let's fight, boy. Noah attacked Ethan and also activated his dark domain. Instantly, Ethan felt something trying to suppress his power, but Ethan was too powerful for him, so this suppression didn't work. But this time, Ethan also didn't show mercy and used his chaos domain. Instantly, Noah was suppressed to half of his power. His original strength was 6 sun, but now it became 3. Ethan then directly teleported beside him and punched. Boom, Noah couldn't dodge the punch and turned into light particles. After that, Ethan went to the 100th floor. Hello, Grand Supreme. Odin smiled. Hello, Ethan. Same rule as before. Fight me barehanded. Ethan went into his position. Heavenly Usura martial technique, his barehanded fighting method. Odin had 10 sun level power. Ethan also suppressed his power to 10 sun and the battle started. Odin punched directly at Ethan's face, but Ethan moved slightly and punched him in the gut. Boom, Odin flew away like a cannonball. Ethan didn't move, he let Odin stand up first. Not bad. Your fighting skill has been polished, Odin complimented while standing up. Odin again attacked. Ethan this time didn't dodge and punch back. Equal level punches created a tremendous shockwave, but there wasn't anyone to be harmed, so they fought like madmen. Punch after punch, millions of punches were exchanged in a very short period of time. After 30 minutes, the battle ended. Odin slammed back into the ground and turned into light particles this time. This was probably the last time Ethan was fighting in the Primordial Tower. It wasn't necessary anymore at level 9 in the Star Realm. He would probably have universe-level power. There was no need to punch a bunch of kids. After finishing the battle, he teleported to the ground floor. Congratulations, Elite Ethan Hunt, for becoming number 1 in the planetary-level Primordial Tower. You have got 1 trillion contribution points and 3 chances to buy anything free of cost. This time, Freya gave him many more points and fewer free buying opportunities. She had learned her lesson. First, give me a total package of planetary upgrade material for 1,000 people. Then give me 10 S-graded spaceships, and also give me everything needed to upgrade Earth to the point it reaches high-tier civilization level. Ethan wanted to buy them with contribution points. Your total cost would be 97 trillion points. But as you have a 99 discount, you can get them at 970 billion points. What would you like to buy with your free opportunity? Is there anything that can help me comprehend the law of reincarnation? Freya stopped for a moment. She didn't reply immediately. Contacting the Supremes. Ethan Hunt wants to buy materials to comprehend the law of reincarnation. Do we sell that item to him? Odin was deep in thought. They indeed had something that might help them comprehend the law of reincarnation, but no one among them could do this until now. They got this item from a special realm, along with a message. Comprehend the law of reincarnation in 1 million years, and you will be able to contact the reincarnation space. But until now, no one could comprehend that law. It was as if this law didn't exist in this universe. Sell it to him. But tell him about the risk, and if he decides to buy it, he can only buy this one thing with his 3 free chances. As you wish. Freya then told Ethan about the risks and conditions of buying this object. Ethan agreed instantly. The law of reincarnation was a unique law and was even higher than the supreme laws. Ethan came out of the tower and vanished like before. This time Earth would face a major upgrade. After upgrading Earth, he would go to visit other worlds. Materials would be delivered via spaceship. Teleporting all of this would be a hassle. Ethan didn't have any problems with that. Ethan then went to the Alliance Hall and called Dragon. Dragon, the materials will arrive soon. Upgrade Earth as soon as possible. Earth will start trading with others too. I will withdraw the ban on visitors after that. Dragon nodded. Okay. Ethan asked Nexus, "Do you know any techniques where I can help others break through faster while keeping their foundation solid?" Nexus replied from the shadow, "I do have such techniques, sire, but keeping their foundation 100 solid would not be possible with these techniques." Ethan was happy to hear that. It would save a lot of time for him. "Okay, give it to me." Soon, Ethan received a technique, Aegis Bond. With this technique, he could choose his subordinates and share his energy with them to make them break through without harming much of their foundation. Ding, a skill is found. Comprehend, Ethan curled up his mouth. He had the ultimate cheat in existence. Sure. Ding, Aegis Bond is upgraded to Aegis Apotheosis. Aegis Apotheosis, you can make your subordinates break through without doing zero harm to their foundation. Finally, Ethan got what he needed. Everything on Earth would change from now on. Ethan vanished from where he was and appeared at the training field. Team Alpha and Omega were still training, but they had only reached Grandmaster Level 9. It hadn't been much time. Ethan's super journey made everything feel ancient. Ethan appeared in front of the team. Ryan was using a spear while training. Rose was using a thin sword Ethan had given her. When everyone saw Ethan suddenly appear in front of them, they stopped their training and saluted him. Ethan had gotten an even bigger place in their hearts now. Ryan smiled in a depressed manner. "Ethan, I wanted to become the strongest general under you, but at the pace you are developing, you will never need us and we will never be able to fight your battles." No one talked. They all felt the same way. Ethan smiled. "Well, you are right about that, sucker. But what can I do? I am such a benevolent person and couldn't watch how pathetic you looked. So I decided to give you some gifts." Ethan smiled at him. Though Ryan was depressed, he couldn't help but smile. "Okay, what goodies did you bring this time?" Ethan then looked at everyone. Everyone sit in 5 rows. Everyone sat down instantly. Then Ryan, Rhea, Rose, and Cedric sat down in front of them. No question was asked. Good. Ethan nodded at them. Aegis Apotheosis. Aegis Apotheosis. Instantly, pure energy started gushing out from Ethan's body. This energy was neutral and didn't belong to any element. 54 people were now sitting in front of Ethan. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone started breaking through. Soon they all reached Grandmaster Level 9 except Rose, who reached King Level 5. Ethan then took out the material he had bought from the virtual universe, and all the material melted in his energy and entered their bodies. Only Rose, Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric received different materials leader, and subordinates should always have a clear difference. A normal Grandmaster Realm powerhouse has 20,000 tons of strength at level 9, but with the materials Ethan had just bought, all 50 gained an additional 80,000 tons, meaning they all now possessed 100,000 tons of power in Grandmaster 9 Realm. Meanwhile, Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric gained 180,000 tons. When Rose broke through, she reached around 480,000 tons as she was different from them. After the power boost, Ethan then started to make them break through to King Realm. Boom, all 53 broke through at once. Their base strength was now 500,000 tons, while the 3 leaders had 1 million tons. The breakthrough continued until everyone reached King Level 9. It took 2 hours. It was time for the next power boost. The 50 subordinates now had 2.2 million tons at level 9 King Realm. Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric had 2.7 million. Rose had 4.2 million tons. Ethan again used the highest level power boosting materials. The 50 gained a 2.8 million tons boost in their strength, reaching 5 million before breaking through to Emperor Realm. Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric gained a 3.3 million ton boost, reaching 6 million tons. Rose gained a 3.6 million ton boost, reaching 8 million tons. Now it was time for everyone to break through to Emperor Realm. Again, energy surged out from his body. This time, their bodies became extremely powerful, so the energy needed was much more than a regular emperor. 3 hours later. Boom, 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 one after another, they started breaking through. The 4 leaders were still absorbing energy, though. Their foundation was much more solid than the others, so it was expected. 20 minutes later, all 50 of them broke through to Emperor Realm. Ethan stopped their energy supply. 1 more hour passed, and then Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric broke through. Only Rose remained. She also broke through 10 minutes later. Ethan stopped supplying energy. It had taken almost 6 hours to make them break through to Emperor Realm. The next session would be 7 days later. They now needed to enter the virtual universe and fight to get familiar with their new power. Now, Rose had 80 million tons. Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric had 60 million tons. The 50 each had 50 million tons strength. It was only at the first level of the Emperor Realm. Ethan started floating. Then he looked at everyone with a solemn expression. "You are my hands and eyes from now on. Go to the battlefields and make a name for yourselves. Create an information network that should become the biggest information network in the universe. I'm going to create a virtual universe myself where you will be the top leaders. I want you to become the strongest existences in the universe. Is that clear?" "Yes, President." Everyone shouted in unison. They were brimming with vitality and excitement. Rose was also motivated. Now she could finally shine. She would give her all. Ethan looked at Ryan and Cedric. Go to the virtual universe with your Omega team, get used to your power, then I will send you to different racial battlefields. Ryan bowed with a hand on his chest. As you wish, my king. Cedric bowed following Ryan's example. Your wish is my command. Ethan nodded at them. Then he looked at Rose and Rhea. Rose, please go to the virtual universe and start making connections. You can use my fame. I want the Alpha team to become an organized information gathering team within a month. I am counting on you. Rose nodded. Okay. Then every one of them entered the virtual universe. Ethan returned to his room. Poe, I want you to create an ultra-powerful virtual universe. In this virtual universe, there should be many mythical beasts whose DNA samples I will collect for you. The virtual universe should look like the real universe, so that people can leave there with their soul if they want to. Here, look at this outline. Do you think you can do this? Poe looked at the information and thought for a moment. Boss, it is indeed possible, but some parts will need to wait until I am upgraded to a more advanced version. Okay, get to work. Ethan then took out the orb, the object he had received as a free Blythe material for comprehending the law of reincarnation. As soon as he took it out, Nexus spoke from the shadows. Sire, your humble servant also knows the law of reincarnation. Do you want me to help you? You do. Then please help me. Ethan was very happy. With this orb combined with Nexus's law comprehension, it would be easy for him to comprehend. Soon, Nexus created a small domain where the law of reincarnation started to gather. Since this universe didn't have this law, that was why no Supreme could learn it. Ethan closed his eyes, and soon he received a message, the same one the Supremes had gotten. If he could comprehend the law of reincarnation to 10 in 1 million years, he would gain access to the reincarnation space. So he asked Nexus, do you know anything about this reincarnation space? I am sorry, sire. This subordinate doesn't know about it. Ethan thought for a while. This chaos verse didn't have something like this, that was for sure. This orb should be from outside of this chaos verse. There was a mysterious world out there. Ethan would like to explore that world too someday. He closed his eyes. He didn't have anything better to do, and he needed to wait 12 days until he broke through to the star realm. So he wanted to comprehend the law of reincarnation in these 12 days. Soon, the day was over. Ethan's status panel was changed again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 200 black hole. Spirit 200 black hole. Talent infinite comprehension. It was the final day of the tournament. Ethan's clone reached the arena. Today would be the battle between the top powers of this generation. When Lucian and the others saw Ethan coming, they bowed to him. Ethan felt distant by this attitude as all of them were from the same generation as him, but this was his destiny, would always be the ruler wherever he went, so he should probably accept this loneliness, or maybe he should go to a world where no one would know him. Good luck, everyone. Show them what the primordial humans are. Ethan went to the waiting room. Uriel, Kronar, Alistair, and the others had already arrived there. Ethan smiled at them. Good luck to you all, give me a good show. Uriel snorted coldly while Alistair didn't even look at him, but Kronar laughed loudly. I am planning to defeat you. Don't cry after I defeat you. Okay, if you can really defeat my clone, I'll give you a gift, Ethan replied with a smile. Kronar laughed again. You said it, don't forget it. Yeah, sure, I am looking forward to our battle. Soon the battle would begin. The first battle was already decided. It was between Kroot, the Dark Horse, and Seraphina from the Phoenix race. In the arena, Kroot and Seraphina were standing opposite each other. Though Kroot was a plant-type lifeform and Seraphina was a phoenix who excelled in fire elemental manipulation, giving her the apparent upper hand in this battle, but no one thought so. Whoever had seen Kroot's battles before never believed he was at a disadvantage. In fact, it was the opposite. Sigh, that beautiful doll is going to lose. This plant is really something else. This was the most popular thought in the crowd. Seraphina felt irritated, as she could also hear the voices of the audience. The referee declared the start of the battle. Instantly, Seraphina turned into a phoenix, a very beautiful, blazing red bird. Meanwhile, Kroot transformed into a 50-meter-tall tree. This was a new form he had never revealed before. Hundreds of vines erupted from his body and surrounded the entire battlefield. Seraphina either had to leave the arena or fight him head-on. She unleashed her flames on the vines, and they burned away. The audience was excited to see Seraphina holding her own against the massive tree. But soon, their hopes were crushed as countless new vines replaced the old ones and again surged toward Seraphina. This cycle of burning and regrowth continued for a while. Then suddenly, Kroot produced some red thorn vines. When Seraphina spat her phoenix fire on them, the flames had no effect. The vines wrapped around her body tightly. The battle was over. Seraphina had lost. Kroot advanced to the next phase. The next battle was between Kronar and Zephyrin, the Jormungandr. This fight was decided quickly, as Kronar was on a completely different level than Zephyrin. The following match was between Ethan and Nero. Nero was from a lower race, but he had reached this stage through sheer talent alone. He belonged to a bird-human race. Ethan looked at him and said, Nero, I respect your dedication and talent, so I won't make things difficult for you. If you can hold on for 20 seconds under my bare-handed attack, you will win. Nero replied politely, okay. Ethan instantly assumed his heavenly Usura combat form and attacked, but it was impossible for Nero to withstand Ethan even for a second. Still, he persisted for 3 seconds before being defeated. Ethan looked at the fallen Nero. "Why don't you join under the primordial humans? I like your talent." Nero was stunned. It was beyond his wildest dreams that Ethan would personally invite him into the primordial human race. "It would be our honor, young Supreme." Nero was a smart man. He quickly assumed his new role. Ethan smiled in satisfaction and left the arena. The battles continued, and soon the final 8 were decided. Ethan, Kronar, Lucian, Alistair, Velmora, Grood, Uriel, Norin. These 8 would fight in the quarterfinals. The matches were set: Ethan versus Norin, Kroot versus Uriel, Alistair versus Velmora, Lucian versus Kronar. But in this lineup, Lucian would need to defeat Kronar to even have a chance to face Alistair. It would be a tough battle. Soon the battles began. Norin was from the Celestial race. The moment the match was decided, everyone knew he was doomed as Ethan hated the Celestial like a plague. Ethan vanished and reappeared in front of Norin. He covered Norin's mouth so he couldn't say "I admit defeat," and then began slapping him violently. Bam, bam, bam. He slapped him at least 10,000 times within a single minute. Norin began crying like a child, but he couldn't say anything as his mouth was sealed shut. Ethan slapped him a few more times until Norin's face was swollen like a pig's head. Then he lost consciousness. What a trash. Ethan turned and left the arena. Everyone was speechless. Ethan had never been so heavy-handed with anyone else. The next battle was between Uriel and Kroot. Everyone thought Uriel would lose. Kroot had already earned that much trust, but as soon as the match began, a red blood domain enveloped the entire arena. There were murmurs among the audience. They recognized this domain. It was the blood domain of the royal family, only a chosen few could master it. It was an open secret. Uriel had learned the blood domain inside the trial tower. After 3 minutes, Uriel was still standing, while Kroot lay unconscious on the ground. Uriel had won, and quite easily at that. Next was Alistair versus Velmora. Velmora transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, while Alistair revealed a 12-winged angel-formed seraphim bloodline he had obtained from the celestial trial tower. It was a tough, high-level battle, but Alistair eventually won. Finally, it was Kronar versus Lucian. Ethan was curious. He wanted to see what this regressor protagonist would do when outmatched. Kronar said, "You have to lose this battle. I want to fight Ethan Hunt. So it's better if you admit defeat willingly, or else." Before he could even finish, Lucian vanished and reappeared beside him, landing a punch. Caught off guard, Kronar was blasted out of the arena, though he managed to steady himself and land back inside. But Lucian wasn't finished. He vanished again, but this time Kronar was ready. He countered with a punch fueled by instinct, and their fists collided equal in power. Lucian then activated his space-time physique at full potential. This time, it was not a normal punch. It was a punch of time. Lucian struck 1 second before the present moment. No one saw what had happened, but Kronar flew away like a ragdoll and fell out of the arena. Lucian had won. Ethan was impressed. This time punch was something Ethan could try to do, though he had never needed to use something like this. The semi-finalists were decided: Ethan versus Uriel, Alistair versus Lucian. In the arena, Uriel faced Ethan. "I know this is just a fraction of your power," she said, "but I will defeat it today. And someday I will defeat your main body too. Remember it." Ethan remained calm. "You are not worthy of that. Use your highest power and let me see what makes you so arrogant." The entire arena was swallowed by Uriel's blood domain, but instantly it was consumed by darkness. Ethan unleashed his chaos domain over it. Uriel was suppressed so completely she couldn't even stand. The battle was over. Ethan left the arena. Uriel, however, stayed behind. She was crying. Why couldn't she even defeat a clone of that man? Was she truly this pathetic? Even the blood domain was useless against him. Then what could work, she didn't know. No one knew because the answer didn't exist. Lucian and Alistair stood face to face. "Lucian, today I will die." But before he could even finish, Lucian time punched him. He hated Alistair with every fiber of his being. Alistair couldn't even react. No one could except those who also comprehended the spacetime law. Lucian pummeled Alistair for 2 hours straight. It was a satisfying battle for him and also for Ethan. Ethan smiled. "You have earned your gift." The final was unnecessary. Both finalists were from the primordial humans. The origin artifact was sent directly to Earth. Ethan spoke to Lucian. "Come to Earth to take your gift." Then he vanished. Ethan was comprehending the law of reincarnation for 7 days. Today he finally heard his expected notification. Law of Reincarnation 1. Finally, this law was a very important law. He could send his soul through the reincarnation cycle in different universes by using this law, but for that, he would need a very high level of comprehension. He checked his status panel. It had multiplied by 128 times in 7 days. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 25,600 black hole. Spirit 25,600 black hole. Talent infinite comprehension. He was the strongest existence under galactic realm powerhouses. It was time for the next session of the team. After that, they would enter the battlefield officially. Ethan called everyone to his estate. He had created a high-tech home, the exact duplicate of his home in the virtual universe. He lived here with his parents. He couldn't always live in the Hunt estate. Soon, everyone appeared in the courtyard. Report, Ethan asked calmly. Ryan said everyone has been training in the virtual universe for these 7 days. They all have mastered the control of their full strength. Now they are ready for the next level. Rose said, we have contacted different organizations who are in the information business. Besides, we have made some connections with the noble children in Solaris City. We also went to visit Vernon City. Our 25 members are positioned in 10 different cities in the virtual universe. We now need to buy space to start the company. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Rose, choose the place. I will buy it. I am totally leaving the company to you. Now everyone sit down again. This will be the last session. After that, Team Omega will enter the battlefield. Soon everyone sat down like before. Ethan again activated Aegis Apotheosis. 7 hours later, everyone broke through to level 9 Emperor Realm. After that, Ethan used the highest quality materials to blend with his energy. Soon the final upgrade was complete. The 50 subordinates now had 5 billion tons, even stronger than Dragon in base strength. Ryan, Rhea, and Cedric had 6 billion tons, and Rose now had 8 billion tons of strength. After that, they would need to comprehend the laws to break through to planetary realm. Ethan looked at Ryan. Enter the battlefield of the Celestials, take 12 with you. And Cedric, you enter the vampire battlefield, take the remaining 13 with you. I want all of you to dominate the battlefield, not just battle. Ethan had already created some lesser versions of Extinction, the absolute speed sword technique. They also learned them. It was called Lesser Extinction and Lightning Strike. Lesser Extinction at level 10 would give a 20 times power amplification, and Lightning Strike at level 9 would give 7 times the speed amplification. They had already learned the techniques in the virtual universe for these 7 days. Ethan arranged them to use the time chamber, so they were training for a whole month already. Now they would need to perfect the techniques in the battlefield. Everything was settled in this part. Then he went to the lab. Dad, what is the progress? He asked his father. Jack replied with a smile, I think we will be able to implement it in 5 days. Then he went to find Alina. She was now in Rose's house, chatting with Elizabeth. Ethan came to Rose's house. Hello, Auntie. How are you? And where is Zara? Elizabeth said with a smile, I am fine. How are you, Ethan? And Zara is probably playing in the Hunt estate with your cousins. Ethan nodded. He needed to cure Zara soon. Now Nexus was under his command. So even if he couldn't solve the problem, Nexus would be able to. Then he looked at Alina and started behaving like a spoiled kid. Mom, please make me some good food. It's been eons since I have eaten your handmade food. I miss them. Alina snorted. You are such a big person now. Do you even have the time to visit your mom and eat her cooking? Ethan smiled. I am sorry, Mom. I promise I will come to see you daily from now on. Alina smiled after listening that. Okay, it's a promise then. I'll go home and cook something of your favorite. Alina then said goodbye to Elizabeth and left her house. Ethan then went to the Hunt estate. He should cure Zara today. Things would become very hectic after that. Soon, he appeared inside the estate. As soon as the guards saw him, they saluted instantly. Greetings, young master. Ethan nodded at them and went to the place where Zara was playing. There were 5 children playing magic and sword. Ethan stood there for some time and watched them playing. He smiled at them. He didn't have a good childhood, because he was an orphan in his previous life, and in this life it began with an adult version. After the children stopped playing, they noticed Ethan. Big brother, they shouted all at once. Zara also called him, though not as loud. Ethan then gave everyone some gifts. They were over the moon to get those gifts. Zara, come here. Ethan called her gently. Zara came. Then he placed his hand on her shoulder and started scanning the anomalous cell in her spine, the cold clump of cells. He healed the surrounding area before, but now, again they were affected. Ethan wrapped the clump with his mental energy. It again felt a cold sensation, but this was nothing to him now. Then he used his appraisal on it. Name, fragments of law. Type, law of ice, law of poison, law of destruction. What the hell? Zara had 3 laws in that clump of cancerous cells, and one of them was a supreme law of destruction. How come? She was from a very normal background, or was she? Ethan didn't actually know the proper background of Rose and her family. Her father died, as they said, but was he really a normal person, though? His one daughter had a soul talent. The other one had 3 laws inside her body, though they were mixed in a way which was harming her. This clump was probably born inside her or inserted from outside, but Ethan then used his law of chaos and creation to make them unwind, and the clump was gone instantly. The fragment went to the heart region and was waiting to be awakened. But could someone awaken a supreme elemental core? It was unheard of. After curing her, Ethan went outside of Earth. The origin artifact he got from winning the tournament was a sword. Ethan took the artifact and entered the sun. It previously was the place where Erebus lived. Now it was empty. The sun was the center of the entire solar system. He placed the sword inside the sun and activated its protective domain. Soon, a spherical sword domain started to spread 360. First it covered the sun, then Mercury, after that Venus, then Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and at last Neptune. Then it started going beyond that. After leaving the area of the planets, it reached the Kuiper belt, then the scattered disk, and after that the Oort cloud, which was up to 1 light-year from the sun. This was the whole solar system. After covering the Oort cloud, the domain stopped. It was now a fortress which could only be breached by a universe realm powerhouse. Under that level, everything was totally safe. Ethan then vanished from the sun and appeared in his room. Then he created 1 million clones to comprehend the law of reincarnation. He had 3 more days before he would break through to the star realm. He closed his eyes and started comprehending the ultimate domain. It had already gotten its outline when he entered the Chaos Ruler form, but to actually form it, all the laws needed to be at 10. So 3 more days passed in this manner. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 204,800, black hole. Spirit 204,800, black hole. Talent infinite comprehension. Today was the last day. Tomorrow he would need to break through, but he would break through at 6 a.m. exactly, when the system interface refreshed. Otherwise, it would be wasteful of the remaining 96,000 black hole realm power which he could still achieve in this realm. Everything was ready. Then he started thinking about the star realm. Normally, a planetary realm person had 1 Earth-level power at level 9. When he broke through to the star realm with 1 law, he would get a 1,000 amplification. Then every minor realm breakthrough would give 2 times amplification. This time, the number of laws didn't matter, only the quality of the law. But in human history, no one had ever awakened an elemental core other than basic laws, so it was 2 times amplification per minor breakthrough. But Ethan had the ultimate law at its base, so he would probably get many-fold more amplification. Ethan's all laws reached 9, even the law of reincarnation too. He was overprepared right now. Soon the time was over. It was 5:59 a.m. and boom, Ethan's law of chaos reached 10. His inner planet started to transform. Ethan took out every clone in the spaceship of Vane from there. He wasn't worried at all anymore about Vane's enemies. The planet was 187 million km in diameter. Now it became 1 billion km in diameter. It was not the end though. It started glowing. The planet was now generating its own source of power from the energy. It became a sun with much larger variation. With the law of chaos, Ethan got 100 times more amplification than normal, which was 100,000 times in total. His inner star was formed. It was now 100 billion km in diameter, a massive sun. But the amplification was also not only making it larger, but also making it heavier. The mass was increasing in a tremendous way. Soon the metamorphosis was complete. His inner star was formed through the inner planet. The star had a huge space at its core, where if Ethan wanted, even normal people would be able to live. There was a complete livable world inside the star. He looked at his status panel, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 136,500 galaxies. Spirit 136,500 galaxies. Talent infinite comprehension. Ethan was now the strongest person under the galactic overlord realm, who had around 100 million galactic level power. Ethan had become a star realm powerhouse whose every law reached 10. He could now use the law of karma to kill people and see the future by using the law of fate. Though all this could be done only in a small range, it was possible. Besides, now he could create the ultimate domain by merging the chaos domain, mental domain, and all the supreme laws. Ethan would call it the ruler's domain. Moreover, he could now create a time field for Vane, where Vane could grow up very fast. He would also be able to help others comprehend laws faster. But this could be done by his clones too. Ethan was now thinking of visiting some new worlds he had found, 4 new worlds to be exact, and one of them was radiating energy in a grand manner. It was 100,000 times greater than the world of the ancients, but Ethan would not go there in person. He would use the law of reincarnation to send one portion of his soul to be born in that new world. He wanted to lead a normal life without a cheat in a fantasy world, as he would cut off the connection with that portion of his soul. If he could ever reach Tier 8 existence, he would be able to contact the main body, but he would not let it suffer though. So he was planning to give it some special power which would awaken if a certain condition was fulfilled, like extreme despair. He didn't want it to fall into extreme despair and not be able to come out of that situation. He was going to send Erebus with this soul, but Erebus wouldn't be able to come out unless Ethan's life was 100 in danger and he was sure to die. This would be the condition. He would like to see how his life would have been if he didn't have a cheat. Besides, he would also send a portion of Rose's soul too and give them a link. where if they got closer, they would feel some invisible spark. He wanted both of them grew up together, share life and death together, so the bonding could become stronger someday. Ethan called Rose, and together they went straight to the space gate of that world. Then he told her what he wanted to do. Rose was very happy that a part of her would be able to grow up with Ethan and could stay by his side in life and death situations, because in this world, Ethan was just too powerful. Ethan then summoned Nexus, but since Nexus's body was 76 times larger than the universe itself, he could only manifest in a smaller version. Sire, your servant is at your service. Nexus, you are more proficient in the law of reincarnation, so I want you to perform this process. First, send Rose's soul, then send my soul near where she would go. As you wish, Nexus replied politely. He then turned his gaze toward Rose. My lady, if you give me your permission, I will begin the process. Rose was still in a daze. This was the first time Ethan had summoned Nexus in front of her, and she didn't know what it was. But the moment she looked at this shadowy being, she felt a tremendous threat as though it could erase her existence with only a glance. Yet, despite its terrifying presence, it was addressing her with such respect. That alone made her feel good. She looked at Ethan's handsome side profile and smiled. Okay, she said softly. Soon the law of reincarnation surrounded her, but instantly it disappeared. Ethan was surprised. What happened? Sire, please forgive me, Nexus answered. The law of reincarnation cannot be performed on her. Her soul is incomplete. Incomplete soul. What does that mean? Ethan asked with doubt. Nexus explained, it is just as it sounds, sire. Madam's soul is splitted, and what you see here is only a portion of it. She will not be able to break through to tier 10 unless she regains at least 2 more portions of her soul. Ethan was genuinely surprised. What is this new plot? Rose has several portions of her soul. Where are the other portions? I haven't sensed anything like them in this chaos verse. Are they scattered all across the infinite chaos verses or something? Nexus, do you know any way to find her soul? He asked again. Nexus shook his head. Sire, perhaps if you break through to tier 18 or higher, you may be able to search the whole of the reality. Reality? Ethan echoed. I do not know much, Nexus admitted, but I have gathered enough information over the years to tell you this much, that our chaos verse is just a small droplet within a greater reality. This entire conversation was happening in their minds, so Rose didn't hear a thing. Ethan looked at her happy face. A wave of sadness washed over him. She couldn't go with him. He had truly been looking forward to this. He then said, Rose, the law of reincarnation cannot be performed right now. Why don't I take you to visit another world instead? Rose looked at him and smiled. Okay, when will we go? Ethan thought for a moment. Let's go in 3 days. Rose nodded. Ethan waved his hand and Rose vanished from the place. He then looked at Nexus. Okay, begin the process now. Nexus nodded, and the law of reincarnation engulfed him. Soon, a tiny portion of Ethan's soul separated from his body. Ethan placed everything according to his plans inside that portion of soul. Afterward, the portion of his soul entered the space gate. Now in the Magus world, the Empire of Lucadonia, the 5th concubine of the Emperor was giving birth for the first time. She was the most beautiful concubine of the Emperor, Cadi's Trauma Di Razel. He paced anxiously outside the chamber while 10 midwives attended his wife. Soon, a loud cry echoed from within. The head midwife emerged with a bright expression on her face, carrying an infant in her arms. Your Highness, Her Highness has given birth to a prince. In my 500 years as a midwife, I have never seen such a handsome child. She was not lying, nor was she flattering. She had also overseen the births of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd princes. Declaring the 5th prince the most handsome brought her no benefit. It was simply the truth. Razel looked at the boy. The infant was no longer crying, but staring back at him with his sapphire blue eyes, filled with curiosity. As one of the 13 archmages of the Empire, Razel could feel that this child of his was truly special. He held the boy in his arms and smiled. You will be called Ethan Di Razel. Cadi's Di Razel gazed at his newborn son, who was smiling at him in return. He then looked at the midwife. You have done a great job. Here is your reward. He handed her a supreme-grade mana stone. Her hands trembled as she received it. The Emperor had never been this generous with his other children. At most, she had received mid-grade mana stones. She had expected the same this time as well, but instead, she was rewarded with a supreme-grade treasure. Her 500 years of midwifery were repaid in full with this one stone. Cadi's Di Razel smiled. You have earned it. Now take him to his mother. He must be hungry. The midwife, Enea, carried Ethan into the room. His mother, herself a grand magus, had already recovered to her peak condition already. When she saw Enea enter with her son, she smiled and reached out for him. Enea gently placed Ethan in her arms. I am Trina Orlias. I am your mother, Ethan. Welcome to my life, my precious son. She had also heard when his father named him. In fact, the entire empire had heard it. The 5th prince was officially named. Ethan Di Razel. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Ethan was in the lab. The final process was about to finish. Soon, he would merge the DNA synthesis system with his suit. Ethan thought his soul might have already entered someone's womb, But what he didn't know was that the time in the Magus world flowed much faster than on Earth. 1 day here equaled 1 year in the Magus world. 3 days passed on Earth. Ethan looked at his spouse panel, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 1.092 million galaxy. Spirit 1.092 million galaxy. Talent infinite comprehension. The final experiment was over. The DNA technology was successful. Now Ethan would need to integrate this technology with the suits. The technology was so accurate that only the owner of the suit could use it. Not his son, not his twin brother, not even someone who might be an exact copy of him, because Ethan was going to use the soul imprint of the owner too. Great work, Dad. Now you can rest or do whatever you want. You can enter the virtual universe too. The experiments would be easier to conduct there, and you can also meet the top-notch scientists there. Ethan gave some suggestions to Jack. Then he summoned all the 100 suits he had created previously. Soon he used the law of creation and the law of karma with the DNA technology to integrate into the suits. For this he used the law of chaos, as each suit contained a basic elemental essence. 30 minutes later, it was a success. Ethan had successfully created the suit he always wanted. These suits were the ultimate treasure on Earth. Even martial artists would go berserk to get their hands on such a forbidden thing. Ethan then called Dragon. Dragon, arrange the tournament within 2 days, and I want every person in the world to know about this tournament so that potential candidates can come and join. Dragon and Leon started working on this. Ethan then took Rose and vanished through another space gate as promised her to do so. In the Magus world, 3 years had passed. Ethan had turned into a handsome young boy with his sapphire blue eyes and silver hair. The silver hair was the royal family bloodline heritage. He was playing with his mother in their room. Suddenly he asked, "Mother, what is a magus? Can you tell me about it?" He was really interested. He did not know why, but these types of things always brought happiness to him. Trina was reading a book. When she heard her son was interested in magus, a small smile could not help but appear on her mouth. She called Ethan to come near her, then she took him and let him sit on her lap. Then she started talking. Magus are the people who can use elements to create magic. There are 2 types of magus. One is the elemental magus and the other is the physical magus, who are also called knights. Besides magus, there is another supreme tier profession which transcends all common laws. They are beast masters. They can tame a new beast in each major breakthrough and can gain their strength. It is like one person with the strength of several in the same realm. The aptitude would decide which path one would choose. It is not in our hands. Besides, one needs to be lucky enough to even have an aptitude. In this world, only 1% of people have the luck to embark on the path of strength. After giving him the explanation, Trina looked at her son, who was now seriously giving it a thought. He looked super adorable with that serious expression on his chubby face. She could not help but pinch her son's cheek a bit. Ethan came out from that serious thought of his and looked at his mother. "Mother, which path of magus are you?" "What about father?" Trina said. "Both me and your father, as well as your other mothers, are all elemental magus. The elemental maguses are considered the higher tier path compared to the knight path. As for beast masters, only the ancestor of our royal family is the only one. It is the most sacred path to power." Ethan asked again, "What about my brothers and sister?" Ethan's 4th sibling was a sister and the other 3 were brothers, though he had not met them yet. 5 days later, he would turn 3 years old. That would be the day of his debut to the world and the day his aptitude would be tested. It was the same for every royal child. For 3 years, they would not leave the castle of their mother, and after getting their aptitude tested, they would be assigned to the Royal Academy regarding their path. Trina said, "Your 1st and 3rd brothers are on the elemental magus path, as well as your sister. Your 2nd brother is on the knight path. They are now attending the academies. They will come to your birthday party and attend your aptitude test." Okay, Ethan left her side and took a book with him. He could read and write like a pro. It was in the royal bloodline. Every single one of them were prodigies. As his mother read many books, Ethan also got that habit from her. He was thinking, which path will I have? I will not have the bad luck of having no aptitude, right? Mother would be so sad if that happens. I hope I can have an aptitude, even if it is the knight aptitude. I will work really hard. Soon 5 days passed in a blink. The entire castle was arranged in a festive look today. The 5th prince of the Lucadonia Empire would debut to the world today. Representatives from all the kingdoms under the empire were coming, as well as the nobles of the empire. The coming-of-age ceremony was always a grand event for the royal family and the noble families, because on this day not only would the child turn 3, but also his future path would be decided. It was the most important moment of one's life. Ethan was dressed in a fine prince's cloth which was chosen by his mother, the most beautiful woman in the empire. He looked very majestic even though he was only 3. It was the mark of the royal bloodline. He looked at his mother, who was now looking like a fairy dressed for the occasion. "Mother, you look so beautiful." Ethan complimented her. Ethan was panicked. "Mother, will devils come to my birthday? Can you beat them? How strong are they?" Trina was caught off guard for a bit, then she burst out laughing. Good thing there was no one present there other than them, otherwise it would have been very disgraceful. You bet I can beat them. I will always protect you, my baby boy. No need to worry. Nothing to fear when your mother is here. She felt so comfortable talking with her son. She could be herself with him. Otherwise, she needed to keep her poised look in front of everyone. Even in front of her husband, she needed to look dignified as an empress. Ethan relaxed a bit. Then the gate of the room opened. 10 maids were standing in 2 rows, bowing their heads. Trina and Ethan walked out of their room and directly went toward the main palace, where the ceremony would occur. This was the first time Ethan was going to set his foot outside his mother's palace. He was really looking forward to the aptitude test. Whatever aptitude he had, he would work harder than anyone else. He wanted to make his mother proud. Ethan was thinking about the realm of power while going to the main palace with his mother, Apprentice Magus. Adept Magus, True Magus, High Magus, Grand Magus, Arch Magus. He had learned them by reading books. Soon they came out of his mother's palace and Ethan looked around. The palace was located to the south of the main palace, and it was about 1 kilometer away from it. When they came out, soldiers were already waiting for them outside and a grand carriage was prepared. 2 monster horses would pull the carriage. They had red manes and 2 horns on their foreheads. The horses were adept-level monsters. Ethan was very excited when he saw the monsters for the first time. He had only read about them in books but never seen them in real life. Mother looked 2 red mane horses. They looked terrifying. Trina saw the extremely excited look on her son's face and she smiled. Yes, let us go. Everyone would be waiting otherwise, she replied softly. Ethan nodded and entered the carriage with his mother. He looked at her and asked, Mother, how is this aptitude test done? Trina said, It is done by a grand magus in the palace. He will put you in a circle and let you sit cross-legged. Then he will channel his mana into the runic circle. The mana will circulate in a unique pathway and enter your body. If you have the aptitude of an elemental magus, a mark of that element will engrave itself onto your forehead. If you have the aptitude of a knight, a core will awaken inside your body, where you can absorb mana with the core and make your body stronger. And finally, if you have the aptitude of a beast master, you will awaken a seed inside your body. If a beast willingly swallows that seed, it will be contracted to you, and you will gain feedback power through that seed. Trina gave him a rough idea about the aptitude test. Ethan listened very carefully. He wanted to know what would happen to him. Soon the carriage reached the gate of the main palace. The leader of the guard, Benimaru, opened the door of the carriage. Trina and Ethan stepped out. The head butler came out from the palace and bowed to them. Welcome, your highness and the 5th prince. Everyone is waiting for you. Then he escorted them inside the palace. It was decorated with the finest materials in the empire, many of which were brought from outside the empire too. When they entered the hall of the palace, one of the guards shouted loudly, Her Highness the 5th Empress and His Highness the 5th Prince have arrived. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at them. There were so many people. There were also children, boys and girls, dressed in elegant clothes and standing close to their parents. Soon Ethan looked at the stage at the very end of the hall. There were 6 thrones. The middle one was the grandest throne and the other 5 were similar. Only one remained vacant. Trina slowly walked toward the throne with Ethan, while everyone was greeting her as she passed by. Ethan saw his father, Emperor Kadizan Trauma Di Razel, sitting on the grand throne, and 4 beautiful women were also sitting on the other 4 thrones. Soon they stopped in front of the throne. Ethan said with a bow, It is an honor to be in your presence, Father Emperor. Then he looked at the other 4 women and said, Good morning to you, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Mother Empress. Ethan looked very adorable in his outfit and in the way he spoke. The first education all the royal children received was how to conduct themselves in front of others, especially in front of the emperor. Cadiz Di Razel nodded in satisfaction and said, Ethan Di Razel, come forward and accept your gift. Ethan went in front of the grand throne and sat with a half-kneeling posture. Cadiz Di Razel waved his hand and a dagger appeared in his palm. This is one of the family heirlooms. I am giving it to you. It will protect you in your long journey of life. Ethan did not know what type of treasure it was, but he was happy to receive something from his father. However, the expression of everyone around changed, especially the first empress. Her expression turned nasty. She had almost begged the emperor to give that dagger to her son on his aptitude test day, but the emperor had never budged. Yet today, without even the 5th empress asking, he was giving it to the 5th prince. Why was that? Was it because the 5th empress was the most beautiful woman in the empire? That had to be it. But she hated that reason. She wanted nothing more than to destroy that woman, but she did not say anything out loud. The expressions of the others were also not very good, except for the 4th empress. She had a gentle smile on her face. Trina also greeted the emperor and sat on her throne. Then she looked at the 4th empress and started talking to her. Soon a girl of 7 years old came onto the stage and went directly to the 4th empress. Mother, you called me, she asked. Yes, take your 5th brother and introduce him to the others, she said. Trina looked at Ethan and said, "This is your fourth sister, Aliana Di Razel. Say hello to her." Ethan looked at the girl who was wearing a fine gown and said, "Hello, sister, I am Ethan Di Razel. It is nice to meet you." Aliana first gauged him from head to toe, then smiled. "Hello, little brother. I'm your big sister, Aliana Di Razel. It's nice to meet you too." She felt very smug today. Until today, she had been the youngest in the royal family, but now she finally had someone to boss around. It was the happiest family occasion in her life because she was no longer the youngest. Ethan also smiled when he saw her smiling. Then Aliana said, "Let us go. Second brother has already arrived. First and third brother are on their way." Then she took Ethan's hand and led him to meet the others. Aliana took Ethan where a group of young boys and girls were gathered. A handsome young man with silver hair was in the middle of the crowd and was talking to others. Soon they reached near that crowd. "Hello everyone, meet my little brother the fifth prince," Aliana said. They all stopped talking and looked toward them. The crowd gave some space so that the young man in the middle could also see them. "Hello, fourth princess." Everyone greeted her. Then a young woman looked at Ethan. "Oh my, is this the protagonist today? Isn't he adorable? Hello, your highness the fifth prince. I am Aaliyah Windsor, the granddaughter of the Grand Duke Sebastian Windsor. It's nice to meet you." Soon everyone followed her and introduced themselves. Then Ethan introduced himself too. "Hello, I am Ethan Di Razel. It's nice to meet you all." Then he looked at the handsome young man and asked, "Are you my second brother?" The second prince, Orion Di Razel, looked at Ethan with some interest and said, "That's right. I am the second prince, Orion Di Razel." Ethan nodded. Then Aliana took him to meet with her friends too. When they left, Aaliyah looked at Orion with a teasing look. "It looks like His Highness the Emperor specially loves this brother of yours." Orion did not react to this tease. He started chatting with others. No one knew what was going through his mind. After 1 hour, the guard shouted again, "His Highness the first and third prince have arrived." Now everyone had come. The ceremony could start now. Caddies Di Razel stood up and said, "I appreciate everyone for coming to my fifth son's birthday and giving him your blessings. Now we would start his aptitude test. After that, there are arrangements for food and entertainment." Everyone applauded after the short speech. "It's our honor, your highness," they said. The runic circle was made at the very front of the stage. People stood on 2 sides in a row. Ethan was sitting in that circle cross-legged. They were talking to themselves. "Hey, what do you think? What would be the aptitude of the fifth prince? His Highness is an elemental magus. Her Highness is also an elemental magus. I think the fifth prince should also have the elemental magus aptitude. I am not sure about that. The second prince is a knight, remember?" "Yes, that's right. Okay, let's see." The Grand Magus bowed to the stage where the emperor and the 5 empresses were present. "Your Highness, I am going to start," he said. Caddies Di Razel nodded. "Go ahead." He stood in front of the circle and started pouring his mana into it. All the runes of the circle lit up, and the mana started pouring inside Ethan's body. Everyone stopped talking. It was pin-drop silence. Only the sound of air could be heard. 10 minutes passed. Ethan's body was still absorbing mana. It was not normal. Normally it would take only 5 minutes, but as a royal bloodline, it was normal. The first prince took 11.5 minutes before he got his darkness elemental sign on his forehead. Ethan was in another place now. It was his sea of consciousness. It was the process where he would see his aptitude firsthand, which others could not see. Soon he saw the elemental signs were coming into his view. After some time, a clock entered his body. Then a few minutes later, a dark cube entered his body, and after some time, a lightning symbol entered. Ethan knew the signs. It was the sign of the time element, the space element, and the lightning element. Space and time were only speculation though, as the book said there was no evidence of the presence of these 2 elements. Ethan did not have the time to ponder because he saw a core was forming. It was a colorless core. Ethan did not know what was going on. His mother said one could have only one aptitude, but the core was surely the aptitude of the knight. Besides, the core would always be colorful. Because the cores were also elemental cores. Though the knights could not use long-range attacks like elemental magus, they wrapped their body with their elements. But Ethan had a colorless core, which did not indicate any element. He did not even have the time to ponder even at this time, because he saw 2 seeds were forming beside the core. It was the aptitude of the beast master. Ethan became a little tense. Was something wrong with him? When he was about to panic, some deep feeling told him there was no problem. He was fine. This feeling always remained with him from his birth. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, but what he saw instantly gave him a fright. He saw his father, Caddies and Trauma Di Razel, standing from his throne as well as all the empresses including his mother. They were looking at him with those intense gaze. Then he looked around. All the guests were looking at him like they were looking at some wondrous object of the world. He could not understand what was going on. Then he saw the Grand Magus who was in charge of his aptitude test sitting cross-legged with a pale face, his whole body sweaty. Ethan became a little nervous about this strange situation, so he stood up and ran toward his mother and hugged her. "Mother, what happened? Why is everyone looking at me like this? Is something wrong with me?" Trina hugged him tightly. "Son, no need to panic. There is nothing wrong with you. You see, something miraculous just happened with you. That is why everyone is looking at you like this. Miraculous? Ethan asked, still hugging her. Yes, you have the rare aptitude of the space element as well as the lightning element, which is the stuff of myth, so everyone is just surprised. Ethan was confused. Didn't he also have the time element and beast master seeds as well as the night core? He was about to say this to his mother, but again that feeling of his came. It forbade him to tell anyone, not even his mother. Ethan had two symbols on his forehead, the cube and the lightning, so no one inspected his body for other aptitudes, but if they did, it was highly likely they would not find anything else. Ethan then released the hug. Caddy's Die Razel said with a smile, "Well done, my son. I am proud of you." Though it was a totally natural process, still it was a matter of pride for him. Trina was also smiling, a little water in her eyes. When Ethan saw his father and mother so happy, he also became happy and forgot every other small detail, though everyone was not so happy about this. The first prince had the most terrifying smile on his face. The third prince by his side saw this smile and he felt a chill on his spine. He knew his elder brother the most. He was a monster, a demon from hell. He could go to any length to achieve his goal. He looked at Ethan with some pity. This prodigious brother of his would probably die a miserable death, and he was sure no one would find out what happened. Ethan suddenly felt a chill on his back and looked where the first prince and the third prince were, but what he saw was an innocent smile on his face. Ethan was a little confused. What was that bad feeling about? He looked at his mother and asked, "Mother, now that I have an aptitude, what do I do now?" Trina smiled gently. "Now that you have the elemental magus aptitude, I will teach you for 3 years until you turn 6. Then you will be sent to the Elemental Magus Academy." Ethan's eyes were sparkling. "Mother, would you teach me magic? When can we start?" he asked in a super excited tone. Trina and Caddy's Die Razel smiled when they saw how excited Ethan was. "Don't be impatient, my son. It is not a good look for a prince," said Caddy's Die Razel slowly. "I am sorry, father. I'll be careful not to bring shame upon you in the future." His father slowly ruffled his hair. "You didn't bring me any shame. On the contrary, you brought so much pride." Ethan felt very proud when he heard the praise. Trina said, "Let's eat first." After the eating session, Aliana took Ethan to meet with the first and third prince. They were talking with some guests when Aliana arrived with Ethan. "Elder brother, little brother wants to meet you." The first prince was named Adrian Die Razel. He was 13 years old this year. In this magus world, children matured very quickly, and 12 was the official age of becoming an adult, and they could get married too. So practically Adrian was an adult. He looked at Ethan with a very gentle smile. "I am Adrian Die Razel. It's nice to meet you, Ethan. I am so proud of you, little brother. I am waiting for the day you surpass me, even surpass father, and make the entire royal family very proud." Ethan was flustered by his gentle behavior as Orion wasn't this friendly to him. "Hello, elder brother. It's nice to meet you too. I will surely live up to your expectations," Ethan replied enthusiastically. Then the third prince also gently smiled at him. "Hello, little brother. I am your third brother, Robert Die Razel. It's nice to meet you." Ethan also greeted him. These two brothers of his were very good to him, but why did his gut feeling tell him to be careful around them? After the meeting period was over, there was the dancing phase. Some little girls with nice dresses came to Ethan and said very cutely, Prince Ethan, can we dance?" Ethan got 5 proposals at once. He became flustered. He didn't know how to talk to girls of his age. He looked at his elder sister for help, who was smiling by the side. Ethan was at a loss for words. What to say? Then his mother suddenly came and said. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. Trina was surprised. "Aren't you mad because I pulled you from there?" Ethan said, "I am very happy." "Why would I be mad?" Trina didn't say anything and took him away. The day was over. It was time to leave the main palace and return to their own. Emperor Caddy's Die Razel also went with them. He would stay at their palace tonight. The first empress was gritting her teeth with hatred. Today was supposed to be her night with her husband, but this brat had a space elemental aptitude. That changed everything. The emperor was biased toward Ethan before, but from today he would be obsessed. But that was not good for her son, who was in the line for becoming the crown prince. She needed to do something, and that would need to be done soon. She looked at Adrian and said, "Come to my palace tonight, we have a lot to discuss." Adrian looked at the venomous face of his mother and smiled. "Of course, mother. We indeed have a lot to discuss." The carriage soon reached Trina's palace. This time a lot of guards were protecting the carriage as the emperor was inside it. The carriage stopped and the general opened the door. They stepped out and entered the palace. After entering, Caddy said, "Ethan, meet me at the training room." Then he vanished from there. Ethan looked at his mother, who was smiling. "Go ahead. You are going to be trained by the strongest archmagus of the empire, my dear son. You are so lucky." Ethan was surprised to learn that his father was this powerful. "Okay, mother," he ran toward the training room. "Slow down or else you might trip on your feet," Trina said from behind. Ethan just waved his hand and vanished. Trina smiled. Today was the proudest day of her life. Soon, Ethan reached the training room. His father was already waiting for him there in training clothes. He was looking outside through the window, his hands behind his back. He had a majestic aura surrounding him. Ethan said, "Father, I am here." Caddies looked at him and said, "Go change into the training clothes." His face was very serious at that moment. He had fully entered trainer mode. Ethan immediately changed and went to him. Caddies nodded at him and started talking slowly. "First, you need to know what to train. As an elemental magus, you won't need to store mana inside your body like the knights. You can manipulate mana from the environment through your willpower and use that mana to create the magic you want, so you need to learn manipulation. Once you reach the Archmagus level, you will be able to store mana inside your cells. That's a lesson for later. Now sit down and close your eyes." Ethan did as he was asked to do. "Now try to feel the air. You will be able to see some glowing particles. Once you see them, try to catch them with your will. Don't need to rush. Many people can't see the particles even after months." Ethan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His father was slowly guiding him from behind. "Breathe slowly, try to concentrate, don't think about anything else." The moment Ethan closed his eyes, he saw white particles all around him, and he tried to catch them. Instantly, his colorless core activated and started absorbing mana like a black hole. The moment the white particles entered his body, they turned purple. It was the color of lightning element. Space and time didn't have any color, only the basic elements did. Instantly, all the purple mana particles started going into the core and it started turning purple. But what Ethan didn't know was, Caddies and Trauma Razel, the strongest Archmagus and the Emperor of Lucadonia, had started sweating. Because the scene unfolding in front of him was unnatural. He came here to guide Ethan for 7 days at least. Because he himself needed 10 days to finally see the particles properly and grasp them inside his body. So he thought his son would at least need 7 days, even if he were a genius. But his son had done that instantly. The moment he closed his eyes, he saw mana gushing inside him crazily. He soon stopped Ethan by touching his shoulder. Ethan opened his eyes with a surprised face. "Father, what happened?" Caddies said, "Nothing, son. You did a good job, but don't become proud, because I saw many geniuses who did this even faster than you." He was talking nonsense to brainwash his little baby boy. There was no way someone could be even faster, but Ethan believed that nonsense. "Okay, father, I won't become proud." Caddies nodded in satisfaction. "Good, now let me teach you the most basic spell, Mana Ball. In this spell, you need to learn mana control and create a ball with your mana between your hands. This could become a lethal weapon and you would be able to manipulate mana more perfectly." Ethan's eyes were sparkling again. "Please, father, teach me." He was becoming a magic maniac. Caddies took out a scroll. "This is the spell diagram which you need to remember and channel your mana like the diagram inside your body. Don't rush it. Learn slowly. If you can learn it in 7 days, I will give you a gift." He smiled at Ethan. Ethan took the scroll with a serious face. He wanted to give his 100 effort. Then he looked at the diagram and instantly remembered it. Whose soul was he? The soul of Ethan Hunt, the owner of infinite comprehension. Of course, his understanding and memory would be out of this world, even if he didn't have that talent now. After remembering the diagram, Ethan closed his eyes and started channeling his mana like the diagram. It felt like breathing to him. Instantly, a purple ball started to manifest between his 2 hands. Caddies was about to tell him how to remember it easily, but then he saw the craziness in front of him. Instantly, he became petrified. He knew his son was special, but he didn't know he was a monster. This boy was in a league of his own. He had already broken some world record the moment he stepped on the path of magic. Caddies instantly created a barrier inside the training room. No one should see this. That might cause a war if any other empire or other races learned about this. Ethan opened his eyes. He was panicked. Father, I think I have lost control of this spell. What should I do?" He looked at his father. Caddies was about to ask what happened, but then he saw the purple lightning ball becoming larger and larger, and in a few moments it turned the size of an adult human and was still growing. Ethan's mana core was absorbing magic and supplying it. This was not included in the spell scroll. That was why he lost control. Caddies shouted, "Release that instantly." "But father, it might destroy the training room and hurt you too." Ethan was in full panic mode. "I am an Archmagus, have you forgot? Just release that. I promise nothing will happen." "Okay, father, I am releasing." And boom, the huge mana ball with an 8-foot diameter was released from his hands and went toward Caddies. But as soon as it reached near him, Caddies snapped his fingers and the mana ball disappeared. Ethan's eyes opened wide. "Wow, father, you are so awesome." He was jumping up and down happily. He was full of admiration toward his father. Caddies didn't know why, but he felt super proud right now, even if he were an Archmagus and the person who praised him was a 3-year-old boy. He felt a little smug getting praise from his monstrous son. Then he became calm again. "Okay, your training is finished for today. Don't tell anyone about what you did today. Don't use the spell anywhere. Come to the training room in the morning. You can go now." Caddies disappeared from the training room. But Ethan didn't leave instantly. He was thinking about what happened today and why he lost control over that mana ball. Soon he got his answer. It was his core. It was helping him absorb mana faster than he could control, so he needed to control the input of mana and also the output. Ethan was super pumped up now. He couldn't wait for tomorrow, but he respected his father very much, so he left the training room after changing. He would read books about magic tonight in the library. Caddies went to the bedroom with Trina. She was wearing her night dress and was combing her hair in front the mirror. She looked ethereal at that moment. "Your Majesty, how is our son today?" Caddies said with a smile. Trina was surprised. It was an excessive compliment. She wasn't ready for this. "Your well-being is my biggest wish, Your Majesty. Please take care of yourself, even if you have to rule this empire. That's my wish." Caddies felt warmth in his chest. Then he embraced Trina gently and blew out the light of the room. Ethan was reading books in library. The library was very rich with different books, as his mother was also a bookworm, so he directly went to the section where books about magic and its history were present. He wanted to know if there were any situations like him who had multiple aptitudes at once. Soon he took out the book called Origin of Magic. This book was about where the magic came from, the predecessors who used their blood and sweat to bring the spells and skills to life. There he learned about such an individual who had dual aptitude, elemental magus and knight. He was none other than Victor Frankenstein, the father of all magic. He was called by many titles: the Absolute One, the ruler of origin magic, etc., etc. Ethan was eager to know how this progenitor conducted his spells, as he was facing problems with that. He read the biography of Victor Frankenstein the whole night. He was a human, but he was so monstrous at magic that even the dragons, spirits, and demons, who could be called the children of magic, had to bow down to him. He wrote his legend with his own hands, and in the end, he stood at the very top of the power rank of the Magus world. The book writer did not even know what realm he had reached. Ethan got some ideas about how to manipulate his mana, which was being absorbed by his core, into magic spells. Victor left some tips for the younger generation when he was still climbing the power rank. Soon, Ethan grasped some ideas on what to do next. He was eager to try in the morning. Besides, he wanted to know more about the Beast Master aptitude. It was still 3 hours left until sunrise. Ethan took the Beast Master book. Beast Masters were the absolute rulers of this world. Reason: they got one new beast of their same rank or a rank higher if they were capable. So an Arch-Beastmaster could have the power of 6 beasts within his body. There was no way a single person could win against someone like that. He could use his beasts individually in battle too. He could merge with the beast at the Arch-Beastmaster level and gain all their power if it was a single one-on-one battle. Ethan was fascinated while reading about the Beast Masters. Ethan wanted to know where he could get a powerful beast to make a contract with. Ethan had 2 seeds inside his body. Normally, a Beastmaster got 1 seed per level. Ethan had too many suspicious powers. He would be gone if anyone were to know about that. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the First Empress, Adrian and his mother were still talking. They were planning something heinous. "Mother, please do not worry. I will take care of everything. Let the little one live for some more years." At 6, he would need to go to an academy, so yes. After leaving the perimeter of the castle, he will be just a lamb to be slaughtered. The First Empress, Murray Lewis, was listening to her son and drinking alcohol. "You better take care of him. 3 years later, the competition for the crown will be started. Now you can leave." She fell asleep. Adrian let her sleep properly, then pulled a blanket on her and left the room. "Oh, dear mother, you have no idea what your son is capable of. Even that old man does not have much time left, let alone a brat, hehe." He was smiling nastily. Ethan had already read about the Beast Masters. Then he took out the book about the knights. The knights were simple. They would absorb mana through their core by using a breathing technique. The mana would go into their cells and would make them physically powerful. Then the more powerful they became, they could start to manipulate mana around their body to get amplification effects and do many other miraculous things. Ethan started pondering. He needed a night breathing technique. Where could he get one? He could not ask for help. His inner feelings gave him warnings before. "Okay, I will think about it later. First, I need to become proficient in elemental magus. Then I am sure I will be able to get a breathing technique on my own," he thought to himself. Soon the morning sun rose into the sky. He was not sleepy at all. He was way too excited to get a wink of sleep. Then he went directly to the training room and got changed. The moment he finished, his father also entered. Caddies was surprised. "You did not sleep." "No, father, I read books in the library," Ethan replied. Caddies did not say anything else. He and Trina both liked to read, so it was only natural his son would become like this. He smiled. "Are you ready? We will start slowly. You lost your control over your mana last night. Today we will approach a different method." After saying that, he waved his hand and 10 dummy humans were created in a row. Caddies then looked at Ethan. "Go ahead, fire mana balls at those dummies. You do not need to hold and control it like before." Ethan was surprised. His father was indeed the most powerful archmagus in the empire. Ethan had read books the whole night. Then he thought about his situation of having a core in the equation. Only then did he come to this approach, but it was not as neat as his father's. He thought he would throw mana balls randomly to know how much mana was needed to use per ball and the other changes. But his father did not even know he had a core and already came up with a similar plan. It was even better. Having a target in the front, it would make things easier. Ethan's respect for his father grew up. He came to his position, then closed his eyes and remembered the diagram he memorized the last night, and soon a purple ball manifested into his hand. He opened his eyes and threw the mana ball toward a dummy, but it did not have enough power and dissipated before it even hit its target. Ethan did not wait and created another ball. It was bigger in size than before, and threw it. This time it barely hit the target. Ethan then started trying with different sizes of mana balls to see the effect. He started gaining too much excitement and forgot that his father was also present in the room now. Soon 2 hours passed, and Ethan could now make a perfectly sized mana ball which could destroy the dummy in the distance perfectly. Caddy's in trauma die Razel was numb at the side. What the heck am I even doing here? Oh yes, repairing the dummies for this brat. But these were all happy complaints. He was trying his best to suppress the loud laughter trying to come out. The Lucadonia Empire was not a powerful empire in the grand Magus world where humans only lived on a small continent where there were thousands of empires. The Empire of Lucadonia was just a low-tier empire. Their ancestor was the reason why their empire was not invaded yet. But the ancestor was injured gravely 3,000 years ago. He was still recovering, and no one knew about that. Only the emperor knew this secret. Now he saw a ray of hope to rise within his son. 3 hours later, Ethan got the hang of that spell. He could now make the size of the mana ball as much as he wanted and then release it. This was the perfect output practice, but he didn't know if he could control it, compress the mana ball so that it would contain the same amount of mana, but the size would be much smaller. 3 hours later, he was exhausted. The good thing was that this continuous mana releasing process also made his body somewhat stronger. He stopped and then remembered that his father was also there. He hurriedly looked at him and saw a calm face could be seen looking at him. Ethan said, "Sorry, father, I lost the track of time. How long have I been practicing?" Caddy saw that his son finally stopped. He smiled. 3 hours. Ethan nodded. "Father, I think I can manage the output of how much I want, but I can't control it properly. What do I do?" Caddy's puffed up his chest. This brat was finally ready to ask questions. It is normal. You just have to practice regularly and try to control it bit by bit. Now that I have promised you a gift. The gift will be a night breathing technique. You don't have a core, yes, but this breathing technique can still make your body a lot stronger than a normal elemental magus. You won't have the same effect as the knights since they have a core for it, but if you practice the technique daily, it will bring you a lot of benefit. Moreover, this is a family inheritance. Every royal direct bloodline can use it. But they would need to use contribution points or money to get their hands on it, and they would need to be 6 years old or above. I am giving it to you with the Emperor authority because I am going to personally train you, so you can practice this technique with ease. Ethan felt like he was dreaming. What kind of luck was that? Here he was thinking about how to become a power elemental magus and then use some trick to get a night breathing technique. Even if he could get one, that would be too low tier. But now his father was giving it to him for free. He was super excited. Caddies wasn't surprised by the question. On the contrary, he was happy. He wanted his son to question so that he would not take anything someone gifted him without judgment. This is a platinum tier breathing technique. Caddies was super proud when he said that. Ethan's eyes were wide open. That was the highest level he had read about in the books. The levels of breathing techniques were like this, no tier. Iron tier, bronze tier, silver tier, gold tier, diamond tier, platinum tier. And Ethan would have been happy even if it were a silver tier, but now he was getting the highest tier breathing technique. The technique came with its own diagram showing how to circulate mana to get the most efficient result. This diagram was what decided the level of the technique. The absorption depended on the level of the core of a knight, but for elemental magus, they didn't have a core, so they could absorb mana forcefully and circulate it in their body according to the diagram. It was very crude, but still better than nothing. The cores of the knights were divided into 10 tiers. Tier 9 was the worst. It had 9 fractures in it, and Tier 1 was the best, which had only 1 fracture. Above that was the flawless core. That was the ultimate core in a myth of legend. Even Victor Frankenstein had a Tier 1 core. Ethan looked at the core inside his body, and that was a flawless core. He didn't know if it was a normal core or not, but it didn't have any fracture on it. Ethan took the technique, and Caddy said, "I am going today, I'll come back tomorrow. You can try to remember this diagram first. Then I'll help you learn how to absorb mana with your will and practice this breathing technique." Ethan nodded, "Okay, father." Then Caddies vanished from there. Ethan wasn't nearly done with what he wanted to do. Now that his father was gone, he would do it. First, he looked at the name of the technique, Star Breathing Technique. It had 9 tiers. Learning every tier would give a knight tremendous power. Ethan looked at the first level diagram and instantly remembered it. He tried to manipulate mana according to it. A vortex of mana started going inside his body. This time it was normal as he was actually using his core. Soon, the mana started circulating inside his body. Every cell was voraciously absorbing the mana like they were starving. Humans were weak in their physical features, whereas dragons, demons, and beasts had high-level physical bodies. Only the knights could ever hope to reach their level with breathing techniques, but that was dependent on many factors. Ethan circulated mana according to the first diagram for 10 times, and he was ready to upgrade to the second level already. But in these 10 cycles, he felt he became a lot stronger. His malnourished cells got some nourishment. After that, he memorized the second diagram and started circulating mana. Meanwhile, inside the ancestor castle, which was on par with the main castle, an old man opened his eyes. Sigh, no beast masters appeared in my lineage yet. The time for the opening of the origin world is coming. Within 3 years, it will open. He closed his eyes again. The origin world was the biggest secret of humanity. Not only beast masters, but also elemental magus and knights could gain tremendous fortune from there. But it was the heaven for beast masters. Even mythical beasts could be found there. He would enter the origin world with others, and if his lineage had a beast master, he could bring his first beast from that world. It would be the perfect start for a beast master to get his first contract with the beast of that world. Ethan practiced the second level of the star breathing technique for another 3 hours. He had been training for 6 hours now. His mother came just after his father left, and he said to her that he would train on his own for some time. Trina thought he wanted to try the new spell his father taught him and left him to be. In these 3 hours, Ethan became a lot more powerful. As his core was special and the breathing technique was platinum tier, his strength already reached the middle of the apprentice knight level. He could now punch with 150 kg force. For a 3-year-old to have this much power, it was unbelievable. Then he felt hungry and went to the dining room. A lot of food was prepared there, so he ate like a grown-up man. Then he went to the library to read again. Meanwhile, on a planet of the new world where Ethan and Rose came today. It was a planet like Earth from his previous life. The environment and civilization were similar to Earth. Ethan first robbed some thugs to get money. It was very common for Ethan. He liked robbing thugs, then he booked a hotel. Rose, do you want to eat outside or do we order food here? Rose said, let's eat outside. Ethan nodded. Then they went outside and ate at a restaurant. Ethan felt somewhat nostalgic. This planet was really like Earth. There were no cultivators here, only some technological improvements, and those were not much. Ethan did not scan the planet because he did not want to know everything. He would like to be surprised if there were some. After eating, Ethan said, Rose, why don't we settle here for a period of time? Rose was surprised. What made you so hooked here? I don't see anything special. Nothing, I don't see any cultivators here. Maybe we can live like normal people here for some time. Rose thought for a moment. But I did not tell Mom and Zara that we would be living here. Besides, Zara would be lonely without me. Ethan also thought about the problem. Rose did not have clones like him. He thought for a moment. I should make a clone skill for Rose as well. That would be convenient for her and for me too. Soon he created a clone which started creating a new clone skill from his primordial version. It did not take long. This clone skill was like his own, but the number of clones it could produce was 5 and they could only have 2 of her power. Rose, this is a clone skill. I would like you to learn it so you can leave a clone of yours on Earth. Rose was excited. She felt really bad just now for rejecting Ethan's proposal, but her family was also important to her. Now with this skill, things would be much easier. But when she saw the skill, she instantly felt depressed. It would take at least 7 days to learn it. Ethan saw that depressed look on her and said, do not worry. Let's go to the hotel first. I have a way to help you learn faster. Soon they returned to the hotel and Ethan created the chaos domain. Then he put Rose inside it and made the time faster inside the domain. He could not do this until now, but now he could. It was a 110 ratio. 1 day outside, 10 days inside. Rose started comprehending the skill inside the domain. After 15 hours, she finally managed to learn the skill. Ethan retrieved the domain and Rose came out. She was excited. Ethan, I have learned the skill. Do you want to see it? She asked happily. Ethan smiled, sure. Soon Rose created 5 clones at once, but they all came out naked. Rose had no idea about it, and of course Ethan would not miss such a chance, so he didn't warn her before. Instantly Rose's head blasted away with heat, and she canceled every clone instantly. Her face turned red like a tomato. Tears came to her eyes. Did you see it? She asked in a very low voice. Ethan looked away and said, what do you mean? What did I see, perverted man? Rose cursed him and ran away from the room. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ethan could not help but laugh out. Her body is flawless. Man, I want to gobble her up. I should get married now that I have reached Star Realm. I cannot control myself any more than this. Soon Ethan found Rose in her room and asked her to create a clone so that he could send it to Earth. Rose sent the clone but did not come outside herself. Ethan sent the clone to Earth. He was thinking of living on this planet, so he would need an identity card for Rose and himself. It was a meager issue for him, and he did this instantly. Then he went to find the best university to get enrolled. He wanted to study in a university with Rose and have a slight rom-com with his pretty girlfriend. He just needed to brainwash the upper authorities of the university to make them believe he was a student of their university as the new semester would start tomorrow. Ethan and Rose, 2 new students, were included in the database of the university that night. Ethan was sure this world was not as simple as it seemed, but he was looking forward to it. He had already suffered from activating his Chaos Ruler form and knew everything about his Chaos verse, and that made everything boring for him. That is why there was a saying, too much knowledge is a curse. He went to sleep for that night. The day was finally over. Ethan woke up and checked his status, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 2.2 million galaxies. Spirit 2.2 million galaxies. Talent infinite comprehension. Today he would attend the new university with Rose as a normal student. Soon Rose also woke up and they both had their breakfast. Ethan had already told her about everything. Rose thought Ethan had a purpose, but she did not know her man was just messing around because he had clones in every world he had been and they were doing all his works. The main body was too free. Silvercrest University, Grendel, today was the beginning of the new semester. A new batch was admitted too. The students of the new batch were from different places, so the classroom was a little awkward. Suddenly, a young man stood up. He was very handsome, had brown hair and dark eyes. "Hello everyone, I am Dave Johnson. It is a new experience for all of us. I know we are nervous about the university and people, trust me I am too, but we have to study and live together for 4 years. So let's introduce each other and our hobbies so that we can get along faster." As soon as he spoke, he got all the attention he needed, because the situation was very awkward and he was handsome and charismatic. Dave looked satisfied when he saw the attention he got. "Let me go first. As I said, I am Dave. I belong to the Johnson family of Grendel City. You have probably heard of the Pentagon Company. That belongs to my family. I like sports, especially basketball." As soon as he finished, a surprised hush came from the students. The Pentagon Company was a top-tier national company. They were super rich, and someone from that family was here with them. Instantly, some boys stood up. One among them started speaking faster than any other. "Hee, Mr. Dave, I have heard a lot about the Pentagon Company. That is a very patriotic company. They donate millions every year to charity. You guys are so kind. Let me introduce myself. I am Nick Raven. I belong to the Raven family of Grendel. My family has the Raven Company, though not as great as the Pentagon. I also like playing basketball." He was clearly trying to form a friendship with Dave. Dave smiled. "Hello, Nick. Let's eat lunch together." Nick was beaming with joy and nodded heavily, of course. Then after Nick, the environment turned friendly. Everyone started introducing themselves. Soon, they even formed some friends too with their status. But obviously, Dave got the most attention and friends. He was always smiling like the most kind-hearted soul, so rich yet with no arrogance. It was almost time for the class. The door suddenly opened, so everyone thought the teacher came and they stood up. But what they saw instantly became a reason for their heart attack. Because an extremely handsome man, handsome would do injustice to describe his features, with an otherworldly aura surrounding him, entered the classroom with a woman of similar beauty. She was so pure and beautiful that even the girls felt their hearts clench, let alone the boys. Who are they? How can someone be this beautiful? They feel like they directly came out of stories. Instantly murmurs started among the students. Ethan calmly looked at the classroom and said, "Hello, I am Ethan Hunt, and this is my fiancée, Rose Leslie. We will be your classmates from now on. Please take care of us." The class blew up. These two pure sources of beauty would be their classmates. Even looking at them would make their day better. Ethan and Rose went directly to the back of the class and sat down there. Dave clicked his tongue. What a shameless couple trying to get attention. He was jealous, extremely jealous of the handsomeness of the boy and him getting that otherworldly girl as his fiancée. He wanted that boy to disappear and the girl in his bed tonight, so he took out his phone and messaged his family about this incident. His family loved and pampered him from his childhood. Got whatever he wanted and he would get tonight too. Soon the teacher entered and introduced himself. The class started, then it was lunchtime. Dave stood up and went to Ethan and Rose. "Hello, my lady, I am Dave Johnson, the only heir of the Johnson family. Shall we eat lunch together?" He totally discarded Ethan. Ethan looked amused. This dude was going to be humiliated. Rose did not even look at him. Instead, she stood up and went to a girl. "Hello, what's your name? Is this a handmade bag?" Rose asked the girl. The girl with round glasses almost slurred. She did not imagine this goddess-like girl would come to talk to her. "Ye, Esma, she said with much difficulty. Rose smiled. "Can you make me one? I'll pay you as much as you ask." Dave clenched his fist. He was never rejected like this before. "Bitch, I wanted to be gentle with you tonight, but now you have lost that opportunity." Dave left the place. Ethan just smiled coldly. Someone wanted to die so badly. Who was he to not grant their wish? Then a young man came to Ethan. Ethan was surprised. This man had a unique energy inside his body which he was not familiar with, so he used appraisal. Name, William Harvey. Species, human. Power 1.5 tons. Level, human level, martial artist. Talent, none. So this planet did have a power system, but he searched online last night and there was no news of incidents about them. Even normal people did not even know they existed, so the martial world was hidden behind a veil on this planet. Not bad. William came to him and said, "Brother, be careful. Dave is not a good person. I cannot say much, but you should be very, very careful while you go outside." Ethan said, "Oh, he is that dangerous." William thought Ethan was not taking it seriously. So he said again, "Yeah, his family is very strong. You should be careful. Do not take this as a joke." Bye. William left. Ethan did not say anything. Rose came back and sat beside him. "You made a new friend?" Ethan asked with a smile. "Yes, she's very good-natured, and that handmade bag of hers is very beautiful," Rose replied. Then Ethan took out food from his space ring but made it look like he got them from inside his bag. "Let's eat. An adventure might be waiting for us after the class today." Rose looked at Ethan with some confusion. "Adventure? What kind of adventure?" Ethan smiled. You will see later." Rose was eating, and a little food stuck at the corner of her face. Ethan suddenly leaned closer to her and licked that food into his mouth. Rose felt an electric shock run through her spine from her face. Her hands started trembling, her face turned blood red. The scene from last night also came flooding back all at once. Fumes seemed to rise from her head. She looked at Ethan with pleading eyes and said in a low voice, "This is not fair. Don't attack me like this. My little heart can't take so much at once." This was the first time Rose spoke her mind so openly. Ethan was a little surprised. Then he touched her cheek. "Rose, let's get married." He almost forgot they were in class and other students were around. Just as Rose was about to say something, loud applause broke out from nowhere. Some girls and boys were even crying. Seeing the romance of such a celestial couple was enough for their lifetime bragging rights and fulfillment of heart. They had no regrets anymore. But Dave was not among those students who were happy. He clenched his fists tightly. He had wanted to maintain his good mask for some time, but Rose's beauty was like the temptation of a 10,000-year-old wine. He could not control himself anymore. "Married. If you're still alive after today, maybe you can, but the girl will be someone else. Not that bitch. She is mine, she will serve me for eternity, ha 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 ha." Dave's twisted personality almost came out. William also saw the whole scene. He could only shake his head in disappointment. He had just warned Ethan, but that boy had to do this and made the situation even worse. Rose looked at her surroundings, and suddenly she felt she was not shy anymore. This damn bastard had taken too much fun of her. It was time to return it. She suddenly moved her hand, placed it on the back of Ethan's head, pulled him toward her, and kissed him on the lips. "Sure, my love." Ethan, a pure virgin through and through, had blood come out of his nose, even though he was thick-skinned like a rhino. He looked at Rose with dull eyes. What just happened? How did my sweet and shy Rose become so bold all of a sudden? Then he remembered he had been attacking her like this very often. She never said anything, but today was probably the day her reservations went to buy oil and she snapped. Rose felt lighter all of a sudden. She smiled at Ethan with confidence. "Sigh, my sweet Rose has finally grown up. I am so happy." This time he said it out loud instead of in his mind. Rose heard this too. She became a little embarrassed again, but laughed, and Ethan also laughed. This time Ethan used a barrier, so no one saw the kissing scene or what followed. It would have been more embarrassing otherwise. Lunchtime was over. Soon the teacher came and gave his lecture. After 2 lectures, class time was also over. It was time for them to go home. Ethan and Rose came out. The girl Rose had spoken to earlier came to them and said, "Miss Rose, I'll give you a bag for free. That will be my wedding gift for you." She smiled at them. The girl said, "I am Fiona Shaw." Rose also thanked her. Then they left the university campus. Ethan immediately felt 20 people were following them from different directions. They were all ordinary people, though. Ethan said, "The little adventure has come." Rose said, "Are they sent by that blonde rat?" Ethan laughed loudly. "You also noticed him." Rose just rolled her eyes. "I am not blind, huh? How about we play some game with them?" Ethan suggested, and Rose agreed. Ethan and Rose started walking faster with a little panic on their faces. The leader of those men looked a little surprised. "They noticed us, probably." He licked his lips. It would be fun to play the game of cat and mouse. Soon both of them almost left the university area and entered an unpopulated place like they were trying to hide. Soon the alley was surrounded. Rose looked panicked. She tightly held Ethan's clothes. "Nothing will happen. I'll protect you even if I have to die," Ethan said. This sentence was not a joke. Ethan would never hesitate to lay down his life for her if such a situation really came. Rose just hugged him tightly. Ethan said in a trembling voice, "Who are you guys? Why are you following us? Please let us go." The leader, who was wearing a black suit, laughed loudly. "Let you go? Are you a dumbass or what? Even I can't control myself after seeing that girl. No wonder young master went crazy over her." "Young master? Who is he?" Ethan asked again. The man in black said coldly, "A dead man doesn't need to know much. You can just die. Your woman will serve young master well." Ethan's eyes turned cold and he was about to wave his hand. But before he could do it, he saw a man in a fox mask appear. He punched the leader instantly without saying anything. The leader flew away, then fell to the ground and vomited blood. All the other men turned alert. "The fox man is here. What is he doing here? You better stay out of Johnson family business or you won't even know how you died," one of them threatened. The masked man did not say anything and attacked them. The leader stood up with difficulty and shouted, "Take out your guns and shoot that motherfucker." Everyone took out their guns and aimed at the masked man, but he was too fast and they could not pinpoint his location. Ethan was watching the battle with some interest. William had come to help them. He would repay the boy later. He had earned his respect. He looked at Rose. She was still hugging him. He could not tell if she was still acting or genuinely enjoying the hug, but who cares? A win-win for him. William fought the entire battle like a pro. Ethan was sure he was not an amateur. Soon, among the 20 people sent by Dave, only 4 were still standing. The leader, Tony, finally had fear on his face. The fox masked man was too brutal. He had killed so many of them already. Tony had only heard about him before but never thought he would one day become a victim of this psychopath. Please, let us go. We won't hunt any girls from now on. Please give us a chance. Tony started begging. He knew his status and meager power couldn't save him today. Suddenly, he remembered the couple he was hunting. The masked man was probably killing them because of that. If they forgave him, maybe this man would let him go. He was sure they would forgive him. People who had never seen blood and murder were too soft-hearted. They had morals. They wouldn't let someone die so easily. So he looked toward Ethan and Rose, who were still trembling in a corner. Sir, Mom, please forgive us. We were wrong. I have a little daughter at home. My wife is pregnant too. Please forgive us. I'll make sure no one disturbs you in the future. He played his card. He was sure the girl would surely speak up for him after hearing everything he had just said, even if the boy didn't. But he was too naive. That couple was formed by 2 cold-blooded people. Rose also had her fair share of kills. Ethan let her kill thugs from time to time so that she wouldn't become too soft. Soft-hearted people suffered the most. Ethan sighed, but before he could say anything, a hand pierced through Tony's back and came out the front, holding his heart. Ethan was speechless. At least let him say something first. But Ethan understood why William did this. A normal couple would surely forgive that bastard after what he said, and William didn't want that. Soon, William killed the remaining 3. Only Ethan, Rose, and William in the fox mask were standing in that alley. William was a little surprised. They were too calm right now, as if the murder and blood didn't impact them much. William nodded and vanished from there. Ethan said, now the real problem will come. The police will come. The Johnsons won't sit still until they find out who did it. They won't be able to find William because the fox man is a renowned killer and nobody knows his real identity, but we are an easy target. They will use their power in society to send the police and harass us, probably even kill us. Rose heard this and rolled her eyes. The lord of an entire galaxy is distressed about this. Ethan laughed loudly. Please let me be an ordinary man who is harassed by society, then becomes powerful, then everyone comes to lick his toe. Don't you think that's fun? Rose rolled her eyes again. You and your weird sense of excitement. Okay, I'll do whatever you want me to do to get your excitement. Ethan looked at Rose suspiciously. Why did that sound so lewd? He should seriously get married soon and punish this woman in bed. In a single day she had become so bold. What would she become in the future? Ethan then looked at the corpses and used the concept of oblivion to destroy everything present there. He then looked outside the planet and saw that satellites were watching them. So he used the law of creation to make new video footage inside the satellites. Now everything was okay. No one would find out what happened here today. But that wouldn't help them avoid harassment, though. Ethan was thinking of creating his empire in this world. He was doing this to satisfy his taste buds. He wanted to rule those insufferable vermin on Earth who would do anything to achieve their goals. They would even use nuclear bombs on innocents. They were the real monsters compared to martial artists. With their meager lifespans, they did all those vile acts. What would they do if they had power and longer lifespans? Ethan had always wanted to punish the entire upper echelon of Earth, but he didn't have the power. This planet was just like Earth, and he could rule this planet. For doing that, he would need money. And where would the money come from? From the ocean, of course. The ocean was a treasure trove. He would then start his business empire. He would capture the whole market of technology to medicine to food materials. Everything would be controlled by his company. At least he knew he could be a kind ruler. That was all he needed to know to act. Let's go. Ethan created a clone of himself and sent it to find rare treasures from the ocean to sell in the auction houses. They went to the hotel. It was already night. The next day, Ethan looked at his panel, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique, 4.4 million galaxies. Spirit, 4.4 million galaxies. Talent, infinite comprehension. It was time for class. Meanwhile, in the Magus universe, 3 years had passed. Ethan was now 6 years old. He was 1.4 meters tall. His hair was longer, reaching his shoulders. He had become a super handsome young boy. He was practicing magic. He snapped his fingers and 100 mana balls appeared behind him in the air. He could conjure more, but didn't. Creating 1 mana ball and controlling it was so tough for him 3 years ago, but now he could manifest hundreds or even thousands without batting an eyelid. He had also learned many other spells with the lightning element, but since space and time were only mythical elements, the Empire didn't have anything where he could learn them. So he researched bit by bit about these mythical elements and achieved a little success too, but that was not worth mentioning. His star-breathing technique reached level 9. He was now as strong as a true knight, with the strength of 50 tons, but everything was done in the shadows. No one had the slightest idea that the fifth prince of the empire was now both on par with a true knight and a true magus. Ethan's birthday was tomorrow. The emperor arranged a huge birthday party for him. It would be even grander than the third year's birthday party, because Ethan would leave for a Magus Academy the day after tomorrow, and the competition to decide the crown prince was also at hand. So Caddy's Die Razel thought he might announce all of this at Ethan's 6th birthday. That would be time efficient. While the entire castle was bustling with a festive mood, the man in question was nowhere to be seen. He had gone to the lake of the royal castle. It was one of his favorite spots. The calm water surface of the lake always made his mind calm, but today he came here to practice. The spell he was going to use was not something he could practice in the training room. It was a combination spell he came up with. It combined his mana manipulation with space magic. The idea was like this: he would fire a plasma beam of concentrated lightning with his finger. It was a super destructive spell he had learned in these 3 years, but the lightning could only hit an object he could see in front of him, and the enemy might even dodge the attack. It was only destructive if it actually hit its target. That was where the space magic came in. By creating 2 portals, he could open one in front of himself and another right behind the enemy, then shoot. The enemy would not even see it coming until it was too late. He had been practicing day and night to learn portal magic with his space element, and yesterday he finally succeeded, so he could not wait any longer and came to test his idea. The lake was 2 km in diameter, pretty big. Ethan then created a portal in front of his index finger and another at the end of the lake. A floating pumpkin was there. He started gathering mana from his core into his finger. He had been doing this for a long time because he noticed how superior his core was the moment he started using it. This core could store mana like a bottomless pit, so he had been storing mana inside it for 3 whole years. Now even he did not know how vast his mana reserves had become. Soon, the concentrated lightning mana gathered at the tip of his finger and boom, he shot it. The beam of plasma vanished into the portal and came out from the other portal, directly destroying the pumpkin. Yes, yes, ha 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 ha. Ethan started laughing out loud. Finally, the experiment was successful. He realized he could use his portal magic with his lightning magic and many other aspects. He had too many plans for this combination in the future. The moment he looked behind, he saw his mother coming from afar with a smile on her face. "What made you so happy, my son?" Trina asked. Ethan smiled. "I successfully mastered a space magic, mother." Trina was instantly dumbfounded. There were no books on space magic in her castle nor in the royal library. There was no space magus either. How did her son master space magic? Did he create it himself? No way. Was her son truly that much of a genius? Trina asked. "What kind of space magic, son, if I may ask?" Ethan immediately created 2 portals, one in front of him and another in front of a fruit hanging high in a tree. Then he put his hand into the portal in front of him, and his hand came out from the opposite portal. He plucked the fruit and handed it to his mother. Trina stood there petrified. She took the fruit from Ethan's hand with shaky fingers. It was too much of a shock for her. She and her husband had thought that after Ethan joined the top academy of the human continent, there might be a chance for him to learn about space magic, but her son had created a spell on his own. Moreover, this spell was too convenient. Trina could tell that much at a glance. Ethan asked with excitement, "Isn't it cool, mother?" Trina went forward and hugged Ethan. "You are the best genius born in the royal family since its creation, on par with the ancestor. But son, I would advise you not to tell anyone about this. I will talk to your father first, okay?" Ethan nodded. "I understand, mother." Trina said, "Okay, come home after finishing your training. I'm going to make your favorite food with my own hands." "Okay, mother," Ethan replied excitedly. Trina left humming. Ethan had given them many surprises throughout these years, but those were on paths already created by others. This time, however, he created a spell on his own, and it was a space elemental spell. Creating such an intricate diagram at the age of 6 was simply unheard of. When Ethan saw his mother leave, he looked at the lake and spread his 2 hands wide. Then 10 small portals appeared in front of his 10 fingers, and 20 portals appeared at different places in the distance. Then he activated the plasma beam again. 10 rays of plasma shot from his 10 fingers and came out from the 20 portals in different places. This was only the beginning. He then started training to create more portals and link them with his 10 fingers. After practicing the whole day, he finally stopped. He could now create 50 portals connected with his 10 fingers, and he was sure he could create even more in the future. Now that his magus training was over, he would go home, eat his favorite food to his heart's content, and then practice with his sword. His magus and knight training went hand in hand because they could be learned at the same time. But his beast master aptitude was still unused. He did not know where he could get a beast. Even if he did, there was no way he could capture one on his own. So he needed to become more powerful before he could finally manage to capture one by himself. Trina already sent a message to her husband about today. Ethan went home and saw his father was eating at the dining table and his mother was serving food personally. Caddies was grinning ear to ear. He hardly could contain his excitement, but he didn't go to disturb his son at the lake. Soon Caddies also noticed Ethan. "Son, come here. How was your training? Your mother told me everything." Ethan smiled. "It went well, father. Father, I want you to tell something else too." Seeing Ethan's all-serious face, Caddies was a little surprised. "Yeah, son, tell me. Before that, please create a barrier so that no one other than the three of us could hear us." Caddies also became serious this time. Ethan wasn't someone who would fuss over for nothing, so he created a barrier surrounding them. "Okay, you can say it now." Ethan nodded. "Father, today when I completed my spell of the space magic, I found a seed is formed inside my sea of consciousness," Ethan said slowly. He decided to tell his father. He was sure he would be able to help him getting a beast. Caddy still didn't comprehend what he just heard, but the moment that information settled inside his brain, he stood up instantly. Trina put her hands on her mouth. Their eyes were wide opened. Caddies looked at Ethan to see if he were joking or not. "Son, please tell me you are not joking," he asked with anticipation. Ethan nodded his head with a serious expression. "Ha ha 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 ha. Our empire has finally hope. We can reach the pinnacle." He started laughing out loudly. Then he stopped instantly as if he thought of something and hurriedly came to Ethan. "Did you tell this to anyone else?" Ethan shook his head. "Good, very good." Caddies nodded his head with extreme happiness. Then he sent a mental message to Ancestral Castle. Instantly, the old man in the castle opened his eyes and vanished from his castle. He reappeared inside Trina's castle. As soon as he appeared, Caddies and Trina bowed instantly. "It an honor to meet the ancestor." Ethan was surprised. This old man was the ancestor. Then he looked at his father with a look of confusion. Caddies said in an embarrassed manner, "Son, ancestor is the only beast master in our royal bloodline. I had to tell him. Only he could guide you well." The ancestor, Edian Razel, looked old but very dignified. He had the silent aura like a supreme existence. Ethan could instantly tell that this man was the real deal. He greeted the old man as well. "It's an honor to meet you, ancestor." Edian looked at Ethan and smiled. "No need for such formality, Ethan. Come here." Ethan went to him slowly. Edian put his hand on Ethan's shoulder and channeled his mana inside his body. Soon he saw a seed in his sea of consciousness. He could only see it because Ethan allowed it. Ethan had always this feeling that no one would be able to see inside him if he didn't allow, so this time he allowed to see only one seed. Edian was standing there silently. Tears started pouring out from his eyes. He was afraid that his bloodline would extinct someday, but a beast master finally appeared in his bloodline. He looked at Caddies and said, "Arrange a room for me here. I want to talk to Ethan at night." Caddies bowed at him and left the place. Trina also left. Then Edian looked at Ethan. "Sit down. We have a lot to talk, Ethan." Ethan sat down. Edian also sat down and started talking. "Our human race lives in one continent in the Magus world. There are 10 continents present in the Magus world. The dragon and demon race occupied 2 continents each, and the spirit race also occupying 2. The elf race 1, the demi-human race 1, the dwarf race 1. There are 10,342 empire in the human continent. Empires are also divided into 1-star to 5-star rank. Our Lucadonia Empire is just a 1-star empire. The star decided on how many beast masters are present in an empire, and their level and combat prowess including the beast they are contracted, so you can understand how precious the beast masters are. Only we can fight the demon and dragons head-to-head. Edian stopped. He let Ethan consume all the info he had just dumped in his brain. Ethan also listened carefully. "Ancestor, where can I get an appropriate beast to contract?" Edian looked at Ethan for some time. "There is secret in our human race. Only the upper echelon know about this. I am going to tell you about this now. We have the access to a mysterious world. We call it the Origin World. There's so many resources that we can't finish them even in millions of years. Also, there are mythical and higher level beasts too. In 10 days, the gate of the world would be opened. Everyone above ancestor level can enter there and take one person with them. I will take you with me." Too much information was dumped again. Ethan slowly absorbed the information. "Can you tell me the details of this origin world and what did you mean by ancestor level?" Edian said calmly, "Ancestor level is above arch level. There are legendary level, epic level, mythical level too, so only legendary level could enter the origin world. The others couldn't handle the pressure of the space rift. You will be able to understand more once you have seen them. As for the origin world, I'll give you some books first. Now that's enough information for today. Here are some books written by me and many other senior beast masters. Read them well and gain as much knowledge as you can before we enter the origin world." Ethan happily took the books from his hand and instantly went toward the library. He planned to practice with his sword tonight, but that plan needed to be changed. He would read the books first. Beast Master aptitude was more important. That night, Edian talked to Ethan until midnight. Ethan learned many untold secrets from him too, such as the ancestor being injured by an epic-ranked demon king 3,000 years ago. He was still not fully healed. Edian stood up. Okay, do you want to become the crown prince? Then there will not be any competition. Ethan thought for a moment. He always had a bad vibe from the first empress as well as the first prince. So if he became crown prince, he was sure he would make things difficult for his mother and even his father, let alone himself. Ancestor, a crown prince is the future emperor. He should win the crown fair and square. If I get that position without competition, people will always question my competency in the future, so I want to fight for it like everyone else. Can you tell me what kind of competition it is? Edian instantly became happy. He also wanted Ethan to compete, but since Ethan was an unnatural prodigy, even if he chose not to, Edian would have made it happen. Now that Ethan had said this himself, he had truly won his ancestors' favor. So Edian sat down again. The so-called competition is about ruling a kingdom for 2 years and earning the respect of the people. The ruler not only needs to be powerful, but also wise and kind. Your score will be judged in those 2 years, and the winner will become the next crown prince and the future emperor. Ethan nodded. Edian then went to the room that had been arranged for him, but Ethan did not leave. He took out the crimson-red sword from his waist, which had been given to him by his father on his birthday. He could use this sword until the Grand Magus level. It was simply a gift Ethan asked for because he did not like casting magic with a staff, which most elemental maguses did. He could cast without any incantation or a staff. Caddies knew this too, so he gave a sword to his son instead, to help him protect himself in close combat. He started practicing the basic sword techniques he had learned from the guard general. Ethan was thinking, tomorrow is my 6th birthday, and father will publish the decree about which kingdom I will rule for 2 years. Besides, I will need to leave the castle the day after tomorrow. Ancestor said he would pick me up from the academy when the origin world opens. Though he had learned space magic, he did not have the slightest idea about time magic. It would be better if he could contract a beast with the time element, then he could learn from his beast. He felt he could now break through to the High Magus realm, now that he had created a spell on his own. Normally, High Maguses create a spell and then they become Grand Maguses, but he did it early. The power gap between Maguses was determined by manipulation and range. A true Magus could manipulate about 10 of the mana around them with a range of 500 meters. A High Magus could manipulate 15 of environmental mana and had a range of 2 km. That was a huge gap, but Ethan was different. He used his own mana source from his core. He was sure he could use 35 of mana in the environment if compared to the amount of mana he could use from his core. But if he used only environmental mana, he could also manage 15. Besides, his range was the game breaker. It was 2 km at the true Magus level, and after the breakthrough, it would probably become even more. So he started concentrating his will around him. He soon reached 20 mana manipulation and could now control a 5 km range to use his spells. He was significantly stronger than normal elemental Maguses. Besides, he could also fight in close combat. His night breakthrough would need some time though. He went to his room, freshened up, and went to bed. In the next morning, Ethan woke up early and got ready. He forbade the maids from entering his room. He did not like that, so always did things on his own. Soon, he went to have his breakfast. The ancestor had still not left, and he was also at the dining table with his father and mother. 70% of the entire empire's power was now present here, in this room. Good morning, ancestor. Good morning, father. Good morning, mother. He greeted everyone. Trina smiled. Come sit. After breakfast, we will leave. The guests will start arriving soon. Any festival in the royal family always started in the morning. Ethan nodded and sat down to eat his breakfast. Then he asked father, will sister also compete with us? Caddies replied, no, she will not. Ethan nodded his head. If it was his sister who was going to be crowned, he would not have taken any pressure. But he did not trust any of his brothers. He had learned the art of politics from his mother in these 3 years. Now he could also understand the nature of people. He was no longer a blank sheet like before. Soon breakfast was finished and everyone left the castle together. This time the ancestor would personally attend his birthday ceremony. No one knew about that though. The carriage reached the main castle and they stepped out. Ethan saw some guests had already arrived, and in 15 minutes everyone would be there. Caddies looked at Ethan and said, Ethan, come with me. Let me introduce you to the higher-ups of the empire. Edian had already vanished. He did not want to cause a scene here. He would join the party later. Then Caddies Atrama Di Razel took his son, Ethan Di Razel, to officially meet all the upper echelon. Normally, this was done by the mother of the prince. But this time, Caddies was personally doing it, so everyone could understand his intentions. He also knew that Ethan did not want to become the crown prince without competition, but he wanted everyone to know how important Ethan was, because he was not blind. He could tell that the first prince was a mastermind at manipulating people. If Ethan had not come into the picture, he was sure the first prince would have taken the crown, and Caddies would have been happy to give him the position. But now everything had changed. The entire fate of the empire was depending on this 6-year-old boy.